CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. For thousands of years, man has looked upward towards the night sky and dreamed. Pleasure barges rode down canals on the planet Mars. Life prospered in the lush jungles of Venus. And the moon was a supercosmic chunk of green cheese. In less than a decade, however, the Martian canals had become mere illusion. There can be no tropical paradise in the deadly atmosphere of Venus. And as far as our nearest celestial neighbor, consisting of green cheese, is concerned, well... But to those of you who are dreamers, do not despair too soon. The universe is infinite, and for every question to which an answer is found, there are 1,000 mysteries yet to be solved.
Margot, you don't know what you're doing.
I have to get rid of you before it's too late. Before you take over my body.
You can't fight me.
I have to. I have to kill you.
You can't let me die.
I won't let you have my body.
Don't let me die.
You must.
Margot, if I die, we both die.
Our mystery drama, The First Woman in Space, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Victoria Dan and stars Phyllis Newman. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There have been men in space, and one day there will be women. To those cynics who would deny that this is indeed the natural progression of things, may we remind you that there was a time when women were barred from the unladylike profession of ballet dancing. And, hard as it is to believe, also a time when only men were considered efficient secretaries. But this is the 20th century, a more enlightened age. Of course, a woman can do anything a man can do, if only they'd let her.
Waiter, could we have the check?
I could really go for a nice tall glass of iced tea.
Margot, we don't have time.
A waiter, a glass of iced tea, please.
That's out of season. It'll take twice as long.
Harry, you rushed me through the soup. You hurled me past the salad. And as far as the entree is concerned, it was a minute steak in every sense of the word. Now, can't we just relax and enjoy?
The reception starts in 15 minutes.
So we'll be a little late.
But it's in your honor. Practically the entire staff of the university will be there waiting. Not to mention the board of trustees.
Until you came by the apartment to pick me up for dinner, I knew nothing about any so-called reception.
Well, I wanted to surprise you.
Some surprise. Our first real date in 6 months. And you've transformed it into some big publicity play for the university, your university.
Okay, I'm sorry I didn't tell you before.
But you must know I have had it up to here with receptions, interviews, the publicity routine. 2 months in orbit, all those weeks in isolation. I just wanted a simple, pleasant evening alone with my fiancé. I miss you, Harry. I thought you would miss me.
Margot. Hey, I missed you. That's why I began spending more time in the lab, and as a result, I may have made a major breakthrough in the conversion formula. But, you see, I need more funds.
I see.
Yeah, look, if we play it right with the trustees tonight, I can get that grant. That's why we've got to get going.
Oh, here's my iced tea. Thank you.
You know what that crosstown traffic can be.
It's so hot in here. Can't tell you how refreshing this tastes.
Margot, we've got to leave.
When I'm finished...
How can you be so inconsiderate?
That does it. You can go by yourself.
Oh, but you have to come. They're expecting you. You're a celebrity. That's what those people understand, respect.
I don't want to argue. It's hot in here.
Margot, where are you going?
Home. Good night, Harry.
Margot, this is the last time. I promise.
Don't worry about me. I can take a cab.
Margot, wait.
Driver?
Like I say, you're lucky I happen to be driving by. One night, you have to wait outside for a taxi.
Do you have the heat on?
Yeah, you want me to turn it up a little?
No. Turn it off. I feel warm.
Warm? In this frost? What are you rolling the window down for?
It's hot in here.
It's 20 degrees out there.
Is your radio on?
No, it's busted.
You don't hear it?
Hear what?
That music. Strange music.
You know, I can't place it, but you look familiar. I seen your picture someplace, like the newspaper, the TV.
Can't you hear it?
Yeah, the TV, but you ain't an actress.
It's hot. So hot.
What did you just say?
I was saying you're famous, but you ain't an actress, right?
No.
You are an actress.
No, you just agreed with me. You just said it was hot.
Lady,
Really, I just heard you.
So hot, Margot.
How do you know my name is Margot?
I don't know your name is Margot.
I heard you. You just called me Margot.
Lady, honest, I didn't call you. Hey, wait a second. Margot Gordon, that's who. You're Margot Gordon, the astronaut, in my cab.
I could have sworn I heard someone say my name.
Well, here we are, Miss Gordon. I mean, Dr. Gordon. Here it is, 2930 Newark Street.
Oh, yes. Keep the change.
Thanks a lot. Good night.
Good night. It really can't be 20 degrees out here. It's too hot. Much too hot.
But why me, Margot? You ought to be seeing one of the program doctors.
I trust you, Owen.
Trust me?
I can't let anything jeopardize my chances to be on that crew.
What crew?
The Senate is about to pass the appropriation bill for a second Athena probe.
You mean you're going up there
Oh,
again?
it's going to be fantastic. Athena 1 was just a rehearsal, but Athena 2 is it. I've never wanted anything so badly. That's why I can't go to the mission staff and tell them what I've just told you.
So you hear voice.
I hear one voice. A very clear voice.
Margot, sometime or another, a lot of us hear voices.
I kept thinking maybe it's an after effect of all those weeks in zero gravity.
Well, I don't find a thing wrong with you, physically.
So?
So, there are 3 possibilities.
Yes.
First, maybe the excitement of the past few months is getting to you. Second, there may be the pressure to succeed again.
And third?
Well, you'll probably say it's none of my business.
What is?
Harry Freeman.
Harry?
Do you really want to marry Harry Freeman?
Why, of course.
Well, there goes that theory.
I mean, I'm excited about marrying Harry. He's a brilliant biochemist.
So I hear.
Oh, and I never thought anyone as good-looking as Harry could, well, really be interested in me.
You are happy, then?
Sure. I mean, well, recently he has been getting on my nerves. But is any relationship perfect?
Well...
And, of course, the way he behaved last night didn't help matters at all.
Margot...
I mean, trying to show me off to his colleagues like I was some kind of curiosity.
Margot...
Oh, Owen, you really should have been a psychiatrist.
I'm just a simple country doctor.
And you've made a very simple point. Maybe I'd better not see Harry for a while. Yes, General. Yes, I just heard the news. Of course. I never doubted the bill would go through. Well, I'm delighted, too. Yes. Right. Yeah, I'll be there Monday morning. Goodbye, General. Just a minute. Harry.
Can I come in?
Well...
Please. I have something to tell you.
Harry, I thought we agreed...
Yeah, to go our separate ways for a while, I know, but...
I was just on the phone with General Tolliver.
Look, I don't care who you were on the phone with.
Harry, I've never seen you like this.
Look, I did a lot of thinking this past week about us.
You did?
I thought about what you said. About my resenting you being such a celebrity.
Oh, I didn't say
you
that.
didn't exactly say that, but it's what you felt. Maybe I did resent it a little, and maybe it was inevitable that you'd begin to believe I was using it.
Oh, Harry.
Look, it's true. That's what it looked like. The truth is I couldn't resist. The board of trustees, the promise of new lab equipment in exchange for an appearance by the country's first woman in space. All those years of struggling without adequate funding, I guess I forgot about your feelings. And I want to apologize.
Oh, Harry, I'm so glad.
I'm not finished. I want to really convince you that I love you. For yourself. And not because you're the famous Dr. Gordon. Look, I want you to quit the space program.
What?
I want you to quit the space program.
You're kidding.
Then you'll just be plain old Margot Gordon again, and I can have you to myself.
What makes you think I even want to be plain old Margot Gordon again?
I want you down on Earth, in my house, married to me.
Well, we've discussed this before.
Well, when are we going to get married?
When I'm ready.
Well, it's been 2 years. You know, I'm beginning to doubt that you...
You know, you always manage to turn the tables and come up the good guy. You've got me all confused, and there's so much on my mind.
Margot.
Oh, no, not again.
What are you talking about?
Margot, it's so hot.
Please tell me. Who are you?
I'm your fiancée, Margot, in case you forgot.
Not you, Harry.
What?
Margot, send him away.
I must be hearing things.
Darling, listen to me.
Send him away.
Harry, I have
He is an intruder.
Harry, I have a lot on my mind right now. Please leave me alone.
Margot, what's happening to us?
Things change.
He must leave.
People change.
Make him leave.
I don't want to argue.
Look, I'm not going anywhere until we discuss this like two adults.
Force him.
Get out, Harry.
Margot.
No, I don't mean that.
Yes, you mean it.
I didn't really mean what I just said.
I think you did, Margot.
Oh, Harry, wait a minute.
No, this time I'll say goodnight.
Harry, What's wrong? What's happening?
Margot.
No, I just imagine I hear you.
Do not imagine you hear me. I am real.
I'm going out of my mind.
Alone, all alone in the void, in the cold, the darkness. Then your ship, your space.
This can't be.
All alone, and now I'm not alone any longer. You found me. You brought me back.
Brought you back?
Yes.
You mean back from space? Back from the Athena 1 probe?
Yes.
Oh, what's the matter with me? I'm talking to thin air.
No, I am real. I exist. I was all alone in darkness. I saw your ship. I felt the life inside. Life. No more alone.
Something in my mind.
I'm part of you now, Margot. Part of you.
Shut up.
We share now. Part of your body, part of your mind.
Shut up.
You feel my thoughts, hear my thoughts, think my thoughts.
Shut up! Why am I sweating like this?
So hot, Margot. We're so hot.
It's a reaction to all the tensions. That's what it is.
Don't fight me.
Oh, please. What do you want from me?
I want you, Margot.
You want me?
Yes.
But why? Answer me. Why? What are you? Please. What are you?
What indeed? The ordinary human being consists of flesh, bones, and a pattern of electrical impulses. And although man has asked the question, what are you, many times in the past, it has usually been in a more philosophical context. But that, of course, is when we are dealing with an ordinary human being, which we obviously are not doing here. And also when we are in a philosophical mood, which apparently Margot Gordon is not. I'll be back shortly with Act Two. Is man alone in the universe? There really hasn't been much evidence one way or another. And if we do have any neighbors, they certainly have been keeping a rather low profile. In any event, Margot Gordon is a brilliant scientist who seems to be wondering if maybe she hasn't come back alone from a mission in outer space. It's not that she's inhospitable, but there are certain kinds of company that a sane, average human being can very well do without.
Please tell me. Who are you? Who are you?
I am the last.
The last? The last?
I am all that remains, all that survives.
Survives? Survives what?
Our world destroyed. Our world is dead.
Your world?
Our planet is gone in the light of 1,000 stars. Home is gone in the blaze of 1,000 stars.
Blaze of 1,000 stars? You mean your sun exploded?
The heat of 1,000 suns. Our planet is no more. I'm all that survives. A traveler with no home to return to, waiting for a home to return to.
A traveler? What did you travel in? Where is your ship?
There is no ship. No need for a ship.
Why can't I see you if indeed you do exist?
I exist.
I can't see you.
So long ago. So long to search. To wait. An eternity of waiting in the darkness, in the cold, in the emptiness.
This is insane. I'm talking to thin air.
My mind survives. My mind lives. My thoughts are my eyes. My thoughts are my hands.
Why are you doing this to me?
My thoughts guided me. They found your ship. They found you.
What do you want from me?
No more searching. Your hands are my hands.
No.
Your eyes are my eyes.
It's impossible.
I live again in the sunlight again. We live.
No.
We share this body. I survive in this body. No more darkness. No more aloneness. I survive in this body.
You can't take over another person's body.
We share this body.
It's indecent.
But this body must adjust to the heat of this planet. It's too warm.
I'm so hot.
We are hot. We must do something about the heat.
What's wrong with me? What's happening to me?
So hot.
No, I don't hear you. You're not real.
So hot.
Gotta concentrate on something else. Get away from the heat. A movie. All right, a movie.
You honking at us, lady?
How do you expect me to move my car with your truck in the way?
It's a public driveway.
I can't go around a moving van. There's not enough room. I have to get somewhere. Can't you move this truck of yours out of the way? And what about all these crates?
Lady, we're right in the middle of unloading this junk. It's bad enough we have to work overtime. Hey, would you look out? Please, get out of the way. These boxes are heavy. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
This isn't safe.
That's what I've been trying to tell you. Now, stand back now. Hey, George, check the coupling, will you? Something sounds a little loose.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
Margot.
Not you again.
Margot, there's danger.
Hey, George, ease it to the right. Yeah, check that rope before you put it on the ramp. Before, George.
There's danger.
No.
The wooden box inside is heavy equipment.
I don't hear you.
The rope that holds it is old, thin. In a moment it will snap.
Okay. Easy,
In a
George.
moment it will hurtle down and crush the man, crush you. Us.
I don't hear you.
You must be ready to save us. You have the strength to save us. Put out your arms.
Okay, let it go, George.
We have the strength. We have the strength in our arms to stop it. Margot.
No, look out!
No, Margot, no.
Out of the way!
Lady, you'll be killed.
We are strong.
What on earth?
Now, release the crate. Gently let it roll to a stop.
I don't believe what I just saw.
Where did I get the strength to do?
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, well, you just put out your hands and stopped that box dead in its tracks. Over 800 pounds.
You are real. You do exist.
Yeah, how did you do it, lady?
I really did bring you back from space.
Yes, Margot.
An alien creature living inside of my body. What am I going to do?
Hey, how'd you do it, lady? I mean, you got iron arms or something?
I have to get out of here.
Hey, wait a second, lady. Wait now. Come back.
It's incredible, Margot.
Do you believe me now, Owen?
I don't know what to believe. Heartbeat, blood pressure up radically. Body temperature is abnormally low. Either there's something wrong with all my medical instruments or...
Is the idea of extraterrestrial life so hard to accept?
Well, I've been a physician for 30 years, and I've never seen anything like this before. Why, there are impurities in your blood I can't even define.
Well, doesn't that prove that...
All it proves is that your body is undergoing some massive changes.
Owen, my body is adjusting to an alien presence. A being that somehow, through a process I can't explain, found me. Attached itself to me out there in space.
You're not serious.
800 pounds of machinery, hurtling down a loading ramp. I should have been crushed to death. Instead, I caught it as if it were a runaway shopping cart, almost half a ton. There's not a bruise on my hands.
Well, the imagination is a strange thing. Sometimes we think we have...
Owen, at this point, it's not necessary if you believe me or not. Just help me. In 2 days, I have to undergo a follow-up physical at the base. I'll be going before General Tolliver at the project medical team.
Well, they'll find out just what
They won't, because you're going to help me.
I don't think you understand, Mom.
I'm sure there's something you can give me. I'm not asking you to treat the cause, just the symptoms.
There's nothing I can do.
Owen, there must be shots, pills.
Well, it'll take more than that to cover up what's wrong with you.
Who said cover up? I want you to get rid of it. You're a doctor.
Didn't you hear me? I said your entire physiology is altered. Your blood chemistry has changed.
So?
Anything I could give you, I can't predict how your body would react.
If I don't pass that physical, I'll be dropped from the Athena program.
Well, you'll have to tell them at the project. They have a right to know.
No, I can't.
Maybe they can find a way to deal with whatever it is.
No, you help me, Owen.
I'm not qualified to help you, Margot. But I have a friend.
A specialist?
You could say that. Let me give you his name. I want you to talk to him.
A psychiatrist?
Well, maybe he can help you understand. Reality is difficult to face sometimes. People aren't as strong as they think they are.
My mind is fine.
Margot, you need help. I feel responsible. And so
you'll tell them?
Well, I can't just stand by and let this happen to you.
I won't let you tell them. It'll ruin me. I won't let you tell them. I'll kill you first.
Margot.
My friend, my doctor, turning against me.
Margot.
You don't know how much strength I have. I can put these 2 hands around your neck and choke the life out of you.
Margot, you're choking me.
Explain why I am so strong. Explain why you can't push me away. You're bigger than me. Why are you so helpless?
Margot, I can't breathe.
How easily I could kill you.
Margot.
The power of life and death over you.
Breathe.
I could kill you. I could... Owen, I don't know what came over me.
How in the name of...
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I wouldn't hurt you for the world, and I almost...
What you just did...
I was angry. I didn't know my own strength.
Margot.
Oh, Owen, please help me.
I've got to think. I've got to think.
You really expect me to believe a story like that, Doctor?
Harry, do you think I'd come to you if I didn't have to?
Well, I know you don't like me. You can't accept the idea of Margot and me getting
We're not
married.
here to discuss my opinions. I asked to meet you here because Whatever else I think of you, you are a brilliant, innovative scientist.
Oh, boy. First, you feed me a wild story about creatures from outer space. Then you start praising me. Now, come on, Owen. What do you really want?
I only want to help Margot.
No, seriously. Tired of playing country doctor? Do you want me to get you back into the university?
Now, Harry, get this straight. I don't like you. I've never liked you. You may put on a nice enough front where it counts to someone like Margot, but inside you're out of touch with people. You're not really warm at all. But you're smart, and you've got the equipment, a lab. If anyone can help Margot, you can.
Help her?
If you really care about her the way you claim to.
I do care about her. I happen to love her. Now, we had an agreement. But she hasn't been the same.
I know, since you came back from the first Athena probe.
You noticed it, too.
Well, that's what I've been trying to say to you. It's not mental, Harry. It's physical.
You actually believe...
As a scientist, aren't you at least a little bit curious? You've written a dozen papers on the possibility of extraterrestrial life, and here's an opportunity presenting itself.
You say that there is actual physical evidence?
Put a blood sample from her on a slide.
Okay. Okay, I'll go along. But look, is she willing to see me?
She'll see you.
I don't know if I want to do this, Owen.
And that's why I'm coming along. Harry knows what he's doing. Now, just relax.
General Tolliver called me again today.
Oh?
They've narrowed the final crew selection down to half a dozen. My chances are even better now.
Well, I'm thinking, if this creature came from another world and was used to a colder environment...
Go on.
Well, it could explain the radical drop in your body temperature.
That's logical, but what are you getting at?
Well, I'm no scientist, but I have an idea.
Did you just hear something?
Nothing. You're jumpy. What I'm thinking...
No.
I have this strange feeling.
Something's wrong with the car. We're taking a turn too fast. Hang on.
Owen, step on the brake.
I can't. My foot, the gas pedal is stuck.
Do something.
I can't.
Look out. The tree.
The steering wheel won't turn.
Be silent and safe, the saying goes. Silence never betrays you. Apparently, the good doctor should have kept his eyes on the road and his thoughts to himself. There are strange powers at work here. Obviously, our alien is quite capable of looking out for itself and feels that there are some things that are better left unsaid. That is, until I return with Act 3. Down through the ages, there have been endless examples of people who believed their bodies to be possessed by evil spirits. Now, as the result of a contact in outer space, astronaut Margot Gordon finds her body possessed by an alien being. Though we have no way of determining whether this creature is evil, we do know that it can and will fight for its life. Playing unwilling host to an extraterrestrial life form is proving to be quite unpleasant, especially when the unwelcome guest has no intention of ever leaving.
Owen? Owen?
Margot.
Oh, Owen, thank heaven you're still alive.
Margot.
No, don't try to talk.
You all right?
I'm fine. Please, lie still.
I lost control of the wheel.
Hurry over here.
Margot, listen.
Please. Shh, don't talk.
You know, I have to tell you.
This is all my fault.
I can't remember.
None of this would have happened if I had kept you out of it.
I came as soon as I heard.
Oh, Harry.
How is he?
Intensive care. Critical. They won't know for hours.
But at least you're all right. I mean, sometimes these accidents look worse than they are.
This was no accident.
Well, not a scratch on you, but then... What did you say?
It wasn't an accident.
Oh, come on.
Something made Owen lose control of the car.
Honey, it's been a traumatic experience for you.
The alien, that's who did it.
The alien?
Owen was trying to tell me something.
You're serious, aren't you?
Harry, when I was in orbit, up there, I can't explain how, a living organism, an intelligence of some alien origin, merged with me. Don't stare at me like that. I'm not crazy. It invaded me, became a part of me. It lay dormant for a while, undetected. But now it's...
All right, Margot. Let's put it to the test right now.
Now?
The chemistry building is just across the campus. This can't be right.
Now, how many more tests are you going to run before you believe me?
Now, these readings are impossible. But your red blood cells. The structure is altered. And there are elements present in the plasma which fit no known category.
I told you.
Body fluids, blood pressure, heartbeat. It's as if your body was adapting somehow, but drastically.
The alien is adjusting to a totally different environment.
It's hard to believe.
It's an intelligent life form.
And it's living. Oh, what a breakthrough.
I've finally convinced you that it is a form of life.
This is important, Margot. Really important.
Who are you calling?
Well, we have to get Dr. Schiller over here.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
Then I've got to call the Heinrich Institute.
Oh, Harry, we can't let all these people know. I don't want a lot of publicity. I'm not a guinea pig. I'm an astronaut.
Yeah, is Dr. Schiller in? Ah, good. I'll call him back in 10 minutes. He's on his way home.
I want this kept quiet.
Well, you can't keep a thing like this quiet.
The alien has to be destroyed.
What?
Destroyed before it completely takes over my body. Before I go out of my mind.
You can't just destroy a thing like this with a snap of your fingers. I mean, it takes time.
I don't have time. The alien has powers.
Oh, sure.
It can do things. If you don't help me get rid of it, I'll just have to do it myself.
Margot.
You
Must not destroy.
You almost killed Owen.
He was a threat to survival.
Margot, who are you talking to?
You're evil.
No, not evil.
You tried to kill.
Did not understand kill. Did not know then about killing. Only could understand survival.
There's got to be a way to rid myself of you.
Must not destroy. I am all that remains. I am the last. I must survive.
When you've completely taken over my body, what then?
The last of my race. I must go on.
Margot, you're talking to thin air.
What happens when I have no control over this body? All this strength, all this power. Harry, do you know I could lift you with one hand?
You're talking irrationally.
Do I have to show you?
Wait, Margot, what? Hey, put me down.
Up to the ceiling.
Put me down.
I'll hold you there.
Put me down, Margot.
You asked for it.
Oh, Margot.
Now will you help me?
It's true. What you've been telling me...
I have some control still, but I don't know for how long. Harry, forget about the journals, the newspapers. Just help me.
But...
Don't you see how dangerous this is to me? If we don't stop it?
All right, I'll try to find a way. Just give me time to get some equipment together. I don't like the idea of putting you in a pressure chamber. It's dangerous.
Harry.
Ready?
Ready.
Switch on.
Nothing. Nothing happened. Move on to the x-rays.
We've ruled out pressure, radiation, electricity. We've even had you in the centrifuge.
Well, there must be something.
But, Margot, we might as well face reality. This condition of yours is going to be permanent.
There's got to be a way. I can't be someone else. An alien. I can't, Harry. The heat.
What is it?
We've tried a lot of things except heat.
Heat?
Yes, heat. Ever since the alien began to take over, I've developed an abnormal sensitivity to warm temperatures. The alien keeps repeating how hot it is. And, of course, I'm hot, too. This room, Harry, it's unbearable.
Well, it's only 60 degrees in here.
It's stifling.
But
I've found the weak spot. I'm going to venture a guess that the alien still hasn't adjusted to Earth's environment. It's not quite used to the warmth.
Well, you could be right, but I don't see how we're
That's the key. That's the key. That's the way to destroy it.
You intend to use some form of intense heat on your body to destroy the alien?
Right.
But, Margot, in destroying the alien, isn't there a probability that you also destroy yourself?
I know.
Well, I won't have anything to do with anything that might also kill you.
Is it better that I not take the risk? That I remain alive physically, but truly not myself any longer? My mind won't belong to me.
Anything is better than being dead.
Is it?
Well, what would you have me do?
Don't you have some kind of heating chamber in this building?
No, absolutely not. I won't allow...
You must.
Look, we've taken enough risks already. The time has come to accept the condition, Margot.
No.
We'd still have each other. We'd still be together.
It wouldn't be the same. Maybe we don't have to use really intense heat. We wouldn't have to destroy the alien. Just use enough heat to drive it away.
Where?
I don't know and I don't care. Any place, as long as it's away from me. Let's try something first.
What are you doing?
This is steam heat, Harry. I'm turning it up as high as it can go. I'll sit along the wall here by the radiator.
Margot, I don't think...
I don't care what you think. I'm going to force the creature out of my body. Drive it away from the heat.
Look, you can injure yourself this way, Margot.
Stay away, Harry. I mean it.
Margot.
Oh, the heat is terrible.
The heat, Margot. Move us away from the heat.
No, I'm not moving.
Hot. So hot.
I must get rid of you.
I mean no harm. Please.
No. You must leave my body.
Body will not adjust. Do not understand.
You cannot live in my body. You had no right to take over my body.
Needed a body. Meant no harm.
It's working. I can feel you getting weaker.
Cannot die. My duty to live on. Waiting to begin again. Find a new body. Begin again.
Weaker. Still weaker.
I chose the wrong body. Basic structure different, but still the same. Understand now why you fight me. You are the other. You are the other.
The other? What other?
Cannot stay in this body. You are the other. Must find new body. Right body.
What do you mean I'm the other?
Must survive the heat. Must find a body of the other.
This heat. I can't think straight. I'm growing weaker, too.
Understand now. Two of each kind. Two of each species. Margot, you are the other.
Yes. Yes, I understand now.
You are the other half. You are the female. They call the other female on this planet. Must find my other. Yeah, must survive. Must find a way to live on. He must hurry.
Wait. I understand.
Margot, are you all right?
It's gone, Harry. The alien is gone. I can feel it. My body. I don't feel hot anymore.
I'll run some tests to be sure. Blood pressure, heart rate, body temperature. All back to normal.
It's gone. Really gone.
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, somehow, your entire body chemistry is reverting back.
Gone. Where did it go?
When you show up at the base on Monday morning, You should be completely back to your old self.
It had to go somewhere, but where?
Margot?
What's wrong, Harry?
Did you just hear that?
Hear what?
That sound.
What sound?
Oh, for a minute, I thought I heard a sound. A voice.
What did you think it was?
Well, I don't know. Something. Well, it didn't make much sense. I have found the other. Something like that.
I have found the other? Oh.
Margot? What's with you?
Nothing.
Well, you look as if you've seen a ghost. Oh, come on, let's get out of this hot box and find ourselves two of the biggest ice cream sodas in the city.
Harry, it's not hot in here. What is it?
Margot?
What's wrong?
Nothing is wrong. Everything is as it should be.
It did find a new body.
I have found the new beginning.
You're Harry.
We are Harry. Everything is as it should be. The new beginning.
It seems that while things have cooled down for Margot, they're heating up for Harry, which is really only fair, especially to those of you who are fierce believers in poetic justice. Harry is serving science in a capacity he never dreamed possible, preserving an alien life form from eventual extinction. Yes, justice is our motto. I'll be back in a moment with a final verdict. The great philosopher Sir Francis Bacon said, "If a man be gracious and courteous to strangers, it shows he is a citizen of the world, and that his heart is no island cut off from other lands, but a continent that joins to them." Why not carry this a bit further? How will man react when he makes that first contact with a celestial neighbor? Will he welcome such a stranger and prove himself to be more than a citizen of the world, but a citizen of the universe? Our cast included Phyllis Newman, Marion Seldes, Lloyd Batista, and Hans Conried. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
What if someone should want an autopsy? What would I say? Jack or Fred or the other Magnum board member? Of course, Arthur would stop them. He signed the death certificate, his word. Besides, who could do that without my permission? Unless there was some suspicion of... It was narrowing down to Harriet and me. I had to act. Now, first thing, to discredit whatever she might say. I called Arthur's office and said I was too sick to keep my appointment at 4. I started eating nothing but toast, a few potatoes for dinner. I began to take a few grains of arsenic at a time. I had to make it believable. I had to make it believable she was the prisoner and I was the next intended victim.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The perfect crime has been the dream of the criminal long before Cain slew Abel. More often than not, however, the dream turns to nightmare. Fate steps in, spins the wheel or throws the dice, and the hunter becomes the hunted. Man, imperfect that he is, falls over his own feet, tripped up by some seemingly inconsequential detail, and the plot is uncovered. Such a tale of mystery we are about to unfold in Murder One.
I was thinking I'd like a raise, Mrs. Telford, something like $1,000 a month.
1,000? You're only getting 500 now. Isn't that a little steep?
Well, considering my duties here, cook, housekeeper, and actually knowing what I do about so many things, I'd say I'm really worth $2,000 a month.
Our mystery drama, Murder One, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Tammy Grimes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The wisest one once said, "For what shall it profit a man if he gain the whole world and suffer the loss of his soul? What indeed shall it profit such a wealthy man should he suffer the loss of his life?" Such a man was Walter Telford, oil baron, airplane builder, motion picture tycoon, art collector, yet a recluse. Only a handful of men surrounded him, kept the world away, and formed the nucleus of that giant multinational company, Magna. 3 men and 1 doctor, Telford's personal physician. Only 1 woman was ever close to him, his young wife, Madge. This is her story.
When I woke up this morning, for the first time in 12 years, I felt lighthearted. Free. Because I was free. Walter was no more. The years of having to put up with this strange, unloving man were over. He had attracted me at first, but it soon wore off. His position, his power, his money. Now he is gone. His ashes lie at the crematorium. Soon I would have to pick them up and have them placed in his private jet, the Murder One, flown over his oil fields and scattered, just as Walter had instructed. Come in. What is it, Harriet?
This big photograph of Mr. Telford flying his first airplane. I wondered if you'd like it in here.
Oh, that terrible picture. It looks like a giraffe. I suppose so.
I thought you'd like to be reminded of the good old days.
Harriet, there were never any good old days. They may have been old, but they weren't that good.
Not until Mr. Telford came round to the stage door entrance.
No, I enjoyed my acting career, I suppose. But I don't have to tell you, Harriet. You were my dresser and maid for how long was it? 5 years?
7. Until you married him.
Yes, I gave up a lot. But you took to life among the wealthy like a duck to water. You just went right along from dresser to household cook.
You didn't give up a thing, dear, and you know it. You weren't such a hot actress. The best part you ever played was wife to Walter Telford. In fact, as an actress, you were terrible, and the critics said so.
How dare you speak to me like that? I've a good mind to fire you.
I don't think you will, dear. I know too much.
Like what?
Oh, perhaps that long trip to Africa wasn't good for Mr. Telford.
He enjoyed every minute. His last happiness on earth, as it turned out. But then he took sick, and we had a terrible time getting out. Try asking a Stone Age bushman which way is the nearest airport.
So you nursed him all by yourself.
I did what I could. We had some drugs along, just painkillers. But that jungle fever got to him, and he didn't have the resistance.
Well, there aren't many young wives married to old fellows who would have done as well by him as you.
Harriet!
Well, he was old. Can't deny that.
I think you'd better get back to the kitchen. You forget yourself.
Do I? There are an awful lot of things I just can't seem to forget.
The days passed. Walter's business associates were most kind. Jack called several times assuring me they wanted me on the board of directors of Magna. Not just because I was Walter's wife, a widow, but because they felt a younger voice in the corporation was needed. Not that I was looking forward to becoming a businesswoman, for aside from being a wife, all I knew was the theater. But I felt in Walter's memory I should. I wondered if I ought to give up this big house in Beverly Hills, the 2 maids, the gardener and chauffeur, and the Harriet. But it would be hard for me to leave.
Do you have a minute, Madge?
Madge? Since when are you being so familiar? And I notice you don't knock anymore, just barge in.
I thought we were back to the old days, just the 2 of us. After all, dear, we've been through an awful lot together.
All right, if it pleases you. But not in front of the others. What do you want?
I was thinking I'd like a raise, seeing as how you'll be needing me more and more.
What do you mean?
Well, there may be special errands you'd like me to do, confidentially.
Like what?
Getting prescriptions filled at the drugstore. Getting stuff to get rid of the rats. You know.
Well, how much do you get now?
$500 a month.
I see. How about $650?
I was thinking something like $1,000.
$1,000 a month?
Well, considering I'm really the housekeeper now, I'll go on cooking, of course.
Isn't that a little steep, Harriet?
Actually, knowing what I do about so many things around here, there'd be some people who'd say I was really worth $2,000.
Well, I'll have to think it over. It seems like a great deal of money to me.
You'll be inheriting a great deal, and you'd like to keep it. Think that over, too.
I don't like your insinuations. I don't like your threats, and you'd better watch out, Harriet. Don't drive me too far.
As I said before, you're a very unconvincing actress.
I was boiling mad. As she suspected something was strange about Walter's death, the doctors didn't. Dear Arthur Carter, who's crazy about me, and his 4 old colleagues, they'd agreed Walter had picked up something in Africa which caused it. So I was a lousy actress, was I? Well, we would see. Yes, Miss Harriet, I'll make you eat your words.
Yes?
Is this the Telford residence?
Yes, it is. What can I do for you?
I'm Sister Teresa of the African Hospital. May I come in?
Of course. Certainly, sister.
You must be Harriet. They've told me so much of you.
Yes, I am.
What a beautiful room. Fantastique. Is that Mrs. Telford, that portrait over the fireplace?
Yes, it is.
I thought I recognized her. May I sit down?
Would you like me to call her and announce you?
In a moment. Let me catch my breathing first. It is good luck that I'm here. When I saw Mr. and Mrs. Telford last, I had no idea it should be so soon. It is, in fact, extraordinary I should come at all.
You come
from Africa. Mr. Telford, when he was taken ill, he was brought to our little hospital in Ganama. Poor man, he was very sick. But his good wife, she got an airplane and took him to America. I hope he had recovered from his malady.
Sister Therese, what made you come here?
I'll show you. A letter he wrote. He left with the sisters in our little hospital. I read it to you. Dear Sister Therese, I can never repay you and all the sisters at the hospital for your goodness and kindness. As I told you, whenever you need something to make a hospital bigger and better, with more equipment, please let me know, and I shall be very happy to take care of your needs. Very sincerely, Walter Telford. Please, look. A beautiful letter.
Oh, yes. I recognize the handwriting.
Of course. So, how did I get here? There was a world meeting of our order in Vancouver, and I went, and from Vancouver to California is not so far. So, please, I would like to see him now, Mr. Telford. Please tell him Sister Teresa from Ganama is here.
I wish I could do that, sister, but I'm afraid Mr. Telford passed away a week ago.
Oh, mon Dieu. I'm too late.
I'm afraid so. All this distance for nothing.
If you could have seen what a brave fight he put up against the fever. So many of the native Africans catch it every year. It's terrible. But it is not always fatal.
Not always?
90%, yes, it is fatal. But the younger 10%, they have a chance to come out of it and live. Mr. Telford was not exactly a young man.
What is this disease, fever?
A parasite. In Africa, these parasites kill people every day. Well, perhaps before I go, I should see Mrs. Telford. I liked her very much. She was devoted to Mr. Telford. Devoted.
By all means, sister. I'm sure Mrs. Telford would be happy to see you.
Although, on second thought, perhaps not. This must be sad days for her. And for me to come at this time and ask for money, not the right time. No.
Just as you wish. But I shall certainly tell her you were here.
Thank you very much. I shall write to her.
Did you come by car, sister, or should I call you a taxi?
Oh, no. I walk from the railroad. That one gets used to very soon in Africa, walking. It is 4 kilometers from the train station at Ganama to our hospital. Au revoir, Miss Harriet.
Goodbye.
I shall remember you in my prayers. Merci. Harriet! Oh, you startled me. What are you doing this early in the morning in Mr. Telford's trophy room?
Just came to tidy up.
We have a maid for that. 2, in fact.
Oh, I meant to tell you about that. I thought their work was getting very sloppy, so I've let them go.
Without asking me?
Well, since I am the housekeeper now, it's my responsibility. I thought you'd be leaving those decisions to me. Now, I have 2 young nieces who are very hard workers. I thought I might ask them.
Harriet, I don't like that. Not being consulted. And I'll tell you what else I don't like. There are too many spices in the food. I don't like it that way, and I never have, and you know it.
Mr. Telford always did.
Well, I'm not. When are you getting these girls?
Whenever I can. I have to write to them. They live in Cleveland.
I hope you realize this is a large house to run with only a housekeeper, a chauffeur, and a gardener.
Matter of fact, dear, they quit. The gardener and the chauffeur.
What? Just like that?
Just like that. We had a little talk yesterday. I told them what would be expected now that I'm in charge, and this morning they just up and left.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
Yes, it is strange, isn't it? So, for a little while, it'll be just you and me, dear. The 2 of us. In this house. Together. Alone.
To look at the large house in Tudor style set back amid the landscaping and palm trees on Beverly Drive, one would never dream that within those fancy brick walls lived a young widow and her housekeeper. Also, that fear lived at that address. The only terror Madge had known up to now was stage fright. But this was not theater or make-believe. This was real. How real, we shall find out when I return with Act 2. Suspicion is no friend to virtue. Suspicion is an enemy to happiness. So goes the old saying. And so it was in the Telford mansion between the 2 women living there. Had billionaire Walter Telford died fairly, foully, of known or unknown causes? Of those who survived him, which was the cat? Which was the mouse?
I would lie in bed night after night, hoping sleep would come, but it didn't. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, in a dreaded pattern. I'd get up, wander about the house at night, and end up in Walter's study, straightening the books, the model aeroplanes or the real ones he'd built, the model oil derricks, miniature sets of the movies he'd made, symbols of all his enterprises. This night, I was particularly keyed up. I had to talk to someone. Arthur was the only one I could think of.
Dr. Cotter here.
Arthur?
Yeah, you, Madge?
Yes.
Do you you know what time it is?
I couldn't help it. Something's going on here.
Well, what is it?
It's Harriet.
Huh?
She's at me in this most peculiar fashion. It's hard to explain. As though I personally had a hand in Walter's death.
I see. But what does she say?
Well, for one thing, she wants more money. Much more.
So don't give it to her. There are other cooks, you know.
It's not that simple. What can I do? Arthur, you're the only man I can turn to.
Yes, well, leave it to me, Madge.
You mean...
I said leave it to me. Now hang up and come to see me tomorrow at 4 in the office. Hello, John. Last night I had a call from Mrs. Telford. It seems their cook, Harriet, has been making demands implying she knows something, and I just wanted to be sure where the boys stood. There was absolutely nothing strange about how Walter died, a clear, definable case. She is imagining that her cook is an enemy. Absolutely not. So far as there being any possibility of foul play, forget it. Walter Telford died of natural diseased causes. I'll stake my reputation on it.
Good morning, dear. Been for a walk?
In the garden, Harriet.
What would you like for dinner tonight? I'd planned to have a nice casserole, the one with lentils and beef, Mr. Telford's favorite.
I'm not very hungry today. I think I'll take the car and go for a drive. I need some fresh air. Besides, I have an appointment in town.
Well, now, that's a good idea. Work up an appetite. Oh, a message came for you while you were in the garden. Would you please call the Heavenly Rest Crematorium? This is the number they gave me.
Thank you, Harriet.
Are you all right? You seem a little down.
I'm fine.
Well, I have lots to do. Don't forget to call. Have a nice drive.
Heavenly Rest Crematorium.
This is Mrs. Telford. Somebody called me earlier.
Oh, yes, it was I, Mr. Fisher.
Yes?
About your husband, Mrs. Telford.
Oh, yes. I was planning to pick up the ashes just as soon as I got around to it. It's, well, you know. I have a funny feeling about it, and...
I'm afraid that's the difficulty, Mrs. Telford. But it's no problem if you aren't in any hurry.
What do you mean?
I regret to say there's been a strike, and so we haven't been able to, process Mr. Telford yet. But everything will be in order in a few days. However, I thought I should let you know.
Yes. Yes, I understand.
A few days, a week at the most, and everything will be in order, I can assure you.
A few days? A week at the most? Walter was still not... What if someone should want an autopsy? What would I say? Jack or Fred or the other Magnum board member? Of course, Arthur would stop them. He signed the death certificate, his word. Besides, who could do that without my permission? Unless there was some suspicion of... It was narrowing down to Harriet and me. I had to act. Now, first thing, to discredit whatever she might say. I called Arthur's office and said I was too sick to keep my appointment at 4. I started eating nothing but toast. A few potatoes for dinner. I began to take a few grains of arsenic at a time. I had to make it believable she was the prisoner, and I was the next intended victim.
Well, what is it, dear? 3 days now, and you've hardly touched your food. And what are you doing still in bed?
I really feel terrible.
What's gotten into you?
I don't know. I could be, who knows? Emotional shock of suddenly losing my husband.
Oh, you expect me to believe that?
I don't care what you believe. You've been taking a great many liberties lately, Harriet, and it aggravates me.
Oh, I have I?
It's perfectly true that at one time we were close. And if it hadn't been for my regard for you, I wouldn't be paying you the exorbitant wages you're getting.
I've decided I want more.
Don't interrupt me. When I married Walter, you were so grateful to get out of the theatrical rat race, you fell all over yourself. You were so happy I arranged for you to take over our kitchen. And you did fine. I'm not saying you didn't. But since we came back from Africa, since the tragedy, I don't understand your behavior at all. And what I'm saying, Harriet, is cut it out. I don't like it. I'm not going to stand for any attempted blackmail.
Should I applaud now? Not a very good scene, dear. You didn't play it very convincingly. You're bluffing, and old Harriet isn't being taken in one bit.
Oh! Get me the Dr. Carter for me. Oh! Give me. Hand it to me.
Hello?
This is...
Hello? Hello?
Harriet, tell him I'm in great pain.
Hello?
Have him come over here.
Hello?
Hello, Doctor.
Yes?
It's Mrs. Telford. She says she's not feeling well.
I'm in terrible pain.
She says she's in bad pain.
Well, where is she in pain, Harriet?
He wants to know where.
Where? Do I have to talk to him myself?
Tell her I'm on my way to the hospital, and take it easy. I'll stop by.
All right, Doctor. I'll tell her. Thank you. He says he'll stop by on his way to the hospital and to take it easy. Of course, if I were the doctor, that is not what I would say.
Oh, no? What would that be?
I'd say, Madge, dear, what an act.
Yeah, but what is it, Arthur? I can't begin to describe it. I felt like death.
There's nothing wrong with you, Madge. Nothing at all. Probably picked up some intestinal bug. Oh, by the way, I am sorry I was so short with you when you called the other night. It's just that Cecile has always been jealous of you.
I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. I was frightened. Why do I have this awful wrenching inside me now? I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. But Cecile has made me promise to shut off the telephone after midnight, so the service will pick up, and that's that.
Hmm? Is that you outside the door, Harriet? She's spying on me every minute. Harriet, will you please come in?
You called?
If you are listening outside the door, don't. But in case you happen to miss what Dr. Carter was saying, it was that he cannot be reached anymore on the telephone at night.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about, Mrs. Telford.
Do you see, Arthur? That's what I have to put up with. She's always there when I least expect her. I feel her waiting, watching, everywhere.
It's nerves, Madge. And you're entitled to them. After what you've been through. Now, look, you stay quiet and remain in bed for a few days and eat lightly.
Arthur, I can't keep anything down.
Crackers and tea, then. Or beef consomme. I did talk to Harriet a few days ago, as I said I would. I asked her what she was doing. She said she hasn't behaved any differently toward you from way back when she took care of you backstage.
I don't want to talk about her. Arthur, do you know how sweet you were? Did I ever tell you? You were so wonderful to me in those last hours.
Well, it isn't easy for a wife to watch her husband slipping away.
You made it bearable, Arthur. Taking care of all those ghastly details so efficiently.
Oh, it wasn't much. A certificate to sign and then have, well, the body removed.
I shall never forget, ever, how you helped. Isn't it strange, when you think about it, that Walter and I should have the same pain? Right across here.
You have an enormous imagination, my dear.
I don't think so. Come here. Come closer. You see that bouillon in that cup?
Yeah.
I had a little. About half of it. Arthur, it tastes funny.
Funny?
Take it with you, will you? Would you have it analyzed?
Whatever for?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were still here, Doctor. Here, Mrs. Telford, let me plump up that pillow. Oh, my goodness. How nice bouillon. How careless of me. Well, I'll get a dustpan and clear up that mess right away, and then go make you some more. And how is our patient today?
Oh, good morning, Harriet.
It's after 12. You slept very well, didn't you?
After 12? I can't believe it.
A call came for you while you were asleep. I didn't want to disturb you, so they left a message.
Who was that?
Mr. Fisher from the crematorium. It seems they're still on strike, and he wondered if you wished to make any other disposition of Mr. Telford.
Oh, I don't know.
I always wondered why you wanted him cremated so quickly.
It was his wish.
Pity. Doesn't look as though he's going to get his wish. Did I ever tell you I had a very interesting visit last week from a Sister Therese of the African Hospital, I think she said.
Sister Teresa here? In Beverly Hills?
She was very concerned about Mr. Telford.
She took care of him out there.
They said he'd contracted a kind of jungle disease.
We know that, Harriet.
It occurred to me now that Mr. Telford's body is still, how should I say, intact. Perhaps you'd be doing science a great favor to let it be examined. Think how much they could learn from what he had.
Since when are you so interested in medical science?
Well, I have a brother in San Francisco who's a medical research doctor. He'd be fascinated to find out something about jungle diseases. I was thinking I might drive up and bring him down.
I absolutely forbid it.
Well, now, aren't you being selfish? Just supposing if Mr. Telford were examined, not by Dr. Cotter and the old fogies he brought in, the cause of his death turned out to be something different. Maybe not a jungle disease. Now do you see why I'm worth even more than I'm getting now? I've got all these good ideas.
Harriet, will you please leave the room? I'm in no state to argue with you. My hands are perspiring. My feet are icy. I just want to be let alone.
I'm only saying if.
If ifs and ands were pots and pans, there'd be no need of tinkers.
Oh, that's from St. Joan, isn't it? I remember you saying those lines when you played the part. You weren't at all bad. Didn't you do it with a French accent? I did mention to you, didn't I, a Sister Therese with a French accent came by and tried to tell me Mr. Telford died of this African disease? Something very familiar about her.
In police language, murder one is the intent to cause the death of another person. Murder one is also the result of the intent to cause suicide by force, duress, or deception. Surely we have some of those ingredients here. Are there more? It did not surprise me in the least. So let us find out when I return with Act 3. Once upon a time, there was a billionaire whose empire ranged from oil fields to art museums. He was Walter Telford. He was a difficult man to work for, demanding complete loyalty. His sense of humor was grisly, to say the least, like calling his private plane the Murder One. Unfortunately, fate sometimes plays its own little jokes, and Murder One is one of them.
It is surprising how much arsenic the human body can tolerate. Not that I feel tip-top, but I have been gradually taking more and more, so that when I get Arthur to examine me, and he will discover it. And how can Arthur help but conclude that someone is trying to poison me? Who else could it be but Harriet? That is the game of suspicion and death. And tonight I play my final hand. Help! Help! Help me! Where is she? Why doesn't she come? Harriet! Please! Help!
What is it? What is the matter? Is it after midnight?
I'm dying. Get Dr. Carter, get him.
Oh, all right, I'll call him. Where is the telephone?
There's no use. You heard him yourself. He shuts the phone off at night. Go to his house. Harriet, you know where he lives. Take your car and go right away.
Now, in this weather?
Harriet, if I die, you won't get anything. Not one penny. It all goes to the Magna Corporation, all of it. Understand?
I don't know what you're talking about. All right, I'll go. I only hope you're as sick as you make out.
You better hope I'm not. Why do I keep forgetting things? Something seems to be holding me back. It's such an effort to move, to remember. Where is the arsenic? Here, under my pillow. How stupid of me. Wait. Shh. Has she left the house yet? Down the hall. Why do I feel so giddy? Maybe I've been dosing myself for too much. Seems to me I used much less before, but I had to have enough in my stomach so that... Oh, good. She's left the door open. No, that's not where to hide it. In the bureau. I can't see. Why don't the lights work? The switch, where is it? Here. Hide it under the clothes, way in the back. Can't get it shut. That's all right. Now, get back to bed. Oh, I really don't feel well at all. So dizzy. Then when Arthur comes, I'll tell him I suspect I'm being poisoned. Like Walter. He'll figure it out. He always does as I say, old Arthur. The way he just up and signed the death certificate just on my say-so. What is it? Oh, I must have been asleep. What time is it? Bedside clock. 2 o'clock. Where is she? Harriet! She's not here. How could it take 2 hours? Arthur would have come back with her right away. Maybe she was in an accident. That could be an accident. Oh, I feel so woozy. The phone, where is it? I can hardly see. Yes. Hello.
Mrs. Telford?
This is Mrs. Telford. Yes.
Mrs. Telford, this is Mr. Fisher?
Yes, what?
Well, I'm sorry to call you so late, but I just got back from San Francisco at a medical research meeting. And I went round locking up, and I couldn't find Mr. Telford's body. You didn't have it removed by any chance, did you? It's nowhere on the premises. Mr. Telford's body has disappeared.
No. Something is closing on me. Get a hold of myself. Think clearly. Harriet is not here. Therefore, Harriet is in an accident. What do I have to do now? What do I have to do? Yes. Take my car and drive to Arthur's. Get dressed. It's raining so bad. No. That would be wrong. Put my robe on. Over my pajamas. No slippers. Bare feet. I can hardly see the road. So cold in car. What's wrong with the heater? Got to get to Arthur's. Turn here. It's cold. There's someone out there. Someone in the road. Waving. Get out of the way, you idiot! I'm alive. It hurts. Everywhere. What's that over there? Something moving. Help me. Help me, please. Over here. Help me. Harriet. Is that you? Who are you? I can't see. Someone bending over me. Ah! Oh! Oh, Walter! Walter! Is it you? Walter!
What's the matter with you, Arthur?
It was a rotten idea. I think we've gone too far. Oh, it's locked. Do you have a front door key, Harriet?
Of course I have.
Madge, it's me, Arthur. I'll go upstairs. You check all the rooms down here. We've got to find her. She's not in her bedroom.
Not downstairs either.
Did you look in your room?
My room? Why would she be in there?
Will you do as I say? Go look.
All right.
Stupid. Oh, because I thought Madge had made a fool of me, getting me to sign that death certificate without a... I had a feeling something was wrong with my diagnosis of Walter's death. But I never thought it could be poison.
Well, she's not there. But my room is a shambles. Clothes all over the place, drawers pulled out like a cyclone hit it. And look, I want you to see what I found.
Right.
This powder. It's not mine. I swear it.
Good Lord. What'll we do? Where is she? I'm responsible. I am responsible. Check the garage, will you, Harriet? See if her car is there.
It isn't. I remember now seeing the garage was empty as we drove up. What are you doing?
Calling the cops. Hello, police. This is Dr. Cotter. One of my patients may be driving around the Hollywood Hills. Yes, she's in no condition to drive. I want you to search Beverly Glen, Coldwater, that whole area. It's Mrs. Walter Telford. Yes, that Mrs. Walter Telford. I'd say she left here about an hour ago, and I'm afraid she isn't competent to drive. No, I don't know. Wait a minute, hold on. Why would she have gone out tonight? Oh, of course. She was going to my place. She was here waiting, and I called her pretending to be Fisher. I didn't show up here. Sergeant, send your men first along Mulholland Drive. Yep. Call me. I'll wait here. The number's 555-8601. As soon as you find out anything. Thank you. It's gone too far, Harriet. Too far. Now, this is Sector 6, Edward to Central. We picked up female on Mulholland and Beverly Glen, unconscious. Thrown from car, which appears wrecked.
What is it? Where am I? Where are you taking me, Walter?
Ma'am, you just sit back there easy and wrap that blanket around your arm.
There's blood on me. You on, Walter?
No, ma'am, I'm Patrolman Burns. You keep quiet now, and we'll have you in the hospital in no time.
My name is Madge Telford.
Is that Mrs. Walter Telford?
Miss Walter Telford.
6 Edward to Central. Female has regained consciousness and identifies herself as Mrs. Walter Telford.
Arsenic. She was poisoning me like she did Walter. In his food. Spicy food. What time is it?
A little after 7, Mrs. Telford.
7?
Yeah.
In the morning?
Yes, ma'am, in the morning.
I've been out there all night.
How is she?
Not responding.
I had no idea all this. Can she get better?
Too soon to say.
Can't make out where I am. Right in front of me. White sheets. Funny high bed. With white bar. People standing over me. I'm so cold. Chains. Heavy, heavy chains across my chest. Sleeping now. So tired. Go to sleep now.
I don't know if she can pull out of this. She's lost a great deal of blood.
But you know what she did. She killed...
I'm still a doctor. A lifetime of money as a member of Magna doesn't... It can't stop my being a doctor.
She brought it all on herself.
I was out of my head to have listened to you. I only wanted to frighten her because she'd made such a fool of me.
You were more convincing as Mr. Fisher than she was as Sister What's-Her-Name. I can tell you that.
That's funny. There's Harriet. She won't have anything now. And there's Arthur. He won't either. They'll find out. I can see them performing the autopsy. Finding all that arsenic in me. No one will believe I could have done it to myself. Do you mean to tell me, Dr. Cotter, you didn't know arsenic poisoning?
Murder one, that's the charge. All I'm sorry about is I won't be around to have the last.
We have seen how fear follows crime and is its punishment. We have seen the hand of fate upset the plans of man and deal out its own brand of justice. What happened to Madge Telford? What happened to Dr. Arthur Cotter? Harriet? We'll find out in a very few minutes. After having been admitted to the hospital, Madge Telford died, like her husband, from a combination of death-dealing blows, from arsenic poisoning to a crushed body, even a destroyed mind. Harriet was absolved of complicity, but her dreams of untold wealth came to nothing. Arthur Cotter has been suspended from the roster of doctors, expelled from Magna, and today awaits indictment. Perhaps it is true. Society prepares the crime. The criminal commits it. Our cast included Tammy Grimes, Terry Keane, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I thought teaching jobs was scarce.
Now, Martha Barley, who was Dean of Women when anyway, now she's president of the university, and
So, you've had this all planned.
Planned?
You are going to support me.
You supported me all the time we've been married.
Oh, good Lord, it's worse than I thought. You're in on it, too.
In on what?
The plot. Don't ask me what plot.
I will.
The plot to take over.
Oh, Tommy, you are not well.
First, strip them of their jobs. Second, rob them of their manhood.
I'm going to call a doctor.
A woman doctor, no doubt.
Tom, you've always liked Ursula Cardell.
And third, destroy their sanity. Oh, no, Helen, it won't work. Because I'm going to fight back. We're all going to fight back.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There's nothing so ridiculous or far-fetched that it hasn't already been said at some time in some place by some philosopher, and been considered and debated and in many cases enshrined as immortal profundity. Which proves what? That there is a thin line between wisdom and folly. But that's something you always knew, right?
What's the matter, Tom?
I just found out about the war.
The war? What war?
Now, you know what war, Helen.
All right, Tom. There's a war.
A war to the death. You understand?
Oh, sure, I understand.
And you're in it, too.
Well, if you're in it, I want to be in it.
But the trouble is, we're on opposite sides.
Our mystery drama, Little Lucy's Lethal Libation was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. If a man can write a better book, preach a better sermon, or make a better mousetrap than his neighbor, though he live in the wood, the world will make a beaten path to his door. Unfortunately, Mr. Emerson's fine philosophic sentiment isn't exactly true. The world won't beat a path to his door unless somebody says to the world, "Hey, world, stop, look, listen. Here's the better book, the better sermon, the better mousetrap." We find ourselves in a hospital for the criminally insane.
Mr. Raglan, are you ready?
Ready for what?
Ready to attempt the beginnings of therapy.
Why?
So that you may be restored to society.
There's nothing wrong with me.
Mr. Raglan, I can do nothing
Dr.
unless...
Pascal, there's nothing you can do in any event.
And why do you say that?
Because you're a woman.
I'm a doctor of medicine.
Now, why can't I have a man doctor?
Because none is available at this time.
And why is that?
I don't know. You would have to ask the managing director.
The managing director is Dr. Ruth Harmon?
Yes.
Isn't that strange? She happens to be a woman?
She was appointed by the governor.
Governor Geraldine Mary McHugh.
Yes.
And you still say I'm crazy, huh?
I never said you were crazy.
Yes, I understand. You only said I'm disturbed, right? That's a euphemism, Doctor. Euphemisms. That's the opiate of America. Kids aren't stupid. They're underachievers. We no longer have criminals. We have people with social problems. People don't die. They go to their reward.
Mr. Raglan, is it necessary to raise your voice?
You mean shout? Sure. I know all about euphemisms, Doctor. That's how I make my living. Correction. Made my living. Before they got me.
They?
Oh, come on. Get off it. You know who they are. You're one of them.
Mr. Raglan, I wish you'd let me help you.
Help me do what? What are your plans for us?
Plans?
Now, why do I ask? I know. You won't kill us off. You need us just as we needed you, for pleasure, for work. But you'll reverse the roles.
Which role?
We shall tend the home and raise the children.
Mr. Raglan, what is troubling you?
Oh, my. Now, you haven't listened to a word I said.
Could you make sense of what you've been saying? Now, why don't we try a calm, ordered, rational approach?
You intend to play the game. Everything neat, precise, orderly.
All right. I won't fight you. You insist there's some kind of plot. Tell me about it.
Doctor, why are we wasting time?
What else is there to do? If you won't talk to me, you go back to your cell. I mean, room, and play solitaire. So, tell me about it.
Why? You're not going to help me.
Okay. Then do it for yourself. What have you got to lose? Now tell me. When did it happen? How did it happen? Where did it happen?
Where? When? That's easy. How? Well, how do these things happen, Doctor? How do you... Why do you get that sudden flash of insight that changes the appearance of the entire world? I remember I came home that night.
Did anything happen today, Tom?
What could happen?
I don't know.
What did you do? Anything unusual?
No. Well, yes, I did an unusual thing, I suppose.
Yeah?
I went to the store and bought a case of... guess what?
Now, just tell me, huh?
Guess.
A case of Chateau Lafite Rothschild.
Guess again.
Look, tell me or don't tell me.
I bought a whole case of Little Lucy's Lively Libation.
Oh, that insipid slop? Whatever made you do that?
Because it has just become your account.
Oh, yes, so it has.
And for the sake of form, we should have it in the house. That's how I found out. Now, shouldn't we be out celebrating?
Celebrating what?
You were just promoted.
Was I?
Well, weren't you?
Well, let's assume I was a colonel in the Russian army.
Oh, please,
And
Tom.
I was stationed in Moscow, where all the action is. The bright lights, the theaters, and so forth.
Like, how many did you have before you came
And the
home?
top brass called me in and said, Tom, we have decided to make you a general and send you to a brand new post way, way out in Siberia. Well?
Well, what?
Would that be a promotion, really?
Tom, what has this happened?
Helen, I have just been sent to Siberia.
What are you saying? Oh, look, I'm going inside to watch TV. If I have to tolerate incomprehensible nonsense, at least it won't be from my husband.
You know, all along, I thought that I was on my way up.
Well, aren't you?
Oh, no. Everybody kept saying, Tom Raglan, he's the guy to watch in this agency.
Well, aren't you?
The Yum Yummy account, Barco the Mutt. He was all mine, wasn't he?
Yes, dear.
The most fantastically creative gimmick in the entire history of dog food promotion.
Absolutely.
Well, I doubled their volume.
Of course you did, dear.
Will you quit patronizing me? I quadrupled the agency billings. And is this my reward, Little Lucy's lively libation?
Little Lucy is a major American corporation.
Do you know the kind of advertising they do? Ever hear any, read any, see any?
Well,
The answer is no. Do you know why? They don't do any.
Oh, I'm sure they must do some advertising.
Yeah, to the Little Lucy Company, advertising is the label on the bottle and the sign on the truck, period.
Then why do they need an agency?
Because they want professionals who make sure the printing is always legible and sharp. Ensure that the colors are always bright and true. Is that advertising?
Obviously, they want you to upgrade the account.
Yeah, sure. That's exactly what she said, the old girl herself. Big Mama, the boss lady, called me in and told me, Tommy, darling, right now, Little Lucy's lively libation is a moribund account. But we know that you will make it rise like a phoenix from the dead.
Oh, there, you see?
I'll tell you what I see. She wanted to put me in a spot where I have to fail.
What?
Now, you heard me.
But why?
Because she's out to get me.
Why?
Because I'm a man.
Tom, what are you saying?
What was I saying? What had I said, Doctor? Certainly the words have come out before I was even aware of them. It was the first time I had ever entertained any such idea. Do you understand, Dr. Pascal?
Yes, I understand.
And suddenly, I accepted that fact as truth.
Truth? Suddenly? That you were being destroyed because you were a man?
Oh, yes, absolutely. The entire conspiracy revealed itself right then and there.
And what did your wife say?
She said,
That's ridiculous.
Ms. Christabel Valentine, our big boss lady, is giving the knife to every male member of the agency. One by one, the men have been made to walk the plank.
No, that can't be. That can't be true.
Hear how she said that? First, you were going to deny it. It shows where your true sympathies are.
Tommy.
I am being sent out on a suicide mission, and I'm not supposed to come back. Sell more advertising to Little Lucy. Why, you might just as well try to sell freezers to Eskimos.
Tommy, you know what you should do? Chuck it. The whole thing.
You mean quit before I'm fired?
Oh, you used to write plays, novels, poetry.
Yeah, sure. I never sold a single one.
But at least you were doing something creative.
And just what do you think I'm doing now?
The Barco the Mutt commercial is creative? Huh. My name is Barco the Mutt, and I love Yum Yummy and nothing else but...
Well, it scans, doesn't it?
Oh, it'll never get you buried in Westminster Abbey.
It's where I live while I'm alive that worries me.
I can't believe this is you talking, Tom. Why, you would read Shakespeare and Milton and Emily Dickinson. Tom, quit. Call boss lady Big Mama and quit. Now.
Oh, sure. How will we pay the rent?
Oh, I can get a job teaching.
Oh, you can. I thought teaching jobs were scarce.
Now, Martha Barley, who was dean of women when I... Well, anyway, now she's president of the university, and
So, you've had this all planned.
Planned?
You are going to support me.
You supported me all the time we've been married.
Oh, good Lord, it's worse than I thought. You're in on it, too.
In on what?
The plot. Don't ask me what plot.
I will.
The plot to take over.
Oh, Tommy, you are not well.
First, strip them of their jobs. Second, rob them of their manhood.
I'm going to call a doctor.
A woman doctor, no doubt.
Tom, you've always liked Ursula Cardell.
And third, destroy their sanity. No, Helen, it won't work. Because I'm going to fight back. We're all going to fight back.
I don't know. You get to hear a great many extravagant things during these programs, but really, are they any more outrageous than what happens almost every day in real life? Obviously, Tom has detected a plot on the part of women to take over the world. Would you be willing to bet your life he's wrong? Or right? Well, it won't cost anything to wait just a few minutes to find out. Slowly, silently, even secretly, the pressures build. And we are unaware of the gathering forces. The eruption of a volcano can create a week of horror. A revolution can impose a year of terror. But these are only the finales, the explosive climaxes to quiet and hidden dramas that were centuries, even millennia, in the making. Just remember, there's always something brewing somewhere.
Mr. Raglan, what did your wife say when you told her you were going to fight back?
She flounced out of the room, Dr. Pascal. You know how women flounce.
And?
And I think I suddenly felt like a fool.
Why?
Well, it occurred to me that while the boss lady at the shop doesn't like men, the women she hired were a lot better than the men they replaced.
Well, that was certainly a rational analysis.
And Helen had always been after me to realize my creative potential. She wanted me to quit.
Why didn't you? Obviously, you despise that job.
Quit to do what, Doctor? My name is Barco. Barco the Mutt is just about as creative as I can get. And so I said, Tom, stop feeling sorry for yourself. Stop looking for plots. And the next morning, there was a note on my desk. Boss lady, Big Mama herself, wanted to see me.
Mr. Raglan, I understand you're not happy.
Well, why am I off yummy?
You're too good for yummy.
Well, look how I made it sound.
That was yesterday. Today, I need more billings from little Lucy.
Well, that account's been lying dead here for years. Why now, all of a sudden?
I asked Joe Dunning why he couldn't move little Lucy in all this time, and he couldn't give me a satisfactory answer.
And that's why he was fired?
Well, now you have got the job.
And if I can't push little Lucy?
It's a hard life we lead here on Madison Avenue.
Yes, and who've you got lined up to take my place?
Well, I expect you to succeed.
Who's waiting in the wings? What's her name?
Her name?
Now, boss lady, you don't hire guys. You only fire them.
You've got a date today with little Lucy.
Little Lucy?
Yes, Tom. There is a real-life little Lucy. She mixes up each batch of little Lucy's lively libation with her own little hands. I want you to begin talking about an entire across-the-board media campaign.
Well, when did I have a chance to work one up?
Tom, you were notified of your promotion yesterday. You have had 24 hours.
I see. So that's how it is.
Now, Thomas, whatever are you talking about?
I look into Boss Lady's eyes, and let me tell you, Dr. Pascal, I read my fate. If I have any doubts at all, they vanish completely. I am being set up. Well, I'd make a fight out of it. Maybe I could just sell little Lucy on a huge multi-million-dollar campaign. I reported to her private secretary for a brief-up.
I'm Peter Hatchett. You're from the agency?
I believe Mrs. Merivale is expecting me.
Oh, no, never say that.
What?
Mrs. Merivale. Now, everyone must call her Little Lucy.
Oh?
You see, she thinks of herself still as Little Lucy.
Is that a fact?
Well, you know the Little Lucy story, of course.
No.
So, obviously, you haven't done your homework, Mr. Raglan. Now, the material was sent to your office.
Oh, is that so? Well, nobody did.
Yes?
Sorry, I didn't have a chance.
We have a beautiful book, which tells the inspiring story of little Lucy's lively libation.
Yes, well, I must make sure to read it.
Yes, well, over 60 years ago, when she was 12, little Lucy was playing in her mother's kitchen. Now, she wanted to make Mama a delicious glass of lemonade.
Yeah.
And she wanted to make it special. So she put in a little of this and a little of that, you know.
Yes, I think so.
And when her mother drank it, she exclaimed, "Oh, my, it's the best I ever tasted." And she offered some to her friends and said, "Here's little Lucy's lively libation."
Oh.
Is something the matter with you, Mr. Raglan?
No, nothing at all.
Oh, dear, you look ill.
No, I'm fine.
Well, everyone loved it so much they decided to bottle it and sell it. And everyone thought the name was so catchy. Well, it is, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
And so they put little Lucy's picture on the label, wearing her adorable white organza frock. Oh, isn't it beautiful?
Yeah, it's charming.
And that's how it's been for the past 60 years. Oh, they tell me you wrote that wonderful Barco the Mutt commercial.
Yeah.
Oh, wouldn't it be marvelous if you could do one just like it for little Lucy? Oh, excuse me. Yes. Oh, yes, at once. You're to go right in.
Well, Doctor, this was to be the selling job of my life. I walked into her office, and there she was, sitting at her desk. Little Lucy herself. An old lady. But she had a young face. It was exactly like the face of the little girl on the bottle. And I don't mind telling you, Doctor, it scared me. It was as if the rest of the body had grown old and withered, while the face remained ever firm and fresh and girlish. Who was her plastic surgeon, I wondered?
You are the celebrated Tom Raglan.
Well, I'm Tom Raglan.
You're supposed to be a fireball.
Yeah, I would like you to consider a new marketing approach.
What's wrong with the way we've been doing it for the past 60 years?
Well, for one thing...
That's why I was so fond of Joe Dunning. He never bothered me to buy new advertising ideas. He knew it would be a waste of time.
Yeah, but we have a splendid idea.
There is no such thing as a splendid idea for little Lucy. I want you to make sure we have enough labels printed that all the trucks have fresh, bright signs, and you will make me very happy. Excuse me. Yes? Yes, I'll be down to the Seraph room presently. You see, Mr. Raglan, people buy little Lucy's lively libation because of the mystery.
The mystery?
You mean you haven't read the book and you pretend to be my account executive?
You see...
Only I know the secret formulation. Only I regulate the equipment that makes the syrup concentrate, which is then shipped to our bottlers all over America.
I see. Wouldn't that make a fantastic commercial from kitchen table?
That will be enough, Mr. Raglan.
Yeah, but the public will be fascinated.
Mr. Raglan, if you ever attempt to sell me as much as 5 cents worth of advertising, I shall be extremely displeased. Now, I shall expect you here this time tomorrow for a report.
A report?
On the present state of the labels for the little Lucy's lively libation bottles. That will be all for today.
That was it, Doctor. This old nut was going to make me lose my job.
So, what did you do?
Well, I called up a fellow I knew in another shop. He was always wanting me to come work over there.
And did you get another job?
Well, there was no other job, Doctor. You know, it's funny. While you're working, everybody has a spot for you. But when you really need something, everything seems to freeze up. Anyhow, he was on the way out himself.
Oh?
Oh, yeah. It seems his new boss had it in for him, so she was looking for an excuse to fire him. He wasn't long for the job. Notice I said she.
What significance is there in that?
Are you kidding, Doctor? I began noticing things. I was starting to see fewer and fewer men around the office. More and more women. Somehow the men seemed to be dropping out.
Are you sure it wasn't your imagination?
No, more and more women calling more and more shots. Oh, and talking about shots, I was being sniped at every day at the office. You wanted to see me, boss lady?
Yes, Tom. I don't see any increase in billing for little Lucy.
Well, she doesn't want to spend any money.
Now, what kind of talk is this from you? Do any of them want to spend any money? That's what selling is all about.
Well, nobody can sell little Lucy.
What you're saying is you cannot sell her. Is that it?
Well...
Because if that's how you sincerely feel, maybe we ought to put someone in there that can. Now, think about it, Tom.
I thought about it, Doctor. But I didn't know what I was going to do about it. And then one day I got a call from an old pal, Terry Ingram. I can say his name because everybody knows about him. He is also in this building, Doctor. Also a patient of yours, I believe. Well, we met for lunch. Terry had been the advertising director at Yum Yummy, who had bought my Barcode the Mutt commercial. You mean you lost your job at Yum Yummy, Terry?
Oh, yeah, I got canned. When was it? A week or so after you were taken off the account.
Oh, what happened?
You know my assistant, Penelope Meskill. Well, she's in there now.
Well, how'd that happen?
And they got this new vice president of marketing, Barbara Yates. And she shook the place up.
Ah, another woman. Terry, isn't it obvious there's a kind of revolution taking place?
Oh, like what?
The women, Terry, are slowly but surely squeezing us out everywhere.
But I don't know. After all, that's philosophy. I leave that to you. You're a philosopher.
Yeah. Tell me, what are you doing now?
What am I doing now? I'm a thief.
A what?
A thief.
Come on, Terry, how can you say you're a thief?
Because it's true.
How could you become a thief?
I couldn't get another job. I mean, my whole life was devoted to Yummy. You know, I worked my way up to account executive. Hey, I thought I was set for life. And one fine day, I was out. Now, could I start all over again at the age of 47?
Yeah, but a thief?
It's the only way I could use my experience.
I can't follow you, Terry. What experience?
Look, I am a specialist. I know all professional thieves specialize. Did you know that?
Well,
I spent my life in private industry. And so I concentrate on stealing industrial and commercial and promotional secrets.
Oh.
A fantastic field. Now, you can make a fortune.
Me?
Absolutely. And that's what I wanted to talk to you about, Tom.
No, I wouldn't be interested.
Now, Tom, it's no secret. You're on your way out of the agency. Now, boss lady has a knife sharpened for you. Then you'll be pounding the pavements.
I'm sure I'll find something.
No, you won't. You've already been looking. You can't even get a nibble.
I wouldn't even know how to be a thief.
Oh, that thievery is as old as mankind, so it must be something that comes naturally. As a matter of fact, I have a proposition for you.
You have?
We could make $1 million. Split it down the middle, $500,000 apiece, huh? How does that sound?
Wow.
You know your account? Little Lucy's lively libation.
Yeah, please, not while I'm eating.
Well, the old lady who runs it, she has got that formula. That secret ingredient, right?
Yeah, that's right.
It's what makes the drink.
Yeah, not for me.
Who are you? 50 million people have to pour down that belly wash every day, or else they'll beat their wives and kick the dog.
Yeah, that's unfortunately true.
So she has a competitor. Little Lucy does. And this competitor would love to get their hands on that formula. And I told them $1 million is the asking price.
You mean you've been talking to people about it?
Sure. It's all set. Now, with your help, there is absolutely no problem.
With my help? Now, what makes you think I'm going to help?
Oh, you will, Tommy. You will.
Will he? Tom Raglan has been an honest man all his life. But what does that mean? Are people honest from principle or because nothing has been worth stealing? Or is it a little of each? These are involved philosophical questions, so why don't you philosophize over them till I return with Act 3. If a tree falls in a deserted forest and no one hears the crash, does that mean there has been no noise? Or in other words, does sound exist only if someone can hear it? This may appear trivial to you, but there are basic principles of science and even philosophy involved here. And what does it have to do with our story? Just this. Can a man be considered honest if he has never really been tempted?
And you were tempted, Mr. Ragland?
Oh, yes, Dr. Pascal. Of course, Terry was right. He said I would indignantly reject his proposition at first, but gradually.
Yes?
Well, Helen had already taken the job teaching at the university. And Boss Lady was cracking the whip. It was as if I had no choice, but how was I going to get my hands on that formula? How could I get it from little Lucy?
Seduce her.
Seduce her? The woman is going on 80.
That's the age when they love to hear about it.
All right. What do you expect me to do?
Get the formula from her.
The formula? It's like her life's blood.
So if we have to, we'll take that too.
But now, Terry, you said you ran a clean operation.
For the most part.
Now, how? How can I get that formula?
Think of $500,000. Something will occur to you.
The enormity of what Terry suggested, Doctor. When I realized its implications, it overwhelmed me. I fought against the idea.
But not too hard and not too long.
Hard, long. Those are relative terms, Doctor. Well, I finally decided to do it. Not for myself, but for a cause.
What cause?
I wanted to alert man to the dangers that threaten him.
Dangers?
From the insidious, all-pervasive takeover of the world by the women.
Oh, we're back to that.
No, we never left it, Doctor. And that's when I figured out the way to get the formula.
And what was that?
I was inspired by poetry. By Browning's poem, How Do I Love Thee? Let Me Count the Ways.
How would this help you to steal the formula?
Now, listen. How do I love thee? Let me count the ways.
What's that? What did you say?
It's just a poem.
What kind of poem? You're not here to recite a poem, just to report on labels.
Yes, I know, but I couldn't help it.
You couldn't help what?
Something has happened to me.
I'll wager.
You see, I've come here to sell you.
I know that.
And instead, you have sold me.
Sold you what?
Well, you have sold me the concept of dignity, integrity. The truth. The truth must be in the product.
Yes?
And so I shall return to my office and write my letter of resignation.
In other words, you'll quit before you get fired. You failed your assignment.
Oh, no, I didn't fail. I succeeded. I lost the little Lucy account, but I found myself. That's why I love you. And not like a lover, but as an angel. Because you have reclaimed me.
What is your angle, young man?
You know, it's strange. For the first time in my life, I don't seem to have one.
Well, I'll miss you.
Thank you. I'll think of you always as I see you going down to the syrup room where you mix the formula for little Lucy.
I suppose you see it as a huge kitchen with an enormous vat and a ladle.
I suppose.
No, it's nothing like that. It's a huge computer.
Oh?
It's a computer, and each day I feed into it the information that controls the formulation in every little Lucy bottling plant in the world.
Oh.
You seem genuinely interested.
Well, I'm fascinated.
Would you like to come with me?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Notice I have armed guards stationed along the corridor. And inside the walls are tear gas ducts.
Yeah, what fantastic security.
And here it is.
this door. This little green door holds the secret, the great secret.
You are the most romantic young man. It's all right, Felicia. This gentleman may come inside with me. Open the door.
I just noticed all the guards are women.
Step inside.
Why, there's nothing here. Just a desk with a computer terminal.
Of course.
You know, you shouldn't have done this to me. You've destroyed my illusions.
Now, you stand by the door. That's it. And I shall walk over here and sit at my computer keyboard. No one must ever get close enough to see.
This is remarkable.
Remarkable?
Yes, the gap between the generations. How this unique lady spans it from coal stove to computer.
Yes, I suppose you could say that.
No mixing bowls, no fancy jars. Her fingers reach and touch the stars.
Oh, my. Oh, that's beautiful.
Well, I'm inspired. This room inspires me.
Oh, I love poetry. My favorite poet died some years ago. Edgar Guest. He wrote a poem in the newspaper every day. It takes a heap of living in a house to make it home.
A heap of sun and shatter. And you sometimes have to row.
Oh, my. You know him, too.
Oh, I want to cry when I hear that.
Oh, Tom, you are a good, decent man. Why can't they all be like you? Oh, my, the signal. The vats are ready to receive the syrup. I shall punch out the formula. All over the world, little Lucy lively libation essence is flowing into thousands of vats, and the thirst of millions shall be slaked for another day.
Oh, thank you for this experience, man.
Oh, please, you must call me Little Lucy.
And only you know the formula.
Only I.
So, how's it coming, Tom?
Oh, great. You know, every day we go into the computer room, she punches out the formula.
Yeah.
And every day I get to stand a little bit closer. So soon I'll actually be in a position to watch her fingers on the keyboard of the computer terminal.
Yeah?
Soon I'll actually be standing over her shoulder. So what you'll get for me is a miniature motion picture camera, which I can then...
Say no more. I know just the thing. It's like a fountain pen. You have it in your pocket.
Now, look, I don't want to go into details. Just get it and give it to me.
When?
When can we get the money?
As soon as you're ready to hand over the formula.
We'll have a motion picture of it.
Oh, let me alert the guys.
Yeah, I was all ready, Doctor. All systems were go. It seemed so easy. And then,
Yes?
I don't know. Maybe it was because I was going to become a thief and betray the confidence of a sweet old lady. Well, that wasn't easy. And then, there was my wife.
Your wife?
Yes, we were very much in love.
Yes?
And that morning at breakfast, I happened to look at her. She'd asked me if I wanted a cup of coffee. Just that, understand? There was something in her voice.
Tom, darling, would you like another cup of coffee? Tom, what are you staring at?
You?
At me? Why?
I don't know why. Maybe I just remembered something.
What?
It's something I'll never forget.
Then how could you just remember?
Well, it's something you remember and forget every day of your life. It's a fact. The fact that you're in love. I love you, Helen.
Oh, Tom. Tom, I love you, too.
And so, Doctor, I went to little Lucy's office on this morning, prepared to commit a crime. And as I drove there, I suddenly decided I wasn't going to do it. No, not for $500,000. I wasn't that kind of a guy. I just wasn't going to betray this wonderful old lady. I had to get this crazy thing, this weird idea out of my head that there was a plot on the part of the women to take over the world. Well, we were sitting in little Lucy's office waiting for the time to go into the computer room.
All passion spent. It all should have come earlier when I could have enjoyed it.
Well, your success came early in your life.
Not success for me. Success for all women. Now, it doesn't matter.
What doesn't matter?
The revolution.
What revolution?
You know what revolution. The women's revolution. I don't mean the generalities of women doing better. I mean the takeover.
What takeover?
The actual physical takeover. Tom, you're sensitive. You see it. You sense it. Everywhere the men are being forced out. Look at you.
I think men and women of goodwill can resolve their difficulties.
No. That's all gone, Tom.
Helen and I will, always.
Oh, no. That's gone, too. Helen chose the revolution over you.
No, I can't believe that.
The first day you came to my office, I disliked you. Why? Because of your attitude toward my libation. I told you you'd called it insipid slop. You asked me how I knew.
How did you know?
How could I know? Whoever heard you use that expression? Your wife.
Oh, no.
She phoned me and told me.
Helen? She phoned you and told you why?
Because I'm her regional commander.
I don't know what happened after that, Doctor. The next thing, I was on the floor of the living room. And a police officer was standing over me, and Helen was lying there, dead. They told me I killed her with my bare hands in a fit of fury. And here I am.
Yes. May I give you my reaction, Mr. Raglan? You never realized your potential. Perhaps you never had one. You're a failed poet. You settled for advertising doggerel. After a while, you failed even at that. Your wife took over the support of the household. It was intolerable. You had to destroy her. You invented this entire justification, this idea of a woman's takeover of the world.
But there are facts.
There are facts to support anything and everything. You have found the facts to support your own concept of reality. Sooner or later, you must come to an acceptance of your own inadequacy. Accept it. Learn to live with it. Do you understand?
Yeah, I think so. I'm tired.
Rest now. We accomplished a great deal. We'll meet again tomorrow.
Yeah. Tomorrow.
Hello? Boss lady? Dr. Pascoe here. Look, little Lucy has got to be relieved of her command. Why? She talks too much. That's why.
Would you like to hear a nice male chauvinist comment? Here's one for what it's worth. Women will never be able to successfully plot or plan a secret takeover because How can you expect a woman to keep a secret? Oh, I'm not too good at keeping too many secrets myself. I'll have a few for you in just a few minutes. Is there a war between men and women? Probably. But if it's kept within proper bounds and carried on in a proper fashion, it can be the most delightful war there is. A war where even the losers are winners. And you can all also be winners if you listen 7 times each week. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Bryna Rayburn, Joan Shea, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Not a chance. And the water's full of sharks. All right, come on below.
Yeah. Now we better wash out this glass.
I'm grateful for your help, friend.
Oh, that's okay.
I'll have the money for you in a week or so.
Yes, the sooner the better.
You'll get it.
Now, how do you afford a thing like this?
There's nothing to it. Guy's stolen $100,000 of negotiable bonds. He knows he'll be exposed. Jumps overboard. No problem.
If you say so.
I do. Now, come on, let's relax.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sinoff, the sinus medicines. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, ready to take you into the byways of human experience and sometimes even beyond. We are, after all, mysteries to each other. You may control what I do, but not what I think. And every once in a while, what a person thinks rises to the surface and comes out, and then there's the devil to pay. Meaning, of course, that you have to pay him for whatever evil deed you have done. Not always. Sometimes evil goes unpunished. Evil and misfortune, however, are linked, as a young Miami stockbroker, William Davis, found out.
I don't know what happened to the bonds, Mrs. Paul, but I didn't steal them.
Then who did, William?
Nobody. There's nobody in the office who'd steal your bonds. They've just been mislaid.
Oh, you don't believe that. They were stolen, and somebody's got $100,000. The blame is yours, young man. You are the goat.
Our mystery drama, Two Motives for Murder, was written especially for Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Don Scardino. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Like a ship on a calm sea, life sails on an even keel until a wind comes up or destiny turns you upside down. The ship is driven off course, and you are so beset that your life is completely changed. You may recover from a loss or an injury, but you won't forget them. And so you are changed. A person who is prejudiced can become tolerant. Another who loses his security learns what survival means. And an escape from death makes life very precious.
Upset? Of course I'm upset. What kind of word is...
Don't yell at me. I didn't steal the bonds.
Steal?
Will you stop repeating my words?
The way you say it, you think I stole them. Are you crazy, Carol?
All I know is that you handled dear old Fanny's account, and some of her bonds have disappeared. So?
Well, Mrs. Paul gave me an order to sell $100,000 of her negotiable bonds, so I did.
Mm-hmm.
I had the bonds on my desk. When I came to deliver it to our man at the exchange, they were gone. That's it.
Well, then what happened?
I panicked. Old Fanny's a family friend. She gave me her account, and I handle her portfolio, and it's a big one, over $1 million.
Have you told her?
Well, how could I, Carol?
You think they were stolen?
No. Who'd be crazy enough to do a thing like that?
But just say they were stolen. What happens then?
Well, the bonds were assigned to the brokerage. I have Fanny's authorization to sell them and to send her a check for the money.
Yes, but if the bonds are assigned to your brokerage, a check for the money would be made out to your company, isn't that right?
Yeah, that's the way it works. But if negotiable bonds are stolen, a clever person could claim to be Mrs. Paul, fake her identity, and get the money.
Well, have you told your boss?
Yeah.
And?
Mr. Wall's a very calm guy. He said to relax. We'd talk it over tomorrow.
And if the bonds are really gone, Bill?
That's it, baby. I'm finished as a stockbroker.
Oh, but what about the $100,000?
Well, the brokerage will pay Mrs. Paul and take the loss. Maybe.
Oh, yeah. They take the loss and try to collect from you.
Ha, ha.
And we've got $720 in savings. You know, that's pretty good.
I know you're trying to calm me down, and I love you, but this is serious, Carol. I didn't steal the bonds.
Oh, honey, I know that.
They're lost or stolen. Unless they're found, no one will ever trust me.
I will.
Well, that's because you're my darling wife, not a judge and jury.
Sit down, Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Wall.
I had Evelyn bring in 2 cups of coffee.
Oh, great, thanks.
I spoke to the other partners last night by phone, and they insisted that I ask you the obvious question. You'll resent it, but did you steal Mrs. Paul's negotiable bonds? No, of course not. Forgive me for asking.
There's nobody here who'd steal from the customers, Mr. Wall. The bonds were mislaid. I've got to believe that.
How could that happen, Bill?
Well, I don't know. I'm pretty careful if I do say so. I had the bonds, and then I didn't.
Or could they have been lifted? Were you away from your desk?
Oh, only for a few minutes. When Evelyn said you wanted to see me.
Oh, yes, I remember. Well, it's a nasty situation. I don't want it to get to the papers. We'll turn the office upside down this morning and try to find them.
What about me?
Nobody thinks you stole the bonds, Bill. Just go about your business in a normal way.
Yeah, I'll try. What about Mrs. Paul? She's a family friend, you know, and...
All right, I'll tell her. You might do that today. You can assure her that her $100,000 is safe. The firm will make it good.
What happens to me if the bonds don't turn up, Mr. Wall?
If I have my way, you'll stay on. Mrs. Paul has a big portfolio, and you're her fair-haired boy.
Yeah, I won't be after she learns what's happened.
Well, with all her money, she won't lose, Bill. Now, I'd like to have you stay with us. I don't know about the other partners, and I only have one vote. Well, we can talk about it later.
Yes, sir.
Tell you what, how about coming out on my yacht tomorrow?
Oh, I don't know. That's very kind, Mr. Wall.
Oh, Bill, you're tied up in knots. You've got to relax. A day on the water will do you good. I'm playing golf in the morning, so meet me at the marina about 3 o'clock. And bring Carol if she'd like to come along.
Gracious me.
I don't know what more to say, Mrs. Paul.
I wonder who's got the sticky fingers.
Oh, I'd forget that idea, Mrs. Paul. The bonds are lost. But maybe they fell into a wastebasket and were thrown out.
Oh, you don't believe that, William. You're a meticulous young man.
Well,
I didn't put you in charge of my portfolio just because of family friendship, young man. I'm not a sentimental old fool. You know your business, and your advice has been sound. Best I've had.
Oh, thank you.
Wastebasket. Fiddle. Those bonds didn't fall into a wastebasket and get thrown out. Somebody's got them. Stole them. And you've been chosen to look like the thief.
But I just can't believe that.
What about that oily Mr. Wall?
Oh, he's not oily.
Don't tell me that. He fawns over me. He knows I don't like him, but he likes my business. Oh, he's a hypocrite.
Well, he's being very kind about the missing bonds. He invited me and Carol for a sale tomorrow afternoon.
And you're going?
Sure.
Well, Carol won't go.
Why not?
Because your dear and pretty young wife can tell the difference between a four-flusher and an aristocrat. Why is he taking you for a sale?
Well, to talk things over. My job.
But don't worry about it, William. If you're blamed for somebody else's skullduggery, I'll switch my account.
What? Oh, that's... Well, that's coercion, Mrs. Paul.
No. Power, young man. I may be a skinny old lady, but I've got $1 million punch.
Sit down, relax, Bill. Oh, this is Frank Turner.
Yeah. Hello, Bill Davis.
My pleasure.
Frank's a Broadway producer.
Oh.
You've heard of Aladdin's Court, the musical?
Oh, sure. That's a big hit.
I've had as big flops as Bert knows. They cost him a lot of money, huh?
A few shows win, a few lose. We've done all right.
Well, I can see that, Mr. Wall. The Pelican is a beautiful yacht.
Not bad. Can sleep 6. This cabin is comfortable. Air conditioned. Ah, what about a drink?
I'll mix them, Bert.
Good. Gin and tonic for me. That suit you, Bill?
Fine.
I'll make that too, Frank. And ask the mate for the snacks, okay?
Sure, I won't be long. Gin and tonic and snacks.
I spoke to the partners, Bill.
Oh. Bad?
I'm afraid so.
Well, that was to be expected, I guess.
Well, they don't accuse you.
They better not.
No, certainly not. But the bonds are missing. And there'll always be those who think you took them.
Next, you'll tell me that the company holds me responsible for their loss of $100,000.
Well, we did sustain that loss.
I'll fight it. I'll ask my brother to recommend a lawyer. You'll hear from him. Oh, and you'll also hear from Mrs. Paul.
Oh, yes, that's right. You were going to speak to her, weren't you?
I did. She doesn't think I stole her bonds, and she doesn't believe that it was accidentally thrown out with the trash. She thinks they were stolen.
I told you, Bill. That's what everyone will think.
She suggested that maybe you took them.
What? I'll sue her for saying that.
Well, you'll have your chance. You'll hear from her if you fire me, and you have. And she will switch brokers.
What? But her portfolio...
Here, drinks. Snacks coming up. Anything wrong here?
Oh, no, nothing, Frank. That business problem I told you about.
Oh, yeah. Well, can we forget it and enjoy ourselves? Well, here you are, Bill.
Oh, thank you.
Bert, could I see you for a minute?
No, sure. Excuse me, Bill.
Oh, of course. Take your time. It's nice in here.
Well?
It's all set up.
How long?
5-10 minutes. Be out far enough, huh?
Just about. We'll wait till it's completely dark. Then we'll take care of him. That's done. He's overboard.
Yeah. You think the captain and the mate saw anything?
They keep their eyes on the bow.
So a guy could fall overboard and there'd be no wiser.
It's not uncommon.
Yeah. Wait a minute. What's that up there to starboard? Tanker?
Looks like it.
You don't think?
No. Not a chance. And the water's full of sharks. All right, come on below.
Now we better wash out this glass.
I'm grateful for your help, friend.
Oh, that's okay.
I'll have the money for you in a week or so.
Yes, the sooner the better. You know, I took a bath on that last production. You owe me quite a chunk.
You'll get it.
Now, how do you report a thing like this?
There's nothing to it. Guy's stolen $100,000 of negotiable bonds. He knows he'll be exposed. Jumps overboard. No problem.
If you say so.
I do. Now, come on, let's relax. As I told Davis, there's nothing quite as relaxing as a sail on a yacht.
There are three all-powerful evils: lust, anger, and greed. That was written 400 years ago by a wise man from India. Greed clearly is the motive that has driven Mr. Wall to dispose of Bill Davis. The man needed money. Bankrupt, he would topple from his position of respect. Even worse, probably, he would lose his self-esteem. For a pretentious man, that would be intolerable. More when I return shortly with Act 2. When Browning wrote that a man's reach should exceed his grasp, what he meant was that each of us should reach beyond what we can get our hands on. It has nothing to do with greed. The poet wanted every man to grow in wisdom, to reach for understanding, not to grasp for material things, often at the expense of others. That is not Mr. Wall's philosophy. He is in debt, and he is an ambitious man. Remember that tanker looming dark in the night? Well, aboard it, several hours later...
What's your name? What? Who are you? Captain Olson. We found you floating half dead 5 miles off the Florida coast. I was? I've notified New Orleans. The police will question you there. Where am I? On the Delta Queen, oil tanker out of Charlotte. And you found me floating out at sea? That's right. Your boat go down? No, I don't think so. You could have, but the others were doped up like you. Huh? Doctor says you were doped up. I thought you was drunk. He says no. You got to have respect for the ocean, young man. I do. The waters around here are full of sharks. Yeah. Well, thanks. Thanks for rescuing me, Captain. Well, who are you? When we picked you up, your jacket was gone. Can I send a radiogram to tell my brother I'm safe? Well, sure. I still don't know who you are or what happened. I got to report it. I'm Al Faber. I'd like to notify my stepbrother, Stanley Davis, so he won't worry. Just write it out and I'll send it. Or give it to me now. Who were you with? Whose boat was it? I still feel so goofy. I can't remember. Yeah? Well, if the boat didn't go down, the owner will report you missing. You tell kind of a funny story, young man. Well, it may sound funny, but believe me, I don't know what happened. Send the radiogram or telephone the shore and have someone notify my stepbrother. He'll be worried stiff. Okay. Well, let's have it. Go slow now. It goes to Stanley Davis, 1516 Palm Circle, Miami. Okay. Go on. Picked up by Delta Queen. Docks New Orleans. Pier... where and when do you dock, Captain? Monday morning, Pier 23. Good. Would you write that in, please? Anything else? Yeah. Meet me for police questioning. Tell Fanny not to worry.
Love to Carol. Signed, Al Faber. F-A-B-E-R.
All right, I got it. You want some grub?
Oh, if it's not too much trouble, thank you.
I'll see that you get some. Funny, you remember them names and addresses, and you don't know who took you for a boat ride.
Well, maybe I don't want to remember.
Like that, huh?
Could be, Captain.
Bill!
Hello, Carol.
Oh, Stan. Oh, Stan. I heard on the late news. Mr. Wall and Frank Turner. Wall was shaking when he told what happened.
Carol, listen to me. Bill is alive. Now, control yourself, Carol.
Bill's alive.
Close the door.
But I heard...
Now, be quiet, Carol. Just listen to me.
Bill didn't fall overboard.
No. Look at this radiogram.
Who's Al Faber?
Oh, don't be silly, honey. That's from Bill.
Bill? But why did he use the name Al Faber?
Because he must be in danger. Oh, he didn't fall overboard. Someone tried to feed him to the fishes. I don't know why. Carol, was Bill in some kind of trouble?
Missing bonds. $100,000 worth. They belong to Fanny Paul. And office thinks Bill stole them.
I see. And Wall is a member of the firm.
Partner.
Well, it's pretty simple, isn't it? Wall steals the negotiable bonds and makes it appear that Bill stole them. And then, regretting what he'd done, he was supposed to have committed suicide. Wall is the bird I want, Carol.
I'm going to New Orleans.
Now, wait a minute, not so fast. You're going to do what Uncle Stan tells you to do. You got it?
Well, but Bill...
Bill is all right, and you're all right, honey. Now, let's keep it that way. You're the young, grief-stricken widow. All you know is your husband jumped from the ship. You don't believe he's a thief, and you know nothing about the missing bonds.
All right, Stan. But you said Bill's still in danger.
Oh, if Burton Wall knows Bill's alive, he'll hire somebody to murder him. Wall tried once, he'd try again. He stole those bonds, and he intends to cash them in.
But what are you going to do?
Well, tomorrow's Saturday. I'm going to fly to New Orleans and huddle with the police. I need their cooperation. You're not going to hear from me or Bill until you see us. So can you keep quiet till then?
Sure, Stan. What about Mrs. Paul?
Well, I'm going there now. She's an old friend of the family's.
Well, she knows Bill didn't steal her bonds.
I'll prove it to her somehow. Good night. Fanny, just listen to my news. Bill was taken for a boat ride by Mr. Wall, all right. But he was rescued by a tanker heading for New Orleans.
Good heavens. Come in. Close the door.
All right. Now, look, I won't stay a minute. Carol wanted you to know. She'll be Mum, and you must, too. This Wall meant trouble.
Well, a hypocrite. I knew he'd stolen the bonds. You'll bring him to justice, Stan.
Bring him to justice. I'll send him to the chair if I can. Now, don't say a word to anyone about Bill being safe.
Would you object to my seeing Wall at his office on Monday?
What for?
I am changing brokers.
I don't know. That could be dangerous if he loses your account.
I am not afraid of him.
Well, I think you should be, but... All right, Fanny, it's up to you.
Of course it is. I never trusted the man. And after attempted murder, I can't stand the thought of him. Give Bill my love.
I'm glad that's over with. Thanks, Stan.
Well, I briefed the police, and they agreed to bury the story, but it sure took some persuading. I only had a telegram and the story about the stolen bonds.
But your position...
Well, that helped.
Oh, quite a weekend. Was Carol upset?
Well, of course she was. But don't worry, I calmed her down. Oh, and I spoke to Fanny Paul, too. They're going to keep quiet. All right, now, boy, tell me what happened. Why were you on Wall's yacht?
Well, I was uptight. He said a sail would help me unwind. That's all. There was a guy there named Frank Turner. He left to prepare drinks and...
Yeah, and Wall?
Well, he said I was through and that I owed the firm the money.
That barracuda. All right, Bill, go on.
Well, Turner stayed away for a few minutes, and I was left there.
I share your grief, Carol.
Thank you, Mr. Waugh.
I feel a deep sense of responsibility.
It wasn't your fault. There's no chance that the body...
No, I don't think so, Carol. I found the Coast Guard as soon as I discovered that Bill had jumped overboard.
Jumped? Not fallen?
He had a lot on his mind, remember?
Oh,
in my opinion...
Not in mine. Bill would never have committed suicide.
Well, for your sake, I hope the verdict will be accidental death. But you've read what the papers are saying.
Because you were interviewed and said negotiable bonds worth $100,000 were missing.
Well, they are, my dear.
And the implication is that Bill stole them. Well, what happens now? Your firm is out a small fortune.
I suspect that our lawyers may attach Bill's estate.
Insurance and the few $100 I've got in the savings account.
My dear Carol, I've got nothing to do with this. I've said I hope that the verdict will be accidental death.
Because then the insurance will pay double indemnity, is that it?
I came here to say how sorry I am that your husband is dead. Not to listen to your abuse.
You know that Bill didn't steal those bonds. Did you?
If you dare suggest such a sick idea to the news reporters, I'll drag you into court and make you retract your words.
You go ahead. Maybe you'll be there before you know it.
What does that mean?
Nothing. Wishful thinking.
How's the sorrowing widow, Bart?
She said I'd stolen the bonds.
Huh? Sure. Based on what?
Who knows? The devil with her.
Well, the newspapers have been digging into Bill Davis's past. He was sort of the all-American boy. There's a lot of feeling that he fell overboard accidentally, that he didn't jump. But one shower reporter wondered if he'd been pushed.
And that interview with Mrs. Paul, that wasn't too good.
Forget Chicken Neck. It'll soon die down.
Yes, Ellen. Who? Well, sure in. The chicken herself.
I'd better fade.
No. I want you to meet her. Let's hear what she's got to say. Oh, Mrs. Paul, a pleasure. This is Mr. Turner, a Broadway producer, and a good friend of mine.
You need a friend after you hear what I've got to say, Mr. Wall.
I beg your pardon?
I'll come to the point. You are no longer my broker.
What? Now, a check for $100,000 is being sent to you today, or you may pick it up if you wish. The stolen bonds...
Bill Davis is not a thief.
Very well. He's not a thief. The bonds were lost, an accident, human error or stupidity. But you've had nothing but praise for our firm.
Not your firm. For William Davis, whose reputation has been destroyed by those interviews you've given to the papers and to the television. You've slandered his memory by hinting that he jumped overboard to escape prosecution.
Well, I regret...
You never touched those bonds. Did you?
Oh, surely I did. They're in my desk drawer. Shall I get them for you?
Do you know something, Mr. Wall? I believe you. But my mind is made up. Without Bill Davis to look after my investments, I shall not do business with you. My lawyer will see to the transfer of my stocks and bonds to another firm. Just be mighty sure that nothing else is missing due to human error. Goodbye.
Why, that miserable old... Frank, I can't lose that business. She's got a few million with us.
Yeah, well, maybe we ought to knock her off.
Makes sense.
Okay. Pay me my money and I'll go back to New York.
You'll have to wait. I can't touch those bonds right now. Maybe If I return them, say we found them.
No. She'd still pull her account.
Yes. We've got to try.
You'd return the bonds?
I have to. If we lose her account, the firm could go under. The publicity would be terrible. I can't allow that.
The old lady doesn't like you, chum. She won't change her mind. And we can't resurrect Bill Davis. Now, I got debts to pay off. And you owe a chunk for your share of my last flop.
Well, I can't pay it. I'm in worse trouble than I was in before. All right, go ahead. Sue me. Who doped Bill's drink?
And who threw him overboard?
He fell overboard.
Sure he did, Bert. Sure he did.
Not much is certain in life, but I think you'll agree that, given time, wickedness is exposed and destroyed. If we live long enough, we see the wicked for what they are. And that, without doubt, is what appears to be in store for Mr. Bert Wall. But we won't find out until I return with Act 3. Greedy folks have long arms, according to an 18th century Scottish proverb, and Mr. Burton Wall is certainly one of those greedy folks. Driven to it, of course, by imprudence, but Mr. Wall gambled that he could steal negotiable bonds and have the blame fall on a man he pushed into the ocean, a man who he claims died from remorse. Well, it hasn't worked out that way, because the ocean gave back the man.
Don't cry, Carol.
I thought you were dead.
Well, I'm not.
Oh, it must have been awful. Did you just float?
I must have. I don't know. I just remember Captain Olson standing over me when I came to.
Oh, blessed Captain Olson.
Yeah, Carol, what I told you was right. Wall got him aboard the Pelican. He doped his drink and dumped him overboard. Bill would be dead, except for the Delta Queen. So that's it. Wall stole the bonds.
And Stan's worked Sunday and today getting information only he could get about Wall. Income tax returns, debts, everything. Wall was desperate.
I want Bill to hide out until I'm ready to have a showdown with Mr. Wall. Late tomorrow, maybe, or Wednesday.
Well, why doesn't Bill just go to the police and tell them what happened?
I can't prove anything, Carol. Wall and Turner say I fell overboard. How can I deny that? I was doped. That's what the ship's doctor said.
Well, you leave it to me, Bill. I know how to stage my meeting with Bert Wall.
Stan told Fanny Paul.
I know. She's something else. I think she should be in on the showdown, Stan.
Yes, I agree. I'm going right over there after I leave here.
It's all pretty awful, isn't it?
Oh, grotesque.
It happens. Bert Wall's a four-flusher and an evil man. Okay, Bill, keep hidden. I'll be on my way. Remember, you're still lost at sea. Fanny, you could be in danger. Now, I know you said you're not afraid of Wall, but you should be. He's homicidal.
He wouldn't dare try to harm me.
Fanny, he tried to murder Bill. Why shouldn't he murder you to stop you from transferring your account? That's why I want you to pack an overnight bag and...
What?
You're going to spend the night with me and my wife.
But Stan,
I'm
you
serious,
know
Fanny.
Melodramatic foolishness.
So maybe, but why take a chance?
What's that slippery Mr. Wall got to be afraid of? He thinks Bill's dead.
That's right. And maybe he's confident that he's gotten away with murder. But, and remember, I asked you to wait a few days before blasting him? Your threat has given him a new problem. If you move your account...
Yes. There's something to what you say.
I'm going to face him on Wednesday, maybe even tomorrow afternoon. Until I do, I've got Bill hiding out in his house, and I want you away from yours, so do what I say, Fanny, will you? Now, come on, pack your bag and hurry it up.
She's disappeared?
That's right.
Well, he's got to find her, Frank.
She's gone, I tell you. He went through the old lady's house, and it's empty. The lights were on. He said it looked as if she'd packed a bag in a hurry and just left.
What time did he break in?
2 in the morning. With the lights on, he was cautious. It's some bad break. You got any idea where she might have gone?
Davis' house, maybe. Families and friends. Fanny Paul was his godmother.
Well, I can't have a hired gun just kill her in broad daylight. Assuming the old lady's with Mrs. Davis. You know, Bert, I think you've had it.
I can find out if she's there.
What's your excuse for calling on Mrs. Davis? Why would you see her after you told her you'd attach the estate?
Because I will tell her the bonds have been found.
So what?
Two things. I'll find out if Mrs. Paul is staying there, and second, well, don't you see, of course, it proves that Davis' death was an accident. He didn't steal the bonds because they've been found.
Yeah. Maybe that's worth a try, Bert. If it doesn't work, you might still find out what's happened to the old lady. Okay, I'll take care of the rest. She's got to go home sometime.
Have that man of yours hide out in Fanny Paul's house and be waiting for her.
Now, all this data I've dug up with the help of the IRS and the police proves that he's so far in debt he's just about bankrupt.
So he decided to steal.
Mrs. Paul's $100,000 in my life.
We've got enough to force a confession, I think.
Do you have any doubts, Stan?
Well, it's circumstantial evidence, and that's always tricky. We don't have enough hard, indisputable facts. It could be their word, Walls and Turner's, against yours.
Because I can't prove what's happened to me.
Well, that's right. You were drugged. How do you know you didn't fall overboard?
When are you going to face him, Stan?
Late this afternoon.
Well, I'll be there. I want to see him squirm.
Fanny, I'm not so...
Everyone out.
Ask first who it is, Carol.
Yes? Who is it?
Mr. Wall, Carol. I have good news.
It's Bert Wall.
Okay, let him in.
Yes?
May I see you for a moment?
After what you said to me the other day?
That was said without thinking. The firm has no intention of attaching Bill's estate, and there's no need to. The bonds have been found.
Come in. The bonds have been found. Where?
In the office. They slipped behind Evelyn's desk. My secretary, her desk is flush with the wall.
Why did she have the bonds?
Because Bill gave her the bonds in a folder to place in a large envelope to deliver to the transfer agent. You see what this means?
Oh, yes. It means my husband's name is cleared. But he's dead, Mr. Wall.
Yes. And you know how all of us feel about that. Heartsick.
You've destroyed his memory.
Well, I intend to restore it. I'm calling a news conference this afternoon at 6.
Does Mrs. Paul know that you found the bonds?
I don't know where she is. I had a man call on her, but the house was closed and the lights were still on. I only hope she's all right.
Well, why shouldn't she be?
Well, she's an old woman, and accidents happen in houses. At her age, a stroke...
Oh, she's fine. Is that all?
Well, yes, that's all I have to say.
Well, I have something to say, Mr. Wall. I am going to sue you and your firm for slander.
Now, really, Mrs. Davis...
Yes, really. Now, get out.
Tell Mrs. Paul that we have her bond.
And you'll still lose her account. Well...
Why didn't you just kick him in the
That
teeth?
Uriah Heep.
Mealy-mouthed bigot.
Now, wait a minute. He's calling in the press at 6, huh? All right, let's pay him our visit at 5. And then they'll have a real story to tell.
You run along, Stan. I'll change
no, I'm coming in.
Oh, foolishness.
My business, you can't trust anyone, Fanny.
Well, come on in, then. But goodness, what an unpleasant kind of job you have.
All of us need a watchdog.
Oh,
now, just don't argue with me. Wait a minute. Let me go in first.
Well, what? Gracious. You have a gun.
All right, come on.
Oh, my goodness.
Close the door. Let me look around.
Well, what in the name of heaven do you expect to find?
Hopefully nothing. I just want to make sure that nobody's been here.
Well, you're serious. You really believe somebody might try to kill me, can.
Fanny, you just stay behind me as we go up the stairs and keep your head down. Now, let's see. Where's your bedroom? Right or left from the top of the landing?
Across from it. There it is.
Down, get down!
Oh, you're hurt.
Oh, not bad.
Oh, my goodness.
I dropped him, all right. Honey,
Yes.
call the police.
Well, what do you want me to do? Shoot myself? I can't pay you, Frank. I haven't got a cent. You know that.
You have the bonds.
I have to return them. We lose the old woman's account.
You've lost it. Didn't Davis's wife say you'd never get it back?
That bird brain.
Keep the bonds, you'll still have $100,000.
And the firm will fire me. If they get rid of me, maybe they can hold the account. If the old woman hadn't given us the slip. What's happening with that hoodlum you staked out in her house?
He's still there. When she returns home, he'll take care of her. But you keep the bonds.
Yes, Evelyn. Who? Bill Davis' brother. Well, I suppose so. Yes, send him in.
I'll push along. I can't stand tearful scenes.
Come in, Mr. Davis.
I'll be here for the news conference, Bert.
Don't leave, Mr. Turner. Do you mind if I, sit down?
No. Go ahead. You look pretty pale.
Well, I just had a .32 slug removed from my shoulder.
What?
I'll come to that. You'd better sit down, too, Mr. Wall. You're, pretty deep in debt, aren't you?
What business is that of yours?
A motive for murder?
Now, look, Davis, I'm
You
busy
have
and I
stock
can't...
on margin that you're going to lose.
Who gave you that information?
And your house is so heavily mortgaged, the bank will foreclose unless you pay them something. Your yacht...
Get out of here. Frank, help me throw him out.
I wouldn't try. See this? I used it once today. Oh, and I can assure you I know how to use a gun. Now then, Wall, you were desperate. You stole the bonds, attempted to murder my brother.
He fell off my boat. Now, what do you mean, attempted to murder your brother?
Just let me show you. Okay, come on in.
Hello, Mr. Wall.
Good Lord.
Frank Turner drugged the drink he served to Bill, and the two of you dropped him overboard.
Prove it.
That might be hard to prove, but not what almost happened to me. Tell him, Stan.
Well, you also planned to murder Mrs. Paul. Your hitman was waiting for her to return home, but I went in with her. He fired and hit me, but I shot him twice. Before he died, he confessed. That was your boy, Mr. Turner.
Who are you? How did you get all that information about me?
Department of Justice, Federal. Any other questions? All right, Carol. You can bring in the police.
Shall I tell Mr. Wall what I'm planning to do, William?
Sure. He'll like it.
William is replacing you here as a partner, dear Mr. Wall. And I am leaving my account with the firm.
And so, one evil deed begets another. Greed planted a seed that grew into an attempted homicide and then into another. We tell lies, some for convenience, some for advantage, and we don't give them much thought. What they rob you of, however, is a little bit of integrity, and if too much of it is eroded, you begin to lose a sense of value. Eventually, deception will hurt you more than the person deceived. More when I return shortly.
Of all times to get hemorrhoids, why?
Pregnancy is a major cause. What helps? Well, since you're expecting, ask your doctor before using any medications.
My sister used Preparation H.
For many women, Preparation H relieves occasional pain and itch for hours.
Sounds good.
Preparation H does more. Actually helps shrink swelling of hemorrhoidal tissue caused by inflammation.
Even better.
Preparation H helps shrink swelling of hemorrhoidal tissues.
Use only as directed.
Take your contact, take it now. Give your code to
Can your cold medicine fight the congestion, shrink the swollen membranes, help relieve the runny, sneezy, cloggy misery caused by every known cold virus? Are you sure? Contact can. Today's Contact does all that up to 12 hours, all day, all night, no matter what cold virus attacks. That's the one to Contact.
If you're cold, to Contact.
Take only as directed.
Shakespeare's line, "To thine own self be true," is so well known it has whiskers on it. But you can't deceive yourself, and that's the person you have to live with. You've heard he's a born liar, and I know a few more. What about him? Even if he tells the truth, he won't be believed. Too bad, because what he has to say might save a life, might make you rich, even prevent a war. Our cast included Don Scardino, E.V. Juster, Bob Dryden, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
She said, Aylmer, I know not what may be the cost to rid me of this fatal birthmark. Perhaps its removal may cause cureless deformity, or it may be that the stain goes deep as life itself. Besides, do we know that a possibility even exists of unclasping the grip of this little hand which was laid upon me before I came into the world? What could you say? I said what I believe, that I'm convinced of the perfect practicability of its removal. And then she said, Aylmer, let the attempt be made. Danger is nothing to me. Life is a burden, while this hateful mark makes me the object of your horror and disgust. Aylmer, she said, remove this dreadful hand, or take my wretched life.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and X-Lax. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Most of us have read, or at least heard, of The Scarlet Letter by Nathaniel Hawthorne. But by the time it appeared in 1850, its author, then 46 years old, had been writing and publishing since his graduation from college collections of short stories. It is one of these that we are about to bring you, written long before The Scarlet Letter, and titled The Birthmark. Watch closely.
The slender stalk shoots upward.
The leaves unfold.
And there, in the center, a perfect flower.
Pluck it, my love.
I dare not. I dare not touch it. It's magical.
Our mystery drama, The Birthmark, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Tony Roberts and Gordon Heath. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In the latter part of the 18th century, when this country was being born, and the recent discovery of electricity and kindred mysteries of nature seemed to open paths into the region of miracle, it was not uncommon for the love of science to rival the love of woman. This is the story of one such rivalry.
The great man is late again. Late yesterday, late today, and probably late tomorrow. The laboratory awaits him. The distiller bubbles and waits. The retorts, the tubes, the cylinders, the crucibles, all are immaculate and sparkling, and waiting for him. Soon the glow of the furnace will be red as rubies. All attend upon the appearance of the great man. And where is he?
Good morning, Aminadab.
A fine morning to you, Master.
I'm a trifle late.
A new bridegroom is permitted a little tardiness. And how is the bride?
Georgiana is... Do you know her, Aminadab?
How should such a one as I know such a one as she?
Have you ever seen her?
From a distance only.
Ah.
I know what I hear. That she is adored by men. Envied by women.
That's true.
In short, perfection.
That's not quite true.
Oh?
Did you not know that the beautiful, the exquisite Georgiana has a birthmark?
I may have heard something.
In the center of her cheek, her left cheek. A peculiar mark, woven deep, you might say, into the texture and substance of her face. The mark is shaped like a hand, a tiny hand.
They say many an enamored swain would have risked his life to press his lips to that hand.
I suppose that's true.
Conversely, some ladies call it the bloody hand. They go so far as to say that it quite destroys the effect of her beauty, even renders her hideous. Of course, it is the ladies who say that. But the gentlemen, if their admiration is not actually heightened by the little flaw, they simply wish it would go away, so that this imperfect world might possess one living specimen of ideal loveliness. They say that is the feeling of some.
It's beginning to be my own.
Oh?
Before we were married, I gave it no thought. So caught up was I with her incomparable loveliness. But now...
Your feeling has changed?
In the usual state of her complexion, which is a healthy though delicate bloom, the birthmark wears only a tint of deeper crimson, imperfectly defining its pygmy hand shaped amid the surrounding rosiness. When Georgiana blushes, as she so often does, it becomes more and more indistinct, and finally vanishes amid the triumphant rush of blood that bathes her whole cheek with its brilliant glow.
But
if any shifting motion causes her to turn pale, there is the mark again. A crimson stain upon the virgin snow. If only she were less beautiful, I could forgive it. She is otherwise so perfect.
The birthmark disturbs you.
I find it intolerable.
Intolerable?
And more so with each passing moment.
The fatal flaw which nature stamps ineffaceably on all her production.
Why must it be so? I will not accept it. It sucks at the very heart of her beauty. It crushes my love for her. It poisons my marriage. I will not accept it. No, never.
What can you do, Master, but accept it?
Remove it.
Remove it?
I'm convinced it can be done.
That you can do it?
Would I entrust my beloved to the coarse, indifferent hands of another?
Have you suggested this possibility to your wife?
Shortly after we were married, yes.
And what was her response?
At first she smiled. Then she saw that I was serious. She blushed and said that her birthmark had often been considered one of her charms, and that she herself had been simple enough to imagine it might well be.
And so it might.
On another face than hers, it might indeed. But not on yours, I told her. You came so nearly perfect from the hand of nature, I said. that the slightest possible defect shocks me as being the visible mark of earthly imperfection.
That you should be shocked by her imperfection. Oh, my.
Yes, shocked. That was the word that did it. She burst into tears and said I could not possibly love what shocked me. Better we had never married, she said. But try as I might, I could not retract my words. God help me. God help us both. They were true.
With that, the great man turns away from me. To hide tears, perhaps. Who knows? And he applies himself to a study of the notes for his current experiment. I dare not presume further upon our relationship by pursuing the topic. But the demeanor of the great man continues downcast through the next days.
Nothing goes right. Nothing.
Master, consider resting from your efforts for a brief span.
Very well. And you'll rest from yours.
Agreed.
We'll smoke a pipe together and try to cleanse our minds. Sit down.
Thank you, Master. You remember what we talked of a few days back? Your wife, her birthmark, the possibility of removing it.
Yes, I remember too well.
It occurs to me that things may be going poorly for you here in the laboratory because your mind is still occupied with that problem.
My mind is obsessed with it. Consumed by it. You cannot believe how it has taken over my thoughts. I am destroyed by my obsession with my beloved's birthmark and how to be rid of it.
Have you spoken of it further? To her?
I cannot help it. I mean not to speak of it. Wrench my thoughts and my words away from it, firmly, purposefully. But no matter what my intent, what my effort, I revert inevitably to the subject of the birthmark. Aminadab, it has become the central point of my existence. With the morning light, I open my eyes to my wife's face and see immediately the sign of imperfection. When we sit together at the evening hearth, my eyes wander stealthily to her cheek and behold, flickering with the blaze of the wood fire, the spectral hand.
And is your young wife aware of your furtive spying?
Unhappily, she is. Now she shudders at my gaze.
My poor master.
The other night, I had a dream. You know, Aminadab, that I place great store by dreams and their meaning. Georgiana woke me and told me that I had cried out in my sleep, that I had shouted. It is in her heart now. We must have it out. She asked me, did I have any recollection of the dream that had caused me to utter those horrendous words.
And did you?
I told her no, and it was true. I had no remembrance whatsoever, though I might understandably have had a dream about the birthmark, since before I fell asleep it had taken a firm hold on my musings.
And you cannot remember the dream?
No. And yet...
Yes? And yet?
Speaking with you here, now, relaxed the way we are.
Yes.
There's a spark. There's a glimmer.
Yes, Master?
You were in my dream, Aminadab.
I, Master?
Yes. You and I were together. We were attempting an operation for the removal of the Crimson Hand.
Oh, Master.
But the deeper went the knife, the deeper sank the little hand, until, at length, its tiny grasp caught hold upon her heart.
Master, for the love of God.
But even then, I was resolved, inexorably resolved, to cut it out or wrench it away.
Oh, Master, what's to be done?
I must tell Georgiana the dream.
Must you?
Truth finds its way to the mind, close muffled in robes of sleep. Until now, I had not known of the absolute tyranny this one idea has had over my mind. Until now, I have not known the lengths I might go to give myself peace.
Then you are determined.
I am a scientist, Aminadab. I cannot think of myself as anything else. And science demands that we follow every scrap of revealed truth, no matter where it leads.
The great man sits by the stove. His notebooks have not been opened. The tubes and retorts have not been touched. The chemicals sit upon the shelf. I move quietly about the laboratory. He seems not to know I am here. Master.
Oh, Aminadab.
You're not disposed to continue the experiment we started some weeks past?
Oh, I cannot even remember it.
Oh, Master.
Aminadab, I have told Georgiana the dream.
And what did she respond, if I may ask?
She said, Aylmer, I know not what may be the cost to rid me of this fatal birthmark. Perhaps its removal may cause cureless deformity, or it may be that the stain goes deep as life itself. Besides, do we know that a possibility even exists of unclasping the grip of this little hand which was laid upon me before I came into the world?
All true. What could you say?
I said what I believe, that I'm convinced of the perfect practicability of its removal. And then she said, Aylmer, let the attempt be made. Danger is nothing to me. Life is a burden, while this hateful mark makes me the object of your horror and disgust. Aylmer, she said, remove this dreadful hand, or take my wretched life.
Brave woman.
Spare me not, Aylmer, though you should find the birthmark in my heart. And so I kissed her on the cheek, her right cheek, not the cheek that bore the impress of the crimson hand.
I tremble for my master. I tremble for his bride. I think I tremble for myself, for I am not of Aylmer's stature. I am but a poor clod, meant to serve, never to command, meant to assist, never to initiate. Yet, where he leads, I must follow.
Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediment. Love is not love that alters when it alteration finds. Shakespeare wrote that in a sonnet. What would he say of a birthmark in the shape of a tiny hand, and the alteration necessary to remove it, and the insistent desire to do away with it? We'll return shortly with Act Two. No sooner had the great scientist married the most beautiful of women than his critical eye fastened upon a flaw in her beauty. A tiny birthmark in the shape of a hand, which glowed fiery red against the pallor of one cheek. Haunted by the desire to erase the slight blemish, he has attained her consent to attempt the erasure himself, no matter what the consequence.
All work on our current experiments has been suspended for a full 2 weeks. We are in a fever of remodeling and refurbishing. You must understand that before he married the lovely Georgiana, my master had occupied certain extensive inner chambers connected to his laboratory. Here he had lived during his toilsome youth, while he made those discoveries that had roused the admiration of all the learned societies in Europe. Now he proposed to use these apartments for another purpose.
It's a perfect plan, Aminadab. It will give me the opportunity for the intense thought and constant watchfulness the coming operation will require. And Georgiana will enjoy the perfect repose essential to its success.
You will bring her here?
We will live in the inner chambers together, seclude ourselves there. She will not enter the working laboratory until the crucial day. But the adjacent rooms will be a sort of private paradise. I want the walls hung with the most gorgeous curtains. I shall select them myself, since you are scarcely capable.
Quite so.
It will be all grandeur and grace. The draperies will fall from ceiling to floor in rich and ponderous folds, concealing all angles and straight lines. The sunshine will be excluded, lest it interfere with my chemical processes. But there will be, instead, the most beautiful perfumed lamps, emitting flames of various hues, uniting all in a soft, empurpled radiance. You follow me?
Yes, master.
Those smoky, dingy, somber rooms will change to an exquisite abode for the loveliest of women.
I can scarce contain my excitement. My palms sweat. My breath comes rapidly. My eyes are glazed with anticipation. For soon the door will open, and the fabled Georgiana will walk through it. I shall see her. Yes, I, the stunted, the ugly, the hairy, the grimy, the earthy, shall see her. I shall see her close.
Enter, my love. What do you think of your new abode?
Exquisite.
My dear, you're trembling.
It can't be helped.
Noblest, dearest, tenderest wife, do not doubt my power. I have given this matter the deepest thought.
I know.
Then why do you tremble? Why are you so cold? Why so pale? You're white as a ghost, my love.
Am I?
And let me reassure you, dear heart. Come into my arms.
Oh, Elmer.
There now. No.
Oh, do not turn away. Elmer.
Aminadab, I'm right here, master. Take her to the boudoir. As Elmer moved close to take her in his arms, the birthmark glowed scarlet on her white cheek. And even as he tried to embrace her, so intense was the glow that he could not hold back a strong, convulsive shudder. Seeing the revulsion on her husband's face, Georgiana had cried out and fainted. Now I pick up her still form, cradle it gently in my strong arms, and gently carry it to the boudoir. At last, I stare down into that ineffably lovely face. It is closer to mine than it will ever be again, and I drink in its beauty as I muse to myself, were she my wife, I should never part with that birthmark. Never. I have hardly left her bedside. Aylmer has been working feverishly in the laboratory proper, only summoning me when he needed my brute strength or my delicate accuracy. His slender figure and pale intellectual face bend over his notes, while I, bulky, ungainly, grimed with the vapors of the furnace, crouch in a corner of her boudoir. That is where I am when she wakes from her faint.
Elmer. Oh, Elmer.
Mistress.
Who?
Don't be frightened, mistress.
Where's my husband?
In his laboratory. Hard at work.
Oh, yes. The operation to remove this.
Oh, mistress, fear not.
Who are you?
His servant, Aminadab. Privileged to be his assistant from time to time when he needs my mechanical readiness.
But you must have more than that, Aminadab.
I have a skill, an ability to execute the details of my master's experiments. But I assure you, mistress, I have not the wit to comprehend the slightest details of any of those experiments.
What do you think of this latest of his experiments?
The removal of the little hand, you mean, that rests upon your cheek?
And gives him no rest until he exorcises it. Well, tell me. I really want to know.
Mistress, there is a truth which all seekers stumble upon sooner or later.
And what is that?
Our great creative mother, while she amuses us by apparently working in the broadest sunshine, is yet severely careful to keep her own secrets, and despite her pretended openness, shows us nothing but results. She permits us to mar, but seldom to mend, and on no account to make. I cannot tell if my words have meaning for her. Indeed, I do not know myself the precise significance of what I say. The days drag on, and I am living in a fever of dread and anticipation. I am living within the hearts of both my master and my mistress. In the intervals of study and experiment, he comes to her flushed and exhausted and speaks glowingly of the resources of his art.
This small vial contains a gentle but powerful fragrance which can impregnate all the breezes that blow across a kingdom.
And this gold-colored liquid in the crystal vial?
Oh, that is the most precious poison ever concocted. By its aid, I could apportion the lifetime of any mortal at whom you might point your finger. The strength of the dose would determine whether he were to linger out years or drop dead in the midst of a breath.
Elmer, you chill me to the marrow of my bones. Why do you keep such a fearful drug?
Trust me, my beloved, trust me.
I do trust you, but why
Look Here is a powerful cosmetic. With a few drops in a vase of water, freckles may be washed away as easily as the hands are cleansed. A stronger infusion would take the blood out of the cheek and leave the rosiest beauty a pale ghost.
Is it with this lotion that you intend to bathe my cheek?
Oh, no, my darling. No, this is only superficial. Your case demands a remedy that shall go deeper. Far deeper, my sweet girl. Far, far deeper.
He has been locked in his laboratory for a full week now, absorbed in his labors. I am crouched in the corner of her boudoir, as I always am when not actively assisting him. She is reading. Beside her bed are ponderous volumes. I recognize them as coming from his scientific library. I dare to approach her where she lies. Have you finished with these books, mistress?
Those? Oh, yes.
Shall I return them to the shelves?
If you like.
Albertus Magnus, Cornelius Agrippa. You have been reading the antique naturalists.
Paracelsus and the rest.
Paracelsus, the great Swiss physician and philosopher of the 16th century. He who speaks of the portals of man's deep within.
When one is conquered or thrown off the thraldom of matter in his own body.
You have studied him well, mistress.
But this, the volume I am perusing now, this is my favorite.
Why? Why, it is the master's own folio.
He gave it to me to read.
Oh, it is a rare privilege, mistress, to read in that folio. He has recorded there every experiment of his scientific career, its original aim, the methods for its development, and its final success or failure.
It is the history and emblem of his life.
She reads on. I return to my corner. She grows more and more absorbed in the folio. The color comes and goes in her face. The birthmark appears and disappears as her cheek alternately flushes and pales. Then, all at once...
A minute up.
Yes, mistress.
You know that each time he has been with me here, he has inquired as to my sensations, whether the confinement of the room and the temperature of the atmosphere agree with me.
Yes, mistress.
I've begun to think that I'm being subjected to certain influences, that I have been for some time.
What influences?
I'm not sure. Nor am I sure how they are brought to bear, whether breathed in with the fragrant air or taken with my food.
Merely your fancy, perhaps?
Perhaps. But if so, then I have another fancy.
And what is that?
That there is a stirring in my system, a strange, indefinite sensation creeping through my veins, tingling, half painfully, half pleasurably, at my heart.
Oh, mistress.
Still, when I dare to look into the mirror, there I behold myself, pale as a white rose, still with the crimson birthmark stamped upon my cheek. And I hate it. I hate it. Not even my husband now hates it so much as I.
Mistress, sweet mistress.
And another thing, something I've told no one, not even Elmer.
Yes, mistress.
These past few hours, 2 or 3 perhaps, I've noticed a sensation in the awful birthmark itself.
Is it painful?
No, not painful. But it induces a certain restlessness throughout my system, a stirring craving, a desire to... I'm going in to venture into the laboratory where my husband works.
Wait.
Don't try to stop me.
Don't interrupt him.
I must.
Through the open door, I can see him, pale as death, anxious and absorbed as he hangs over the distiller, as though it depended upon his utmost watchfulness whether or not the liquid within would be the draught of immortal happiness or eternal despair.
The world of science is one I know little of. The reasoning and the deductions of great scientists are beyond my comprehension. But this I do know. All their arduous journeys to logical deductions, all their fevered experiments along the way, all these descend directly from the ancient, fervid belief in magic. We shall return to you presently with the concluding act. Aylmer has installed his young wife, Georgiana, in the inner chambers adjoining his laboratory. When, attempting to reassure her, he leaned to embrace her, he was struck afresh with horror at the sight of the little red birthmark that tainted the perfection of her cheek. Seeing his revulsion, Georgiana fainted, and it was Aylmer's servant Aminadab who carried her to the sumptuous boudoir so lovingly prepared for her. Since that moment, Aminadab has spent every free moment with Georgiana, until, at last...
Aminadab, I'm venturing into the laboratory.
Wait, mistress.
Don't try to stop me.
Don't interrupt him.
I must. Aylmer.
What? Who dared? Georgiana, why have you come here?
It was necessary.
Have you no trust in your husband?
Oh, Aylmer.
Will you throw the blight of that fateful birthmark over my labors?
Aylmer, no, never.
Go, woman, go.
I implore you. Tell me all the risk we run.
No, Georgiana.
Fear not that I shall shrink. My share in it is far less than your own.
I can conceal nothing from you, nor will I.
I ask no more than that, nor ever did.
Know, then, that this crimson hand upon your cheek, superficial as it seems, has clutched its grasp into your being with a strength of which I had no previous conception. I've already administered agents powerful enough to do everything but change your entire physical system. Only one thing remains to be tried.
Only one?
If that fails us, we are ruined.
But why did you hesitate to tell me this?
Because, Georgiana, there is danger.
Danger? There is but one danger. That this horrible stigma shall be left upon my cheek. Remove it. Whatever the cost, remove it, or we shall both go mad.
Heaven knows your words are true. Now, my dear one, return to your boudoir. In a short while, all will be tested.
All this I watch from the door of the boudoir. Now he conducts her to her bed, and I watch this, too. He takes leave of her with a solemn tenderness which speaks far more than words. How much is now at stake?
Aminadab. Aminadab, are you here?
I am here, mistress.
What is this that hangs over my head?
A mirror, mistress.
But it is a scant meter from my face.
It is a mirror, mistress. The master bade me place it there.
Oh, I see now. I see my face, and I see the despicable birthmark as well.
Do not dwell upon it.
No. I shall muse upon more easeful things. My husband, for example.
A great man.
His character. His love for me.
He does indeed love you.
I never knew till now. how much he loves me. My heart is exalted, Aminadab, even though it trembles, at the purity, the loftiness of his love. It will accept nothing less than perfection.
Oh, mistress.
With my whole soul, I pray that for a single moment I may satisfy his highest and deepest conception. Longer than a moment I know it not possible to be, for his spirit is ever on the march, ever ascending, each instant requiring something that lies beyond the scope of the instant before.
Georgiana.
My dear,
Elmer?
the concoction of the draft has been perfect. Unless all my science has deceived me, it cannot fail.
Were it not for you, my dearest husband, I might wish to put off my birthmark of mortality by relinquishing mortality itself. Life is a sad possession to those who have attained the degree of moral advancement at which I stand. Were I weaker and blinder, it might be happiness. Were I stronger, it might be endured. But being what I find myself to be, methinks I am of all mortals the most fit to die.
Why do we speak of dying? The draft cannot fail.
Give me the goblet.
Georgiana.
I joyfully stake all upon your word.
Drink, then. Drink.
The liquid is like water from a heavenly fountain. Now, my dearest, let me sleep. My earthly senses are closing over my spirit, like the leaves around the heart of a rose at sunset.
Aminadab.
Yes, master.
Oh, there you are. Come here.
Yes, master.
Fetch me my folio volume.
It is right there, master, by her bed. She was reading in it.
You will inscribe in it what I dictate. I shall watch her for symptoms and relay them to you.
Yes, master. I am ready.
Her cheeks are flushed.
Cheeks flushed.
Be sure to note down the precise time of each entry.
Yes, master.
Breath is slightly irregular.
Slightly irregular breath.
Left eyelid quivers.
Left eyelid.
A tremor barely perceptible, but a tremor through the frame.
All the while, the great man fails not to gaze at the fatal crimson hand, and not without a shudder of disgust.
Aminadab, do my eyes deceive me? Is the crimson hand more faintly outlined?
It has faded a trifle, master.
Yet she is pale as ever.
But the birthmark is less distinct.
I shall conquer. I shall conquer. I know it. I shall conquer.
The presence of the scarlet hand has been awful, God knows. But its departure is more awful still. Watch the stain of a rainbow fade out of the sky, and you will know of the passing of the birthmark.
By heaven, it is well nigh gone. I can scarcely trace it now. Success! Success!
Yes, success.
Now it is like the faintest rose color. The lightest flush of blood across her cheek would overcome it.
But she is so pale.
Draw the window curtain. Suffer the light of natural day to fall into the room and rest upon her cheek.
Yes, master.
Aminadab, you served me well. You and I, matter and spirit, earth and heaven, both have done their part in this. Laugh, you thing of the senses. You have earned the right to laugh, and so have I. Success is ours, yours and mine.
His wild exclamations break her sleep. Slowly she uncloses her eyes and gazes into the mirror above her face, which he has arranged for and I have set up. A faint smile flits over her lips when she recognizes how barely perceptible is now the crimson hand which had once blazed forth with such disastrous brilliance as to frighten away their happiness. But now her eyes seek his face with a look of trouble and anxiety.
My poor Elmer.
Poor? nay, richest, happiest, most favored.
Dear love.
My peerless bride, it is successful, dearest.
Husband.
You are perfect.
You have aimed loftily. You have done nobly.
Georgiana, my precious wife.
Oh, Elmer. Dearest Elmer. I am dying.
Alas, it is too true. The fatal hand has grappled with the mystery of life, had been the bond by which an angelic spirit kept itself in union with a mortal frame. The last crimson tint of the birthmark, that sole token of human imperfection, fades from her cheek. My master stares with eyes that seem to see nothing save the spot where it had been and is no more. He is still staring down into her face when something causes me to glance upward to a spot just above her recumbent form. A puff of smoke, a fragment of cloud vapor. What is it that seems to rise from her body, linger a moment near him, then take its flight toward heaven? She's dead. She's lost to me forever. Where did I fail? Where did I go astray?
How can you laugh? You lump of earth. You mass of clay.
Oh, man of intellect. Oh, great man of science. Oh, eminent philosopher who seeks to penetrate every secret of our great mother. You see before you the last result of your impudence. Thus, ever, does the gross fatality of earth exult in its invariable triumph over the immortal essence.
I only tried.
Had you, oh great man, reached a profounder wisdom, you need not thus have flung away the happiness which would have woven your mortal life of the self-same texture with the celestial.
I only wish...
A momentary circumstance was too strong for you. You did not look beyond the shadowy scope of time, and living once and for all in eternity, you failed to find the perfect future in the present. I pity you, great man, from the depths of my soul.
You loved her. You loved her. You.
I loved her, yes. Just as she was, I loved her. Just as God sent her into this world, I loved her. And would have loved her all my days.
What have I done? What have I done?
What men of your stamp must inevitably do. You have pursued your dream, followed your star. That is what you have done, master. Given what you are, that is what you must always do.
The story of the birthmark was written over 100 years ago, at a time when the worship of science was sweeping over the world. In the last century, this worship has grown to a frenzy. We bow before its power. We refuse to believe that it cannot resolve all our woes. When will we learn that science is not a god? That it was never meant to be worshipped? That it is our servant only, never our master? I'll be back shortly. Though Nathaniel Hawthorne lived in relative obscurity until the Scarlet Letter made him famous, he was never ignored by his fellow writers. Longfellow admired him hugely. and so did Herman Melville. And Edgar Allan Poe called him the example par excellence of the privately admired and publicly unappreciated man of genius. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Gordon Heath, and Marion Seldes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
How far a radius, I don't know yet. That is still to be explored.
Still to be nothing. Hey, I'm getting out of here. You are crazy.
Now, Rick.
I am getting out. Now, first of all, I don't believe this nonsense. Nobody can make weather happen. And what's more, I have had enough of your freaky business. You can keep the dough. I want out.
You'll think differently tomorrow.
Tomorrow, nothing. I'm through with you. You understand? Through.
Again.
What?
Shout at me again.
I
Shout.
ought to bust you right in the
You're doing it, Rick. Believe it or deny it, but it's true. You are doing that.
Storm or no storm, I'm leaving. You turned me into a freak. A freak like you.
Rick, wait.
I don't know where I'm going, but I'm getting as far away from here as I can.
No, Rick, you can't. You've got to stay under my care now.
I am getting out of here while I've still got my skin and what's left of my sanity.
Rick.
And don't try to find me. I am Rick.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Once again, it's nice to have you join me in this cozy little chamber of chills. I really hate being alone, what with all the strange and eerie things that go on in here. So, pull up a chair and keep me company. Oh, by the way, what's it like outside? Rainy, fair, cold? If it weren't for the variety of weather, life would indeed become monotonous. I sometimes think God made weather unpredictable for a very good reason, to keep us guessing. But in our tale about to unfold, the weather not only becomes unpredictable, it becomes downright nasty.
I've got every available man out now, Doctor. The storm's getting worse.
We've got to find him. The thing is completely out of control. I don't know if we can stop it at all.
Oh, look! There, up on Bishop's Peak. There he goes.
You've got to get him. If you don't, this whole town could be flattened by this storm.
Our mystery drama, Tomorrow, Cloudy and Cold, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Bob Jurin and stars Norman Rose and Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. They say that everybody talks about the weather, but nobody ever does anything about it. Well, after all, what can we do but grin and bear it? We're at the mercy of the elements. And very often our moods are affected by the weather when various pressure systems produce depression or even physical aches and pains. In the tale about to unfold, the weather plays a significant role, but in a way I think you'll find both surprising and unexpected. Come now to the large and brooding home of Dr. Herman Bruno, parapsychologist, whose research work in the field of human emotions is world famous. Dr. Bruno is receiving a visitor.
Come in. Sit down, please.
We both know why I'm here, Doctor, so let's have it. What's the catch?
There's no catch, as you call it, Mr. Slender. I'm offering $10,000 to the right subject for a series of experiments.
Yeah, the ad in the paper said room and board, too.
Oh, absolutely. The subject will have to live here.
How many guys answered the ad?
You're the fourth. The other three were not at all suitable. Now, if you're interested, we shall have to see if you are suitable.
Well, I'm here, so I'm interested. Now, what's it all about?
Well, if we agree that you're my man, you won't know what we're doing. If you did, it would cloud the entire project. You see, Mr. Slender, this is a psychological experiment to test a theory of mine. The subject must be totally ignorant of what I'm aiming for. Otherwise, well, you can certainly see that preconceived ideas would influence your responses.
You're going to fool around with my mind?
Oh, no, fool around is hardly the word. But you've already convinced me that you are my best prospect so far. I'll have to ask you to submit to a few other simple tests. What do you say?
Will I know what's happening to me?
Well, in time, I suspect. Right now, even I don't know what may happen.
Uh-huh. When do I get the 10 grand?
Half when we begin, the other half spread out over 12 months.
Room and board for a year plus 10 grand? Okay, I'm game if you want me.
Now, my ad stipulated a man with no family attachments. I assume that holds true of you.
Oh, yes, I grew up in an orphanage and I'm not married.
Oh, good. I want someone with no emotional involvement.
Well, that's me. I can be a little hot-headed at times, but
what is your age, please?
22.
And what do you do?
A little bit of anything. Never thought much about a trade. That's why this 10 grand looked like such a soft deal.
Well, it may not be all that easy, but we shall see. Now, I'll have my housekeeper show you your quarters. Move in whatever belongings you have, and we'll start laying the groundwork. Yes, I think that you are the right man.
Boy, some layout you got here, Doc. I never had a room like that in my life.
Well, I'm glad that you're comfortable. Sit down. We'll begin actual work in another week or two. But there are a few things you should know about what we'll be doing. Now, I am a psychologist. I study human behavior from a metaphysical standpoint. And I specialize in emotions.
Yeah, well, if you say so.
Well, I don't expect you to understand it all, but in a word, what we're involved in here is the relationship between the weather and human emotions, feelings, and moods.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Like you feel good on a sunny day.
Something like that. I'll be using some mild drugs, a bit of hypnosis. Nothing for you to worry about, though.
I'm not worried.
Well, that's all I want you to know for the present. Don't try to guess what's expected of you. The whole point of the project is to see what happens.
Whatever you say.
I know. You just relax for the next few days. Get to know your way around the house and the grounds. Mrs. Borden will get you anything you want.
It's like a vacation.
Yes, but not for long. What do you think of him, Mrs. Borden? I always trust your intuition.
Excellent. Not too bright, but sincere. Very well balanced, I'd say.
Yes, he's really an excellent subject. But how soon will you have the herbs ready?
2 weeks at the most.
Oh, that's good. I'll need at least that to study him. And I've got to start the logbook to chart his natural moods.
The herbs will make him respond.
Oh, I hope so. You know, I am on the threshold of a breakthrough in controlling emotion. What will happen? Oh, yes, that's the question. What will happen when I do? June 4, bright and sunny. Rick in best of spirits. June 7, rainy morning. Rick awoke in foul mood. June 10th, unusually cool for June. Rick sullen and uncommunicative. His mood patterns are amazing, Mrs. Borden. I'm going to start with the herbs tomorrow.
They're ready, sir.
Small amount in his morning cereal to start with.
I know what to do. He'll be as responsive as you want him.
Yes. I can't start hypnosis until he's had the herbs for a month. I hope he has the patience to stay with us. I know that he's getting bored just hanging around. I'm going to have to give him some diversion without getting him emotionally involved.
He's a restless sort, but the herbs will help sedate him. The month will go faster than you think.
June 15th, warm and sunny. Rick relaxed. Seems to enjoy the gardening work I assigned him. June 22nd, humid, dreary day. Rick definitely responding to the herbs. July 10th, blistering hot day. Rick unusually agitated and excited. Tomorrow, I start hypnosis. Now, just relax, Rick. Here, drink this.
Another cup of tea? What is this stuff anyway?
It was just an herb to help you relax. Now we're going to begin a little more active experimenting.
Good. It's been pretty boring so far, but, 10 grand is 10 grand.
All right, now you just lie down there on the couch.
Okay.
That's it. Now, I just want to make one entry in the log. July 11th, another bright, hot day. Rick relaxed. All right, Rick. You do feel pretty good, don't you?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right, now just relax. Now I'm going to start a metronome. Now you just do as I tell you. Now, Rick, look straight at this amulet. It's an opal. That's it. Never take your eyes off it. Now you watch it. Back and forth. That's it. Watch it sway. In time to the ticking. Your eyes are getting heavy. The amulet is blurring. You're sleepy. Relaxed. Oh, it's a beautiful day, Rick. It's warm. It's not hot. Sunny. Pleasant. You feel good, Rick. You feel good, don't you? Because it's warm and sunny. Feel good. But why should you feel good? You have no home, no family, never held a steady job. Isn't that true? That's what you told me. When you get right down to it, Rick, you're just a bum. You know it, but you don't want to admit it.
No, not true.
Oh, yes, it is. You don't like to be called a bum, do you? You don't want to face the truth.
Not a bum. I am not a bum. I always paid my own way.
Nobody wants you. Who even likes you? You don't think that I like you.
What?
You're just a guinea pig as far as I'm concerned.
Stop it. Stop it.
Rick. Now, Rick, when I clap 3 times, you will wake up. You won't remember. You'll wake up when I clap 3. Now.
Oh. Well, what happened?
Rick, you don't remember what I said. You don't remember your answers.
No, I just blacked out.
You didn't hear anything unusual?
No.
All right, you just stay here and relax. Mrs. Borden? Mrs. Borden?
Yes, Doctor.
Did you hear it? It wasn't my imagination?
I heard it. I heard the thunder. And there's not a cloud in the sky.
Doctor, why do I feel so tired all the time?
Oh, it's the effects of our work. We'll take a few days off.
Hey, I don't think I want to keep on with this. I mean, even for the money.
Oh, no, you can't pull out now. It's taken months to get us this far, and we've made great strides. It's working.
Well, I want to know what we're doing then. What's happening when you hypnotize me like that?
Well, Rick, we are developing a skill. That's all that I can tell you. But eventually I hope to reach a point where it will work when you are not under hypnosis. This skill will carry over into your waking existence.
And what'll I do with this skill?
Well, I don't really care. I only want to prove that it works.
Hey, look, what is happening? What are you doing to me?
I am exercising your emotions, Rick. It's a fact that when we think, our brain gives off electrical impulses. I believe that the emotions do the same. And can do more. Think back to your childhood, Rick. You never had a mother or a father. Not like most boys with parents, nice homes. Nobody seemed to care about you, did they?
Nobody cared.
Yes, it's tough to be lonely, to want family and know that you'll never have it. You've never had a family.
Uh-huh.
Christmas. All you ever got was hand-me-downs in the orphanage. Lonely, lonely, lonely.
I cried myself to sleep every night.
Yes, and later on, it wasn't any better.
Huh?
Remember how you felt when you saw some of your friends at the orphanage adopted?
Oh.
You saw them leaving to go to happy homes.
Yeah.
Those were even tougher times, weren't they, Rick? What few friends you made there left to go to happy homes, and they left you behind. All right, Rick. You're going to wake up now. When I clap 3 times, you'll wake up. You're awake now, Rick.
But my face is wet. My eyes.
You've been crying, remembering things. But, Rick, look outside.
Well, it's raining. How long was I under?
Only a moment or 2.
But it was bright and sunny when I...
Rick, you made it rain. Your tears brought on the rain. Now you know what I've been working toward all these months. Your emotions aren't affected by the weather. Your emotions affect the weather.
Hey, wait a minute. You're crazy.
In our earlier sessions, when I got you angry or annoyed, I heard distant thunder. I told you a funny story, and you laughed, and the cloudy day turned sunny. It's true. Your emotions affect the weather wherever you happen to be. How far a radius, I don't know yet. That is still to be explored.
Still to be nothing. Hey, I'm getting out of here. You are crazy.
Now, Rick.
I am getting out. Now, first of all, I don't believe this nonsense. Nobody can make weather happen. And what's more, I have had enough of your freaky business. Look, you can keep the dough. I want out.
You'll think differently tomorrow.
Tomorrow, nothing. I'm through with you. You understand? Through.
Again.
What?
Shout at me again.
I'll just bust you right in the...
You're doing it, Rick. Believe it or deny it, but it's true. You are doing that.
Storm or no storm, I'm leaving. You turned me into a freak. A freak like you.
Rick, wait.
I don't know where I'm going, but I'm getting as far away from here as I can.
No, Rick, you can't. You've got to stay under my care now.
I am getting out of here while I've still got my skin and what's left of my sanity.
Rick.
And don't try to find me. I am Rick.
Out into the storm he obviously created runs Rick, a man possessed with an unusual power, the ability to control the weather around him through his emotions. Where is he headed? If Dr. Bruno wants to locate his protege, I suppose he'll just have to follow the weather forecast. I'll return shortly with Act 2. There's an old saying that goes, whether it's cold or whether it's hot, we shall have weather, whether or not. It'd be nice to be able to order up any kind of weather we choose. Sunshine for picnics, rain for drought-stricken areas. Rick Slander seems to be in just such a position, even though he doesn't believe it possible. But Rick has run out on Dr. Bruno, who conjured up this curious power, and neither of them has any idea how to control it. Our scene shifts to a small Pennsylvania town where Robin Fowler and her father, John, are driving home from a swimming meet, which Robin has just won.
Oh, I thought I'd lost to Rosemary Winkler for sure.
I was proud of you, Robin. You really put on the steam with that last lap.
Oh, I was so cold, though. I was almost numb.
It's the strangest weather for the 1st of August I've ever seen. All of a sudden, the temperature dropped into the 40s.
And yesterday was so beautiful.
We're not the only ones getting it. Weather all over the state's been crazy lately. I had a report last night on the police wire from Harrisburg. Freak wind blew down power lines and trees all over the place.
Doesn't anyone know what's causing it?
All sorts of theories going around. Sunspot activity, some think. One crowd swears the Earth's tilting on its axis.
Oh, it's so gray and windy and cold today. Feels like snow.
In August, that would set a record.
Daddy, that man walking in the road up ahead, he looks so cold. Let's give him a ride.
Well, we can ask where he's going. He's a stranger to Rosemont, that's for sure. I never saw him around here before.
Slow down. Hi, you want a lift?
Oh. Well, I'll be darned.
He's running across Nagel's cornfield. Maybe seeing your sheriff's seal on the car scared him.
I don't mind strangers in Rosemont as long as they're open and friendly. But running off is suspicious behavior.
He looked young, too.
He couldn't have been more than 20. We haven't had any fugitive reports that describe him, no? I better have the boys keep an extra sharp lookout anyway.
Oh, he's probably just passing through.
Anyone who runs from the law has something to hide, my dear.
He was kind of nice looking. In a scruffy sort of way.
Well, we'll watch for him. If he turns up again, we'll question him. I want to stop by the office for a minute, then we'll head home. We're having supper with your Aunt Lillian.
I'm sick about this cold snap. I'm about to lose all my tomato plants. I just don't understand it.
Oh, nobody does, but that's the weather. Changeable as a woman's mind.
It's spooky, that's what it is.
Well, it's got to warm up, Aunt Lily, and it's just a freak day in August.
Oh, I hope so, Robin. Oh, by the way, John, there's a stranger in town. I thought you ought to know.
Oh, you saw him, too?
Well, he came to the back door today. I figured he wanted a handout, but before I could even ask what he wanted, he turned and ran. Got cold feet, I guess.
That's got to be the same boy, Daddy.
Yes, most likely is.
Kind of thin with a wispy red beard. About 20?
Yes, that's him. He didn't look menacing or anything. I'd have given him a sandwich if he was hungry.
Well, he might have beaten you on the head and taken all your money.
Oh, go on, John. That doesn't happen in Rosemont.
Sheriff, I've got to be suspicious of any stranger. Particularly one who ran off when he saw my car.
Well, I sure hope it warms up tomorrow.
So do I. I've got to spend the morning in the pool practicing for the swimming meet at the end of the month. I almost lost today. It was so cold.
I still say it's the devil's work.
Going swimming today, Ron?
I have to.
It hasn't warmed up any. Looks like it might even rain.
Well, I won't stay as long as usual. Drop me off anyway to headquarters?
Sure thing. Come on.
Oh. Where did you come from?
Well, I've been watching you swim. You're good.
Oh, we saw you yesterday. We were going to give you a ride.
Oh, you were in the sheriff's car?
Yeah, he's my father. Hey, wait. Wait, you don't have to run. Please don't run away.
I don't like to answer questions.
Well, we're very friendly here. My father won't arrest you or anything. I mean, you haven't done anything, have you?
Well, no, of course not. I might be looking for a job.
Oh, okay. Wait till I get out of the pool. Will you toss me that towel over there? Oh, it's freezing.
Yeah, it's cold all over.
What kind of job are you looking for?
Well, I don't know yet. I don't even know if I want to stay in this town.
Oh?
Oh, what do you mean, oh?
Well, you're a drifter?
No, I'm not. I get around, that's all.
Oh, where are you from?
Well, I just left Harrisburg. Nothing interesting there.
You were in Harrisburg last night?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard they had a freaky wind over there. Blew everything down.
Yeah, it was weird.
Well, where were you before that? Where's your home?
I grew up in Cincinnati.
Are your folks still there?
Look, I said I don't like answering questions. Is that all you can do, ask questions?
I'm sorry. I was just trying to be friendly. I'm Robin Fowler.
Oh, I'm Rick Slander.
I like that. Sounds like a detective in a mystery book. How old are you?
22.
I'm 17. I graduate from school next year.
Oh, yeah. You're a good swimmer.
I won a meet yesterday. I'm practicing for one in another 2 weeks. Look, why don't you come and watch?
Well, I don't know if I'll even be around.
I know you don't like answering questions, but, where are you staying?
Oh, I haven't decided. I only got to town yesterday.
What'd you do last night?
Slept in a barn. I don't know whose it was.
Well, you were up at my aunt's house, and then you ran away from there, too. Were you hungry?
Yes.
My aunt would have given you something to eat. You must be starving.
Oh, I am hungry, all right.
Well, look, why don't you come back with me? My aunt lives right across the street from us, and I'm sure she'll give you some lunch.
Well, I don't think so. It's nice of you, though.
Why not? We're very friendly here. Just because my father's the sheriff doesn't mean he drags everybody to jail. I mean, maybe he can even help you get a job or something.
Well, maybe I might take you up on the food. I didn't have much money when
you what?
Left where I was staying before.
Well, that settles it. Come on.
Okay. It's sure nice of you.
Ah, thank heaven, the sun is coming out. It's getting warmer already. I just hope it stays that way. Perhaps you should contact the state police, sir.
And tell them what? That a young man is going to cause the weather to change wherever he goes? They'd lock me up.
Well, you wouldn't have to tell them that. Report him as a missing person.
No, if I get the police on his tail, there's no telling what the excitement might do to him. No, we'll have to follow the papers and newscasts very closely. Check for any signs of unusual weather wherever it might occur. It's the only way to trace him.
But then what can you do? Are you going after him?
I'll have to. I'm going to have to try to undo this with more hypnosis. Now, you get hold of your practitioner and see what he can come up with for an antidote. If and when I locate Slender.
More pie, Rick?
No, thanks, ma'am. I'm stuffed.
I'd have fed you yesterday if you hadn't run off. Oh, I'm sure glad the weather cleared. Looks like my tomatoes are safe after all.
Hello in there.
Daddy, come on in. Oh, John, you want some apple pie?
No, thanks, Lou.
Oh, Daddy, this is Rick Slander.
Yes, I figured as much since you phoned me at the office to say he was here.
You won't have any trouble from me, sir.
Yes, so Robin tells me. You staying or moving on?
Well, I might just stay a while if I'm welcome. This is just about the friendliest town I've seen in a long while.
I thought maybe you could help him find some work, Daddy. I mean, there's got to be some kind of job in town.
Well, son, what can you do?
A little bit of anything.
What was your last job?
I was... Well, I don't know how to put it. I was a guinea pig for some nutty psychologist. Yeah, he offered me $10,000 to be in some kind of kooky experiment. It was crazy. I ran out on him. Anyone would have. This guy was a flake.
Well, if you're serious about it, I suppose I could talk to some people in town. Otherwise, I'll have to ask you to move on. I don't like people just hanging around. Leads to trouble, you know.
Well, I want a job, sir. I've always made my own way.
Well, you can have my back room till you're working and find a place of your own.
I can't believe this. I've never been treated like this before.
You won't have any trouble here in Rosemont if you keep your nose clean.
How's my time?
2 minutes and 13 seconds.
Oh, I've got to do better than that next week.
You'll win it, Robin.
That young fellow seems like a decent sort. He's only been working 2 days, but Bill Martin says he's pleased with him.
He's a good house guest, too. No picking up after him. But he's a moody one. There's something strange.
Oh? What do you mean?
Well, we have breakfast together, and I can tell how he's feeling by what the morning's like. That was cool and cloudy day before yesterday, and he comes out with a headache, looking like he didn't have a friend in the world.
Well, lots of folks react to the weather.
Well, now wait. I started talking to him, trying to cheer him up. And suddenly, he smiled. And you know, the sun came out, just like that.
I sure hope Robin wins today.
Oh, I got my fingers crossed.
She'll win. She's good.
Thank goodness we got such a perfect day for it. Couldn't be nicer.
Yeah, it's nice and warm. The way I feel, we're good friends.
Yeah, here we go. This is Robin's race coming up.
Oh, come on, Robin.
She has got to win. She wants it so much.
There they go.
Oh, she's in front. Come on, Robin.
Hold up, hold.
She's slipping behind.
Harder, Robin, harder.
The girl in the first lane passed her.
Swim, Robin, swim!
Swimming as good as ever. The other girl's just stronger.
If there were only more laps, she might catch up.
Oh, still, she's trying her best. That's what counts.
Well, that's too bad. She had a hard set on this race.
Oh, she worked so hard. She should have won. Damn, she should have won.
You did your best, Robin. Oh, we were very proud of you.
Oh, I wanted to win that one so much.
Well, I'm more disappointed than you are.
We'd better get to the car. It's clouding up fast.
You should have won, Robin.
Well, I'm glad it held off till the meet was over. From the looks of it, it's going to rain cats and dogs. John, do you think we should stop till it's over?
Oh, maybe we'd better. This hail is building up on the road.
It's impossible. Hail in the summer.
It's been known to happen, but it's rare.
John, the car ahead.
It's skidding.
Now, hold on. Hold on.
On an icy road in midsummer, 2 cars slide into each other, something that usually happens only in midwinter. But then, the weather in Rosemont hasn't been the same since Rick Slander came to town. At first, a little thunder accompanied Rick's anger, but this, a mild disappointment, creates a hailstorm? We'll see just how bad the weather can get in Rosemont when I return shortly with Act 3. The town of Rosemont is reeling under the worst spell of summer weather they've ever had. But the town, and even Rick himself, have no idea what's causing it. The sudden hailstorm that followed the swimming meet resulted in more than one dented fender. Lots of local speculation, and only a small news story on the Associated Press wire. Fortunately, the accident in which Rick and Robin were involved turned out to be a relatively minor one.
Robin? Robin?
Oh, hi, Rick.
How you feeling?
Not too bad. My arm hurts a little. Must be the rain.
Gee, I feel terrible about it.
I'm lucky I came out of the accident with just a broken arm.
I only wish it was me instead of you.
Oh, don't be silly. Well, these things happen. Dad and Aunt Lillian didn't even get a scratch. I guess we were all lucky.
Somehow I feel that it was my fault.
Rick, you weren't even driving, and it wasn't anybody's fault. It was an accident.
Yeah, I know, but in the back of my mind, I have this feeling. I never told you about Dr. Bruno, the guy who was going to pay me $10,000.
No.
Well, I was with him. He hypnotized me. I don't know what happened to me when I was under, but he said some pretty wild things to me later. That's why I ran away from him. But for the first time, somewhere in the back of my mind, I get the feeling this was my fault.
Rick, stop it. Now, you didn't make the hail. You weren't driving the car, so stop talking like that.
I'm wondering if that hypnosis has something to do with
Rick, please, that frightens me.
Oh. Hey, I'm sorry. Last thing I want to do is hurt or frighten you. You and your family have been nicer to me than anybody I ever met. I'm going to stay in Rosemont, Robin. Does that make you happy?
Yes, it does, Rick.
I'm glad. I feel at home here. I have a feeling I'm going to stay a long time.
I think that I've found him, Mrs. Borden.
Where, sir?
A town called Rosemont in Pennsylvania. Now, this story in the paper reports a sudden hailstorm there. Nothing unusual in itself, but let's see, it goes on to say that this was another in a string of strange weather patterns in that area over the past several weeks. I'll wager my degree that Rick Slander's in Rosemont.
What are you going to do?
Try to find out first. Hello? Oh, operator. I'd like to call the chief of police in a town called Rosemont, Pennsylvania. Could you help me with the call? Yes? All right, thank you. It's the closest I've come to so many erratic weather patterns. Do you have the antidote ready?
Yes, it's been ready for weeks.
Good, I'm...
Hello, Sheriff Fowler speaking.
Oh, Sheriff, my name is Dr. Herman Bruno. I'm calling from Columbus, Ohio.
Yes, Doctor?
I have reason to believe that one of my patients may be in Rosemont. Now, I know that this is a long shot, but... Well, have you seen anything of a young man, 22, light red beard? His name is Rick Slander.
Well, you've come to the right spot, Doctor. He turned up several weeks ago. My daughter took a shine to him. He's staying with my sister. Seems a decent chap.
Well, I'm going to come there to see him. I'll be there this afternoon. It is most important.
You say he's your patient? What's wrong with him? He seems healthy to me.
Well, I can't tell you that on the phone. It's much too complicated. But, Sheriff, don't tell him that I called you, whatever you do, until I get there. And don't get him excited.
Oh, I can't believe he's dangerous, John. Moody, like I said, but not psychotic.
All I know is that doctor said don't get him excited. That means if he does get excited, something might happen.
Well, there's nothing going to happen to upset him. He and Robin have gone on a picnic.
I'm wondering if I should lock him up till that doctor gets here.
John, what a thing to say. Now, that would get him excited for sure.
Oh, yes, at least he couldn't do anyone any harm.
Well, he hasn't done any harm since he's been here. You're just letting your imagination blow up what the doctor said.
Well, I hope he knows how to handle Rick. Sometimes these cases can just blow up for no reason at all. I'm going to keep a careful eye on him till that doctor takes him away.
So beautiful here.
Yeah, it's heaven.
Look down there. I've always loved the way the river winds round like a snake through the hills.
I've seen dozens of places like this. But you know, I've never seen them the way I do now.
What do you mean?
Robin, when you grow up without any love, beautiful things don't have any meaning for you. Christmas is just another day in the week. A field of corn that some people think is beautiful just means a day's work for me.
Gee, are you old?
But when I look down there and see what you see, the river, the green of the hills, the little White House, I'm seeing with eyes I never had.
You really mean it, don't you?
I do. In just a couple of weeks, you and your dad and your wonderful Aunt Lillian showed me something I guess I was turning my back on.
We were just being friendly.
Well, people have tried that before. But I never realized it. I always said nobody gives a damn about me. I wonder how many times somebody did, and I never even noticed. Or didn't want to.
Well, what did we do?
I don't know. I don't want to know. I'm just happy it happened.
So am I, Rick. I really am.
I know you are. And that's what makes the difference.
Sheriff Fowler, I'm Dr. Bruno.
Come in, sir.
Thank you. I wanted to talk with you before I meet Slender.
Yes, of course. Sit down.
I don't expect you to believe or understand his condition. Perhaps it's only necessary for you to know that his moods are unstable. Now, he himself is not physically violent, but his emotions can cause certain phenomena.
I'm sorry you lost me back there, Doctor.
Well, I don't want him to become angry or upset.
What's ailing him? What do you mean by phenomena?
Well, try to understand if you can. His emotions have an effect on the weather.
You mean that the other way around, don't you? We've noticed he's been moody. Lots of people
No,
get
I
moody
meant
now.
it as I said it. You see, I worked with Slander for several months. He's a man whose emotions affect the weather around him. Now, that hailstorm, The other unusual weather you've been having here in Rosemont.
Oh, now, come on. You don't mean...
The very reason I suspected Slander was here was because of your weather report.
Look, I think you'd better get your patient and take him out of here right away. He's on a picnic with my daughter, and I'm not waiting anymore. I'm going up to Pine Hill and get him.
No, wait.
Now, come along if you want, Doctor. Otherwise, stay here and I'll bring him to you.
I'll come with you. You've got to leave this to me.
No, we'd better be going back, Rick.
Wow, it's almost 5 o'clock. I don't know where the time went.
Can you help me up?
Yeah.
Oh, this cast is such a pain.
There we go. I'll take the basket.
Look down there. Dad started up the road. We'll get a ride back.
Just as well. You still ought to be taking it easy, you know?
He's driving awfully fast for that road. I wonder if something's the matter.
Well, what could be the matter?
I don't know. We're only second now. There's a man with him.
Oh, no. No, not him.
Who is it? Rick, do you know him? Hi, Daddy. What's up?
Rick! Don't come near me.
Rick, you've got to listen to me.
I said don't come near me.
Rick, the doctor wants to take you home.
No, please, leave this to me.
I don't want any more of you.
Rick, what is it? What's the matter?
Why'd you bring him up here, Sheriff?
Rick, calm down. You will calm down. You will relax.
That stuff doesn't go with me anymore, Doc.
Rick, we're going to have to take you.
What's happening?
He won't come near me. I won't let him.
You better do something, Doc.
Rick, now, Rick, you've got to listen to me. You've got to come with me for a final treatment. You must. Don't you see now what's happening?
No, I won't go with you. You betrayed me, Sheriff. You brought him here.
Rick, calm down. Just calm down.
I am calm, and I'll be a lot calmer when you get out of here.
It's getting out of control.
All right? All right, if you won't go, then I will.
Rick, please.
Come back. Come back, Rick.
Doctor, I've got every available man out now.
Well, we've got to fight him. The thing is completely out of control. I don't know if we can stop it at all.
Now, look. There, up on Bishop's Peak. There he goes.
If we don't get him soon, this whole town could be completely destroyed.
I don't understand it. My men surrounded Bishop's Peak, but he got through somehow.
He may be hiding somewhere.
I bet he'd listen to me.
We don't know where he is. The trees are going down all over the place.
Daddy, I have an idea. Drive by the swimming pool.
The swimming pool?
It's just a hunch, but that's where I first met Rick.
Well, there's no harm in trying. He could be anywhere. I can't believe a kid like that could make a storm like this.
Robin, perhaps he'll listen to you. He evidently likes you.
Sure, we've been best friends.
It's getting worse. If anything, property damage is getting to be out of sight.
Look, there, I was right. He's standing right there by the pool.
He's trying to wave us away.
Oh, let me out. I know he'll talk to me.
It's too dangerous in this storm, Robin.
I'll be all right. He's out there.
It's best she goes alone. If you think he'll listen to her.
Well, all right, Robin, go on.
Rick? Rick, listen to me. Please come home. I want you to.
Get back to the car, Robin. You'll get hurt.
Rick, please. It's not that bad.
Your father brought him here.
No, he didn't. Dr. Bruno came here looking for you. He wants to help you.
I see it now. He made me this way. I thought he was nuts, but he did it. He really did it.
Rick, please, for me.
I trusted you too, Robin. And I can't trust anybody anymore.
You can trust me. Rick, I didn't do anything to you.
I can't help myself, Robin. It's just like always.
Rick, that police calling. Rick, the police. The police.
Well, the sun's coming out.
It would have to, with Rick unconscious. The storm couldn't continue.
Well, Doctor, what happens when he comes to? I can't afford
Who
another...
knows? But at least we can control him. When he regains consciousness and there's still a sign that the power is there, I'll administer the medication and put him under hypnosis.
It's incredible. Trees and lines down, but... Well, fortunately, no property damage reported so far. It's unreal.
I'm more worried about Rick than property damage.
Excuse me, Mr. Slander's asking for you, Robin. Why don't you go in?
He's awake. I'll be right there. Rick?
Robin? Where am I?
In the hospital. You've been unconscious for about 2 hours.
Hospital? What happened?
You were hit by a tree during the storm.
I don't remember a storm. We were having a picnic.
Rick, may I come in?
Who's there? Oh, Dr. Bruno. I remember you.
Yes. Tell me, how are you feeling?
Dizzy.
You do remember who I am?
Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Bruno. I was working with you for a while. What are you doing here? How are you?
It's gone. It's over.
What's over? Robin said something about a storm.
Never mind, Rick. Never mind it. Are you going to be okay?
How's the patient?
He doesn't remember anything. It's finished. He's normal again.
Can I be sure of that?
Oh, definitely. Otherwise, he would have reacted to me at once.
I wish someone would tell me what happened to me.
You wouldn't believe it either.
Rick Slander stayed on in Rosemont. He eventually became manager of the hardware store, and he and Robin were married when she graduated from high school. People in Rosemont still talk about that awful summer. And even now, when the clouds gather and the weather turns chill, they look skyward, wondering if they're in for another one of those devil spells. I'll return shortly. Well, it's time for you to return to the outside world, to the rain, sleet, cold, or heat, whatever it may be like. I might suggest, though, if the weather in your neck of the woods suddenly turns odd and unexplainable, you check to see if any strangers have come to town. You never know when Dr. Bruno might just get the idea to try another subject. I might also suggest you keep me company again here in my chamber of chills. I'll be waiting for you. Our cast included Norman Rose, Russell Horton, Bryna Rayburn, Morgan Fairchild, and Ralph Bell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Read what Carol says.
Man of mothers would want... You know that she died on the 2nd of the month and was buried privately 2 days later. I am married and... Wait a minute. Min Wilkins died on the 2nd of the month, and this is the 15th. And you say she visited you 3 days ago?
She did. She sat right here in this living room, and she remembered liking it and talked about bequests. Oh, Will.
Now, take it easy. Catch your breath.
You don't believe me.
Well, how can I?
But, Will, it's true.
No, it can't be true, Laura. The woman was dead and buried 3 weeks ago. She couldn't have called on you just 3 days ago.
But she did.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for another story of the macabre. The word itself, macabre, suggests the unusual, the bizarre, the unexplainable. And the source of these stories of the macabre is you. Because each of us has been afraid of something, real or imagined, awake or in a nightmare. Did Laura Veer, who lives in Chatham on Cape Cod, imagine what happened to her? Or was it a real experience? Her husband, Will, middle-aged and semi-retired, was skeptical.
Laura, it just doesn't make sense.
All the same, it's true, Will. I know exactly what those bequests are. What Min will leave for her daughter and a distant cousin, me,
Dr. Regan.
How could you possibly know that?
She was here and she told me.
She could not have been here. And you know that as well as I.
Our mystery drama, The Red Circle, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Ann Petoniak and Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and General Electric Citizen Band radios. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Conversation, you will admit, is usually limited to the exchange of ordinary information. We talk about the weather and rising prices, an invitation, children, ordinary everyday subjects talked over and over again without much change. Then something unusual happens. Someone you know is a lottery winner, or your son or daughter comes home and says, "I'm married." Or out of the blue, you open the door, and there, to your surprise, is a friend you haven't seen for years. And that's what's happening to Laura Veer.
Yes, yes. Coming.
Min.
Hello, Laura.
Why, Min Wilkins. I have never been so surprised.
It's been several years.
Come on in, come in. Oh. Now, let me look at you. Why are you here? Are you still living in Lowell? How's Carol?
Years. This room's the same, and you ain't changed, Laura. I've always liked the room. Thought about you a lot.
Oh, I wrote you several times after you and Clyde left the cave.
I know. I was never much at writing.
Well, when I didn't hear from you, I was afraid that somehow I'd offended you.
Oh, no, nothing like that. No. We were friends from when we were girls, and even after you married Will and I married Clyde, whom Will didn't care much for.
Well, we remain friends. Tell me, what brought you back to Chatham? Is Clyde with you?
Oh, no, I'm all alone.
Are you staying? Because if you are...
No, I'm not staying. I just came to see you.
Oh, Min. I am so happy that you did.
And Chatham, the lighthouse and the beach and the school and, just the town and how I remember it.
How's Carol?
Married to a nice man named Thompson, which was good to get her away from that house.
Oh, does that mean that Clyde and...
Oh, Clyde is cruel, Laura.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is he still working at
No, we went to Boston because he found work. But then he took another job, and now he's kind of a handyman.
Min, I'll prepare some tea.
Oh, no, please. You like my suit?
Oh, yes, it's very nice. Checks are very becoming.
Carol bought it for me.
She lives in Lowell?
No, in Boston. She's never in Lowell. Will you come to visit me, Laura? It's a nice town.
Oh, sure. Of course.
Next week?
Well, I suppose I can get away. Is it urgent? Is something the matter, Min?
Well, it's the bequests and that sideboard from my mother you always liked.
Pardon me? I don't understand.
Well, the sideboard is for you, and the dining room set, which is antique, goes to Carol, along with her old bedroom furniture and the poster bed.
Min!
My silver, which you and Will gave me, and I want my sister to have that. And then there's a cedar chest. And it goes to the neighbor woman who is the widow because...
Min, please stop this talk. Bequests. Now, what kind of talk is that? My goodness, we're the same age, and I'm not thinking about dying at 54. Now, you just stop. You just give me the ship.
It's all in my will.
All right. In 20 years or so, those bequests will be made.
I hid it.
Well, wasn't that foolish?
Oh, no. It's under a lot of money, and it's what my father gave me and what I saved.
Now, Clyde doesn't know about it.
Oh, no. Only me and you.
Min, I think you should confide in Carol.
You'll find it and take care of everything, Laura.
Min, just let me prepare some tea.
No, thank you. You do like my suit.
Oh, yes, very much. The jacket isn't too tight, is it? Does it rub against your throat?
No. Oh, because of the red circle, you mean?
Yes. Well, it's an allergy made the circle on the neck. An allergy to what? Well, I guess you might say gold. Min talked in a strange way, Will, and all she could talk about were bequests. It was spooky.
Min? Oh, I always found her pretty down to earth. Even after she married that good-for-nothing Clyde Wilkins. For your sake, I was sorry Min moved away, but nobody misses Clyde. Silent, disagreeable man. Is he working?
Uh-huh, as a carpenter. She wants me to visit her next week.
What for? Next week?
Oh, for old time's sake. You know, I don't really want to go, but I feel obligated. Can you drive me up?
Why not? Real estate's slow right now, and Betty can handle anything that comes in. Sure. You name the day, I'll loaf around Cambridge.
Oh, thank you, Will. I really don't want to go.
Her visit upset you, didn't it?
Talk about death is always gloomy, telling me who gets what when she dies and where she's hidden her will, the money.
What? What's that?
Oh, I don't want to bore you with all that she said.
No, I'd like to hear. I'm not so sure you should pay her a visit. She sounds a little crazy.
Oh, wait till you hear.
By the way, how'd she get here? Drive?
No. I said goodbye and walked out with her, but there was no car in the driveway.
Bus? Oh, there are not many scheduled trips from Boston, Laura. She must have come by car.
But isn't that funny? I have no idea how she got here.
Laura?
Yes, Will?
I work all day.
Oh, come on. You played golf this afternoon, Will. Don't try to fool me. Now, let me see the mail.
And you took a nap.
And why not? I missed the postman, I admit, but it's mostly junk mail. Well, look here. Look at the return address.
Carol Thompson. Who's she?
Min's married daughter.
Oh, sure. Carol. And married. She was a nice girl. Well, what does Carol have to say?
Probably thanking me for her mother's visit. Min's no writer. Let me see. Dear Mrs. Vere, as a dear friend of my mother, she would want you to know. Will.
What's the matter?
Read what Carol says.
Friend of mother's would want... You know that she died on the 2nd of the month and was buried privately 2 days later. I am married and... Wait a minute. Min Wilkins died on the 2nd of the month, and this is the 15th, and you say she visited you 3 days ago?
She did. She sat right here in this living room, and she remembered liking it and talked about bequests. Oh, Will.
Now, take it easy. Catch your breath.
You don't believe me.
Well, how can I?
But, Will, it's true.
No, it can't be true, Laura. The woman was dead and buried 3 weeks ago. She couldn't have called on you just 3 days ago.
But she did. I can see her now sitting right there in that chair in her new check suit.
You dreamed it.
No, Will, I did not.
Darling, it had to be a dream or a nightmare or something.
Will, I could see her sitting there and talking in an odd way, preoccupied with death. I swear it's true, Will.
Now, make sense, Laura. What you're saying is impossible to believe.
Will, oh, my God. What am I going to do?
You're going to forget the whole thing. The bequests, Carol, Clyde Wilkins, all of it. Oh, we'd better talk to Lem Regan.
I don't need a doctor.
Okay, then forget what you dreamed.
I didn't dream it. Min Wilkins was here.
Well, that takes care of the letter from Min's daughter.
Will, I need her address.
No. Now, please. I won't have you writing and upsetting her. Dispose of the subject. Now, let's forget it.
Carol?
Yes? What is it, Father?
Who telephoned? I have a right to know. I pay the bill. Who was it?
Mrs. Laura Veer.
What's that old busybody want? She called from Chatham?
Uh-huh.
I wish I'd answered. I'd tell her where to head in.
Oh, Mrs. Veer is an educated, kind woman. She was Mother's best friend, and she was always nice to me. Or have you forgotten?
What'd she want?
She thanked me for writing to her.
You did? What about?
Mother's sudden death. I've written to her other friends, too.
Less said about it, better.
I think she's coming up for a visit.
No, she isn't. I don't want to hear.
You don't have to see her. I will.
I thought you was going home. You got rid of all Min's clothes and her other junk.
I'll leave as soon as the movers have come and gone. The bedroom said I had as a girl. Mrs. Veer said Mother told her that I was to have it.
When did your mother say that? She ain't seen this stuck-up friend for years.
She saw her a few days ago. Mrs. Veer said Mother left a will.
Oh, yeah? Nice news to me. A will? That's got to be read out by a lawyer. She couldn't afford that.
What about the dining room set? It's an antique and Mother wanted me to have it.
So you say.
You're selling the house and moving into...
Yeah? Moving into where? Go ahead, say it. I know what you're thinking. Now, I don't want to hear no more about Miss Veer and your mother's will. When there isn't one, you grabbing this and that. Good night.
She described the suit I gave to Mother, the check suit. How could she know about that suit?
She couldn't. Your mother hadn't seen her for years.
Mother visited Mrs. Veer a few days ago.
Get out, Carol. Go home before I lose my temper.
Mrs. Veer swears she talked to Mother a few days ago.
Have you lost your mind? Your mother's been dead and buried for over 3 weeks. Let her rest in peace.
I don't see how she could.
As Samuel Johnson said to Boswell, it is still undecided whether or not there has ever been an instance of the spirit of any person appearing after death. All argument is against it, but all belief is for it. That may be the problem here. Did a woman 3 weeks dead visit a friend only a few days ago? We'll unravel the problem a little more when I return shortly. It's possible to have a dream which is so vivid that you would swear it happened, or that you knew it would happen. That's why a person says to himself, I know that this has happened to me. I know I've been here before. Or, that face is very familiar. Mrs. Veer had a visit from her old acquaintance, Mrs. Wilkins. Or was it a visitation? It had to be the latter. But who could believe Mrs. Veer?
Laura, I really wish you wouldn't go up to Lowell.
I have to. Will you still drive me up?
I don't have a choice, do I? Besides, now that you've talked to Carol, I don't want you going into that house alone. Wilkins is sure to be ugly.
I am not afraid of Clyde Wilkins.
You'd better be.
Oh? Why?
If you still insist that Min Wilkins came to visit...
She did. I didn't dream it, Will.
And you saw an apparition. The woman was dead, Laura.
But I don't believe in ghosts.
Neither do I, but say it was a ghost. Why did it appear to you?
I don't know. Unless it appeared to tell me something.
What do you think that might be?
Well, a warning of some kind?
Perhaps that men didn't die a natural death.
Will.
I mean it.
Min was murdered?
Do you know what caused the death? Did Carol tell you?
No.
Clyde Wilkins is a mean, devious man.
Will, but he'd never commit murder.
You can't say that about anyone, my dear. Now, here's my point. If men... Now, don't interrupt, please. If men appeared to you, it was for a purpose.
Well, all right.
She invited you to visit in Lowell.
Right.
Where you'd become entangled with Wilkins.
I'll just tell him about Min's visit.
He won't be as understanding as I am about what she said, Laura. That's why I'm going with you.
Will, you make me feel afraid.
Well, if Clyde murdered Min and you suspect him, you should be afraid. If he didn't, he'll still be abusive. Either way, it won't be a pleasant visit. That's why I'll ask Lem Regan to go with us.
Why a doctor?
And he's also the official police doctor. And he has a permit to carry a gun.
Well, I must say, Laura, it's about as strange a story as I've ever heard.
Lem, it's the truth.
Well, let's say it's the truth as you see it.
Do you doubt Min's appearance, Will?
Well, to be honest, and without meaning to offend my dear wife, of course. Don't you?
Well, I don't believe Min visited Laura because, realistically, it was impossible. Still, Laura insists that she did. And then there's the matter of the bequests.
Huh? I don't follow that.
Well, Laura's been very specific about them. What goes to this person and that, like that.
Well, maybe. But Laura's known Min all their lives. Laura's always liked that sideboard. I'm sure she heard Min talk about what she wanted Carol to have.
A subconscious catalog of who gets what when she dies. Correction, now that Min is dead. You do agree with that, don't you, Laura?
That Min is dead? Yes. Carol said so. Now, say that Will is correct. No, I won't say it. I couldn't have known about that.
What?
Just skip it.
Have you remembered something else?
I'd rather not say.
Why not? It might be important.
I think it is.
Well, then...
No, I'll tell both of you later. For now, it's my secret.
Why are you being so mysterious?
Will, you've been indulging me, and Lem's just being polite. But he doesn't really believe that Min called on me. Well, you'll see. Both of you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll check the upstairs and the kitchen.
What was that all about?
You know something, Will? I'm convinced.
Well, I'm not. Nerves. Well, she had a bad scallop.
No. Laura's in good health, and there isn't a bad scallop anywhere around here. No, I'm convinced of something else. Your theory.
If you accept the mad premise of the visit, it could make sense. Remember Clyde Wilkins? Not a trustworthy man. He could have murdered her.
If she was murdered. We don't know, but I think that Laura does.
Carol, my dear.
Hello, Mrs. Veer. Come in. He's not here.
Thank you for seeing me, Carol.
Oh, I'm so glad you telephoned and came up. I'm fascinated by what you told me. My father wasn't, of course.
What a nice house Min had.
Did you drive up alone?
No, Will drove me. And, Dr. Regan, do you remember him from Chatham?
Oh, sure. Why didn't they come in?
Well, if your father had been...
Oh, I get it. Your troops.
Oh, Will was afraid that...
Sure. Father would be sure to be nasty, but he wouldn't harm you.
Your father must think I'm deluded. Do you?
I don't know what to think. You can't have seen Mother in the past week.
Carol, I did. If you don't believe that, why did you permit me to come up?
Well, say it's because there's no way you could have known about that check suit. It was new. I bought it for her at Easter.
A patterned green check on gray wool with a pleated skirt and a jacket with small notched lapels.
That's it.
And a white blouse with a plunging neckline. Min looked very nice. You have very good taste, Carol.
And you saw her. You must have. Maybe May I ask what you talked about?
Well, your mother did the talking.
Was she sad?
Yes. Strange, and yes, I thought she looked and sounded sad.
Oh, it's been hard for her. There's a neighbor, a widow.
Carol, let me ask you a question. Was your mother allergic to any kind of metal, say to gold?
Not that I know of.
Well, when she visited me, there was a red half circle around her neck. From a gold choker, she said.
A red half circle?
Angry looking. Can you explain it?
Not so you'll believe it, Mrs. Vera.
I am ready to believe anything. I even think I know what you're going to say. Did Min die an unnatural death, Carol?
She was murdered.
I thought so. Someone cut her throat.
Yes.
Your father?
I don't know. You didn't read about it? Oh, no, of course you didn't. We hushed it up as best we could. The verdict was suicide.
You don't believe that, Carol.
Oh, I'd like to, but no. Mother'd never do that, and that way. No. Someone murdered her.
If the police think that...
Oh, they asked a lot of questions, of course, and picked up one hoodlum for questioning.
The motive.
I know. My father and the neighbor woman, but I don't want to think that. He'd been a miserable husband to her, but murder, that's too much.
The widow could be one motive. And there's another, Carol.
What is it?
The will.
Oh, the bequest.
More than that.
Oh?
Much more than that. Now, I can't tell you until I've talked to my husband and to Dr. Regan.
Why not?
If your mother's secret became known, there could be more violence.
So you sneaked her in behind my back.
Your supper's on the kitchen table.
I told you I didn't want that Miss Via in my house.
How could I turn her away?
Easy. Tell her to go away.
Anything else? I'm leaving.
Did your movers strip the place?
I canceled them.
Is that so? Well, dandy. You don't want your bedroom set?
I don't want anything. I've seen the last of this prison and of you.
Dandy. That's gratitude.
Gratitude? You dare use that word after grinding Mother down to nothing? Treating her like a poor relation, leading your double life?
Watch your mouth, Carol.
What? You'll take care of me, too?
Don't tempt me.
You admit it.
I admit nothing.
You murdered Mother.
You're a fool. Who put such a notion into your head? That busybody, Miss Vere?
She saw the red half circle on Mother's neck.
She cut her own throat.
I don't believe it.
I don't care what you believe. Subject's closed.
Not if I have my way. Mother's will.
Oh, come off it. There is no will.
Yes, there is, and that's why. Night after night, you keep on searching the house from attic to cellar.
Go away, Carol.
And there's something else. Mrs. Vere said so. Some secret of Mother's.
What secret?
I don't know. She was afraid to tell me.
She better be. You tell that busybody if she ever shows up here again, I'll cut her throat.
I think you would. She knows that. That's why I think she'll go to the police.
Let her. She'll make a fool of herself.
Or have you arrested for murder.
Ah, there's Laura, Will.
No, I see her. Evening, my dear.
Hello, dear. Did you have any luck?
Well, thanks to Lamb, we had an audience with the police commissioner. And it was an audience.
We explained that as friends of Min Wilkins, we had our doubts about her sudden death.
Did you tell him about her visit to me?
No, my dear. Even if Lamb and I are a little weak in the head and believe you, the commissioner never would. You know, we skipped Min's visitation and talked hard facts.
What are they?
Well, on the 2nd of the month, Mrs. Wilkins was found in her kitchen with her throat cut.
Oh, who found her?
Clyde Wilkins.
Uh-huh, of course. Now, why didn't they arrest him?
Well, he has an alibi. He was at the Copper Penny Bar with a friend of his, Johnny Moe.
That doesn't mean anything. Now, when was she murdered?
Well, the police doctor places the time of death between 6 and 7 o'clock that night.
Uh-huh. So she was up and around. That's funny. Was there any sign of a struggle?
And we asked that. No, it wasn't. The police are inclined to think that men took her own life.
Well, I don't believe that.
I can't say I do either.
What strikes me as odd is why there were no signs of a struggle. Now, Min was awake and dressed. Where was her body found?
In the kitchen.
See, the person who murdered her must have been known to her. It wasn't a stranger. It had to be Clyde. He's a strong brute.
Yeah, I'd say Clyde, but the alibi
An
is...
alibi can be bought, Lem.
Yeah. Well, it's a muddle. It is. The police are letting it die down.
Well, I'm not. Now, there's something I know that I haven't told you.
Let's have it.
Min had a hiding place somewhere in the house. I know where it is because she told me. And I know what she had hidden. The will and a considerable amount of cash hidden with it.
Which Clyde wanted to get his hands on.
Lem, does Clyde Wilkins know you?
Well,
Would he recognize you?
I don't know. I doubt it. He never was a patient of mine, and I grew his mustache a year ago. So why?
Are you willing to do something illegal?
Laura, what a thing to ask.
You stay out of this, Will. I want to trap the person who murdered my friend.
Well, I'm for that.
The hidden will and the money, those two things are what somebody's afraid will be found by me.
I said you'd be in danger if you didn't drop this fool investigation.
I know that. I admit that I was afraid about Clyde. Now it's Clyde and two others, Will. One of them murdered Min, and I want that person caught and charged.
We're following a trail which may lead to the person who murdered Minnie Wilkins. What's unusual is that the pursuer, Laura Veer, insists that Minnie visited her weeks after Minnie was dead and buried. Is that credible? Ours is an age of science, and we have dismissed the idea of ghosts. But legends persist, and perfectly normal persons have seen things, heard them, felt a chill wind in a closed room. So, we will go on with Act 3 shortly. What is a ghostly presence? Some say it's the thought shell of an earthbound mind. Or to simplify it, put it this way. It's a record left in the air, in space, by passions existing in the past. Some persons may have the ability to see apparitions to whom they appear and are very real. Some, like those who possess extrasensory perception, are receptive to those airborne passions existing in the past and can make them materialize. Well, so be it. That's what we're dealing with here. It is the next morning, and Dr. Lem Regan rings the doorbell of Clyde Wilkins' house.
Yeah? What you want?
Gas company. I come to read the meter.
Oh. Well, I'm just going off to work.
Oh, it won't take long.
All right, well, then come in and hurry it up.
I can close the door behind me.
No, none of that. I stay till you go.
Okay. The door to the basement.
There. Off this hallway. Haven't you been here before?
Oh, sure. The lady used to leave the downstairs basement door open, but it's locked, so I...
Okay, get it over with.
Hop in, Lem.
Duck down and get rid of that jacket, Lem.
All right. Oh.
Everything go all right?
Yeah, it worked perfectly.
You found the hiding place.
I'll never understand how you knew where it was, Laura. But I found it and planted your note. Now, what next?
Well, I think I know what's going to happen.
Not another visit from an apparition.
No, this is just common sense. You'll see. I want to get to a telephone and speak to Carol.
I hope she'll cooperate.
She will. You can bet your boots Carol wants her mother avenged.
Well?
Well, what?
I never thought I'd see you again.
I'd like to speak to you. Okay if I come in?
Come ahead.
Where's Miss Veer?
How should I know? Back in Chatham, I suppose. What do you want to know?
I wish you'd talk to her for me.
No way. You hate her.
No, I don't. I only said she's a busybody, and she is. But I got to find something out. She said there was a will. That your mother had some things written down about...
Bequests. Yes, you didn't believe her.
The old frump knows something.
What's so important about the will? Keep everything for yourself. Maybe the widow will want them.
There's money there, Carol.
Where?
Your mother squirreled away money somewhere in the house. Probably where she hid the will.
So that's what you've been looking for. Not the will, the money. And you want Mrs. Fear to tell you where to look. That's the last thing she'd do.
She'd tell you?
Maybe she would. Or maybe she's already told the police.
Huh? What for?
It's an unsolved murder. But the police don't give up. They'll get the person who murdered Mother.
I'll give you half the money, Carol.
Half of what? You don't even know if there is money or how much.
Min got a chunk from your grandfather. Maybe $7,500. And she hid away maybe another $2,000 or $2,500. You could use $5,000. So could I.
She wouldn't leave it to you.
The money's mine.
We'll see about that.
You won't even get into the house.
The police can.
Why do you keep bringing up the police?
Do you think they're satisfied that someone unknown murdered Mother?
Carol, look. Half the money, and you can have all that broken down furniture. You call Miss Via. There's cash money somewhere in the house.
Your dowry for the widow.
Oh, lay off. We're friends, is all.
Oh, it's nice to have one, isn't it?
You are a mighty bitter person. It's not natural.
I think the shoe's on the other foot. I care about the murder. You only care about that money. I hope it's never found.
I'll find it all right, without any help from Via or from you.
You remember Mr. Veer, dear?
Oh, of course. Hi, Mr. Veer.
How attractive you are. This is Dr. Regan.
Oh, of course. I remember the poison oak.
My goodness, that was many years ago.
Carol, please sit down.
Well, I wondered if I'd hear from you again, Mrs. Veer. You were so mysterious the last time we talked.
Yes, I was. It's dangerous to suggest that someone is a murderer.
I did tell my father you thought maybe he'd murdered my mother.
Someone did. We know that. I want to catch that person. But we need your help.
I'll do anything.
Now, you won't be in danger, Carol. Dr. Regan's a police official, and we've spoken to the police in Boston and in Lowell. We're cooperating with them.
My father has an alibi for the night of the murder. So is Johnny Moe.
Well, we know that, Carol, but somebody's guilty, and Mrs. Veer has worked out a scheme to trap whoever did it.
It was the money, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, your mother hid a substantial amount of cash, and we know where it is. I know it's hard to believe, but your mother told me about the hiding place.
And I confirmed it this morning and left a note in the hiding place.
You did?
Now, Laura, from the beginning, tell Carol what we wanted to do.
I'm going to tell you where the money is hidden.
But that's just what my father wants to know. He came to see me this noon, and he wants me to talk to you about...
Of course. Now, listen carefully. Everything depends on you, Carol. You have to give a performance. Depending on how well you perform, we'll not only recover the money, we'll trap a killer.
Well, my unnatural daughter, I thought you never want to see me again.
I don't.
Then run along. I'm going out to eat.
You don't care about the money?
What's that? Come in. Well?
You wanted me to telephone Mrs. Veer.
You did? You come to your senses?
She said she'd tell me where the $10,000 are hidden If you'd make me a promise and keep it.
My word.
She doesn't think so.
What's the promise the old bat wants me to make?
Can I trust you?
What a question. I'm your father.
$10,000 is a big nest egg, and with the sale of the house...
What do you want? I already offered you half the money if we found it. You don't get no more.
I want your help to find out who murdered Mother.
What are you talking about? That's up to the police, and they've dropped the investigation.
Oh, no, they haven't. Someone who knew her smashed her on the head and cut her throat and left.
Johnny Moe and me was at the Copper Penny.
From what time on?
Well, you read it in the papers. What is all this? Why are you raking it all up?
Who got to the Copper Penny first? You and Johnny didn't come in together.
Well, so what?
Did you know that a neighbor of the widow's saw Johnny's car in her driveway around 5 o'clock?
That's a lie.
You don't know about the widow and Johnny? The handsome Johnny, who's 10 years younger than you are?
That won't work, kid. Johnny was with me from 5:30 on. Now, you listen to me. The widow's a good woman. I'm going to marry her.
You mean you're going to buy her? Why would she pick you when there's Johnny?
Watch it. You think you're smart. Your education? Yes. But you're dumb, Carol. Real dumb. That slap in the face is nothing. You tell me where that money is, or I'll wring your neck.
Not cut it.
Where's the money hidden? Tell me, or so help me.
All right. But I have to show you.
Tell me where it is. I can find it.
No, not until you promise to put up half the money as a reward to find the murderer.
You're crazy.
I mean it. Unless I tell you where it is, you'll never find it. And if you kill me, you'll never know.
Okay. $5,000 for the reward. I don't mind. Nobody'll ever collect it. Now, talk.
When he slapped Carol, I almost opened the door.
He's a dirty brute.
He'll break. You got your revolver, Lamb?
Yeah, ready. There was a good guess about Johnny Moe. Oh, shh. Not a sound. Not a sound. They can't see us.
Looks like a warehouse down here. Oh, there he is.
All right. Now, where's the hiding place? Come on.
Let go of my arm.
Now, look here, I don't break it. Where is it?
Lift down that box up there.
What? That's an old Christmas tree stand. Busted. Should have been thrown out years ago.
That's where the money is.
All right, I got it. Now, cut the string. An oilskin bag.
It's in there. Here, let me...
Take your hands off. Look, Carol. The money.
What's that envelope?
Huh? Oh, she's written on it. For Carol. Birth certificates and will. Junk. Here.
How much is there?
Buckets. Wouldn't her old man spin in his grave if he saw me now? His money, and it's mine.
This envelope, it's got a note in it. To whom it may concern. I expect to die a violent death. Clyde, Johnny Moe, and the widow plan to kill me for this money. Clyde won't do it. He's yellow. It will be Johnny or the widow who does it. The one that don't have an alibi. Clyde is a dumb fool. The widow is Johnny's woman. They'll double-cross him.
Get away there!
Don't move, Clyde.
What?
I'm a police official. Dr. Regan, hand over that piece of paper.
Laura,
You murdered Min.
No. No, honest, no. Me and Johnny...
Have alibis, and that leaves only one person who could have murdered Min. Your neighbor. The widow.
Was she? The note? How did Min know?
The police have her in custody, Mr. Wilkins. And experts are searching her house and examining her clothing for bloodstains. You'd better talk.
The three of you conspired to commit this crime, and all of you will go to prison for life.
Thanks to an apparition. the apparition of Min Wilkins, who visited Mrs. Vere, who's now avenged her foul murder.
Perhaps in time, the three who conspired to murder Min Wilkins would have been apprehended. But passing time covers events with the dust of fading memories, and an unsolved murder would have been forgotten, except for that apparition. Min came back from the grave to arouse her friend Laura Vere. A story of the macabre. I'll return shortly. We've come full circle from the appearance of a specter to the arrest of a murderous trio because Laura Vere possessed information that was impossible for her to attain. How did she acquire it? Out of thin air. Say she was attuned to it. All we know is that Mrs. Vere was avenged. Our cast included Ann Petoniak, Robert Dryden, Catherine Byers, and Joe Silver. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Then I walked home. I mean, it's only a couple of blocks. You can ask Jerry.
Jerry? Jerry's a receiver for stolen goods, a fence, a dope pusher. He and Joe must have been together in one shady deal after another. How can you believe Jerry?
If there's anything I can do to help catch this wild animal...
Ah, shut up.
That killed that saint who was my wife.
You killed her. You killed her.
All right, Joe, that's all.
That's all?
You mean I can go? Just be available for questioning in case you need it.
He's walking out. You can't do that, Lieutenant. He's the killer. Don't let him get away with it. You can't. You can't.
Hey, Ernest, what is it? What's the matter?
He's going to get away with it. He's going to get away with murder.
I can hear you screaming all the way out front. Get a hold of yourself.
He's getting away with murder.
Now, Ernest,
No. He has to pay for it. Somebody has to make him pay for it.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The early bird, we are told from childhood on, catches the worm. This is good advice, but only for birds. Worms, by inference, should sleep late. Now, this is perfectly obvious and rather well known. However, there is a problem of identity. You see, most people really don't know who they are, birds or worms. That's why, for so many of us, the timing is always off.
He killed her. Shouldn't he be arrested?
Arrested? Irma, he doesn't exist.
What are you saying?
She don't exist. It's a television show. TV. They're not real people.
They are, too.
Our mystery drama, Fan Mail, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Terry Keane and Ann Williams. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
if you'd really like a big car, but you really think you ought to buy a small car, maybe what you ought to buy is a mid-sized car. To be specific, a Buick Century Custom. The Century Custom, you see, offers a lot of the room and comfort you look for in a big car. And the trim size and the V6 engine give you a lot of the benefits of a small car. But the Century Custom has one more thing going for it. It's a Buick. And no matter what size car you're looking for, you just can't do much better than that.
How does your laxative work? Many brand name laxatives contain ingredients that expand in your stomach. That's how they work. We know a medicine that works differently. It's in the X-Lax pill. Overnight, the X-Lax pill gently stimulates your system's own regular rhythm, stimulates your system for relief in the morning. No surprises, just relief in the morning. That's the X-Lax pill. Try it tonight with confidence. For occasional use only as directed. X-Lax pills.
God, said Mr. Leo Tolstoy, sees the truth, but waits. We, on the other hand, being considerably less than divine, are apt to register impatience, which sometimes erupts within us and impels us to a course of action which we usually will have cause to regret. However, all this is the price we pay for being human, or at any rate, one of the many prices. Listen, somebody is very angry.
I want that money.
What money?
Hand it over.
You'll only drink it up.
I said hand it over.
No, I worked for that money.
You give it to me.
It's mine.
Give me that money before I...
Look, lay one hand on me. One finger. I'll call the police.
You just try it.
Get out of here.
This is my house.
Your house. Who pays the rent?
Oh, somebody's been steaming you up.
I said get out.
Who? Who is he?
Nobody.
You're a liar.
Don't you ever hit me again.
Who's the guy?
There's no one.
You're lying.
Oh, I made a vow to love, honor, and obey.
I'll beat it out of you.
No, not this time.
Put down that phone.
You take one more step and I'll call the cops.
I said put down that phone.
Look, I'm warning you. No, let go of me. Let
You
go.
drop that phone.
Oh, let go.
Call the cops on me, will you?
Operator.
Oh.
Margot, get up. Come on, get up. You don't have to give me all the money, just some of it.
Operator.
Look, maybe $50, and I'll go away. I won't bother you anymore. I know I said that to you before, but this time I mean it. Margot?
Operator.
Margot?
All right, kids, all right. That's the tape.
Whew, did I fall okay?
Like a dying swan, Eleanor.
I think I was a little too vicious, Peyton.
Oh, no, Ferry, you were perfect.
Felt like a wild beast.
They're going to love you out there, baby.
I'll be the most hated man in America.
And that's love. You know, those women watching, they enjoy watching a virile brute. Your fortune is made. You'll be responsible for at least 10 million dreams tonight.
Well, how long am I going to be in the hospital?
How long?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're not going to the hospital, Eleanor.
Not going to the hospital? Oh, I understood a long period of treatment and convalescence would enable us to use a medical locale, and I could be involved with the problems of nurses and interns.
Yeah, that was the idea, but it's been changed, Eleanor.
What's been changed?
You know, the storyline.
How has it been changed?
Well, like this fight you just had with Joe, well, tomorrow we open with a doctor, and the doctor pronounces you dead.
What?
Well, Joe just killed you.
Joe killed me?
Yes, in this terrible fit of rage.
Then I'm dead? I mean, Margot's dead?
Well, that's what I've been telling you.
And I'm off the show.
Kind of stand to reason.
After 12 years. 12 years of... Well, I'm going to see Bill Harrison.
Well, Bill is in Hollywood.
Well, I'll be on the next plane.
Look, Eleanor, the decision was made a month ago.
Oh. I see.
And nobody had the guts to tell me.
Well, now, honey, it would have been like the Battle of the Bulge around here. This way, things ran smoothly.
Are you going to continue on the show, Perry?
He's been getting the fan mail. He's put the juice back in the ratings.
Are you going to continue, Perry?
Oh, darling, they asked me.
They asked you. Who got you on this show originally?
Eleanor, we've been around long enough to understand.
Oh, then you knew about this. You did, didn't you?
Yes, I knew.
You didn't tell me?
It was told to me in strict confidence.
Confidence? I'm your wife.
Eleanor, where are you going?
Out.
Eleanor.
Take your hands off me.
You've no reason to get upset.
Look, if I stay here one more minute, I'll kill you.
Eleanor, you know this happens all the time.
I'll probably kill you anyhow.
Hey, give me a tuna salad with lettuce, and you got any chicken soup left, Irma? Irma, what's the matter with you? Hey, Irma, you okay? Hey, what you crying about, huh? Last time I seen somebody stand there crying like you are, quiet with just the tears running down their cheeks, it was because somebody died. Oh, did someone die?
Margot.
Margot? Who is Margot?
Joe killed her.
Joe?
Her husband.
Oh. Were they friends of yours?
She was. She was my dearest friend for 12 years. How I admired that woman. She was like a sister to me.
And Joe killed her, huh? Well, he will go to jail. Maybe get the chairs. That he's back now, you know, I think.
It's my only consolation. That animal must be destroyed.
When did it happen?
When? Just 5 minutes ago.
5 minutes ago?
I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
But you've been here since noon. How could you...
I saw it happen on the TV.
Wait, you mean a guy murders his wife and he's on TV? Wait a minute.
Millions of people saw it happen.
Well, how could they see...
Carlos, it was on the program.
The program?
Crossroads.
Crossroads, for crying out loud. For a second there, you had me going. You're talking about some silly soap opera. Is that what you're talking about?
She's dead, Carlos. She's dead.
Listen, Irma, you... Look, I am sorry.
But she was a saint. Why did he kill her?
Irma, I don't know. Is the brakes?
The chair is too good for him.
Look, we're going to have the early supper trade right away. You think you can kind of pull yourself together? Well, maybe since you feel so bad, you want to go home?
No. I'll carry on. You called for a tuna salad, lettuce, tomato, mayo on toast, a cup of chicken noodles.
That's my Irma.
That's how Margot would want it. Hey, Carlos?
Yeah, baby.
Listen, I'm going to take my half hour off, okay?
Sure, it's quiet now.
I'm going to bring the TV into the back room.
Oh, yeah, why not?
And, I don't want to be disturbed.
Okay.
Yesterday, they caught him.
They caught who?
Joe.
Joe?
Joe, who killed his wife, Margot.
Oh, yeah, Joe, sure.
The cops have him. He's in the station house.
That's good.
And here's where it begins.
What begins, Irma?
Justice. The long march of justice.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's fine. Huh?
The only way her death will have any meaning.
Who's dead?
Whose death are we talking about? Margot's death.
Oh, yeah, Margot. Yeah, that's right, Margot.
You see, Carlos, Joe must pay.
Through the nose, I agree.
He has violated man's law and God's commandment.
Hey, that's a heavy bundle to carry.
You know, I thought about it. Margot had to die.
Oh, she did? Why?
She had to die for you and for me.
Well, listen, I mean, she didn't have to die on my account, exactly.
Oh, but she did. We have become, casual. Is that the word?
I don't know.
Yeah, I remember reading it. Casual in our acceptance of sin. Isn't that so?
Well,
we have, believe me.
I believe you.
And we forget the laws, both human and divine. And so, a sacrifice must be made.
Yeah. What?
A sacrifice. You know, the ancient heathens made sacrifices all the time.
Is that a fact?
Yeah. So they could feel close to God. You understand?
Irma, I think you're losing
And so
me.
Margot was sacrificed in order that we should pause and remember right from wrong and punish the transgressor. And that's what's going to happen today.
Sure, I'm with you, Irma.
I'll be ready to go back to work 3:30 sharp.
Okay, Mr. Davis, now let's hear your story.
My story? Well, I came home, Lieutenant.
What time was this?
Oh, it must have been sometime after 5 o'clock.
That's not true.
Go on.
I went around the back. I had mud on my shoes, so... Well, the first thing I noticed, the kitchen door was open. That seemed strange, so I went in and...
Yeah?
Well, there she was, laying on the floor.
That's a lie. That's a
She was
lie.
all covered with blood. I kneeled down beside her, and she was dead.
It isn't true.
I could see the ring was missing from her finger, the gold wedding ring that I gave her, and the watch. That was gone from her wrist.
You took them. You took them
The
yourself.
purse was laying right there on the floor, and it was empty, but she'd been paid just that day, and it should have had over $100 in it.
You stole it.
Then you believe some intruder killed her for her money.
Well, that's what I have to believe.
Don't ask him what he believes. He's a liar. He's a murderer.
Now we have to ask you this question. Where were you at 4 o'clock, which has been set as the time of your wife's death?
Where was I?
You were there in the house. You killed
What
her.
I'm asking is, do you have an alibi?
He was
Well,
there.
let me see it. Around 3, I stopped off at Jerry's bar.
It's a lie. He was in the
How
house.
long did you stay there?
Oh, let me see. Must have been until about 10 minutes to 5.
You sure of that?
Yeah, I'll tell you how I know. We were waiting there to hear the results of the 7th race on the radio.
And then?
You actually believe him?
Well,
Don't.
Then I walked home. I mean, it's only a couple of blocks. You can ask Jerry.
Jerry? Jerry's a receiver for stolen goods, a fence, a dope pusher. He and Joe must have been together in one
Look,
shady
Lieutenant,
deal after another. How can you believe Jerry?
If there's anything I can do to help catch this wild animal
Ah, shut up.
that killed that Singh who was my wife.
You killed her. You killed her.
All right, Joe, that's all.
That's all.
You mean I can go?
Just be available for questioning in case you're needed.
He's walking out. You can't do that, Lieutenant. He's the killer. Don't let him get away with it. You can't. You can't.
Hey, Irma, what is it? What's the matter?
He's going to get away with it. He's going to get away with murder.
Irma, I can hear you screaming all the way out front. Get a hold of yourself.
He's getting away with murder.
Now, Irma,
No. He has to pay for it. Somebody has to make him pay for it.
Do you remember a popular song, Somebody Loves Me, I Wonder Who? Well, Joe in the TV script, or Perry in real life, could rewrite those lyrics to Somebody Hates Me. Irma's emotions have been steamed to the boiling point, but don't jump to conclusions too quickly. Act 2 in just a few moments. All I know is what I read in the papers, said Mr. Will Rogers. Well, that's what he knew. On the other hand, what do we know? For so many of us, all we know is what we see on a screen, in a motion picture theater, or at home on our television. These moving shadows have become our only reality. Well, what is reality, anyhow?
Hey, now, Irma, baby. The first thing you want to do is just be calm.
How can I be calm?
How about if I make you a nice cup of tea?
He is getting away with murder.
Maybe I put a little shot in it?
How can they permit it?
Permit what?
He murdered Margot.
Are you sure?
Am I sure? I saw it happen on the television.
Okay.
Now the police pick him up, and what do?
How about...
They let him go.
What? Where did they put him on the grill?
Grill. Some grill. Butter wouldn't melt in that homicide lieutenant's mouth.
What do you expect? You can't have no police brutality, you know what I mean? How would he look on TV?
But they let him go. Why?
Well, it's because maybe they didn't have nothing on him.
But he did it, and then he emptied her purse. He took the cash. He tore the ring off her finger and the watch off her wrist.
Now, Irma, look, you see, they figured they need the evidence. You can't arrest the guy without the evidence now, can
But
you?
he's guilty. Don't they know he's guilty?
Sure they do. What do you think? They're stupid. You got to be careful, Irma. You put this guy on trial without you got the real evidence. You know what happens? The jury has to say not guilty. And then he's out of it. You can never try him again.
Why not?
Because he's what they call double jeopardy. You see, you can't try a guy for the same thing twice.
But they ain't even going to try him once.
They are, Irma. Baby, believe me, they are.
Are you sure, Carlos?
Oh, shoot. They're just giving him rope. You know why? So he can hang himself.
Is that what it is?
Sure. You think they want to let him get away with murder? See there. Now, don't you feel better?
Yeah, Carlos. I feel much better.
Eleanor,
Well, look who's here.
how'd the audition go?
I don't know. I didn't go. Hey, that rhymes. Maybe I've got a new career, writing lyrics.
You drunk?
No, I wouldn't say that. I've had a drink or two, but still got a ways to go before I could actually be considered drunk.
Why don't you go to the audition?
To tell you the truth, I was very busy.
Oh, doing what?
Thinking. And I came to some very interesting conclusions. Do you care to hear them?
Eleanor, now listen to me. You got to get hold of yourself.
Oh, do I?
Your entire career is going down the drain.
Yes. That's probably true.
Then why can't you realize...
Let me tell you what I really realize. Oh, wait. Excuse me. Have to refill this little glass? Pour you one?
No, thank you.
Ooh, more for me. Now, where were we? My career going down the drain. You know who pulled the plug? You did.
I did.
You helped them cut my throat.
What did I do?
You were part of the plot.
What plot?
For 1 solid month, I was given a dummy set of scripts to read while all along a new storyline was being created. And you were part of it.
Would it have made sense for both of us to be out of work? One of us has to have a
Well,
job.
you made sure that one of us was you.
Suppose you knew. What could you have done about it?
I have friends at the agency, with the client, the network. I have favors I could have called
Eleanor,
in.
you had friends, and you've run out of favors.
That is a lie.
You're washed up.
How dare you?
I dare because I love you.
Oh, love?
Yes. You're not the toast of Broadway anymore, Eleanor. George Bernard Shaw is dead. You can't play Joan of Arc any longer. And you've got to forget you're a great actress because nobody cares.
But I have got a public. They care.
Is that a fact? You were just killed off on a soap opera. Now, who's losing sleep over it? Life and the world go on, and you've got to change.
Change?
Yes. You have to stop doing producers a favor by acting in their shows. You have to think in terms of character parts. You've got to sharpen your delivery.
You presume to lecture me. I taught you everything you know. What were you? A cheap slapstick comedian. I made an actor out of you.
Well, at least I was ready, willing, and able to change. Are you?
Well, you were always jealous of my success.
Oh, come on.
You out to destroy me. You plotted to get me off that show. I'm going to kill you.
Eleanor.
Yes, I'll kill
Eleanor,
you.
put down that knife.
No.
Eleanor.
You deserve to die.
Eleanor, for God's sakes, put it down. Now, stop that.
Let go of my arm. Now let go.
Just drop that knife.
Let go.
I said drop it. Let that knife fall from your hand.
I have to kill you.
Drop it. It's gotten into you.
I'm drunk.
Picked up that knife. You were actually going to stab me.
What happened to me when I get drunk? I hate you so much when I'm drunk. I want to kill you.
Eleanor.
I don't know what I'm doing.
But why? Why?
Because you're no good.
Eleanor.
And you're younger than I am. You can still play romantic
Oh,
leads.
come on, darling.
I'm washed up.
No, you're not.
You said so.
Well, what I meant was... It's the liquor. You've got to give it up.
I need it.
Eleanor, you could still get almost any part you want.
I noticed you said almost.
Well, it's just that the producers here and on the coast, they're scared of it.
No, that's a lie. This is a plot.
All right, there's a plot.
You admit it.
There's a terrible plot. Yes. And you know whose it is? Nature's. Nature's, because she schemes against all of us and makes us grow older. With every passing year, she drains the color from our face and sucks the marrow out of our bones. Nature, she's behind it.
I'm tired, Terry. I want to go to sleep.
All right, but promise me you'll go on the wagon.
I'll think about it.
Promise.
Please.
No, you've got to promise.
Don't make me promise.
Try.
Try. Okay, sure, all right. That I can do. I can try.
Here, I want a meatloaf special, 1 roast turkey, white meat, and a chef salad. Irma? Irma, what are you staring at?
You lied to me, Carlos.
I lied to you? Would I ever do a thing like that?
You lied.
Where? When?
You said the cops were really after Joe.
Oh, when they are?
Well, they're not. You said Joe would pay for murdering Margot.
He will.
He won't. He even got a promotion at the factory, and he's going to marry the foreman's sister. So there was no justice. He got away with it.
Nobody gets away with murder.
Joe did.
But his conscience, you see. His conscience, it's killing.
I don't see that.
It's going to come up and haunt him, you see. Maybe 5-10 years from now. Someday it's got to come out. I mean, he'll really have a lot to lose. Like, maybe he was going to take over the whole factory and become a millionaire. And boom! Suddenly he is stripped of everything.
I don't believe that.
Okay. But the fact is that there is nothing we can do about it.
Is that what you believe?
What do you mean, Irma? Is that what I believe?
You believe that people should be permitted to get away with murder.
What? No, I don't think...
Margot was an angel. You don't know. You could never know what was in that woman's heart. And this bum, he just murders her?
Hey, come on, Irma. It's just a story.
I looked into that woman's eyes, and she was a person. I mean, a real, live person. And that Joe. Oh, no, Carlos. He will not get away with it. Not while I have one breath left in my body.
Lisa,
You wanted a meatloaf special, a roast turkey, white meat, and a chef salad?
Irma, I wish you'd get over this thing.
I'm sorry it bothers you, Carlos. I won't talk about it in front of you anymore.
There you are, Perry.
Sorry I'm late.
It's nothing serious. Well, shall I order for you?
Just ginger ale will be fine.
Oh, I see.
What do you see?
One lush enough in the family? No. Don't take offense.
No, I can't afford to. Because I want to ask you a favor.
The answer is no.
You don't even know what it is.
But I do. You want me to find a job for Eleanor.
Why is the answer no?
The answer, my friend, lies in that bottle.
I know.
Oh, come on. How could you ask me to take a chance?
She drinks because she doesn't have a job. Now, if somebody would just trust her with a part, it would be the most fantastic therapy in the world.
Perry, honey, I'm not running a sanitarium.
I know that, Peyton, but look what I've done for Crossroads.
Look at what it's done for you.
All right, I'm a star. So I want a favor.
Perry, in our world, you become a star overnight. You know that. But you may find out you can also become an unstar. Just as quickly.
Look, I know that she can't come back on our show, but Billy has 2 other soaps, and he does specials. Now, he listens to you when it comes to casting.
Because, baby, he knows he can trust me.
Peyton, please. She has to have a job.
That's her problem.
No, it's my problem. Look, she's got to stop drinking. I mean, lately, well, she becomes violent when she's had a few too many.
Violent?
Yes. I mean, she wants to kill me, Peyton. She's already taken a knife to me.
A knife?
I had to fight for my life.
No.
Come, please believe me. Sometimes late at night after I've gone to bed, she gets up and she very quietly hits the bottle. Now, one night, if she's drunk enough and if I'm asleep, and if she gets into that murderous mood...
Kid, you really do have a problem.
Will you help me, Peyton?
Well, I'll try, Perry. I'll see what I can scare up.
Talk about the sword of Damocles, that lethal weapon that hung suspended by a hair. Our friend Perry seems to have a similar arrangement with a bottle of liquor. On the face of it, he might benefit by two pieces of advice. First, hide the whiskey. Second, become a very light sleeper. However, there's a third possibility. But for that, we have a third act. It unfolds shortly. Art, we are told, must imitate life. But more and more in our society, life imitates art. Actors who play doctors on the screen are often solicited for medical advice. Classically, it's been the actor's task to create an illusion. But now, he actually creates reality. Well, now, reality and illusion may become all mixed up, even for an actor. Perry Stanhope, a very good actor, is asleep, somewhere on the borderline of consciousness and slumber. Is he dreaming, or is it real? Is a woman actually approaching his bed with a knife in her hand? Is it a dream, or has she actually raised the knife high above her head and plunged it down, deep down into his heart?
Here, give me a Western sandwich, a stack of wheats, and 2 poach tags. You got it?
I got it. What do you ask? Don't I always have it?
Oh, sure. It's just lately you've been, worried about things. Oh, by the way, this guy Joe, the one you got it in for?
Yeah, the man's a criminal, a killer.
Well, you know what? He's gone.
Yeah?
He got his. He won't be around no more.
Is that so?
Well, I mean, not Joe exactly, but the fellow that plays him, this Perry Stanhope.
Yeah?
The guy was killed last night.
He was?
I just heard it on the radio. He was stabbed to death in his sleep.
Why are you telling me this?
Well, I don't know. I thought you might be interested.
I was only interested in justice. And now it's all over.
What is all over?
Joe killed Margot, and now Joe has killed himself.
But Joe was not killed.
He wasn't?
No, Irma, for crying out loud, an actor was killed. An actor named Perry Stanhope.
Is that a fact? Well, this afternoon, you just tune in Crossroads, and you'll see there's no more Joe. He's dead.
I'm afraid it's my fault, Sergeant.
Your fault, sir?
Yes, Sergeant Freeman. I think maybe I could have prevented.
How?
Well, his wife, Eleanor, had become a heavy drinker. When she was drunk, she wanted to kill him.
And how do you know this, Mr. Forster?
He told me. Perry told me. He said she had already picked up a knife in a drunken fury and attempted to stab him.
When was this?
About a week, 10 days ago.
And why do you say it's your fault?
Well, he said the thing that could sober her up would be a job, and he asked me to try to get her one.
And you did not?
Well, I tell you, maybe I really didn't believe him. I don't know. I mean, what he asked of me wasn't easy to do. But maybe I didn't try hard enough.
She actually tried to stab him?
Sergeant, she hated him. She held him responsible for her, her downfall.
Mrs. Stanhope, on at least one occasion, you were heard to threaten your husband.
I did?
Yes, you were at the studio with your husband. You were on your way out, and you said, "If I stay here one more minute, I'll kill you." Then you added, "I'll probably kill you anyhow." Don't you remember saying that?
I was angry.
Did you say it?
My whole world had collapsed.
Did you say it?
You don't know how I felt.
Did you say it?
I didn't mean
But you said it.
There's so many times when we say so many things.
Did you ever pick up a knife and try to kill your husband?
No.
Think carefully, Mrs. Stanhope. Your husband reported such an incident.
I don't remember.
Then that's not the same answer as no.
You see, I've been drinking a great deal more than is good for me, and when I reach a certain point...
Yes?
I sort of black out. I just don't remember what I do or say.
Then it is possible that you could have reached that point last night and murdered your husband.
No.
Why not? You just admitted you don't know what to do when you're in a certain state.
I couldn't do anything that's against my basic principles.
Oh, what are your basic principles, Mrs. Stanhope?
I truly believe I am not capable of committing murder.
But you already tried to. And only your husband's superior strength saved his life.
Well, that's if you believe Peyton Forsney's story.
Should I doubt it? Why would he lie to me?
Because he hates me. He was the one who got me fired from the lead on Crossroads.
Oh, well, that's not the way he tells it.
Well, naturally.
Actually, it was the client who wanted you out of there because of your drinking problem.
That's a lie.
I spoke with the client, Mr. Williamson. He corroborates Mr. Forsney's story.
Don't you see? It's a plot. A plot. They're all against me. They're all against me. That's why they murdered my darling Perry, because he knew the truth. He would have exposed them.
Mrs. Stanhope, you really don't believe that, do you? Now, where were you last night?
I was home in my room.
I see.
What do you see? Perry and I didn't share the same bedroom anymore.
Well, do you?
No. Things were going very badly between us.
Yes.
And I just stayed in my own room.
All night?
I think so. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I was drinking, and I just don't remember.
You don't remember walking into his room where he was lying in his bed, fast asleep, and plunging a knife into his heart?
I don't remember.
Well, what'd you do with the knife afterwards? Did you try to get rid of it? Did you go out? Did you walk to the bridge or drive to the bridge? Did you throw it over the side into the river?
I don't remember.
You remember a desire to kill him, do you? Please, Mrs. Stanhope, face the truth.
The truth?
Did you have an urge to kill him? The truth.
The truth.
Did you hate him because you believed he had betrayed you?
It was true. He had betrayed me.
And didn't you start drinking because of him?
How do you know?
I've spoken to your friends.
Oh, friends. I have no friends.
But is it true? Did you start to drink because of your husband?
Yes.
You hated him?
No. No, I was afraid of him.
Afraid of him? Why?
Oh. No. You can never hope to understand.
You could help me understand.
Because I was now living in his world.
I don't understand.
And I said you wouldn't. You see, my world was Shakespeare, Shaw, Ibsen, Chekhov. That world is gone. Today it's his world. Quick study, the automatic response.
I saw you as Hedda Gabler.
Did you indeed?
Oh, aren't you being a snob?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I also saw you as Margot in Crossroads. I know what you're talking about.
Oh.
God bless you. I'm not alone.
No, Mrs. Stanhope, you are not alone. You have these devils inside you.
Yes.
And you've got to get rid of them.
I know.
And you killed him, didn't you?
I must have killed him.
It doesn't have to be the end of the world. The judge, the jury, they'll understand.
Will they?
I'm sure. You'll be given treatment instead of punishment.
No. I deserve to be punished.
Oh, you have been already. You're an actress. You can survive. You'll return to the stage.
I can promise you what I was unable to promise Perry. Sergeant Freeman, I promise you I will never take another drink.
I know you'll keep that promise.
Yeah. What is it that I must do now?
You must make a statement.
Statement?
Well, actually, it's a confession.
Confession?
Yes. You just tell us what happened in your own words, and Officer Pembroke here will take it down in shorthand.
See, confession. Mea culpa. Through my fault. Through my most grievous fault.
Hey, Irma, you see the paper this morning?
Why would I want to see the paper?
Well, there is a
I
story.
mean, listen, what's in the paper? Violence, misery. Was that order of eggs supposed to be easy over?
Oh, yeah. You know this Perry Stanhope? The guy who played Joe in Crossroads? The one that killed your friend Margot and then got killed himself?
Listen, don't forget you got to order at least 2 fresh hams
Well,
today.
they got the dame who killed him.
And what?
Yeah. They caught her. It was his wife. She confessed.
But...
Hey, well, Irma, what is it?
She couldn't confess.
What do you mean she couldn't confess?
Because she didn't do it.
But how do you know she didn't do it?
Because I did it.
Ah, Irma.
Hand me the paper.
Irma, what did you just say?
I said I killed him.
Oh, baby, you don't want to talk that way, even as a joke.
Carlos, I killed him.
Irma, you're holding the paper. You're reading it with your very own eyes. This dame, his wife, Eleanor, she admits
But
it.
she's lying.
Why would she lie?
Maybe it was to protect me.
Why would she want to protect you, Irma?
Because she played Margot.
Yeah, but...
And we were friends. Don't you see? She was closer than a sister to me, and she would do anything to help me. That's the kind of woman she was.
Look, Irma, maybe you're tired.
Listen, I'm going down to the police station.
What for?
To confess I killed Joe. But you see this knife, my special slicing knife? This is the knife I used. I sharpened the point.
Oh, no,
I'm
Irma,
sorry to leave you in the middle of the morning, Carlos. But justice is more important.
And you say you killed him, Miss...
Burkett, Irma Burkett.
Uh-huh. Why?
Because I hated him. He murdered Margot.
Margot? Oh. Oh, I see.
And I just couldn't let him get away with it.
It isn't starting. She could never.
Please, just let her continue.
I believe in justice, and that's why I can't leave an innocent woman pay for what I did.
Yes, I understand.
So I'll take what's coming. But I can't let her go to jail for something she didn't do. I have to do what's right.
Yes, I understand.
Now, here's the knife I used. You'll find my fingerprints all over it.
Oh, I'm sure we will.
You don't believe me, do you?
Oh, I believe that you're sincere. I know how you felt about Margot. I felt that way myself.
She was a saint.
An angel. I also wanted to kill Joe.
Did you?
Oh, yes. Miss Burkett, will you let me make a confession? One night, I dreamed I killed him.
You did?
Oh, it was so real. It must have been just like your dream.
But I went there, to his apartment.
Yes, I know. I went there, too, in my dream.
But I killed him.
You wanted to kill him so badly. I understand. I felt that way. But I didn't kill him. And you didn't kill him. No matter how convinced we may be.
But
And you know why? We, you and I, we are incapable of murder. That's because we believe in justice. We are moral people, but that doesn't mean our blood doesn't boil. So, you see, what we cannot allow ourselves to do in real life, we perform in a dream. That's why your dream was so real. That's why you really and truly believe you killed him.
Then it was a dream?
Of course. Mr. Gonzalez, will you take Miss Burkett home?
Oh, sure. Hey, Irma. What do you say, baby? Huh? Let's go.
It was a dream, Carlos. It was only a dream.
Was it only a dream? Who really killed Joe? Or Perry Stanhope? Was it Margot? Or call her Eleanor? Was it Irma? I don't know. I would warn many of my fellow actors, however, moderate your thespian villainies. There are people out there who really believe you. I shall return shortly. Where does reality end and illusion begin? For that matter, where does illusion end and reality begin? Or why do we insist that the two are separate entities? Maybe there is no such thing as either, but only a mixture of each. Illusion and reality. These are the basic raw materials of our show. And we weave a new design 7 times each week. Our cast included Terry Keane, Ann Williams, Mandel Kramer, Ian Martin, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. And after all, what is a lie? 'Tis but the truth in masquerade, according to Lord Byron. Does it work both ways? Is the truth a lie in masquerade? Those great poets are not always easy to follow. Is it possible that there are neither absolute lies nor absolute truths, but varying degrees of each? As we shall discover, perhaps, during the next hour.
I want you to tell me everything you know about the murder.
Oh, what murder is that, Lieutenant?
The murder that took place on your train this morning.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That wasn't a murder. Fella died of a heart attack.
Yeah? Who told you it was a heart attack?
Well, I mean, the way he just keeled over, I kind of thought...
No. He was murdered.
Our mystery drama, Come Fill My Cup, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes and William Griffiths. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Out of the shadows of the night, the world rolls into light. It is daybreak everywhere, sings the poet, yes. Daybreak and breakfast and off to the daily round of toil for one's bread. They gather at the railroad station in the town of Westville to catch the 749, which will bear them to the big city, more than 50 miles and 61 minutes away. And they purchase their big city newspapers. They stamp their feet against the cold. They exchange idle small talk till the big, shiny electric cars skitter to a stop along the platform, and they scatter aboard and scramble for seats. Thus, another day has begun.
Aboard! Aboard! My name is Frank Durham. I've been with the road 45 years. I can remember steam, diesels, now these. 45 years. Rain, shine, snow, hail. What do them letter carriers say? Well, we go through the same thing. It's funny. When people find out I'm conductor of the 749, they kind of look at me and say, "Hey, isn't that the one?" Yeah. It's the one where the guy was murdered. Now, as a rule, people don't get murdered on trains. Why, I know all about the Orient Express, but a commuter train? So I guess you want to know all about it. Okay? Tickets? I'll tickets, please. Oh, say, what are you doing up here, Mr. Jorgensen?
Morning, Frank.
Yeah, I thought you'd be back in the club car with Jerry and them.
Yeah, I decided to change my ways. No more cards.
Is that a fact?
You better believe it.
Well, I hope for your sake it's true.
No, Frank, it's all over. I don't need a sermon.
I always felt that poker game was too rich for your blood.
You've no idea how anemic it made me.
If you'll pardon my saying it, you worry in way over your head. Why, Jerry Garland is at least a millionaire. So's Pete McHugh. As for Bill...
I'm well out of it.
You listen to a man who's old enough to be your father. You see you stay out of it. That made me feel good. Don Jorgensen has been a patsy in this high-stakes poker game for more than a year. In the 61 minutes Westville to New York, you could lose $100, $150 easy. And there were days Don did just that. Well, I went back to punch tickets in the club car. That's the last car in the 749's private car. You pay extra for it, but you can sit at a table, have coffee or breakfast, play cards, and you're away from the, well, not the riffraff, but, how'd the fella put it? The maddening throng or something. Tickets, gentlemen. Thank you.
Frank, you seen Don? I saw him on the platform getting on a train. He's holding up the game. Look, you fellas sit here, play a hand of gin or something. I'll rout him out.
Jerry got up from the table and started walking forward. I wondered what luck he would have with Don. When I went up ahead again, I saw him sitting next to Don. I moved slowly and stood behind him. I was curious.
Everybody's luck turns, kid.
Except mine.
Look, you enjoy the game.
I can't afford it
now,
anymore.
That's an argument I can't buck.
Look, I am reformed from now on.
Okay, kid. I hope so.
I got a book to read, a crossword puzzle.
Look, I'm all for a guy kicking the habit, any habit. It's just,
It's just what?
Well, it's just, I wish you didn't decide to kick it today.
Why not today?
Well, I feel lucky.
Then I'm definitely picking the right time.
I feel today is my day to take Peter McHugh.
So go take him.
Nobody wants to play three-handed.
Well, you can pick up somebody else.
No, there's not many guys with the courage to play in that game.
Not to mention the money.
Listen, Don, do me a favor. Quit tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, play today.
No.
Come on now, as a favor to me.
It sure wouldn't be a favor to me.
Don, you can't lose.
Would you like to know how much I lost this past year?
What I'm trying to say.
And to you, Jerry.
It won't cost you a cent to play today, Don.
Oh, yeah? Let's hear this.
If you win, you win. Keep it. But if you lose, I'll pay you back.
What?
No matter how much. Just keep tabs, and I'll pay you back every cent later.
Well, you must really want to play bad.
Come on, Don. I can hit Pete for a bundle. How can you lose?
Okay. Just this once.
I didn't know what to make of that whole conversation. Anyhow, Jerry and Don got up, walked to the club car. I finished up front and went back there myself for the morning coffee. Down toward the end of the car, I could see the poker game in full swing. I stood at the bar while Lou handed me my usual coffee, and I ate, drank slowly. I turned to watch the poker players. I could hear the conversation, clinking of coins, and I could see the green of the bills.
Pair of deuces is high. It's you, Jerry.
Oh, yeah, so I see. Now, pair of deuces, check.
Deuces check. Dealer folds. So, ace high bets. That's you, Pete.
This ace high bets $10.
Bill? I see you fold. Okay, that leaves it up to deuces, Jerry.
Yeah, so it does. Well, the little deuces will see that $10 bet and raise you 20.
And that's about how it would go. Check and raise, which is about as cutthroat as poker can ever get. But at least they were honest about it. They didn't pretend it was a friendly game. It went on like that for a bit. And then...
Who wants a cup of coffee? You, Pete?
I had enough.
Bill? You still off coffee? Come on, fellas, I'm buying. How about you, Don?
When'd you ever know me to turn down a cup of coffee?
Yeah, I'll go up and get it now while I'm out of this hand. I'll be right back.
See, you got your card game going, Mr. Garland?
Yep. We have to find a new recruit. Lou, a cup of coffee for me and Mr. Jorgensen. Come on, I'm losing money standing here.
Well, sure thing, Mr. Garland.
Just then, I thought I heard a kind of squealing sound. I left my coffee and walked back quickly to the rear cab. I opened the door to see if maybe we didn't have a jam brake. But it was nothing. Anyhow, I stood there for a couple of seconds. I could see Lou at the bar up ahead pouring the 2 cups of coffee. He put them on the tray, and Jerry spilled a packet of sugar into each. Now, the reason I go into all these details is because this is that famous, or what I should say, notorious day. I started back for the bar. Jerry picked up the tray and started toward the table. Halfway, we met in the aisle. I was about to step aside to let him pass when we hit that curve just before we crossed the New York state line. Now, the train sways pretty bad, and I could see Jerry was about to lose his balance. Well, I wanted to help him, but as he fell back, he automatically thrust the tray forward, and I caught it and took it from his hands. He grabbed the back of his seat, and so did I. For a few seconds, we both nearly fell, but we both managed to keep our balance. Then Jerry took the tray back from me and went to his table, and I watched the game continue from the bar.
Here's your coffee, Don.
Oh, thanks. 5-card draw, Jerry. We dealt you in. Ante up $5.
Little jacks are better, huh?
The famous name of the game.
Well, let's take a sip of this coffee, and I'll examine my options.
Hey, let's get a move on, huh? We'll be in the terminal in less than 15 minutes.
Come on. There's enough time for entire fortunes to be made, Pete.
Boy, that's pretty good coffee this morning, Jerry.
Yeah. Lou gets lucky once in a while. Speaking of luck, gents, she's, open for another $5.
Bill, I see you fold.
Go.
I'm in, and now, cards.
Hey, that is pretty good coffee.
Hey, I want 3.
3 to Brother Pete.
Yeah. Give me 2.
2 to Jerry. And the dealer draws 1.
More kids have lost out on a college education because their fathers drew to an inside straight.
Opener bets. That's you, Jerry. Jerry?
Jerry, you going to sit there and drink that coffee or what?
All right. Don't rush me.
Don't rush our good friend.
Let's see. Don, you drew 3, huh?
No. Pete drew 3.
You bought.
No, I drew 1.
1. Bill asked for...
Bill didn't ask for anything. Bill's out.
Oh. Bill is out. It's hot in here. Somebody ought to ask Frank to turn down the heat.
You going to bet or not?
What do you think I played it? play this game for? I wish it wasn't so hot here.
Hey, Jerry, you okay?
Yeah, it's my bet, huh?
Hey, Pete, Bill, I think there's something wrong with Jerry.
I bet, I bet,
Frank, come over here, quick.
Oh, my chest. Oh, my chest. Oh.
Frank, you got a phone on this train? Call ahead for an ambulance.
I got this.
Jerry! Jerry!
I telephoned to have an ambulance meet us at the next station. There was also a doctor among the passengers in the third car, and he came back quickly. But it didn't matter. Nothing would matter anymore to Jerry Garland. He was dead. They took him off the train. When we got to the terminal, I had a lot of writing to do, a lot of forms to fill out and reports to make. I was busy in the locker room when I heard a man ask for me.
You Frank Durham?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm Lieutenant Parsons, New York City Police.
Yeah?
You're the conductor of train number 4231. It's the 749 out of Westville, Connecticut.
Sure.
I want you to tell me everything you know about the murder.
What murder's that?
The murder that took place on your train this morning.
Well, wait a minute. That wasn't a murder. A fella died.
A man by the name of Gerald K. Garland.
Yes, he died of a heart attack.
Oh, yeah? Who told you it was a heart attack?
Well, I mean, the way he keeled over, I kind of thought that...
No. He was murdered.
How could he have been murdered?
He was poisoned.
Now, how could he have been poisoned?
That's just what I want to ask you.
Okay, let's all ask ourselves, how could he have been poisoned? And to get the red tape out of the way, the facts are clear. Lieutenant Parsons made that statement because a medical examination showed definite traces of staramine, a poison in the strychnine family. So, we have our murder on the 749. But how? Look, this is only the end of Act 1. You'll have to be patient until I return with Act 2. Trust everybody, but cut the cards, said the beloved Mr. Dewey. Ah, yes. How many decks of cards have been cut and shuffled on the 749, the commuter express from Westville, especially in the club car, where perhaps the most cutthroat game has been going on for several years. Well, if the game keeps being cutthroat, someone may begin to take that word literally. Obviously, someone did, except he didn't use a knife. He employed poison.
Poison? Are you saying Jerry Garland was poisoned, Lieutenant?
Well, that's what the medical examiner says, and it's good enough for me.
But poison? How could he have been poisoned?
As they say, it was ingested in the coffee he drank.
Oh, no.
Yes, happens to be the fact. Now, it took place in the club car. And what was Jerry Garland doing at the time of his death?
He was playing cards. He was part of this regular game. He was playing and drinking his coffee. Then he just keeled over.
The coffee? How did he get the coffee?
He went up the bar for 2 coffees.
2 coffees?
Yeah, one for himself, the other for Don Jorgensen. Well, he picked up the coffee.
Who served the coffee?
Lou Vitry, our barman.
Now, Lou poured out the coffee into the cups.
Yeah, that's right. And Jerry put them on a tray and went back to the table.
Now, would you know if there was cream and sugar in the coffees?
Yeah, now you mention it. I saw Jerry put in the cream and sugar himself while he was still at the bar.
Into both coffees?
Yeah, that's right.
And then he went back to the table. And then what did he do?
He gave 1 cup to Don Jorgensen, 1 cup he kept for himself.
Yeah?
Well, couldn't have been more than a couple, 3 minutes, and that was it.
And he drank this coffee?
Oh, yeah.
The other cup of coffee. The one he gave this...
Don Jorgensen.
Yeah, Don Jorgensen. He drank his coffee also?
Yeah.
You saw him do it?
Oh, yes.
Right. I want you to stay with me while I question some of the people in that club car.
When?
As soon as I can round them up.
Well, I have to take 1127 out.
No. I don't think so.
That was Detective Lieutenant Parsons. Grover Cleveland Parsons. Well, the first person he got hold of was Lou Vitry, the barman. All of a sudden, I got the shock of my life. But I'll feed it to you gently, the way it was fed to me.
How long you been with the railroad?
5 years, Lieutenant.
What'd you do before that?
Why, look, Lieutenant, is it important?
Just answer the question.
I work for Mr. Garland.
Jerry Garland?
Yeah.
As what?
Well, I was his chauffeur.
Well, why did you leave the job?
Look, do I have to say this?
Answer the question.
Well, can the answer be confidential between me and the cops?
Well, so far.
Because if it's known, I can lose my job. Does Frank have to hear me answer?
No, he won't say anything, I guarantee it. Well, why could you lose your job?
Because I got a record.
For what?
I did 3 years for burglary, but I was innocent.
Tell him, Lou.
Well, one night there was a burglary. Jewels that belonged to Jerry's wife, Theodora, were stolen. Well, they searched all the servants, naturally, and in my room, I found the bracelet.
Well, what was it doing there?
Well, it must have been planted there by the thieves to turn the heat on me. And it did. I was put away.
Well, how did you get the job on the railroad if you had this record?
Jerry Garland got it for me.
Why?
Well, when I got out, I went to him to his office.
Well, what are you doing here, Lou? You escaped from jail?
Oh, I'm out, Mr. Garland.
Oh. What do you want?
Well, I didn't steal those jewels.
Now, look, Lou, it was all decided by a court of law.
I ain't a crook, and you know it.
Well, maybe not, but you might have been tempted.
Oh, never. I've been your chauffeur 13 years. You trusted your kids to me when they was little. I lived in your house. Now, you know I ain't a crook. Mr. Garland, you gotta help me.
Well, Lou, if you need some money to get on your feet...
Do I need more money? I need a job. I can't get a job. I got a record. You understand?
I know it's tough, Lou.
You don't know how tough it is. I'm turned down everywhere I go. Help me get a job. Give me a job.
Now, can't very well take you back as my chauffeur.
Why not?
Well, how would it look?
Can't you do anything for me? I'll take any job at all. He got me a job. This job. My name isn't Lou Vitry either. I had to change it. Vitry's my mother's maiden name.
Well, how could the poison have gotten into Mr. Garland's cup?
I don't know.
Okay, Lou. That's all for now. Just keep handy in case you need it. You can go.
Thanks. Thanks, Lieutenant.
Well, he doesn't have a motive.
He doesn't have a motive. But that's not true, Lieutenant. He does have a motive. And now I know what that motive is. He was the chauffeur. I never knew that. So now it all makes sense, that conversation I overheard in the bar in the club car a couple of weeks ago. See, the train was crowded. Jerry had gotten up from the card table and come over to pick up a couple of rounds of drinks. Standing at the bar was Mr. Alexander Trowbridge. Yeah, the very big guy on Wall Street. Very strict, very dignified. Anyhow, Jerry spotted him and said,
"Hello there, Alex."
Good evening, Mr. Garland.
Well, it ain't every day I have the privilege of riding home on a train with the Wolf of Wall Street. Hey, let me buy you a drink.
Thank you. I have one.
Well, have another one on me.
That won't be necessary, thank you. I never have more than one.
Okay, Alex. Say, look, I may drop over to your office one day. I may have a little business to throw your way.
Jerry Garland had a hide like a rhinoceros, which is why you couldn't kill him with a bullet or a knife. You had to use poison. Anyhow, it was obvious to me that Mr. Trowbridge was very put out. And the fellow standing next to him spotted it, too. And I remember Trowbridge saying,
I have every reason to suspect that man's a thief. There's no real proof, of course, but Swanson's company handles the man's insurance.
We had a burglary some years ago. Wife's jewels were supposed to be stolen. Swanson could swear Garland pulled a swindle on the insurance company.
Is that so?
The jewels never turned up at any of the known receivers of stolen goods. Actually, Swanson must know more than he's telling, but he's stuck for proof. Another round here, please, Lou?
Yes, sir.
I know Swanson wouldn't make such a charge, even off the record, unless he knew it was true. Meanwhile, some poor servant went to jail.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, that's all right, Lou.
It spilled all over you.
Well, it's just water. No harm done.
Was that why Lou dropped the glass? Was that why he turned so pale? I didn't think anything about it at the time, but now it makes sense. The lieutenant had just said that Lou Vitry did not have a motive, but he did have.
Yeah, Frank. I know about it.
About Lou having a motive?
Yep. He told me himself. He figured if this kind of thing was being talked about, how Jerry Garland himself could have staged the robbery, it was sure to get the cops, and then he'd really be in a jam.
Well, he's in a jam anyhow, isn't he?
Well, not exactly. You see, if he poisoned the coffee and then gave 2 cups to Jerry to take back to the table, how could he be sure which cup Jerry would drink?
Yeah.
Frank, you see these fellas every day. Who had a motive for killing Jerry?
Well, nobody really liked him.
Well, who were his friends?
In the club car?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he had no friends I knew of. Nobody really liked him.
Well, who might have liked him the least?
You get into a discussion of human nature, Lieutenant. Bill Russell, one of the regulars in the game, never opened his mouth except to bet. Now, how do I know what that man thought? Don Jorgensen. Well, he didn't like Jerry. Over the year, he must have lost at least $15,000 in that game. Jerry was practically the only big winner.
$15,000 could be a motive for revenge.
No, but take Pete McHugh. He fancies himself the best poker player in the world. Yet Jerry was always taking his money.
A lot of money?
No. The big loss was pride. Is that a motive?
No, not really. This Don Jorgensen. Tell me more about him.
Funny thing. This morning he decided to quit the game. But he went back for a kind of a farewell.
Let's see what we can do with Don Jorgensen. You lost heavily.
Well, I wouldn't say so, Lieutenant.
Now, it is common knowledge aboard the 749 that you were an unusually big loser. Now, is that true?
Well, actually, in a friendly game, you don't notice.
Now, look, we've got a murder case. And you'd better tell me the truth. Now, we know you work for Simmons and Boswell on Wall Street. And we know what your salary is. We know just about how much you've been losing.
Now, hold on, Lieutenant.
Shall we check your bank to see what loans you negotiated and your insurance company to see if any policies were cashed in? Of course, if you borrowed from the loan sharks, you will really need our help.
Okay. It's true. You want to know what I lost? $21,364.87. You see? I know it to the penny. How could it happen? Well, if you take the train an average of 200 days a year, you lose an average of $100 a day. Well, not every day. Sometimes you win. I even won $300 one morning, but that's just the cheese in the trap. Don't ask me why I kept doing it. It's a bad dream. It cost me my wife. She's going to divorce me.
You suspect that Jerry was cheating?
Yes.
Did you kill him?
No.
I think you did.
Lieutenant, I swear to you, I'm innocent.
And I think I know how you worked it. The only way you could have worked it.
That's pretty good. If Don Jorgensen wanted to have Jerry Garland drink a cup of poisoned coffee, how could Don have worked it? Since, as we saw, Jerry got the 2 cups of coffee. Jerry handed out the coffee. How could Don be sure he wasn't getting the wrong one. Well, Lieutenant Parsons has made his deduction on facts and inferences that were available to all of you. Why don't we compare notes in Act 3? Mr. Sam Johnson, whom we quote quite often because he knew practically everything worth knowing, declared that a man could do anything if he did it in a genteel way, even cheat at cards. Well, Sam Johnson never rode in a commuter train. Jerry Garland cheated, and in the opinion of the police, that's why someone, namely Don Jorgensen, murdered him.
But I didn't do it.
You don't have to say anything.
Am I being arrested, Lieutenant?
Mr. Jorgensen, because of Jerry Garland, you lost your wife. All the money you had.
No. I lost everything because of my own weakness.
And so you decided to kill him.
You're wrong.
You worked out this scheme to poison him.
What good would it do for me to kill him? Would it burn out the disease I have inside of me, this mania to gamble? I swore I would quit, but I can't.
You figured you would poison his coffee.
How? Frank, you saw. The whole club car saw. Jerry went to the bar. He got the coffee. If there was poison in one cup, I could have gotten it.
No. You had a way to guard against that.
How? How could I guard against that?
With the help of Lou Vitry.
Lou Vitry?
Don Jorgensen, Lou Vitry. Two men with powerful motives to kill Jerry Garland.
But I tell you,
First, wait to hear what I tell you. You knew Jerry liked to treat everybody to coffee, so he could brag about it. You knew he would go to the bar to get it. And you also knew the other two at the table, Pete and Bill, never drank coffee. So you knew it would only be 2 cups.
I knew nothing of the sort.
Jerry would go up to get the coffee. Lou would pour him the poison cup.
Yeah, but how could Lou make sure I wouldn't drink it?
Because Lou would know which cup was which. And if Jerry set the poison one down next to you, he would give you the high sign. And you would make an excuse or forget to drink it.
It isn't true.
Lieutenant, could I talk to you in private for a second? It couldn't have worked that way.
No?
No.
Well, makes sense. Oh, I got 2 guys with a motive.
Even if you could prove that Don knew about Lou's motive, you don't have a case.
Why not?
Because I saw Lou pour that coffee. It was from the same glass pot that he poured about 10 other cups, including mine. That was the only coffee.
You, drank that same coffee?
So did Don and 8 other people in the car.
Well, then it was in the cream.
Oh, we all use the same cream pitcher.
The sugar. Now, the sugar was in separate packets.
Yes, it was. They were piled in a dish. I saw Jerry reach in, pick out 2, pour 1 in each cup. Everybody used those packets from that dish. There was no way either Lou or Don could control any single packet if it contained the poison.
You're sure of that?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, how did that poison get into that coffee? Now, I've got 2 great motives, Lou and Don. But there's no way I can find for any of them to get the poison in his cup.
Time went on, days passed, and I guess life went on also. I don't know what happens to a murder case when it doesn't get solved and the papers stop writing about it. I suppose it just sort of gets into a file cabinet somewhere. Well, 7:49 left Westville as usual, on or about on time. The club car found other things to talk about. And the card game continued with Don back in, but the new member was Mr. Trowbridge. And because he was so fabulously rich, they played for pennies. But I kept thinking and thinking about the murder. Well, one night I was taking my evening run home, and I stopped in the club car. Tickets, please. Tickets.
Hello, Frank.
Oh, evening, Mr. Jorgensen.
Frank, I never did get a chance to thank you properly for what you did for me.
What did I do for you?
Well, the day Jerry was, that cop, he was all set to lower the boom, and then you just took him aside. What'd you tell him?
Well, I just said, a fine, clean-cut chap like you, how could you possibly be a killer?
I bet you did.
You'd be better off if you never bet again in your life. See you. Tickets, please. Tickets. Thank you. Oh, good evening, Mr. Trowbridge.
Evening, Frank.
No poker tonight?
Well, if I may rephrase the title of a grand old song, those wedding bells are breaking up that old game of mine.
Oh, who's getting married?
At the bar there. Don.
Didn't he just get divorced?
Oh, certainly. He had to shed the old one before he could acquire a new one. You're not allowed to have two at a time in our culture.
Well, one was all I could ever handle.
Capacities differ, Frank. Oh, there she is now. She's just come up to the bar. Do you wonder that he finds her company more exciting than our poker game?
No, but don't wonder at all. There is a beautiful young lady.
You mean, you don't know who she is, Frank?
Oh, can't say that I do.
She's Dora. Theodora Garland, Jerry's widow.
She's Jerry's widow?
Huh. You mean you never met her?
No. Well, for that matter, Mr. Trowbridge, I never met your wife either.
Yes, that's true.
She's Dora Garland. Huh. How could you figure to be this young and this pretty?
And how could you ever figure what she saw in Jerry?
I moved back toward the bar. Suddenly, I realized that I had seen her before. Somewhere before. But where? Where? And then I remembered where. At the bar in the terminal. I owed Tom Franklin a run, and I was waiting to take the 10:08 out. I was having a beer. There was a man, and there was a woman sitting in the booth ahead of me. The man had his back to me. I couldn't see his face, but I knew it was Don Jorgensen. The woman was facing me. She was that woman. Now I know who she was. Dora Garland. And she and Don Jorgensen were having, as they say, an affair. And from what I knew of Jerry, he was the type who would kill both of them if he found out. So to the long list of motives for murder, add one more. But a good, strong one.
Now, Frank, don't give me any more suspects, huh? I don't want no more motives. I got all of those I can handle. I tell you what I need. I need what I can't get. The way any one of them or two of them could have put that poison into the coffee. Why don't you forget it?
Well, it happened on my train. I feel responsible.
Yeah, well, maybe you did it, huh?
Me?
Yeah, well, I put together everybody's story, Frank. I think you left something out.
What?
You could have poisoned that coffee.
Why? How?
Why, I can dig around for.
How?
Okay. Jerry was starting back to the table with the coffee tray. Okay. Now, you're headed the other way, up the aisle. The train gives a lurch. Jerry almost falls. You grab the tray from him.
For just a second.
Long enough, maybe, to put that poison in the cup.
Yeah? Well, here's what's wrong with that theory. First, how could I have, in those few seconds, gotten the tops off the cups and put in the poison?
Tops?
Well, Lou always puts those plastic tops on the cups so you won't spill any.
Yeah.
Second, even if I was a magician and could do it, how could I be sure which cup Jerry himself would drink?
Well, that's a good theory.
Well, maybe the coffee wasn't poisoned in the club car.
It had to be. That poison works within minutes. No, I am afraid we're stuck.
It sure looked that way. A couple days passed, and I was on the 749 again, and somehow it didn't seem the same without Jerry. A likable guy he wasn't, but he sure livened things up. And there was another side to him. I remembered it was a couple of days before he died. He was the first one on the train. He was sitting at the table waiting for the others. And there was a look on his face that I'd never seen before. I guess it was a lost look. Morning, Mr. Garland.
Oh, morning, Frank.
Oh, something wrong this morning, Mr. Garland?
Wrong? Why do you say that?
Well, I don't know. I guess you just look kind of, blue.
Do I?
Yeah, I'd say so.
I'd like to murder a couple of people, but that couldn't be the reason. Well, we'll get the old game started. That puts a bloom in the cheeks.
Now I remembered. That was the morning after I had seen his wife, Dora, in the bar at the terminal. So he had found out. And he was actually thinking of murder. I just needed one more little fact. Morning, Mr. Jorgensen. See you up in the club car this trip.
No, Mr. Trowbridge is on vacation, and Pete is sick today, so I thought I'd sit up here and catch up on some paperwork. Too noisy back there.
Don, when did Mr. Garland find out you were having an affair with his wife?
Say, what do you...
Just answer the question.
Well, now, just a... Well, about a week before he died.
How did you know that he knew? Did he tell you?
No.
Did he tell Dora?
No.
And how'd you know?
Frank, did you ever have an affair with another man's wife?
Nope.
You're not missing anything. But when the husband finds out, you can tell by certain little things in his manner.
Is that why you and Dora decided to kill him?
No. Oh, no, we were scared, yes, but for our own lives. Now, you knew Jerry. He was a violent man.
So why did you fool around with his wife?
You know why? To get back at him. He destroyed me. He stripped me of all my money. My wife walked out on me with the kids. I had to get back at him. And this was the only way I could. It was the one place I could prove I was a better man than he was.
And then I saw it. I saw the whole thing. Why did we all wonder who wanted to kill Jerry? Why didn't we ask who it was that Jerry himself wanted to kill? Why did we believe that the poison was intended for Jerry? Why couldn't it be meant for Don Jorgensen?
Now what, Frank?
Lieutenant, you said I could have been responsible for Jerry's death. You were right. I was.
Are you crazy?
Jerry decides to kill Don. Okay. He goes for the coffee. Lou pours. Jerry then opens the sugar package. Jerry is in a position to use the packet that he had with him that contains the poison. I notice you're listening now.
Hey, go on.
Now, Jerry comes back to the table with the tray. He knows which cup he has poisoned. But the train gives a lurch. He almost falls. He's about to drop the tray. I'm there. I grab it from him. He saves himself from falling, and his eye is off me for a second or two. I have to stop myself from falling. I switch the tray from my right hand to my left. Unconsciously, I turn it around. He can't see that. It all happens so quickly. I give him the tray as if nothing happened. He gets to drink the poisoned coffee.
And how do we prove it?
I guess we don't. But I believe it. Do you?
The lieutenant didn't commit himself. Do you believe it? It makes sense. Satisfies all the conditions. But we are dealing with the most unpredictable materials in nature, namely human beings. Maybe Pete McHugh, the jealous card player, did it somehow. Maybe it was Lou, and or Don, and or Dora. Could we swear on our souls it wasn't the conductor? I'll be back with more from the realm of infinite possibility. Our story was about cards. What did a great master of cards say on the subject? The bizarre world of cards, a world of power politics, where punishment and rewards were meted out immediately. A deck of cards is built like the purest of hierarchies, with every card a master to those below it, a lackey to those above it. And there were the masses, the long suits, which always asserted themselves in the end and triumphed over the aces and the kings. Thus spoke the great player, Eli Culbertson. And he was in the know. Our cast included William Griffiths, Larry Haynes, Russell Horton, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
How in the world did he accomplish it? The door, the window, and chimney were impassable. The flooring and walls were solid. Well, then Julia Stoner was undoubtedly alone when she met her death.
It would appear so, but then how do you account for these nocturnal whistles and the very peculiar words of the dying woman?
Well, I can't account for any of it, Holmes, unless they were hallucinations.
Not likely that the two women would be afflicted with the same hallucination about whistles in the night. And only one of them referred to the speckled band.
Well, you've evidently formed some conclusions. Otherwise, we wouldn't this very moment be on our way to Stoke Moran.
No conclusions, my dear doctor. Only surmises, which have to be checked on the spot before I can even begin to make deductions.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. If the crime is homicide, 3 factors are involved in its solution: the corpse, or the victim, the perpetrator, or the murderer, and the investigation, or the detectives involved in it. In this case, there are Captain Ben Trock and Detective Enrico Alvira. The victim, in a sense, we know. His body is there, but his identity is a question mark. The murderer, of course, we do not know until we have traced a strange journey back through time to a dreadful secret hidden in the past.
I was just thinking, Rico.
What, Captain?
I got a hunch finding out who isn't going to be the answer in this case. It's going to be why.
So?
So if my guy with the expensive taste is the culprit, he's a boy with clout and connections. We're going to need a strong case to pin anything on him. Just keep your fingers crossed we can dig up anything that's good.
Our mystery drama, Dead Men Do Tell Tales, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Mason Adams. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. This is a story told by a man who is already dead. You'll have to accept that fact, since none of us can really change it. He is a haunted man, haunted by some dreadful memory we can't imagine yet, which accounts for the fact that he is restless and will not stay decently quiet in the grave. Possibly it has something to do with the manner of his going. Possibly we will find out the whole story if we just listen to him, as we're about to do now.
The winds were blowing to rattle the teeth that night. And in my fender mirror, I could see him dancing in the breeze. as if he had no care in the world. They ordered me to pull the truck away, and I obeyed. But shame so hot it burned my whole body. Jim Young's head was cocked to one side, as if to say, "Why me? And how could you do it?" And I wanted to scream out the answer. It was none of my doing. It wasn't me. But no matter how much I protest, that night rubbed off on me a stain I couldn't wash away. Maybe I couldn't have changed anything then. But now, near 20 years later, I have exacted retribution from all but one. And like everything else, it seems, as always, he's ended up the winner.
Hello, Sam.
What are you doing here?
You gave me a gun. You wanted me to use it.
On yourself.
I've changed our minds. It's simpler to use it on you.
Detective Squad, Sergeant Rivera speaking. Oh, yeah, Pete. Yeah. Okay, on my way.
What you got, Rico?
Homicide, Captain. No identification.
Vagrant?
How many vagrants you know wear a money belt with $8,925, huh?
I think I'll check this one out myself. What'd the doc say?
2 shots, Captain. One shot at the, what do you call in the front here?
Breastbone?
No, the doc called it something else.
Sternum?
That's it, yeah.
So I go to the head of the class. Advantages of a college education. Is that the one that killed him?
Yeah. Doc says he must have driven all the pieces of bone like buckshot into the heart.
Well, what about the other bullet?
Well, it went through him just above the left hip. No damage. Ballistics found the bullet in a chest of drawers. 38, probably short barrel.
Well, at least we know something about the killer.
Oh, what?
He was no professional. 2 shots point blank, that far apart.
Point blank?
Powder burns on his shirt.
Oh, of course, yeah. Also, he was no stranger.
How do you figure?
He opened the door, didn't he? Stepped back to let the guy in.
How can you tell that?
The angle, the way he fell. The bullet that went through him ended up in the front of the bottom drawer of that chest of the drawers.
Now, you go to the head of the class. Smart boy, Rico.
Well, I learned it all from you. The master detective, Captain Ben Truck.
Got the crime solved in a flash. Now, all we got to do is peg who did it and who it was done to. Let's start with the victim. Who is he?
Like I said, no identification. Either he hadn't any or someone didn't want him to be identified.
Okay, Rico, amigo. Let's start digging. We could begin with the landlady. And you didn't hear any shots, Mrs. Klein?
Shots? Why would I hear shots from 8 to 3:30 with the volume turned down so I don't have to answer the phone?
How was that again, Captain?
Her hearing aid. The hard hat's next door tearing down the building. So she can live in peace and quiet. During their working hours, she turns off her hearing aid.
So she didn't hear any shots?
And no shots. Did you see anyone come into the building this afternoon?
Certainly I saw people. Him. Mr. Small, the man who got himself murdered. And my 4th floor back with a toothache, and Mrs. Boblinski, she had to walk her dog. Mrs. Pycroft, she wants her toilet fixed. And then there was the guy
I meant like strangers.
Oh. Phone man for Mr. Hexed, 3rd floor front. He's a new man.
Check that, Rico.
I got it.
And that's all I've seen. From 12 on, I got my soaps.
For what?
She follows the daytime television serials.
You want to know my favorite?
I'd rather you didn't tell me. I wouldn't want it to spoil the others for me. So his name is Mr. Small. Any first name?
He didn't tell me.
You never got around to a first-name basis.
What?
Consider I didn't say it. So you don't know his first name?
I didn't say that.
Excuse me. You do know it?
Oh, I suppose. Sam. After all, his boss wouldn't know who would.
You're so right. Isn't she, Rico?
Of course, Captain.
And while we're on the subject of names, would you know his boss's name?
Yeah, some kind of foreign name, like Nettie.
Nettie. Or would you have any idea what kind of business or an address?
No, I wrote down the phone number.
Would you have it?
I give it to Mr. Small. I think maybe it was an extends exchange. I didn't pay too much, never mind. Oh, yeah. I remember he called it was something to do with when he would have some name or other's car to be ready.
That checks out, Rico. You notice Sam Small's hands?
Yeah, it's real well manicured, but you could see he was a man who worked with them. The dark shade under the nails and by the cuticles. I figure maybe a mechanic.
You better check out old repair shops that might have an Escamza exchange. Or that are run or franchised by a guy named Nettie.
Can do. On my way. Hasta luego.
Mrs. Klein, about the visitors. You're sure you haven't forgotten anyone you didn't know that you might have seen in the building?
Anybody I see I don't know gets a bum's rush. Careful you think a widow woman's got to be.
Very careful, Mrs. Klein.
Well, it ain't easy. I mean, for all poor Jake tried to do, God rest his soul, there wouldn't be anyone better. Such a good man. I don't know where the world is going now. It's just not the same.
I know how you feel. What do people our age know about where the youth is going? Let me take your handkerchief and help you over so you could wash your face.
Why, you're a real gentleman.
I try to help. That's nice.
What?
This handkerchief I'm smelling, that's your perfume?
Oh, I don't know. Somebody dropped this someplace. I picked it up. It's a beautiful handkerchief.
I wonder which one of your tenants dropped it.
My tenant. A special piece of cambric linen like this. It has a monogram. HRM.
This might be a piece of evidence. You don't mind if I take this?
Well, of course I mind. Well, what am I going to do? Fight City Hall?
Hey, Luigi, move. We got to finish. Yeah, what do you want, mister?
Your name, Nettie?
Yeah, that's me. So, what do you want?
Police.
Oh, I got enough trouble already. I need you. Now what?
You got a guy who works for you named Sam Small?
Sure. Best mechanic I ever had. What happened to him?
What do you mean, what happened?
Well, Mr. Bemmerman, he's waiting for his Mercedes, and Sammy's not here. That figures. You find a master mechanic out of the blue, there's got to be something wrong when he comes to working for you.
He's dead, Mr. Nettie.
Dead?
2 bullets in him. What do you know about him?
Me? What do I know about anything? You try to run a repair shop? Oh, what am I going to do now about Mr. Bemmerman and his Mercedes?
That's a question you have to answer. I still want to know about this guy Small. Where did he come from, and how come you hired him?
Well, I got a brother in Fort Berry, Texas. He got a shop like mine. He write me a letter saying this guy's coming here to San Felipe. He said, Guido, you better grab this paisan. He's one fine mechanic. You don't find no better.
So you hired him?
Well, sure.
When?
Oh, 2, maybe 3 months ago.
I'm going to want to know all you know about this guy, Sam Small.
It ain't much.
I'll take anything you got. You want to go have coffee?
No, come by the office. Not so much noise, eh? See, one Sunday I'm all alone here pumping gas. I'm filling a car and the bus goes past. He must have got off, but I don't see him until the car leaves. And he's standing right there with a couple of bags in his hands. Yes, mister. Can I help you?
Excuse me, but are you Mr. Guido Basso?
Sure, that's me.
You have a brother in Port Berry, Texas, named Luigi?
Well, sure. What's it to you?
I thought perhaps he wrote to you about me. My name is Sam Small.
Hey, the mechanic.
That's my business.
Good business for me, too. You're just what I need. Hey, you want to start tomorrow?
Suit me just fine.
Let's go in the office. You give me the Social Security number, and here, I'll take one of your bags.
No, I can manage.
No, let me help. Hey, Sam, you got a place to stay?
Well, not yet.
I got plenty of room in my place. 3rd floor, own apartment. 3 rooms, $225 a month. Hey, you want to take a look?
I reckon I better find my own place.
Oh, what's the matter? Too much? I make it $200 even.
Oh, it isn't that, Mr. Nettie. It's just that I'm pretty much of a loner, and I have things to do to finish up. It's better that I stay to myself.
Hey, che pazzo, porco.
What
The
happened?
hardest thing to make the door close, the spring is too strong. I'm sorry, I spilled all your things.
I'll get him. Don't you worry.
He moves so quick, he pushed me out of the way. But not before I see a gun right there on the ground. So maybe, Senor Policeman, that means something to you. I never found out why he carried it or anything about him, except he was one damn fine mechanic.
This gun, it was a handgun?
See, a revolver, you call, huh?
Something like this?
Yeah, see, just like that.
You know if he ever carried it?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, he didn't?
He didn't have it.
How can you be sure?
Because I asked him not to. I don't like guns. And every day I check.
What do you suppose he had a gun for?
Search me.
I wonder where it was when he could have used it maybe to defend himself. You know if he kept it at his place?
No, I never been there.
You know the address?
Summer Street, I think. And the phone number, I have that.
You've been at the station here all day?
I see.
How about lunch?
Oh, well, I'm out about 1 hour.
Yeah, when?
Usual time, 12 to 1. Maybe a little more. I am the boss.
You go home?
No, I bring him a lunch. Then I go sit in the park where there is sun. I am alone. No noise, you know.
Yes, I know. It's like the next best thing to an alibi.
An alibi? Hey, what you talking about? You think I killed Sam?
I don't know. Did you?
No. Why should I?
I got no answers. Right now, there ain't anything but questions.
A strange and tortuous story, as I first suggested to you, twisting through the labyrinths of the human soul, sneaking and skulking from the bright light of anything, most of all, truth, and adding up at last to a retribution that Our Lady with the Scales may have to wink at behind the bandage over her eyes. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Murder has been done, leaving in its train the 5 W's. Who, where, when, what, and why. Well, so far we know where and what the weapon was, and some idea of when. Somewhere between 12 and 1 p.m., according to the medical examiner. Now there remains the double question, who and why. For the moment, our investigators, Detective Sergeant Elvira and Captain Trock, are concerned with the who.
Where are we headed, Captain?
I don't know about you, Rico. Me, precinct, report, and home to dinner.
What about the case?
What about it? Not much more we can do till tomorrow.
You figured the landlady or the guy who runs the service station?
You don't count anybody out. I like the lead I got here best.
What?
The little square of white linen.
The handkerchief?
That's it. Whoever dropped anything this fancy didn't belong in that crummy house except for a special reason. I'm just glad they left their calling card.
How are you going to trace them? Through the, what you call that thing?
The monogram. We have his initials. These are hand-embroidered, custom-made handkerchiefs. Probably all his haberdashery. Shorts, shirts, ties. That means special orders. Shouldn't be too hard to trace. And the clincher could be the perfume.
Perfume?
Here. Smell.
Yeah. High and fancy.
That's no toilet water. Straight essence. Like $50 an ounce.
I see what you mean. The hombre didn't belong in that punk's neighborhood. Expensive taste. What was he doing there?
What was a grease monkey who travels light doing with all that dough in a money belt?
Blackmail?
It's one answer. It's one game where you always take the chance of ending up with your head in a basket.
Okay, Captain. You check out the perpetrator, and I'll concentrate on the victim.
I got a hunch finding out who isn't going to be the answer in this case. It's going to be why.
So?
So if my guy with the expensive taste is the culprit, he's a boy with clout and connections. We're going to need a real strong case to pin anything on him. Just keep your fingers crossed that we can dig up anything that good.
I wanted to call out from the grave and tell him the truth. You know? No, how could you know? Are there any others of you who have died before their time? who hang in this half-world between heaven and hell, lost among the stars, waiting for some final act of justice you left undone, like me, Sam Small? Or waiting and praying that two hard-working detectives can finish the job you left behind? How could I have failed at the last? He should have been the easiest of all. Remember back to how it all began?
I just don't understand you, Sam Small. What do you mean, pick up stakes and leave Borden?
Just what I said, Beth Ann.
But what for? You're just beginning to do real fine. And Chrissy's starting high school. She'll be graduated by 1964, and she'll want to be among her friends.
I know. I'm asking a lot of my wife and my daughter. But I wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't a thing that, well, I felt I had to ask.
But what's suddenly the matter with Borden? Both born, brought up right here. We've always loved it. And each other. What has changed everything all of a sudden?
Borden has changed, Beth Ann. People change. Time to move.
I declare I don't know what's gotten into you. Nothing has changed about Borden.
A lot of unrest here now, Beth Ann.
You mean Governor Fulbus? All that fussing about whether a Negro has a right to a decent education?
Sort of.
What, Sam? That is nothing to run scared about. That's been coming for years. Well, you ought to take an example from Henry Martin, some of your friends and neighbors, about how to make peace, bring harmony.
Henry Martin? And my other friend?
Well, yes. Well, people like Alan Porter and Jacob Bett and Fred LeMay, you know.
You think these men have any conscience about the black man?
Yes, I think in the past month they've seen the light.
Seen the light?
Well, you don't talk to any of them. At least they're out doing something about things in the world. That's more than I can say about you. Between your working at your old gas station, shining up your old cars, you don't seem to have time for anything, including me and Chrissy.
I got a lot on my mind, Beth. And I'm begging you to listen to me. And it won't be off of my mind till I get away from Borden for good.
But what makes you think any town be better than your own home one? I swear, Sam Small, you ain't been the same man since the night of Magnolia Griffith's marriage. Where did you disappear to that night anyway?
I can't tell you.
Why, you ashamed of something?
Supposing I was.
It wouldn't have to do with Carrie Sue Griffith.
What do you mean?
That little tramp, Magnolia's sister. Oh, I wouldn't put anything past her. You know, there are a lot of rumors about that party after the wedding, and the Lord knows almost anything could be true. The way all of you boys, married and otherwise, used to look at her with your eyes.
Beth, for heaven's sake, I wasn't even at the wedding. You know I was working late at the station that night.
You said you were.
I wouldn't lie to you.
All right, then. Tell me the truth about why you want to leave Borden.
I can't.
That's not good enough.
It's going to have to be. Because I'm telling you, Beth, if I'm ever to lift up my head again, we've got to go.
All right. Because I'm your wife and I love you, I'll go with you. But whatever it is, Sam, I'm going to tell you something what my pappy would have said. You got to face down things. You got something riding on your back. Don't do no good to run. It'll just keep traveling along right with you.
I should have listened to her. But how could I, running as scared as I was? Somehow, after Borden, nothing was the same. And I didn't blame Beth when she finally asked for the divorce. By that time, I bought the first of the guns. And I was in Chaparral, Texas. And that's where I met up with Jacob Vetter. And the whole idea came to me. How I could cleanse my soul. Jake Vetter.
Sam Small, what are you doing here?
I live here. Anyways, I work here. You?
Oh, just moving some. Ain't heard hiding a hair of you since you pulled up stakes from Borden.
I've done a power of traveling.
Seems like a lot of us have.
What do you mean?
Oh, Al Porter, Sam Palerno, Fred LeMay, Arnie Jensen, Doug McFarland. Pretty near all of us who, you know, all of us who were there that night.
How about Henry?
Well, now, Henry, he was still around when I pulled up stakes. I'd have thought you knew that.
How come?
Well, after you and your missus broke up, she come back on home to Borden, and Henry and she, well...
You trying to tell me they're married?
You didn't know?
Oh, damn me for a sinner every which way I turn.
Oh, don't take it so much to heart. You got dealt the roughest hand. I tell you, Sam, if I had it to... What's that you got there?
A gun. 38 short barrel. You want to take a man out, this would be just the handiest little weapon you could have close up. Especially if the man was yourself.
What you got in mind, Sam?
Blowing my brains out. That is until you showed up.
Sam? You're not going to kill me?
No, sir, Jake. No, sir, I'm not. Till you showed up, it was me I figured to do away with. But of a sudden, I got to thinking. There's a heavy burden bearing on all our minds. And we ain't never going to live at peace with it. There's only one way for all of us that were there that night. To find peace in our souls and a life hereafter.
How?
You brought me a kind of call, Jake. Now I know where the rest of my life is at. Here.
What? I don't want no gun.
They that live by the sword shall die by it. The only way you'll ever put your conscience to rest. It took Jake pretty near 3 weeks to make up his mind. Or for me to make it up for him. But I raised the sight of Jim Young so clear in his mind, it haunted him night and day, till the only way to get peace was... He used the gun I gave him. And that's what moved me on to the next step. I counted up how many were there that night. And how many I could figure out were still left. I figured that till all of them were gone, the ghost would never be laid to rest. I bought me 5 short-barreled 38s. And I started out on a journey to pass them out to be used. A journey that took me 12 years, right up to the day before yesterday. And my death.
Morning, Captain.
Morning, Rico. Sorry I'm late. Anything new on the Sam Small homicide?
Couple of things. Did you get a make on who owned the handkerchief yet?
Yeah, I found out the manufacturer. They keep a list of their monogram customers. I'm waiting to get a rundown on who HRM is and how many of them there are. Now, what have you got?
A bunch of stuff. I just don't know what it adds up to. Here's the file.
Let's lug it into my office and get away from this racket.
Well, like I told you, I had the hunch the guy might have had military service. Through his fingerprints, I dug up his record.
No doubt he is Sam Small. We knew that within 36 hours after we found him.
I dug a couple of other things out of the record, too. He was married and divorced, had 1 kid.
What happened to his wife?
I'm still digging on that. I'm waiting for a telex from Borden.
Where?
Borden, Mississippi, where Sam Small comes from. Born there.
He's come a far piece since then.
You should know how far. Up till now, I traced him to 4 other towns besides this, not to mention his service in Korea. This man has done some traveling.
Any notion why he cleared out of these other burgs?
Quien sabe. Except that my hunch is it has to do with these.
What are they?
Newspaper clippings. Found them in an envelope inside the dresser. When the killer ransacked it, they must have caught in the back of the drawer and fallen behind.
Santa Pina Record, June 14th, 1968. New Mexico mourns. Judge Douglas McFarland commits suicide.
Muscatine Graphic, 8 February 1970. Business executive, a suicide. Fred LeMay, president of Oklahoma Security and Homeowners, died this morning from a gunshot wound.
Okay. Other towns, other dates, other men. Suicides, apparently. So what?
You notice the weapon used in each case?
Yeah. A short barrel 38. What does that prove?
Why would he save these clippings, huh? Here. One is even a bum. This Jake Vetter in Chaparral, Texas. Where would he get a gun?
You figure Small would have any other connection with him besides saving the clippings?
I don't know. I'm working on that.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Put him on. It's my guy calling from Caltianas about the handkerchief. Yes, hello. Right, this is Captain Trot speaking. You did? That's fine. That many? Oh, from all over the country. I see. Are there any from right here? There is one. Good. May I have his name and address, please? Henry Roberts Martin. No, that's all right. I don't need the address. I know it. Yes, thanks. I'll arrange for someone to pick up the list and have it telexed on to me. Thank you.
Looks like maybe you caught yourself a murderer.
It looks like I caught myself a bull by the tail. You know who Henry Roberts Martin is?
Hey, you don't mean the police commissioner himself?
And the candidate for the next governor of this state.
Oh, man, you don't have that toro by the tail. He's just about ready to run up your nose.
The immortal Mr. Sullivan of Gilbert and Sullivan fame, at a point in The Mikado when the plot is incredibly complicated, has his principals sing a trio in which each laments in turn, here's a howdy-do, here's a pretty mess, and here's a state of things. I suppose our American equivalent at this given moment in our story would be, where do we go from here? I shall return shortly with Act 3. Captain Ben Trot is holding a very hot potato, and he knows it. The homicide of an obscure citizen with no apparent surviving family has slowly evolved into a nightmare. If the who in our famous 5 of W's is really the police commissioner and a candidate for governor of the state, what on earth is the why? What link buried deep in the past could tie the victim to this prominent and respected man? Well, the easiest way to find out is to continue our strange and twisted story.
What am I going to do now? Got to be a mistake somewhere.
Maybe someone else dropped it.
Who would have the commissioner's handkerchief?
His wife?
Why would she...
Look, you know better than me, Ben. You've been around him and his family, but that perfume...
Well, what about it?
Well, it's not very macho when you think of it. More like a woman's.
Maybe.
You know what kind of perfume Mrs. Martin wears?
Well, offhand, I don't. But maybe I can find out. No way out of it. I'm going to have to ask the commissioner a couple of questions.
From the solid walls of my grave, I want to cry out in despair. I wanted only to bring justice to the guilty. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth. How could I know it might reach out to the innocent? And of all people, who was more innocent than Beth Ann, who once had been my wife and all my living days was my love? She had been destroyed enough by the guilt of the past. How could I have brought the present down in ruins about her head as well? I remembered how secure I thought I was in that planned meeting in the park. Oh, Lord, so hard to think it was less than a month ago. Sam, you here? Are you alone?
Well, can't you see?
I don't trust you.
No more than I do you. But we got a little choice, have we?
You, less than I. Come here, out of the light into the bushes.
How can I be sure it's not a trap? Come on home with me where we can talk in private, Sam. If it is you...
And if I did, could I be sure that wasn't a trap?
What do you have to fear from me?
Only your fear of me. Because I can unmask you for what you are.
Sam, in the name of heaven, it's dead and gone 20 years or so ago. Can't we let it rest?
No!
Let's go back and discuss it. It's too open here.
All right, Henry. But just remember, I am armed. One false move, and you could be dead.
I'll take my chances, as I have coming to this meeting. If you wanted to kill me, you could easily have done so by now.
I don't want to kill you, Henry. I want you to kill yourself, like all the others. I am not here to exact vengeance, only to accomplish retribution.
And you really expect me to believe the incredible story you told me while we were driving home?
I'm quite sure you believe me.
You are serious. Trying to convince me that everyone who was there that night is dead.
Except you and me.
Well, I knew about Red Fulbus with the cancer and Butsy Stella and Correa and Skinny Ellis with the tuberculosis.
I reckon you could say they died natural deaths.
Well, what else would you say?
I'd say God took them in his own time. The others I took for him.
Now, I read the copies of the newspaper clippings you sent me. I thought they took their own lives.
Mostly they did, except Arnie Jensen. He didn't have the guts to pull the trigger, so I helped him step off his terrace 14 floors up.
Oh, hell you did. Just who are you, Sam Small, to set yourself up as judge and executioner?
The way I see it, Henry, I'm neither. I'm only your conscience.
And what right have you to be there?
You all made me what I am. I didn't ask to be part of what you did. I begged you not to do it. But you made me part of your sin and tarred me with the same guilty secret all of you had to bear. It broke me, the innocent one, first, and ended my marriage and my home. And in the end, I came to see the only reason I had left to keep on living was to make all of you pay the same price you made poor Jim Young pay. You had to give your own lives.
Oh, you must be mad. Jim Young is dead and buried and forgotten. He only got what was coming to him.
He had no trial.
He didn't need one. The evidence was in.
And automatically, he was guilty.
Well, you doubt Carrie Sue Griffith's word?
When she cried rape against my friend Jim Young, yes.
Well, you forget it. The past is dead.
Oh, no, it ain't, Henry. I've been spending the last years making time wind up, and all the hens come home to roost. So I'm bringing you a present like I brought all the rest. I'm giving you this gun.
Why, thank you, Sam. Now the tables are turned. I could shoot you down like the dog you are.
You want to stain your soul twice? I don't think you dare. But you can go ahead if you want. I'm only living on borrowed time. I've been dead ever since the night you and your kind forced me to be part of the crime you committed. I'm offering you your only salvation. The way out everyone else took. If you don't want it, it's your own damnation. You can roast in hell for the rest of all eternity if you pull that trigger and send me to join Jim Young.
Damn it, he was a black man.
And I'm white? You think there's any difference in what color you kill? You're guilty just the same before the Lord. I turned and walked out of the room, leaving him with the drink in his hand, looking down at the gun. I was half blind, and at last it was all over, and I could go seek my own peace. I nearly stumbled over Beth Ann when she stopped me just before the outside door.
Sam.
Beth Ann?
I heard.
I'm sorry you did. I'm ashamed for the both of us.
I should have known all those years ago.
Maybe I should have told you. I didn't know how.
Oh, how could I ever have married him after you? If it helps any, I've hated him for years. I just didn't know how to bust loose.
And how about Chrissy?
Oh, no worry about her. She's safe, married with a fine boy. And she's got your grandchildren.
Sure would have liked to see them.
Why can't you?
No way. I gave them up with everything else that night.
Sam?
What?
Don't trust Henry. He doesn't have any conscience.
I'm his conscience, Beth Ann. He knows now he ain't got anything else as long as I'm alive. Because I can open up the truth and it will pull him down.
But he could kill you.
If he does, he kills his only hope for salvation.
You're sure you want to make this statement, Mrs. Martin?
I'm quite sure, Captain.
You followed your husband to this address without his knowledge. You were on the floor below when the deceased, Sam Small, opened his door. You heard the conversation you have reported to me.
I did, Captain Trump.
You had climbed as far as the floor below, the top floor, when you heard...
Who is it?
Telegram from Mr. Sam Small.
You didn't have to play any tricks, Henry. You want to come in?
No. I want to get out. And this is the way.
Then what happened, Mrs. Martin?
I crouched on the landing below, not knowing what to do. No one else in the building was stirring. And then I climbed the stairs slowly to Sam's floor, and I listened at the door. There were sounds of things being overturned, banging, scraping, I don't know what. And then, suddenly, the door to the apartment was flung open with me hidden behind it, and my husband, Henry Martin, ran out and down the stairs as if all hell were after him.
Did you go into the apartment?
No, I couldn't. The door to the apartment had locked. But I could smell that a gun had been fired. I couldn't force my way in.
So you ran?
Yes.
Dropping one of your husband's handkerchiefs that you had borrowed as you did.
Well, I suppose so. I must have. Will you arrest him now?
On what evidence? It's highly circumstantial, Mrs. Martin. And on top of that, a wife cannot testify against her husband.
You don't believe me?
Of course I do.
But you can't think I'm guilty. Oh, Captain. To understand, you would have to have lived in Borden all those years ago. Everyone on edge, uptight, fired by fear of a race riot. The beginning of the 60s. Any torch could light an explosion. Borden was a small town, and the Griffiths' wedding was a mighty special event. So when Carrie Sue cried rape, who do you think was going to be blamed? Nobody any color this side a light tan. Everybody was roaring drunk, and poor black Jim Young was the one they chose to crucify. And Henry was the leading law and order man. He rounded up the lynch mob. They wanted a real neat hanging. So when they stopped for gas at Sam Small's place, they roped him into it so he'd bring his open truck. You see, that's a mighty good place for someone with a noose around his neck to stand before they drive it off and leave you swinging in the breeze. It was something poor Sam wanted no part of, but they forced him into it, and they threatened they'd kill me and Chrissy, too, if anyone else talked.
You knew about this man?
Oh, well, of course not. Not then. It was a secret buried as deep as Jim Young's body, but I know it now.
Like I said, ma'am, a wife cannot testify against her husband.
Then let us go home and see if he won't testify against himself. Henry, it's me, Beth.
Yes, I've been expecting you. Are the police with you?
Yes.
That's too bad. We might have had a more intimate farewell.
Check him, Rico. Are you all right, Mrs. Martin?
I'll manage.
Don't let her come in, Captain. In the temple. He's gone.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm not. It's perhaps the one decent thing he's ever done.
Life is a vital force which can create and which can destroy. Too often, it is occupied with tragedy. Our story swept away the ordinary business of living and lifted a curtain on some people whose lives were scarred and doomed in a way I hope none of you may ever have to face. I'll be back shortly. Time after time, you come to my sanctum seeking stories, living vicariously the life of other people, or simply settling back and enjoying a good yarn. You may be amused, thrilled, scared, appalled, each by turn. I cannot promise you what tale will come your way when you knock on my door. You take your own chances every time the door creaks open. Like Pandora's box, you never know what will fly out. Our cast included Mason Adams, Howard Ross, Bob Caliban, and Marion Seldes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I paid for what I did. Believe me, I paid.
You haven't paid enough.
Well, what do you want? What do you want from me? Money?
That's not what you stole from me.
What then? Tell me.
I don't know. I'm just here to collect, Jade. How you want to pay me is up to you.
This is my gate. This is my house. You follow me in and I will have you arrested for trespassing.
I won't follow you in, Jade, but I'll be waiting. And whenever you leave your house, I'll be waiting to follow you wherever you go.
For how long?
Until you pay.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by X-Lax. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Wherever there is money to be made, there are secrets to be kept. No, that's not a famous quote. But for all the truth it contains, it might as well be. Money was made in undreamed of quantities by a handful of men in this country in the years following the Civil War. They were called the captains of industry. But even the most respected of these pillars of society had a skeleton or two in their closets they would have paid half their fortunes not to see exposed. But there are some skeletons that just don't seem to understand the value of money.
Great Jesus, Ghost. It's you.
It's been a long time, Jade.
Go away. Leave me alone.
You robbed me once of something. Something you can never give me back.
Well, then what are you going to want?
Our mystery drama, Revenge, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Gordon Heath. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Denver in the 1880s was a prosperous town, and two of its most prosperous citizens were Jade Wanamaker and Herbert Beale. Two more different men would be hard to find. Jade was a quiet, domestic man. Herbert was a hard-drinking bachelor, addicted to his nightly poker games. No, except for their wealth, the townsfolk said these two were as different as night and day. But they did have something in common. And one afternoon, he rode into town.
Are you Cabin Mary?
That's right, stranger. What can I do for you?
You own this dive?
What are you calling a dive?
I asked for the most degraded, low-life hangout in the Tenderloin district, and they sent me here.
Now, listen, mister. Fancy clothes, I know you're going to get carried out of here feet first. Now, what do you want?
I want to buy it.
What?
Lock, stock, and barrel.
Say, what is this?
Name your price, and I'll pay you double.
What are you? A reformer?
No. I don't want anything changed. Only meet one condition, and I'll give you this.
$10,000. What's the condition?
I want one room upstairs kept vacant for when I need it.
For $10,000?
When I've done what I've come to do, money won't be of any use to me.
Howdy, stranger.
Morning, Sheriff. I'm looking for Jade Wanamaker and Herbert Field.
Well, Herb, I reckon you'd find any night over at the Silver Dollar Saloon, but Jade, he don't go out much, poor fellow.
Why do you say that?
On account of his wife.
Is her name Esther?
Yeah. Say she was a great beauty once.
Once? Why? What happened?
Oh, it's sad how people change. She's not only grown ugly, but turned shrewish to boot. Hasn't been out of their mansion for years. Why, do you know her?
No. I don't think so. Where can I find Jade Wanamaker?
Well, he goes over to Clem McFarland's barber shop every morning for a shave.
Thank you, sir. Much obliged.
Good morning, Mr. Wanamaker.
Morning, Clem.
Got your mug all foamed up, sir. Have a seat.
Thank you.
Any more news about that stranger? The one who bought up Cabin Mary's saloon down at the Tenderloin?
What goes on down there don't interest me none.
They say he's got it in for someone.
Probably some gambler or two-bit hustler.
Oh, I don't know. He seems like a real gentleman. Come in here yesterday for a shave.
Uh-huh.
Right after you left, as a matter of fact. Tip real good, too. Strange-looking person, though. There's something not quite right about him.
Oh? How's that?
Well, he has the most piercing green eyes they ever seen inside a human skull.
Green? You say green eyes?
Yeah. Burn a hole right through you. The hole's still, Mr. Wanamaker. This razor's sharp.
He didn't, by any chance, did he walk with a limp?
Well, yes, he did.
Which leg?
Oh, I can't remember.
Which leg? His left?
Yeah. Don't tell me you know him, Mr. Wanamaker.
I knew such a man once. Probably just a coincidence.
Hello, Jade.
What? You careful, Mr. Wanamaker. The razor.
You cut yourself, Jade. That was careless.
Hey, let me get a towel.
No. I got to go.
You didn't used to be so careless, Jade.
Stay away from me. Why are you following me?
Oh, surely you're not begrudging an old friend the pleasure of your company.
You lay a hand on me and I'll call the sheriff.
I don't think I need to touch you, Jade.
I paid for what I did. Believe me, I paid.
You haven't paid enough.
Well, what do you want? What do you want from me? Money?
That's not what you stole from me.
What then? Tell me.
I don't know. I'm just here to collect, Jade. How you want to pay me is up to you.
This is my gate. This is my house. You follow me in and I will have you arrested for trespass.
I won't follow you in, Jade, but I'll be waiting. And whenever you leave your house, I'll be waiting to follow you wherever you go.
For how long?
Until you pay.
No.
Jade, what's the matter? You look like you'd seen a ghost.
No, Esther, I didn't see anyone.
You're bleeding. Oh, you sanctimonious old hypocrite. Did someone slit your throat at last?
It's nothing. An accident at the barbershop.
Well, why are you looking out the window?
No, Esther.
Who's out there?
Don't look.
It's him.
Yeah, it's him. He's come back to haunt me.
to haunt me, too. It's what you deserve. What we both deserve.
Why? Must a man pay for the rest of his life for a single crime committed in the folly of his youth? Haven't you punished me enough for 32 years? What I did because I loved you, Esther.
You lied to me, Jade. You lied to me. And I told myself I believed you. I followed you instead of my heart. And the ugliness of my choice has shown ever since in my face like a mask I can't remove.
He's still there. Esther, you must go out and speak to him.
No.
It's you he wants.
He does?
He as much as told me so. He'll listen to you and leave us in peace. Esther, please, please. I'm feeling pain. Would you see me die?
No, but I can't go out to him.
Why not?
I couldn't bear to have him see me as I am now.
Please, Esther, I'll give you your freedom.
Jade, years ago I wanted my freedom. It's too late for that now.
Well, what are we going to do? He can't stand out there forever, can he?
Hello again, stranger.
Good day, Sheriff.
I see you located, Mr. Wanamaker.
Yep.
Well, I got a complaint from him. Says you've been following him.
Is it against the law to follow a man?
Look here, mister. I want to know what you're up to.
My business is with Jade Wanamaker.
Now, you give me a straight answer or I'm running you in.
Very well. I'm here to take revenge on 3 people who have robbed me of life's 3 most precious possessions.
Revenge is against the law, stranger, and I'm putting a stop to this right now. Mr. Wanamaker is a respected citizen, and no one's got any call to bear him a grudge. You're under arrest.
What crime am I committing, Sheriff?
Well, you're in a public street. Now, streets is for horses and vehicles. Section 103 of the Public Code.
Very well. If you'll permit me 5 minutes, I believe I can satisfy the law.
Well, okay. I'm going to see Mr. Wanamaker and find out what this is all about. I don't want you standing here when I return.
Oh, Sheriff. Did you arrest him yet?
No.
Well, why not? He's been following me since yesterday morning.
A man following another man around isn't a crime, Mr. Wanamaker.
But he can't stay out there in the street. It's a public thoroughfare.
I've given him 5 minutes to get off the street. If he's not, I'll arrest him.
Oh, did you hear that, Esther? We're saved.
What's that?
Huh?
Look, coming up the street.
Oh, good Lord. Oh, no.
It's a hearse.
Sheriff.
Well, what can I do? The law says you got to have a vehicle. It don't say what kind. Mr. Wanamaker.
Get me to my bed. Get me out of this sight.
Mr. Wanamaker. Mr. Wanamaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Now, what is it between you and that man?
I can't tell you.
Why not, Jade? Go ahead.
You press a charge, Mr. Wanamaker, and I'll arrest him, but I can't do it without a charge.
Well, there's your chance, Jade. Go ahead. Press charges, like you did before.
I can't.
Don't tell me you're getting soft in your old age.
Mrs. Wanamaker, do you know that man?
I did once, Sheriff.
Well, I think you'd better go out and speak to him.
No.
Why not?
He mustn't see me as I am now.
Well, it's either that or by widow's weeds, Mrs. Wanamaker. It's up to you.
Hello, Ben.
Howdy, ma'am.
Don't you recognize me?
Esther?
Yes. It's me.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound shocked.
Oh, I know the years have not been kind to me.
They might have been.
I know. You've got your revenge, Ben. Jade has had a stroke.
Oh.
But it's me you should have punished, not him.
I have. Man and wife are one flesh, one body.
He's not a bad person, Ben. He confessed to me years ago that the robbery charge on which he had you jailed to get you out of the way was false.
I should have thought you'd have had more faith in me, Esther. We were engaged.
I know.
I was poor then, and you wanted wealth. Well, I'm rich now, Esther. Far richer than Jade Wanamaker will ever be.
Oh, it wasn't only money. When I thought you were a thief as well.
I loved you. I've never loved anyone since.
Oh, I'm sure that's not true. It's in the past now. Oh, please, Ben, I don't want Jade to die. I've never given him a moment's happiness.
He will die. And then you'll have his fortune. That's what you wanted, isn't it?
You've changed. You're not the man I knew, Ben Thompson. You've become evil. That hearse suits you. Your heart has turned to stone. Oh, I've been wrong all these years. We never could have been happy together. Jade! Oh, Jade, I could have loved you.
The hearse is yours, Esther.
The Bible says that when Christ came down to earth with the offer of heavenly redemption, he crushed the head of the serpent who first tempted us. With Christ's offer, hardness of the heart was no longer forgivable. Yet there are still those among us whose hearts are so hardened by the bitterness of experience that they are beyond the reach of grace. Is Ben Thompson such a man? Who are the two remaining victims on his list? And what were the precious gifts of life of which they deprived him? And what about that room at Cabin Mary's? We'll find out when I return with Act Two. How much punishment does a man deserve for his crimes? Must he pay as Jade Wanamaker did with his life? Did Jade's punishment fit his crime? We're tempted to say it was excessive, but how can we measure the effect of his actions on Ben Thompson? However, these are philosophical questions. There's no time to contemplate them now, for Ben Thompson is about to mark his second victim. But Herbert Beale is going to prove a much tougher customer than poor old Jade Wanamaker.
I'll see that 500, Maxie, and raise you another. What you got?
3 jacks, Herb.
Full house. 10 high.
Yeah. Well, I think that does it for the rest of us.
Oh, come on. You gonna desert me when the luck's going my way? Let's have another bottle. On me. Whiskey.
It's all very well for you to drink and play cards at all hours of the night. You ain't got a missus and family to answer to. Hey, boys, don't leave without me.
What's the matter, Maxie? You afraid of that stranger they claim killed Jade Wanamaker?
Well, he did kill him, Herb, sure as we're sitting here. And the sheriff didn't do a darn thing about it.
Well, if Jade was so weak he let someone scare him to death, then I figure he got what he deserved.
They say he's got 2 more people on his list.
Well, I know for a fact I ain't one of them. Oh, come on, let's play one more hand. Now, where's the whiskey?
Here it is, Herb.
What? Well, I'll be Ben Thompson. Don't tell me you're the one causing all this trouble in town.
You two know each other?
From a long time ago. Isn't that right, Herb?
I never expected to see you again.
No, I don't guess you did. Not after you robbed me of every ounce of gold I'd taken off my claim and left me in the gutters of San Francisco.
Now, please, Ben, don't break my heart when I'm trying to concentrate.
You care to join us, Mr. Thompson?
I'm not here to play cards.
You ain't gonna tail me the way you tailed old Jade Wanamaker, are you?
No, Herb. I'd like to make you a little wager.
You want to win back the $10,000 I stole from you?
No. I want you to give it back to me.
Ben Thompson, you was always soft in the head.
And I'm willing to wager that you will offer to do so.
Oh, voluntarily? That's a sucker's bet, Ben.
How much are you worth, Herb? Financially, that is.
Oh, $250,000, give or take. Why?
That's all? I'll put up twice that for my own fortune.
That I will voluntarily offer to repay you $10,000? What's the catch?
No catch.
That's some debt, Herb.
You're not afraid, are you?
How do I know you got this kind of dough?
Here's my receipt from the Grand Hotel. I've got close to $1 million deposited in their vault.
And you're giving me 2-to-1 odds.
On your entire fortune.
You got yourself a bet. But we got witnesses.
And high-rolling gamblers like yourselves live by their word, eh?
Well, there's some honor amongst thieves, even high-class thieves. Now, if you'll excuse me, we'd like to get on with our game.
What are you going to use for stakes, Herb?
Are you kidding? I've been winning all night.
But you just tied that up.
What?
You just tied up your entire fortune. And until our bet's settled, everything you own is frozen.
Well, let's set a time limit to this.
Too late, Herb.
Why, you low down.
Living without money was always a fate worse than death for you, Herb. And until our bet is settled, you can't gamble. You can't even buy a drink unless someone else pays for it. But then it never was beneath your pride to take charity, was it, Herb?
But if I pay you the $10,000, I lose my bet. I lose my fortune.
That's right. And we've got witnesses.
I've got to get rid of him. I don't give a hang about my word of honor. If the rats want to leave the sinking ship, fine. I'll take care of matters myself. Survival of the fittest. Ben Thompson must die. And I think I know just the man for the job.
Good morning, Mr. Thompson.
Good morning, Clem. I've come for my morning shave.
Yes, Mr. Thompson. There's no one else here. You're always the first one. Step right up. So, how are things?
So far, everything's going just as I planned.
You got Mr. Beale cornered?
Oh, no, not by a long shot. In fact, I've got no idea what the next move is.
I don't think you'll have to worry about that.
I'm not. With someone like that, the thing is to get them off guard and then let them take the next step.
That's a good idea.
It's an old Oriental principle. Force your enemy to attack and use his energy against him.
Uh-huh.
How did you know it was Herbert Beale I was after?
News travels. Sit still, Mr. Thompson.
You're holding me mighty tight, Clem.
It's just this one little spot on your neck, sir, that's hard to get. You're choking me. I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson, but I've got to do this. Now, you just hold still. Oh, Sheriff, good morning.
Hello, Clem. Mrs. says it's time to get my hair cut.
Sheriff.
Oh, it's you, Miss Thompson. So now you're after Herbert Beale.
Sheriff. Mr. Thompson, please.
He's only got one weakness, that man. Superstitious. Hey, what were you going to say?
Nothing. Go on, please.
It comes from all that gambling, I guess. He always sits to the right of the door when he plays poker. He's afraid of the left. left of anything, and he believes in luck.
Does he believe in ghosts?
Ghosts? I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
Thank you, Sheriff. I think that's just what I'll do.
Yeah, well, Clem, I think I'll come back later. And Mr. Thompson, don't think I'm taking my eyes off you for a minute. One false step and you're behind bars.
Thanks for not saying anything, Mr. Thompson. I'm sorry.
How much is he paying you, Clem?
$10,000. But he said it was to protect his life, that you were going to kill him.
I am. And you're going to help me.
Oh, no, Mr. Thompson. Please, I've had enough.
Do you want me to call the sheriff back?
No. All right. What do you want me to do?
Could you recommend a good butcher shop?
Well, what?
I'm in the mood for some rare steak, Clem. Blood rare.
Well, there's Kiva's place just up the street.
I'll be right back. Meantime, you'd better close your shop.
But it's early morning.
We've got a long day ahead of us. That's going to start with a visit to Mr. Beale.
Mr. Beale?
Clem, what you doing here?
I've come for my money.
I told you to wait for nightfall. I said I'd contact you.
I did what you asked me to, Mr. Beale.
Not so loud. Come inside.
I want my money.
Not so fast. Where's the body?
Outside town. In a ravine up the canyon off the Edgeware Road.
You take me to see you done your work properly. Then we'll discuss money. Looks like you did a good job, Clem.
You want to go down, have a closer look?
No. I can see well enough from here. Well, Ben Thompson, you're dead at last. And I'm free at last. I believe I owe you some money, Clem. Let's go back to town. Money is the only reliable currency between human beings, Clem. Here you go. $10,000.
Have you forgotten our bet, Herb?
What?
That money is not yours to pay out.
Ben, what you doing here? I saw you dead not 1 hour ago.
Who are you talking to, Mr. Beale?
What? Well, don't you see him?
See who?
Ben Thompson. He's standing right there.
I don't see anyone, Mr. Beale. I just want my money.
If you pay him, you forfeit our wager, Herb. And if you forfeit the wager, you lose your fortune.
Say, what is this? What you two trying to pull?
If this is some kind of joke to welch on our agreement, I won't stand for it, Mr. Beale.
Clem, put that gun down.
I want my money.
Oh, I get it. You two are in cahoots. Did you really think you could scare me? Give me that gun.
Wait a minute, Mr. Thompson.
Herb, stop. It was only a trick.
Clem. Clem, you all right? Clem. I didn't mean to. He's dead. It's your fault, Ben.
It was your finger that pulled the trigger.
Get rid of it.
You're no ghost. What in tarnation were you trying to prove with a crazy stunt like that?
You're a gambler. Gamblers are superstitious.
Well, you're crazy if you thought you could scare me to death. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in nothing I can't see with my own eyes.
Yeah, like Clem McFarland there.
We gotta get him out of here.
We? I came here for revenge, Herb. This isn't quite how I planned it, but it does save me the trouble of killing you myself.
What are you talking about?
I'll be just as happy to see you hanged.
What? Ben, you gotta help me get this body out of here. I can't lift it myself.
I helped you once, Herb. Or had you forgotten?
What do you want?
The $10,000 I stole from you, here it is.
Do you think I care about the money?
I'll forfeit the wager, Ben. You can have it, my entire fortune. Only don't send me to the gallows.
I befriended you when you were down and out, when you hadn't a dime or a hope to your name. And I trusted you when no one else would give you the time of day. And you betrayed my faith and my friendship for gold.
Take my fortune. Well, you want it in writing? Here.
Since when have you valued life more than money?
Nobody wants to die, Ben, unless he's a fool. Now, go on, take this paper and promise me you'll keep silent.
Thank you, Herbert.
Where are you going?
This has worked out much better than I could have expected.
What?
You'll be hearing from the sheriff shortly.
You tricked me.
You've lost the bet, Herb.
Says who? There's no witnesses.
But I've got it in writing.
Where's that gun? All right. Stay right where you are, Ben Thompson.
What?
You're not going anywhere.
You want the blood of 2 people on your hands, Herb?
I would say that Ben Thompson's days are numbered. But there's been enough bloodshed in this act already. And so I'm sure you'll agree with me that it's time we took a short break while we ponder Ben Thompson's untimely reversal of fortune, to say nothing of the mysterious third victim, who, it would now appear, seems rather safe from the jaws of retribution. But is he? Or she? We'll get on with the proceedings in a few minutes. Man is the only animal who plays poker, and a good poker player can't afford to be too superstitious. Something Ben Thompson should have thought twice about before attempting the foolhardy scheme of trying to frighten Herbert Beale to death. For when even the best laid plans of men often go astray, what chance have those not so carefully considered?
Are you going to hand over that paper, Ben?
You'll have to take it off me, Herb.
I'm not that much of a fool. I will, but after you're dead. It'd be tidier if the sheriff did it. But I don't mind at all killing you myself. Survival of the fittest. Why don't you fall?
Maybe you missed, Herb. Try again.
What? Well, what's the matter? Why aren't you dead?
Maybe your eyesight's going. I'll come closer.
Oh, no! Stay back!
Maybe I really am a ghost after all. You hired Clem to kill me, didn't you?
Stay back! Keep away from me!
The gun's empty, Herb.
No.
You've lost your bet. You're a ruined man.
A man can't lose a bet to a ghost.
He can if he's got a witness.
A witness? What you mean?
Clem, you can get up now.
Clem, you're alive?
Thanks, Mr. Thompson. I was getting mighty uncomfortable on that floor.
Yeah, but all that blood...
Compliments of Keever's Butcher Shop, Mr. Beale. Just like Mr. Thompson's out there in the canyon.
But the bullets...
Blanks, Herb. But sometimes blanks work better than the real thing.
I think I need a drink.
Don't you think it would be polite to ask your host's permission first?
What?
Like I said, Herb, you're a ruined man.
If you think you can make that stick...
I think I can, Herbert. A signed document. Of course, if you would like to contest it, you'd better think first whether it's worth going to jail for attempted murder.
Mr. Thompson...
Don't worry, Clem. There's enough evidence to hang my guest twice over without involving you.
You're a guest? A guest in my own home?
My home now. You seem to be having trouble accepting that fact.
I want a drink.
I will not have common dirt like you drinking my whiskey.
You're... Well, I don't get it. I thought you wanted my life.
What good is my fortune to you?
Money is everything to a man like you, Herb. Without it, you've nothing to live for. So it shouldn't take long, should it? Now, come on.
Where are we going?
I've arranged a place for you to stay.
What is this place?
I think you'll recognize it.
Cabin Mary's? Why should I recognize this? I've never been here before in my life.
Oh, yes, you have. There are places like this in every town in the West, including San Francisco.
San Francisco?
You remember her? The Gold Fever Saloon. You remember the gang of toughs that were beating up on you just for the sport of it? And how out of common decency I tried to stop them and got a broken jaw for my troubles? I put clothes on your back and money in your pocket and made you my business partner.
You took my loyalty for granted. Nobody takes Herbert Beale for granted.
I took you for my friend, Herb.
Well, howdy, Mr. Thompson. I was wondering when you'd be back.
Hello, Mary. How's business?
Oh, better than ever.
I brought my guest with me.
Hey, isn't this Herbert Beale?
Please, let me have a drink.
Oh, you'd better get him upstairs, Mr. Thompson. Everything's ready for you, just the way you wanted it.
Here you are, Herb. This is where you're going to live out the little that remains of your wretched life.
It's filthy.
One room? I used to have a mansion.
But this is where you belong. I dragged you up from thieves and cutthroats, and now I'm throwing you back.
What power do you have to keep me here?
The only power you respect, money. You haven't a cent. There's nowhere else you can go.
I won't live off your charity.
Of course you will, Herb. Because just like any other animal, you'll do anything to stay alive.
I've got my pride.
You're nothing but a skid row bum. You have nothing, you hear me? I've waited 35 years for this moment. 35 years to see you beg.
No!
I won't beg. I won't. And I won't stay here.
I'd rather sleep in the gutter.
You're not going anywhere. I brought you here to watch you die.
You have no right.
I paid for the privilege of watching you die.
No. I've paid for my crime now. You got my fortune, but it was yours anyway. It was built on the money I stole from you. And now, I'm going out of here a free man, beholden to no one.
Stay away from that door, Herb.
You'd shoot me down, Ben, in cold blood?
Stay away from that door.
No. I'm going. I win, Ben. I win. I'll pray for your soul, Ben, as one sinner to another.
Well, Mr. Thompson, you broke your word.
I reckon I did, Sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
I got a trifle impatient.
I think it goes without saying that you broke the law as well. You'd better come along now.
I'm afraid I can't do that, Sheriff.
Why?
Mr. Thompson, you'd better do as he says.
I told you I had 3 people to get, remember? Herbert Beale here only makes 2. There's still 1 more to go.
Now, I've had all I'm going to take from you, mister.
You don't understand, Sheriff. I have one more revenge.
My gun is trained right at your heart, Mr. Thompson. Now, are you coming with me or not?
No one can stop me, Sheriff. Not even you.
I'm warning you.
No.
Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson.
Is he hurt bad?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson, but you forced me to shoot you.
I'll get some bandages.
Never mind, Mary. No, that wound's fatal. Mr. Thompson, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Why wouldn't you surrender to me? Why did you think I couldn't stop you?
Because the third victim was me.
You? I don't understand.
He can't speak anymore, Sheriff.
Yes? Yes, I can. I want to explain. I came to town to kill 3 people. The 3 people who had robbed me of the 3 most precious possessions life can offer.
And the first was Jade Wanamaker, eh?
He robbed me of love, of happiness. In our youth, I was engaged to Esther O'Hara.
You mean Mrs. Wanamaker?
Yes. But I was still poor then. Jade was already amassing his fortune. But the one thing he wanted was Esther. He had me arrested on false charges.
Jade Wanamaker? I never would have suspected
Oh,
that.
people can change when they want something badly enough. While I languished in jail, he pressed his suit with Esther, told her lies about me, and finally deceived her into breaking her vow to me. By the time I was freed, they'd left town, and nobody knew where they'd gone. Esther was a beautiful woman once.
And Mr. Beale, he robbed you of money.
Oh, something far more valuable than that, Sheriff. No. What Herbert Beale robbed me of was faith. One could not have done more for another than I did for him, and yet he betrayed me. And since that day, I have never been able to trust another human being.
But you, what did you rob yourself of?
The most precious gift of all, salvation. For by seeking revenge for the other 2, I have denied myself the kingdom of heaven.
Oh, but surely you repent now.
No, I cannot. My heart was hardened too long ago. Even your bullet hasn't softened it, Sheriff. I guess that disproves the old saying. You can get blood from a stone.
Blood from a stone, a grim image. But was Ben Thompson as hard-hearted as he thought? Perhaps, but consider this. He knew better than many of us that life's most precious possessions aren't the material things of this world. Love, trust, and salvation. Somewhere along the line, he had gotten his priorities straight, even if he didn't have the wisdom and the self-discipline to live up to them. And after all, isn't that the source of so many of our problems? That we haven't the courage of our convictions. I'll be back shortly. Some people say money buys everything. Some say there are things no amount of money can buy. Most of us claim we believe the second of these statements to be the truth. And yet, much of the time, we act as if it were the first. Why will a person act against his better judgment time and again? The answer to that is a mystery. Our cast included Gordon Heath, Robert Dryden, Leon Janney, Bryna Rayburn, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I guess so, yes. It's all right.
Good. Now, let's go look in on Carol.
All right. It's just a cold, you know. It's nothing serious.
And a sore throat, she said.
Well, she said her throat was a little sore. Carol? Dr. John is here, dear. He wants to check on your cold. Carol? John? The window's open. She's not here. Robin, it's Carol. I made it. I'm here. Open the door. Let me in. Please. Let me in.
Carol.
Let me...
Carol! Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We're about to bring you a love story. Before we're through, you may say that we have subjected you to too much turbulence and too many shocks for a love story. But whoever said that a love story was nothing but sweetness and light? No one, that is, who's ever been in love.
That's the planet Venus.
That's so.
Venus is the morning star.
I never knew that.
Venus is also the evening star. As the evening star, Venus used to be called Hesperus.
Yeah?
But as the morning star, Venus was called Lucifer.
Our drama, Boomerang, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Ann Shepard. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There's a word going around these days, going around a bit aimlessly and subjected to frequent mistreatment. The word is ambivalence. Now, let's break the word in half. Ambi is from the Latin and means both. Valence means power. Put the two halves together, and we have our word back again. Ambivalence, which means simultaneous attraction toward and repulsion from. This story is about ambivalence, and that's why I call it Boomerang.
Yes, hello? Hello?
Oh, you sound so cross.
Who is this?
Me. Carol.
Oh, Carol, sorry, I was working.
I hate it when you sound like that, Robin.
Well, I am on the last chapter.
Did I interrupt you?
Yes, you actually did.
Oh, I'm sorry. Truly sorry.
How are you?
I'm fine. Except for this cold.
Got a cold?
Yes. Can't you tell?
What was it you wanted? I mean, why the call?
Look, will I see you tonight?
I try, but the work is going so well, and I hate to break a streak, lose my concentration. You know how it is.
Well, I don't know if I do.
If you were a writer, you would.
Did I break your concentration, calling you up?
Matter of fact, you probably did.
Well, if I did, then why didn't you come over here?
Your house? Are you mad?
Why do you say that?
But 2 miles to your house, and I'm working.
Well, if you really wanted
It's
to.
raining.
What's a little rain?
Carol, I'm working. Can't you get that through your head?
Are you saying I'm stupid?
No, not stupid.
Just tell you what, I'll come to see you.
No, don't do that.
I love to walk in the rain.
I'm working, Carol.
You don't want to see me. You don't give a hoot about me. You never did.
Oh, Carol.
I'm just somebody to mess around with. I'm just a dumb little American as far as you're concerned.
Oh, now, Carol,
You don't love me? You don't have any respect for me?
No, that's not true, really. That's not
You
true.
swear? You swear it's not?
Oh, Carol.
Swear.
I don't like to swear things like that. It's not right.
Where?
Carol, I swear, satisfied.
I'll be right over.
No, Carol, please don't.
I'll be there in about an hour.
Carol.
My Lord and Master, I own you for my God. That you, John?
It's me, Celia.
Oh, come in quickly.
Oh, what weather.
Give me a coat.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
It's terrible of me to ask you to come out in a night like this.
Oh, that's all right.
No, it's not all right. I know I impose on you.
That's what old friends are for, to be imposed on.
You do have a way of making me feel better, John.
And that's what doctors are for. Now, what seems to be the trouble with Carol?
As a matter of fact, it's just a cold and a sore throat.
Oh? Well, has she tried gargling with salt water?
John, I didn't get you over here for just a cold. It's other things I can't cope with.
Such as?
Well, she's been odd lately.
Odd? How? And how lately?
Actually, it goes back more than a year to when her father died. Only it wasn't so noticeable then, and I thought it was just, grief. She was away at school when he fell ill, and he didn't want me to send for her. He was sure he'd recover, and so was I, and then the second hemorrhage, and
Yes, it was very sudden.
And I've always felt that she held it against me that he died.
Oh, surely not.
I know she blames me, that she wasn't here. And I suppose that was my fault.
No, see, you know it
well,
wasn't.
Anyway, she grew more and more silent and sullen and hostile. So I brought her home where I could keep an eye on her, but it hasn't helped, John. She's very polite to me, and that's about all.
You can't talk to her?
What about? What will I say? It's not that she's done anything. Sometimes I wish she had.
Well, then, what is it? Tell me, Celia.
She shuts herself up in her room a lot.
She doesn't go out at all?
There's a man. She goes out with him.
Ah.
She met him about a month ago at a beach party. He's very nice. His name is Robin Graves.
Oh, yes, the young Englishman. I treated him once. Took a fish hook out of his hand.
He's a novelist.
Lives in the Devereux Beach House. He's older than Carol, isn't he?
He's in his 30s, I think.
You know him?
I've met him several times, talked to him. When he comes here to pick up Carol, I don't let her drive the car. Other people let their children drive at 16 or even younger, but I won't.
That's wise.
And Robin's been very nice about taking her places, parties and swimming and things like that.
Then she does go out.
And with Robin Graves, she does. Nobody else. When she's not with him, she mostly stays in her room, and John, she...
Yes, Celia. She's what?
She talks to herself. I hear her, John, talking to herself. I will be his, and he shall be mine. Our souls shall be one, and our flesh shall be one, and we shall be one substance. We shall live and breathe only for each other. I hope I'm not depressing you with all this talk about Carol.
Well, I've known Carol most of her life. I think that she's basically very stable. How could she be anything else with you for a mother?
Am I stable?
Mm-hmm. Among other things. Celia, 16 is a vulnerable age. No longer a child, not yet grown. Wide open to all sorts of sensations, all sorts of hurts.
You sound as though you knew something about it. Do you?
Well, I was 16 once.
That doesn't count.
And I've read a lot. And I've been analyzed.
I never knew that.
Well, there are several things you don't know about me. I've also been in love.
You have?
Oh, yes. Madly, desperately in love.
Only one.
Only once.
Was it painful?
Very painful. It still is.
Well, I hope that's all that's wrong with Carol. That she's in love with Robin Grace.
Celia, tell me about this talking to herself alone in her room. Have you any clues as to what she's saying?
I haven't been able to make out any words, but her tone of voice, it's very low and it's kind of...
Kind of what?
I don't know exactly how to describe it. It sounds as though she's praying.
I promise to adore you and do you homage at least 3 times a day, and to do the most evil that I can, and to lead into evil as many persons as shall be possible to me. I give you my body and my soul and my life as holding it from you, having dedicated it forever without any will to repent.
Pray? Well, that sounds harmless enough.
I suppose. If only I was sure it really is praying. It really only sounds like praying. There's something about it that sounds like something else.
Like what, for instance?
Like blasphemy.
Oh, now, Celia.
I know. I'm imagining things.
You know, perhaps if she got out more and saw more people.
No, I wish she would.
Maybe you should let her drive the car. Or if you don't want to do that, maybe you should move closer to town.
Give up this house?
Well, it is awfully remote, Celia.
But we've always lived here. I don't think Carol would like living anyplace else.
You don't have any close neighbors.
Well, we've never minded.
Celia, I worry about you.
Do you really?
Yes, I do.
You don't need to, John.
You let me be the judge of that. As a matter of fact, well, I worry so much, I brought you something. Here.
What is it?
It's a revolver.
I cling to thee, Satan, and in thee I believe.
John.
Do you know anything about revolvers?
Absolutely nothing.
Well, you'll have to learn.
I don't want to learn.
Celia, you are 2 lone women living in an old house all by yourself.
We manage all right.
You have up to now.
Well, we'll go on managing without any guns in the house.
Celia,
no, John, absolutely not. I couldn't bear to touch that awful thing.
Well, then let me put it in the drawer of this desk.
No.
Just in case somebody should break in here.
I couldn't use it on anybody.
Well, you wouldn't have to, but you'd know that it's here.
Oh, John.
All right?
I guess so. Yes, it's all right.
Good. Now, let's go look in on Carol.
All right. It's just a cold, you know. It's nothing serious.
And a sore throat, she said.
Well, she said her throat was a little sore. Carol? Dr. John is here, dear. He wants to check on your cold. Carol? John? The window's open. She's not here.
Robin, it's Carol. I made it. I'm here. Open the door. Let me in. Please. Let me in.
Carol.
Let me...
Carol!
Do you know where your children are? Do you know what your children are doing? Do you know what they are contemplating? What they are regretting? What they hope for? What they long for? What they dread? What they feel? Probably you don't. But probably it is precisely what you did. Hoped for, longed for, dreaded, and felt. If only you could remember what it was. I'll continue with Act 2 shortly. In the first act of our drama, a girl of 16 walked through a storm to reach the seaside home of the man she loved. But is this particular man the one she has really set her heart on? We cannot be sure. For on her long rain-soaked journey, we heard her invoke another, a bodiless being, one called Satan. Now, as we begin Act 2, it is 7 days later.
Oh, Mr. Graves. Hello.
Hello. I was driving by. I wanted to inquire about Carol.
Do come in.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been worried about her.
She's asleep right now, but I could wake her.
Don't do that. She probably needs all the sleep she can get.
Well, it was pneumonia. Do come in and sit down.
Thank you.
She was quite out of her mind for a few days. Delirious.
Yeah, well, I found her on my doorstep. She seemed, well, not quite rational.
Well, after a 2-mile walk through a terrible storm.
I do hope you don't hold me responsible for what happened.
Oh, no. It was very impetuous of Carol to go out into that dreadful storm. Very impetuous. Very foolish. I can't imagine why she did it.
I really never imagined she would. If I'd known she wanted to see me that badly, that it was that urgent, I'd have come over here, of course. But I never... Well, I thought I explained it adequately, but apparently I didn't.
You talked to Carol that day.
Didn't she tell you?
Well, Carol doesn't always tell me things. In fact, she very often doesn't. Lately, she never does.
Well, she called me and said she wanted to talk, not about anything in particular, just to talk. I explained that I was working on my last chapter and didn't want to break my concentration.
Well, that's very understandable.
Yes, but she seemed offended. Well, of course, Carol is a very young girl. She takes offense at the least little thing.
I'm afraid she does, yes.
I'm very fond of her, but, well, you...
I understand.
When I said I couldn't break away just then, she said she'd come to my place. Of course, I said, no, don't do that. I pointed out that it was raining. I never dreamed she'd try to walk the whole 2 miles. Lord, I thought she'd drive over.
I don't let her use the car.
Well, I know that, but she could have asked you.
Well, she seldom asks me anything anymore. No, she just started out on foot.
Really, I am so sorry about the whole thing. Well, I know it was my fault, at least in part.
Oh, no.
And I am very fond of Carol. I really am.
I'm sure you are.
I wouldn't hurt her for the world.
I'm afraid she's a little more than fond of you.
Yes, well, that had occurred to me. It's very embarrassing.
No, don't be embarrassed. It's nothing you could have prevented.
Well, I am older than she is by quite a bit.
Even so.
Well, young people these days, well, you know.
I do know.
They give the impression of being so free, so self-possessed, so grown up. It's easy to be taken in by it. And in Carol's case, I was.
I'm afraid an impression is all it is. Nobody at 16 is very free or self-possessed or grown up.
It has been quite a revelation to me. It taught me a lesson, too, not to take such things at any rate for granted, just because, well, the way they talk, all this business of being, what is your expression, with it, you know?
Oh, yes.
They're really very immature and very vulnerable.
I quite agree.
I must say you are an understanding mother.
No, I wish I were. I wish I were. I could do so much for Carol if I only understood her better.
Ah, well, at any rate, you won't have to worry about me much longer.
Oh?
I've finished my book.
Congratulations.
Well, about time. It's been almost a year.
Well, I know you've worked very hard.
Yes, I have. Taking the Devereux cottage was about the best thing I ever did. Out there with nothing but the wind and the waves.
Sounds lonely.
Well, writing's a lonely business, has to be. And then, well, there was Carol.
I know you helped her loneliness, too.
I think so. I hope so. You're rather shut away from people here, aren't you? No near neighbors.
That's true. But we've always lived here. My husband died here, and when I wanted to move closer to town, Carol objected strenuously, so we stayed here.
Perhaps you shouldn't have it. Well, it doesn't seem quite safe.
You know, you're not the only one to say that. Our doctor said the same thing a little while ago. He even brought me a gun.
Really?
A little pearl-handled revolver. Very feminine. Heavens, I wouldn't think of touching it. The first night I kept it by my bed, but that made me so nervous I moved it in here. It's in one of those desk drawers. I hope I never have to look at it. Well, never mind about that. What are your plans now that the book is finished?
I'm going back to London.
Oh, you are?
Yes, my publishers are there.
I see.
I hope you don't think I'm running out on Carol.
Oh, no. I don't think so at all.
I hope she won't think so.
Why don't I go and wake her up? She'll want to hear your news about the book.
No, don't do that. Let her sleep. I'll phone her later.
When do you take off for London?
This afternoon now. Now that I know that Carol's going to be all right.
Ah, so soon. Well, I'll tell her. Unless you'd rather tell her yourself?
Well, I will phone her later before I leave for the airport. I do so want to say goodbye anyhow.
All right.
And I do wish you'd keep me informed if it isn't too much trouble, how she is, how she's getting along. Because, well, I really am very fond of Carol.
Well, of course I'll let you know.
I'll just write out my address if you don't mind. I have a little flat in London. There. Can you read that?
Oh, yes.
I leave it here on the desk. And thank you so much.
Thank you for stopping by. Carol will be sorry to have missed you, but maybe it's just as well.
I think so. I really do. Goodbye. And thank you again for being so kind. I do appreciate it.
Not at all. Goodbye. John, this is Celia. Are you busy?
Well, I have some patience.
I just wanted to tell you Robin Graves was here.
Oh?
He just left. We had such a nice talk. I think everything's going to be all right. He's leaving for London this afternoon, finished his book, and he's got to see his publishers. Could you possibly break away for lunch? I'd like to tell you all about it.
I think I can do that.
Oh, good. About 1 o'clock.
Fine.
And, John, thank you for being so extremely nice.
It's not hard to be nice to you, Celia. See you at 1.
Yes. Goodbye.
Who's that you were talking to?
Oh, Carol. Sweetie, you're dressed?
I get tired of lying in bed.
I didn't even know you were awake.
Who were you talking to?
That was Dr. John, dear. He's coming here for luncheon.
I knew I heard you talking to someone.
Carol, you like Dr. John, don't you?
He's all right.
He's so kind and thoughtful.
I guess he is.
And he thinks a lot of you.
Does he?
Indeed, he does. He feels almost like a father to you.
Who were you talking to before you talked to him?
Oh, that was Robin Graves. He stopped by to see how you're feeling. I'd have waked you, but he said not to disturb you if you were sleeping.
I thought I heard his voice.
In your sleep, probably.
Probably.
Guess what? He's finished his book.
Oh, has he?
Yes, and he's going back to London to give it to his publishers. Isn't that exciting?
When is he going?
Why, I think he said this afternoon. I think that's what he said. He wanted to be sure you were going to be all right. And then, oh, heavens, it's after 12 o'clock. I'd better go out to the kitchen and see what's in the fridge for lunch. Don't you think you ought to go back to bed, dear?
Maybe I'll stay up and have lunch with you and Dr. John.
Well, I don't know as you'd better do that, Carol. He and I have several things to talk about privately.
Oh? Like what?
Oh. Well, it's this and that. You do like him, Carol, don't you? You said you did.
Well, sure, I like him.
I'm glad you do.
Are you going to marry him?
Oh, heavens. He hasn't even asked me. What a question.
He probably will.
Well, that remains to be seen. It's you I'm thinking about right now. You're not too upset over Robin Graves, are you? He's going back to London.
I knew he'd go sometime.
So then that's all right?
Hadn't you better go check on the food?
Yes, darling. Yes, I'd better. And you go back to bed?
All right.
When Dr. John gets here, I'll have him take a look at you. See if it's all right for you to be up and around.
Okay.
I think we have eggs in the house and stuff for salad.
Hello?
This is Carol.
Hello? Oh, Carol, look. I was just rushing through the house. I have to catch a plane.
You're going back to London?
Well, your mother told you.
You finished the book.
Yes, and I think it's a rather good one if I do say so myself.
You have to see your publishers. Understand perfectly.
Look, Carol, I was going to call you, but what with one thing and another, I barely have time to catch my plane.
What time does it leave?
Well, I forget exactly right now. I've just got time to make it, traffic and all. I was going to send you a wire or something. Anyway, look, I write you from London, tell you everything.
You do that.
I'm so glad you're better. Your mother said you were.
I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine.
That's splendid. Pneumonia, that's nothing to fool around with.
I'm fine now.
Yeah, it was kind of a foolish thing to do, going out in all that rain. You know that, don't you?
I wanted to see you.
Yes, well, look, I really do have to be going. You understand?
Yes, I understand, all right.
Good. I write you from London about the book and everything.
That'll be splendid.
Goodbye. Look, goodbye, Carol. Take good care of yourself, won't you?
Yes, I'll take care of everything.
Good. Well, so long, Carol.
So long, Robin. Eco, Azarak. Eco, Zamalak. Eco.
So he's gone back to London.
And you say that Carol took it well?
Very well. Very calm about the whole thing. Oh, John, I'm so relieved.
Oh, of course you are.
It was just a crush, this whole thing with Robin Graves. All young girls have them, just a passing phase.
I hope so.
Oh, it was. I'm sure of it. Aren't you?
Well, we'll see. At any rate, now we'll have a little time to think about ourselves, won't we?
Well, yes. You know what Carol said? She said, "Are you going to marry Dr. John?" And I said, "Heavens, he hasn't even asked me." She likes you, John. She really does.
And her mother?
Well, I like you, too. You know that. Look, John, I promised Carol you'd look in on her after lunch. Why don't you do that now, before you go back to the office?
All right.
If you don't mind.
Let's go see her right now.
It'll set my mind at rest, knowing she's all right.
Celia, what happened to your car? It's not in the driveway.
Well, it must be. Let me look.
It wasn't there when I drove up.
John, you're right. The car's gone.
If you bear ill will to anybody, look on them with open eyes and pray evil for them in my name, and you will get your heart's desire. I cling to thee, Satan, and in thee I believe. I give you my soul, my body, and my life. Eco, Azarak, Eco, Zamalak.
What are you, crazy?
Do you remember what it was like to be 16? Oh, I'm sure you remember the fun, the dates, the parties. You remember school and studying and taking exams. And you remember the little failures and the little successes and everything that fell between. But do you remember the doubts, the terrors, the feeling that everything might suddenly go out of control? I doubt that you do. For you did grow up, and you did get everything under control. You did, didn't you? I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
You've never had a really exotic car, have you? Because you've always felt that you needed something a little more down to earth. But you still want that exotic car, don't you? You know what you need? A Buick Skyhawk. It's small, it's V6 powered. Hey, it's even got a hatchback. Now that's down to earth. But with things like bucket seats, available 5-speed manual transmission, and that laid-back, low-down styling, it's not exactly plain vanilla. The Buick Skyhawk, the car you need and the car you want.
Recovering from pneumonia, self-inflicted when she walked 2 miles through a rainstorm to see the supposed man of her dreams, Carol learned in Act 2 that the man was about to leave for his native city of London. Toward the end of the act, her mother discovered that Carol had absconded with their family automobile. And at the end, we heard the car with Carol in it crash. It is now a week after that crash.
Hello.
Celia, this is John.
Oh, yes, John. How nice of you to call, busy man like you.
Well, I'm worried about Carol.
John, you checked her over yesterday. You told me she's quite recovered from the concussion.
Celia, why do you think she took the car in the first place?
Well, she said she just felt like getting away. She really was kind of upset over Robin Graves going back to London. She tried to be very cool about it, but she was a little upset. She admitted it finally.
More than a little upset, I'd say.
Whatever do you mean by that?
She's in love with Robin Graves.
Was in love with him.
Is.
John, I asked her. She says it's a thing of the past.
And you believe her?
Well, of course. Why shouldn't I?
Because you don't stop being in love overnight. It takes a good long time. Well, sometimes you never get over it.
But, John...
Let me talk to her.
Why?
Put Carol on the phone.
But I can't, John. She isn't here.
Well, where is she?
She went to town to buy some clothes. I thought that was a good sign. Don't you? It means she's already thinking of other things, other boys. John, don't you think so?
When will she be back?
Well, pretty soon, I guess. She left this morning. I let her take the car.
You let her take the car?
Well, she asked me. And she's well now. When she said she was going to buy some clothes, I thought, why not?
There's plenty of reason why not. She just had an accident in that car. For heaven's sake, Celia, sometimes you don't have any good sense.
John.
Look, as soon as I can get rid of some patients, I'm coming over there.
But there's no need.
I hope not. I devoutly hope not. But I'm coming over anyway.
Care to look at the magazine?
No, thank you.
Don't you ever get tired just staring out the window?
No.
No.
That's the planet Venus.
That's so.
Right there.
Where?
Venus is the morning star.
Yeah?
Venus is also the evening star.
Uh-huh.
As the evening star, Venus used to be called Hesperus.
You don't say.
But as the morning star, Venus was called Lucifer.
Lucifer?
The rebel archangel. The fallen one.
Yeah.
How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? That's from the book of Isaiah, chapter 14, verse 12.
Yeah, well,
Of course, now we call him Satan. I worship him.
Now, I think I'll go up front and put this magazine back on the rack.
Where is she? Where is
Now,
she?
Celia, quiet down.
She's been gone since 10 o'clock this morning.
Now, let's just sit down and talk this over quietly, huh?
Oh, John, you were right.
That's not important.
She's still in love with Robin Graves. She's gone off somewhere.
Robin Graves is in London.
You... Oh, no. Is that possible? That she's...
Of course it's possible.
I suppose it is. It's hard to believe.
You know, I wonder if we shouldn't phone him. Tell him to be on the lookout for her in case she shows up.
I've got his address.
Oh, good, good.
I put it in the desk drawer somewhere. It's here somewhere, I'm sure. I didn't throw it away, I know it. It's because I promised to write to him. And I meant to... John. John.
What is it? What's the matter, Celia?
The gun you gave me, it was in this drawer. It's gone.
If you bear ill will to anybody, look on them with open eyes and do evil to them in my name, you will get your heart's desire. Ego, Eko, Azarak, Eko, Eko, Zamflak, Eko, Eko, Eko.
Carol! Carol, wait!
Carol, no!
It's only a flesh wound, Celia. The bullet entered her shoulder and came out the other side, clean. It'll heal in no time. She won't even have to stay in the hospital after today.
If we hadn't called out to her the way we did, maybe she wouldn't have stumbled.
My darling,
Yes.
well, would you have let her continue on to Robin Graves' apartment?
No, of course not.
Well, then.
John, you've never spoken to me in just that way before.
What way?
You know, that tone of voice, saying, my darling.
How did it sound to you?
Very nice.
That's all?
Sounded lovely.
Well, now, why don't you try saying it?
My darling.
I think I'll go in and see Carol.
I'll come with you.
No, I think I'd like to talk to her privately, if you don't mind.
You know best.
I hope I do. I sincerely hope I do.
I'll wait out here for you, my darling.
Thank you. Hello, Carol.
Hello, Dr. John.
Okay to sit down?
If you want to.
Yes, I do. I want to ask your opinion about something.
My opinion?
Mm-hmm. Your opinion is very important to me in this particular matter.
I didn't know my opinion was important to anybody.
Do you think that I should ask your mother to marry me?
What?
You heard me.
Well, I don't know.
I love her very much. I have for a long time. Very long time. And lately I've begun to think that she loves me.
Oh, well,
It would mean that I'd be your stepfather. Would you mind that?
I wouldn't mind, exactly.
Do you think in time you might even get to like it, maybe?
Well, I guess I might.
Well, then, I guess I'll go ahead and ask her. Eko Azarak. Eko Zamalek. Eko.
What are you doing? What do you think?
I'm just saying a little prayer. That's the ancient prayer the high priest used to say over the bowed heads of the witches after he'd consecrated the magic circle.
How do you know?
Well, I read a lot about the old religion.
Witchcraft.
I own a lot of the old grimoire. That's what they call the books about witchcraft. Devil worship and all that.
I know.
Oh, you've read them?
Some of them.
Malleus Maleficarum. Carol, have you read that? It means Hammer of the Witches. Have you read it?
No.
Why, it's the most important book on witchcraft ever written. I suppose you know about the Devil's Bible. Do you?
No.
It's in the Royal Library in Stockholm. Maybe when you're through here at the hospital, you and your mother and I could go to Stockholm.
Why are you telling me about these
And
things?
then there's the Great Key of Solomon the King.
What do you think I care about all those old books?
And the demonology of King James.
Stop.
And Sadducismus
Shut
Triumphatus.
up. I don't want to hear any more. So just shut up. Shut up and get out of here and leave me alone.
When did you decide you were a witch, Carol? Carol, what was it made you turn to Satan? Tell me, Carol. When did it happen? Was it when your father died? That was a terrible time for you. I know that. Very terrible. Too terrible for a girl of 14 to bear without some sort of terrible reaction. Carol, was that when it happened? When your father died? The father you loved so well?
He didn't have to have died.
What's that? Carol, what did you say?
He didn't need to have died.
Oh?
I could have saved him, but they didn't send for me. They kept me in that stupid school, and they told me he was getting better, and then he died. He died, and I wasn't even there. If I'd have been there, he wouldn't have died, and he'd be here with me right now.
See.
But God took him. God took him away. He left me, and God left me. The devil entered into me and made me his own. I belonged to him and worshipped and adored him, and I was his slave. And I tried to learn all his magic. I tried to learn everything.
You didn't learn it very well, did you?
What?
I said you didn't learn it very well. When you went to Robin Graves' house by the sea, you went there to punish him, didn't you? For not loving you the way your father did. But you didn't punish Robin, did you? No. You walked 2 miles in the rain and got pneumonia.
I couldn't help that.
No, you couldn't. A really good witch would have accomplished what she set out to do. And then that night you took the car and tried to reach Robin Graves before he took the plane for London. You didn't reach Robin, did you? No. You smashed up the car and you smashed up yourself. Oh, no, a real witch wouldn't have done that. And now, Carol, this last time, you took your mother's gun. You crossed the ocean. You put the gun in your purse and you set out for Robin's apartment to kill him. But you didn't even get there, did you? No. You stumbled and you fell, and the gun went off and hit you in the shoulder. Ah. Dear little girl, you just aren't much of a witch. As a matter of fact, you're a rotten witch. And I think you'd better give it up.
How do you know so much about witches?
Dear little girl, I'm a doctor. Don't you know that the science of medicine and many other sciences are direct descendants of the ancient practice of magic?
I didn't know that.
Yes, of course. If it hadn't been for the witches and the devil worshippers and all the others who dabbled in magic hundreds and hundreds of years ago, well, there wouldn't be any doctors like me today.
You mean that?
Of course I mean it. It's true. And you know something else? Carol, not all witches practice black magic.
No?
No. There is such a thing as white magic. And there are white witches. People go to white witches to get them to destroy the power of the devil.
Really?
Mm-hmm. White witches work only for the good of everyone. Somebody once told me how a black witch can be turned into a white witch.
How?
Well, the black witch who wants to change and be relieved of the dreadful suffering which is the portion of all who worship Satan should first get some warm salt water and wash the soles of her feet and the palms of her hands with it, and then she should take what's left of the salt.
If you'd like to know the ending to this story, Carol got out of the hospital and went with John and Celia to Stockholm, where I believe they saw the Devil's Bible, a most remarkable book, taller than a man, containing 300 parchment pages, each the size of a double bed. They say it's the work of a monk arrested for practicing the black arts. Oh, yes, John and Celia got married. And as far as I know, she's very happy, too. I'll be back shortly. I don't think I believe in witches. I've never met one. I don't believe I've ever seen one. But if I ever should, I know how to make sure she's a real one. Somewhere on her body will be a place that is impervious to pain. Yes, and will not bleed. All I have to do is find that spot, they tell me. Of course, they haven't yet told me whether she'll let me look for the spot. Oh, well.
Our cast included Corinne Orr, Ann Shepard, Norman Rose, and Michael Wager. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
He won't admit anything.
There is no more loyal servant on the island.
To you, not to me.
Yes, master.
There have been too many accidents lately, Fonseca. Lady believes there's a hex. Now, do you believe that?
I not know, master. If spell on a lady, Zananda can break spell.
Well, Lisa, is that what you want? I mean, to send Fonseca down the mountain to the jungle and bring that witch woman up here for tea and mumbo-jumbo?
I don't want any witch near me. What kind of a place do I live in where there are witches? I want you to sell the estate and take me away.
I can't do that.
I speak, master.
Yes, Fonseca.
Not safe. Lady, stay. His best lady go from Ceylon.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. You're here for a tale of mystery? Something to curdle the blood and set the heart pounding. But I planned a small history and geography lesson, and you must trust me. I won't fail you. You shall have your mystery and be well satisfied by what is in store.
Craig says you know all there is to know about devil dances and fire walking and hexes and all the marvelous magic here in Ceylon. I want to learn.
Oh, my dear Lisa, no one could know all there is to know about such things.
But you believe in the magic, don't you?
Believe? Oh, I wouldn't say that, no. I'd rather say I don't understand certain baffling things that happen here. Very strange indeed. And you shall sample them all.
Our drama, Hexed, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Nancy Moore and stars Roberta Maxwell. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly. In about 400 B.C., Islam traders in the Indian Ocean landed on an island which later would be called Ceylon. So beautiful was it that the Mohammedans called it Second Eden. That small jeweled island off the tip of India is shaped like a teardrop. You will attach significance to that fact after you've heard the story of Lisa. I give you Gary Hutchins, who knows the story far better than I.
Lisa came to Ceylon first as a tourist. She had the good taste to fall in love not only with the island, but with Craig Peters, and he with her. He with her, indeed, at first sight. Craig's tea estate is next but one to mine. I remember the night of the day he met her. He came across for our Thursday evening of chess.
It's no good, Gary. I can't play. I can't concentrate.
Oh, you're not feeling ill, Craig?
Well, in a manner of speaking, yes. It's called love sickness, and it's terminal, my friend. For 1 hour today, I was in the company of a young American by name Lisa Phillips. And unless I marry her, I shall die.
It's rather extreme, isn't it?
I want you to meet her.
Yes, I should think so. Every Bama in Ceylon has been trying for years to match-make you and her daughter, and you've avoided marriage like the monsoon. And now, after 1 hour, you... Oh, yes. Fetch her around.
Tomorrow, then. And you'll tell me in private if I've gone mad.
Craig brought her round, and he had not gone mad. Oh, she was all he said. A tawny-haired, lovely creature who brought excitement with her. If I hadn't been twice her age, I'd have given Craig a run for it. Instead, in 2 months, I stood best man at the wedding. A week or so later, I was at their place for dinner. Lisa and I were having drinks in the garden while Craig was off seeing to the dinner wine.
Gary, you're Craig's dearest friend. I hope you'll be mine.
Ah, you have my word on that.
Most bachelors resent intruders. At least the one who's still a bachelor.
Oh, not this bachelor. Who in the world could possibly resent you?
No one, I hope.
Oh, wait. There could be someone.
Who?
Oh, no. No one who matters. It's only that Singari's servants are fiercely loyal, and they can be fiercely jealous as well.
You mean Fonseca, don't you?
Why, has something happened already?
No, not really, but I know Fonseca has been Craig's head servant for 7 years. He's used to a bachelor household. Why wouldn't he resent an upstart female American making changes, giving orders?
Oh, yes, Fonseca's spoiled, there's no doubt about it. But he hasn't been rude in any way, has he?
Oh, no, not rude. But there is one thing. He won't look at me, Gary. At the ground, through me, beyond me, but never at me.
Oh, my dear child, you've much to learn about the customs of Ceylon. Male servants are taught never to look directly at Western women, white women.
Oh, I am ignorant. Be my teacher, Gary. I don't want to make any mistakes. Will you promise me something else?
Oh, done.
Craig says you know all there is to know about devil dances and fire walking and hexes and all the marvelous magic in Ceylon. I want to learn.
Why, dear, no one could ever know all there is to know about such things.
But you believe in the magic, don't you?
Believe? No, I wouldn't say that. I'd rather say I don't understand certain things that happen here. How, for example, how do they walk on those hot coals?
They really do. There isn't any trick.
Oh, there's none, absolutely none. It can't be explained by tricks or gimmicks or hypnosis or drugs. They walk and they are not burned. Not everyone can do it, you understand, but some, yes. Now, how do you explain it? Beyond me.
The devil dancers, do they really heal sickness?
Sometimes, or so it seems. In the West, of course, we'd say it was just remission of a disease.
You don't say that, do you?
Lisa, I don't know what to say. Oh, here comes the groom.
Hello. Sorry to be so long. That tiresome Zananda was hanging about. Had a word with her. Had to send her packing.
Who is Zahananda?
Oh, she's a witch doctor Cook is friendly with.
Oh, darling, I could have met a witch doctor.
Lisa would like to have her to dinner, I do think.
Well, I doubt you'd like sitting across from that toothless old hag in her dirty rags and tatters.
Well, I'd like to have met her at least.
Sorry, my sweet. It didn't occur to me. I'd have brought her round to the terrace.
As I recall, Zananda's a white witch, Lisa, meaning a good witch. She breaks spells and hexes meant to do harm.
Oh, tell me about hexes. How does someone get hexed?
Oh, Gary, why don't you tell her about the little evil containers? Sort of capsules, my darling, that get buried in the garden. Oh, Fonseca, fill our glasses, please.
Yes, Master.
I never see or hear Fonseca arrive, but he's always near when Master wants him.
Ah, yes, with a very special talent he has, haven't you, Fonseca?
Yes, sir.
Fonseca, you tell Lady about hexes. What gets buried in gardens to put evil spells on poor, doomed souls?
It's not good to talk of hex, Master.
Aha, so that's it. All right. All right, Lisa, my love. In the magic wicked capsule, the most important ingredient is something personal from the intended victim.
So it is.
Like what?
Oh, a lock of hair, fingernail paring.
Next of importance, something the victim has worn or used a good deal. Say, a ring.
Ah, but a missing ring might be noticed early on, so something less important is much safer. A handkerchief, say.
What else is buried?
Oh, a bit of food left on the victim's plate. Any food, any plate.
Craig, darling, stop making fun of it. Anything else in the capsule?
Oh, yes, a lot. I don't know what. Mysterious bits. I doubt that anyone knows except the chap who cast the spell. You know, I saw a hex thing once dug up in Bundy Smith's garden. It was meant for him. He'd sacked his cook, and Cook was after revenge on poor old Bundy.
Yes, I remember that time.
Did Bunty get sick? Die?
Oh, no, sweetheart. Nothing happened to him at all.
Because the hex thing was found in time?
Possibly. If it's found and destroyed, it loses its power.
Gary, what was in that capsule you saw?
Some slimy, foul-smelling stuff, black. Nobody on earth could tell what the lumps in it were. Except I could say one of them was a scorpion.
Ooh,
Yes, I hear bats' teeth are in them, too. They have to be taken from a living bat, not a dead one. Yes, very potent bat's teeth.
Oh, Craig, old boy, will you look at your bride? Those matchless eyes are positively on fire with excitement.
Well, it is exciting. In my whole life, there's never been anything as exciting as this.
We were warned that night, Craig and I. Warned, but we didn't hear. Lisa's interest in magic and the occult already was too extreme, even unnatural. We did notice as the months passed that she believed in all the odd things we investigated, but we still paid little attention, more amused than anything. And then 3 alarming events happened in rapid succession.
Craig, in my shoe. The shoes I meant to wear tonight. In one of them, a scorpion.
Ah, yes, hateful little beasts. Well, it had to happen sooner or later, Pat. And for your sake, I hoped it never would, but well, it is an island of creepy-crawly things.
A scorpion oh, Craig, it can be part of a hex. Scorpions are signs of evil.
Didi, what is happened?
A bat in this room. There, the draperies at the top. Kill it. Kill it.
Didi.
Kill it, I said.
We'll catch. We'll take out. Not kill.
You will kill it.
What's going on? Oh, what's happening here?
Take me out of this room. Just take me out. Stand close to me. Help me. Don't let it come near me.
Oh, don't let what come near you?
Close the door. It might follow.
Oh, yes. All right. Oh, my darling, what on earth are you afraid of?
The bat.
Oh, is that what this is all about?
I told Fonseca to kill it. I ordered him. He refused. He wouldn't. He hates me.
Dearest, it's against his religion to kill anything. You know that. Any living thing.
He'd have killed it if you gave the order.
No, he wouldn't.
He said he'd catch it.
Well, that's what they always do, the Sinhalese. You've seen him take a cloth, pop it over a spider, an ant, then carry it outdoors and let it go. Well, it's the same thing with a bat.
No.
No?
He'll carry it to a witch. The witch will take teeth from a living bat.
My poor darling, you're talking about hexes again.
Lady.
No, I didn't call you. Go away. Send master.
Statue. Lady.
It fell from the wall. It could have killed me.
It is the Lord Buddha.
Don't touch it. I want master to see where it fell.
The Buddha come down from the wall. It's very bad sign, lady.
I know what it is a sign of, Fonseca. I told you to get master.
Master, come.
How do you know? How do you always know?
Master, come.
Lisa.
He comes and you go.
Oh, darling, what's happened now?
Look.
Oh, I say. Oh, what brought that down?
I won't talk in front of Fonseca. I tell him to go and he just stands there. Make him go, Craig.
Fonseca.
Yes, master. I go.
Oh, Craig. I could have been killed.
Now, Lisa. It had to be an accident. No one in Ceylon, witch doctor, servant, no Sinhalese would tamper with an image of Buddha. Even you should know it's sacred.
But it fell.
Yes, because it has sat up there on that pedestal for years. It's huge, carved of heavy teak wood. Its weight made it gradually inch forward, and finally it has made it simply lose its balance. Now, that's not black magic.
Well, why did it lose its balance just when I was under it? That very minute, something evil. Oh, darling, take me away from this horrible place. Please, let's live in England.
Now, you know I'd every penny tied up in the tea estate.
Well, you can get your money out. Gary would buy it. You know he would. I loathe Ceylon. Loathe this estate. Please sell it.
When you came here, you loved the island.
How could I know what it would be like to live here? That someone would hate me enough to...
Well, now what?
Fonseca, he's just outside the door.
Well, he's always near me, Lisa. You know that. He's trained that way.
Oh, Craig, don't you Fonseca took the bat's teeth and the scorpion and paid a witch doctor to cast a spell on me.
Oh, this is rubbish. This is rot.
Last night, out there in our garden, an evil thing was buried. In it is something that was me. Hair from my brush and something I used and food off my plate. All of it out there, in that thing.
Some magician said abracadabra, the powers of darkness went to work, and you're under a wicked spell.
Yes, that's what made the statue fall.
My love, you can't believe that. Now stop. No, we'll just stop. We'll get to the bottom of this, all right? Fonseca, come in here.
He won't admit anything.
There is no more loyal servant on the island.
To you, not to me.
Yes, master.
There have been too many accidents lately, Fonseca. Lady believes there's a hex. Now, do you believe that?
I not know, master. If spell on a lady, the Ananda can break spell.
Well, Lisa, is that what you want? I mean, to send Fonseca down the mountain to the jungle and bring that witch woman up here for tea and mumbo-jumbo?
I don't want any witch near me. What kind of a place do I live in where there are witches? I want you to sell the estate and take me away.
I can't do that.
I speak, master.
Yes, Fonseca.
Not safe. Ladies stay. It's best lady go from Ceylon.
Accidents or human malevolence? Psychic phenomena or the cunning of man? We have no certain answer, not yet. All we know is that the hobgoblins of superstition and fear have come to dwell with Lisa. And Fonseca's not-safe lady stay hasn't helped matters, as you will soon see in Act 2. Psychic phenomena have been described down the labyrinths of history. The Bible is rife with it. In ancient Greek, Plutarch wrote of Calpurnia's dream predicting Caesar's murder. Abraham Lincoln dreamed of his own corpse lying in state. John F. Kennedy was warned by psychics not to go to Dallas. Are we to call Lisa gullible and a fool to believe a spell has been put upon her by psychic forces? I, for one, say a qualified no. What does Gary Hutchins say?
The Buddha statue had crashed from the wall about 10 in the morning. By 11, Lisa, in tears, sat on my veranda, telling me the whole sickening story. How she had changed in one short year. From a merry, laughing girl to a shaken, distraught, hardly recognizable young woman. Still beautiful, oh yes, she would always be that. And now as she talked, it became more and more evident that she had been alarmed long before the scorpion, the bat, and the statue. Why hadn't she told me? Why, Lisa?
I didn't want to admit what was happening to me. Even admit it to myself. Much less to you, and certainly not to Craig. I thought I could handle it. I thought all the fears would go away. Not just of Fonseca, the others, too.
What others?
A sense of evil forces everywhere. Lurking about. Watching for the vulnerable, ready to spring.
Lisa?
I know how it sounds, but I can't keep it to myself any longer. I have to talk to someone. At least you won't think I've lost my senses. You believe there are such forces.
Oh, now, wait, my dear. I've said there are certain things here that I don't understand, but belief in evil forces waiting to spring? No, Lisa, no.
You know there are spells and hexes. You know they work. People sicken and die, or they're killed.
Psychosomatic. The victim's belief in them makes them work, not magic forces. Now, you believe Fonseca has cast a spell on you, and you yourself are making yourself sick. The scorpion, the bat, are perfectly normal occurrences in Ceylon.
A falling statue is a normal occurrence?
Well, it could be.
Psychosomatically, I made the statue fall, nearly killing me. Is that what you'll say next, Gary?
It's almost as if you want to believe you're hexed.
I want to leave Ceylon. That's all I want. Oh, please, please tell Craig you'll buy the estate.
My dear child, I don't want to lose you and Craig, but even if I could bear the thought, I couldn't afford to buy another estate.
And I thought you were my friend.
After Lisa left, I'm afraid, Craig showed up.
Well, she's sensitive, Gary. She's impressionable. More than most.
Imaginative, childlike.
Yes, why didn't we realize that?
Oh, we did, but we didn't realize that the devil dances and fireworks, astrologers and fortune tellers would affect that sensitive, childlike, impressionable girl.
Yeah, should have known. Should have protected her.
That's my fault. You always said they were rubbish. I took her to most of the rotten things.
Well, I let her go. Thought they were entertainment for her. I thought she'd take the bloody stuff seriously. I say, do you know what she has in her sitting room? One of those huge, grotesque masks of the Cobra god.
Devil dancer's mask?
Well, I thought it was for decoration. Turns out she got it for protection, to drive away evil spirits.
Good Lord. Look here, Craig, I hate to say this, but maybe you ought to sell out after all.
Well, after that statue fell, it's all I thought of. But hey, what do I know about except tea? Ever since I came down from Oxford. Tea, Ceylon. All I bloody know.
Right. Oh, well, Lisa will come to her senses. She's a sensible young woman, bright. It's just a phase she has to go through. She'll come out on the other side, all right? We'll talk sense into her, the two of us. The next morning, there was another scene. Lisa missed a star sapphire earring, a favorite. She was quite certain it was buried in the garden. Old Craig tried to reason with her, but she walked off, went to their room, and closed the door. He had some business to attend to, some trouble with one of his foremen. He got rid of the fellow as soon as he could, and straight away went to find Lisa in their bedroom.
Lisa? Lisa?
Yes, Craig.
Ah, there you are. Where were you?
In the garden.
Oh, now, don't tell me you've been digging about for that thing.
Yes?
Well, did you find it?
No.
Yes, well, jolly well right you didn't.
How could I? I thought I'd find a freshly dug place with the earth recently put back, but the gardener has stirred everything up. Just the same, it's there, Craig. That terrible little thing is there, I know it.
Demonology among the flowers. Spade up the whole acre of garden, and you won't find any hocus-pocus.
Why are you putting on a tie?
I'm going down to Colombo on business. I have to see Fulsham about the next tea shipment. You want to come along?
Would I stay in this house without you?
Well, you better change then. Wear that new yellow frock, will you, darling? You look ravishing in it, huh?
Yes.
And hurry it up. I'm late already.
All right.
Look, I'll fetch your dress while you shower. Where's the key to the wardrobe?
Oh, I don't. Oh, yes, my pocket. Here.
Oh, thanks. There you go.
It's hanging right there in the front.
Oh, let me see. A dozen dresses. Here we are.
My yellow hat, too, please.
Oh, I say.
What's the matter?
Your frock, darling. It's torn. Come here. Look here.
Well, it couldn't possibly be torn. I hung it up there and... Oh, it is torn. Craig, not torn. Come.
How the devil... What are you doing, darling?
Look. Oh, dear heaven, look. All of them. This dress, this one, this. All cut.
This is a nasty bit of business.
Stop pretending you don't know what it means.
Well, I said it was a nasty bit of business, darling.
The clothes. The victim's clothes. Flash, where they cover up the heart. A sign that the heart will stop beating.
Now, darling, I'm sure that there's a reasonable...
The other awful things could have been accidents. They weren't, but they could have been. But not this. And nothing human did it. I had the key in my pocket.
Oh, now, hold on a minute.
Will you at least admit it's not an accident?
All right. Admit it. That sorcery, magic, evil spirits did not slash your clothes.
Nothing will convince you.
This can be explained just like the other mischief. Well, all right. You sacked your maid last week, Nirmala, huh? She had a key. Did she give it back to you before she left?
No.
There you are. She's taken this primitive revenge. She knew it would frighten you, and it has, and that's all there is to this. Now, come along, darling. Tidy up, and let's be off to Colombo.
That's all you have to say about what's happened.
Sweetheart, it's settled. Well, it's not actually settled, is it? Nermala could have loosed that statue. She knows you sit near it. Fonseca!
Yes, Master.
Please, darling, don't let him see you like this.
Oh, nothing could please him more.
Yes, Master.
When I get back from the city, I want you to have Nermala here.
I cannot, sir. Nirmala have gone to Calcutta.
To Calcutta? Well, when did she leave?
Last week, sir.
You see, she couldn't have done it. I put the yellow dress in the wardrobe yesterday.
Fonseca, you are head servant here, responsible for all other servants. Look here at ladies' clothes.
Master?
Fonseca, you will find out who is doing these tricks and put a stop to it. You will break this so-called spell, or I'll sack the lot of you.
Master, please. Fonseca, speak.
Well?
Lady, go quick from Ceylon. Clothes, cut over heart, sign of death. Death soon. Lady, go.
Craig, please don't drive so fast. I'm afraid of the curve.
Don't nag, darling. I'm used to the mountain roads. Anyhow, I'm not going very fast.
You are.
You're afraid of everything these days, aren't you? Yeah, look yonder down the gorge, eh? 3 elephants having a bath.
Craig, one last time. Will you sell the estate and take me away from here?
One last time, no. No, my darling, no.
I see.
One last time, will you use your perfectly good head and get over this obsession? Now, no fetish, no harpy, no evil eye or witch doctor has conjured up this voodoo. It is being done by human hands, and we will find out directly whose hands they are.
Maybe we already know.
Oh, not again, Lisa. Now, I trust Fonseca absolutely. He only said you should leave because he believes this hex nonsense, too.
I didn't mean Fonseca.
Yes, well, you certainly don't mean Nermala. She's in Calcutta.
No.
And then who?
My husband.
Lisa.
Are you the one who wants to get rid of me because I've changed? Are you the one trying to frighten me into leaving Ceylon without you?
Good Lord, Lisa, you can't mean this.
All right, forget it. You're right, my darling Craig. I'm obsessed. Afraid of everything and everyone, even you.
How could you possibly think for 1 second...
I don't want to talk about
Yes, well, neither do I.
Please, I'm sure. That hairpin curve is next.
Now, don't worry, darling. The brakes are all right. Look, while I see Fulsham, why don't you buy some clothes? A lot of clothes. You hardly have frocks left.
If I have time.
Oh, why won't you have time?
I have an errand. May I take the car?
Of course. What errand?
Never mind.
Now, look here, Lisa. You're not going to one of those fortune tellers, all right? You're mixed up enough as it is, and I won't have it.
You don't need to have it. And neither do I. I already know my fortune. It's decided. I suddenly see it clear. And nothing will change it.
What suddenly does she see, or think she sees? How ominous that she could think her adoring and patient husband could... Still, how well do we ever really know anyone? Friends of criminals, neighbors of rapists, mothers of murderers. How often they say, he was a good boy. And believe it. What are we to believe of Craig Peters? Act 3 very likely will tell us. The beautiful island paradise is paradise lost to Lisa. But let me digress a little. The island's name, when she came there, was still Ceylon. In the recent past, it has taken back its ancient name, Sri Lanka, meaning the resplendent. The word rings sadly upon the ear now, for there is nothing resplendent in our story. Let Gary Hutchins finish it.
I had little to do with the rest of Lisa's story. Certainly no control over it. I was told it later in bits and pieces by those involved, even the chap you'll meet now. What was the errand Lisa had in Colombo? The errand she would not explain to Craig? She drove to a public garage where she and Craig were not known.
Oh, yes, petrol, Mum. You'll have to draw a bit closer to the tank.
No petrol, thank you. I'd like to speak to a mechanic, please.
Oh, that'll be myself, ma'am. What's the trouble?
There isn't any trouble, not yet.
Uh-huh.
But I think there will be. I expect an accident.
Beg pardon, ma'am?
Well, I don't know how to say this except just say it. I think someone wants me to have an accident. I think he'll do something to the car just before he knows I'll drive it.
Sure, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I want you to show me how he could do that. Things he could do to the engine or brakes or whatever. Can you?
Well, I expect I can, Mum. And you'll check the lot before you take a drive, is that it?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're English, aren't you?
Yes. Came out from the UK straight after the war.
Then there's no use telling you this trouble I'm having may be a hex. You English laugh at such things.
Oh, not me, ma'am. I'm out here a long time now. Oh, I've seen some queer things, I have. If you're under a spell, Mum, showing you the insides of your motor car won't stop what's meant to be. You'll want the witch woman's on under for that.
Until today, I was sure about the spell. Now I think maybe a man wants what's been happening to me to look like a hex. Then he won't be blamed when show me how to check the car, please.
Right. Well, first we just lift the bonnet here and have a good look inside. Lisa, you're not eating.
I can't.
Well, the curry's excellent. After that beastly Colombo lunch, tastes marvelous.
It tastes... Oh, send Mogra out.
But why?
I can't talk with him in here. Can't you do anything I ask?
Mogra, leave the room, please. We'll ring if we need you.
Where's Fonseca? Why isn't he hovering?
Well, I should think you'd be pleased.
I am. But not with my food. It tastes bitter.
Oh, darling, this is absurd. I just said it tastes marvelous.
Well, yours isn't bitter, of course, not yours. These things only happen to me. I feel sick, Craig.
It's your imagination.
Of course. I'm going outside. I've got to get some air.
No, look, darling, I'm sorry. I said what I did. You do look a bit funny. I'll come with you.
No, I don't want you to come. Eat your dinner. You can sit there serenely knowing yours isn't poison.
Well, nor is yours. Oh, goodness gracious. Tomorrow I'll take a sample to Colombo and have it tested.
If tomorrow isn't too late. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Oh, who's there? Fonseca?
Yes, lady.
Why are you out here?
Good night, lady.
What does that mean? Stop following me.
Speak with me, lady.
You're only an ignorant servant, and I will not talk to you. Go inside at once. Did you hear me?
Yes, lady. Ignorant servant, go.
Before you do, why don't you advise me it's best if Lady runs for her life and leaves Ceylon?
Yes, lady. Go. Run for life.
Yes, well, what's happened, darling?
I there. Something in the past. Fonseca put it there.
Oh, no.
Or maybe it wasn't Fonseca.
The hex again. Now, listen to me, my sweet. Please, for once, listen. Now, this time you brought this accident on yourself. You're wandering about at night, crooked paths. Now you tripped in the dark, and that is all.
I didn't. It was meant to happen, and it did. I want the Hananda.
What?
The witch woman. I want her. If there's a spell, she'll stop it. If there isn't, then I'll know it's... Go and get her. Now, tonight. Craig!
All right. Anything to put a stop to this. We'll both be round the bend.
Take Fonseca. I'm too sick to go, and I won't stay here alone with him.
All right, my pet, yes. Now, that's what I know where to find this woman. Fonseca?
Yes, Master.
We're going down the mountain. Fetch the motor car, please. Fonseca, you know this whole thing with Lady is ridiculous, don't you?
No, sir.
Supernatural poltergeist, putting things in her path for her to stumble over, using bats and scorpions, tumbling statues from walls, slashing clothes. It's rubbish. Now, I told you to find out who is causing these things, didn't I? Why haven't you done it?
I try, Master. Could not.
Yes, well, neither can this Zananda woman. But I'll tell you who can.
Who, Master?
A fingerprint expert.
Sir?
Hands leave the print of their fingers. No two prints are alike. The lines on our fingertips are like our names signed there. Police have a way of photographing those prints. On the back of the Buddha statue, if it was tampered with, there will be fingerprints. Brakes aren't holding right.
Slow.
Damn it, I can't. The handbrake. Good Lord, the handbrake won't hold either.
Master!
Jump! Get out of here! Jump!
Thank you for the drink, Mogra. You can go to bed. I'll wait in the garden for Master. No need for you to wait.
Goodbye.
Oh, why don't you come, Craig? What's keeping you, my darling?
Lady. Lady, wait for Master.
Oh, where is he? Where's the car? How did you get here?
I walk. Brakes not good in motor car.
Where is Master?
Not here.
Answer me.
Master dead.
Oh, dear heaven. Oh, no.
Motor car key.
Oh, Craig. Oh, darling.
Oh, an accident. It was meant for me.
No, lady. For Master.
You did this. Tonight out here in the garden when I found you. You didn't expect me to leave the dinner table. You had just finished doing something to the car. You knew tomorrow I was going over to Mr. Hudson's.
If Fonseca know death ride in motor car, Fonseca not drive with Master.
Oh.
Police will find what prints of fingers make death in motor car brakes. Same prints of fingers on Lord Buddha's statue.
What are you talking about?
The fingers of you, lady.
Well, how could I possibly know how to fix brakes so that... It's nonsense. It's crazy, but I take back what I said about you. Someone else is responsible for the hex. And it was on Master, too. It killed him.
No hex, lady. No hex.
Yes, there was. There was. Nirmala. She had the spell cast. I'm certain of it. That earring. She took it. I'm sorry I blamed you. Terribly sorry.
No spell, lady. I ring up police now.
Fonseca?
Yes, lady.
Come back. Now listen to me. I did believe I was hexed. Master didn't. I thought if I made a dreadful thing happen myself, the statue falling, clothes slashed, I thought he'd believe and take me away. I gave him every chance. I only wanted him to leave Ceylon. That's all. I never intended to hurt him. Would he listen? No. Promise to sell the estate? No. I couldn't bear to stay in this hateful place with the hex still on me, and I couldn't leave alone without money. I had to kill him. Had to.
Yes, lady.
Now I'll sell the estate myself. There'll be lots of money. Some of it for you. 20,000 rupees. 20,000. All for you. Do you understand?
Understand well.
Good. Then everything's settled, isn't it?
Is settled.
Now, we do have to inform the police, but you'll say nothing about fingerprints. The brakes of the car failed. It was an accident. That's all you need to say. And now call. No, I guess. It's better if I do. Why are you standing in my way?
Not enough. 20,000 rupees.
Not? Well, that's $4,000. You've never dreamed of that much money in your life.
Not enough.
All right. $5,000. Now get out of my way.
Do not want rupee. Do not want dollar.
What in the name of heaven do you want?
Tea estate. Lady.
What?
Fonseca. Be master here now.
Oh, my God.
And Daddy be wife to Fonseca.
Are you mad? Wife of a...
Servant, lady?
Yes.
Ignorant servant, lady?
Yes. And stay in this awful place? No. No.
Lady in prison. Or wife to Fonseca. Lady cannot go from Ceylon.
No. No. No.
Wife or prison. Lady, decide.
She chose Fonseca. She's lived for 7 years now in that house as his wife. I don't go there, of course. But I see her sometimes wandering the hillside. She's a sloven now. Barefoot like the natives, hair streaming, wearing a filthy sari. She looks like a witch. At once lovely, enchanting jewel of a creature, murderer of my best friend. Do you ask why I never turned her into the police? Because life imprisonment with Fonseca, made to obey him, to wait on him, to bear his children, is far more cruel punishment than judge and jury could ever devise.
My friends, an afterthought. Hexes take many forms. Considering Lisa's fate, can we say she was not hexed? Or, to put it another way, can we say she was not under the dominion of an evil spirit? Her own, to be sure, but an evil spirit nonetheless. I'll be back shortly. Gary Hutchins spoke of Lisa as once having been a lovely jewel. Ceylon is famous for its jewels, fabulous gems called by early Chinese traders the crystallized tears of the first man. We're back to tears, the island shaped like a teardrop. I predicted at the start that you would attach significance to that fact after you heard the story of Lisa. Did you?
Our cast included Roberta Maxwell, Paul Hecht, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Look up into the night sky at the pattern of the stars. Night by night, as our whirling planet moves through its orbit, the pattern changes slightly. The stars themselves remain constant, locked in the master design, the mosaic fixed, except for an occasional shooting star or... Wait a minute. What is that streak of pulsing fire that blazes across, dives, whirls, hurtles earthwards, faster than any plane could move? An illusion? A mirage? Or a reality? The link between us and other worlds beyond our galaxy? Whatever it is, we call it a UFO, an unidentified flying object.
Concentrate on the spinning disc in front of you, Lisa.
All right, Doctor. I'm concentrating.
There's a star at the top, a circle at the bottom.
Yes.
Now watch the symbols as they turn. Watch. Watch. Let the wheel space you out, soothe you, call you. Are you there? Are you there?
Our mystery drama, A Stranger Among Us, was based on the documented story of Lisa X from the files of Bryce Bond and adapted for Mystery Theater by Ian Martin. It stars Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There are really only two schools of thought about the UFO: the scoffers and the believers. Does the mystery craft from a galaxy beyond our comprehension roam our skies? Or are all the reported sightings so much self-delusion by hysterics and romantics? I hasten to say I take no sides, but recently there have come into my hands some carefully documented files on this subject. A story so fantastic and out of this world that I felt I must share it with you. A story that is actual and real. Only the names have been changed to protect the protagonist's rights to privacy.
Dr. Bryce Dunlop.
Hi, Doc. Detective Sergeant O'Banion here.
Hey, Dave, how's it going?
Oh, can't complain too much, Bryce.
Long time no see. Or here. No bats or squirrels running around your belfry these days.
Oh, the usual compliment every time the moon gets full. Nothing white enough out to catch your fancy. Except, like, right now.
Right now?
Yeah. Have I got a case for you? And, brother, do I need your help?
Well, you got it before you even asked.
You think maybe you could trek over here to the precinct house?
It's that immediate? And that important?
Immediate, yeah. Important? Well, that's what you got to tell me. I want you to meet a lady who's got me way out of my depth. I don't know whether to charge her, commit her, or just try to forget I ever ran into her. I promise you, she's clear out of this world.
I'm sort of a maverick. Oh, I have the degrees. B.S. from Princeton, M.A. from Duke University, and my Ph.D. from Berkeley. My major, of course, is psychology, which is what I practice. But my minor, and now an all-absorbing hobby, is parapsychology, and in particular, a very special branch of it. SEEP, which is an acronym for the Societies to Examine Extraterrestrial Phenomena. A hobby I mention only because, although I didn't know it at the time, I was about to receive one of the most highly documented reports on a UFO that ever came to our files. A story so bizarre and chilling that it staggers the mind.
Bryce, let me fill you in. About an hour ago, around 11 o'clock this morning, this babe walked into the squad room. She wanted to see the lieutenant, but like you know, he's had the flu, and I've been covering for him. So we went into the lieutenant's office, and, well, now, she's a tall girl, statuesque, kind of beautiful, poised, well-to-do. I mean, you know, good clothes, expensive clothes, perfume, all that. She speaks well. She looks you right in the eyes, and Well, I mean, you'd never figure if it's some kind of a nut or something.
Except you do.
I'm going to let you be the judge. Now, just listen to this story she gave me. Her name is Lisa Stallings. She's a widow with a couple of kids. She's a realtor, pretty successful one, right here in town. She's 33. Now, last night after dinner, she went to a church party, a kind of a social. She's pretty religious, I gather. And during the evening, this guy came up to her and asked her,
"Would you mind if I asked you to dance?"
No. Why should I?
Well, you are a bit taller than I am.
Well, that doesn't bother me. Maybe you're a better dancer than I am.
My name is Terry Jessup.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you. Mine's Lisa Stallings.
Yes, I know. Lisa Stallings.
Well, I guess I'm flattered. How did you know?
Oh, I've been thoroughly briefed on you. Shall we dance?
Yes. Yes, of course. Well, you dance very well, Mr. Jessup.
Nothing is left to chance.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I mean, they try to prepare you for every eventuality. My training was very thorough.
Well, what business are you in, Mr. Jessup?
I'm a coordinator.
I don't know if I understand. In what area of business?
Oh, not in business. My work is more in the field of human relationships. May I ask you something?
Of course.
I'd like first to have your word that you won't repeat to anyone what I'm going to ask you.
Well, that sounds very mysterious and quite exciting. All right.
Don't treat this lightly. I'm very serious. Do you believe in UFOs? Mrs. Stallings. Well, you haven't answered me. Are you all right?
Yes. No, I mean... You just freaked me out by what you asked me, you know?
I know.
No, you couldn't possibly. I mean, things you couldn't know that have happened to me lately and other things in my past you couldn't understand.
Oh, but I do. You've actually seen a UFO, haven't you? And someone who came from one?
Yes. Yes.
How would you like to go right out now to a ship and meet these people face to face?
Look, Mr. Jessup, I know you're just kidding around, so let's just drop this subject because I don't happen to think it's funny.
Neither do I. Now we can get in my car and drive outside of town near Carmel to the ship.
I'm not driving out of town in a car with you. We've only just met.
Would I be here at a church social if there was anything dangerous about me?
Well, no, I suppose not. But I...
Are you really physically afraid of me? You're bigger than I am.
I think you have a complex about that.
Not a complex in the world. I'm what I am, and you are what you are. And we happen to be special. We share a secret belief. And you could share so much more if you'd come with me.
Share? What?
Knowledge. Secret knowledge. Proof of all you have believed so long and have had to keep hidden for fear of ridicule. I can lead you to your destiny. If it isn't me, it'll be somebody else. For you have been chosen.
So she falls for this joker's line, and she leaves with him in the car. And they drive out toward Carmel. And here's what... Now, wait a minute. I've given you the general picture. Let's go now and meet Mrs. Lisa Stallings and let her tell you the rest of her story for herself.
And all of a sudden, up ahead, I see this bright light flashing in the sky. Just up ahead of us, there was a wooded area with a lot of trees. And I said, look at those lights zooming over the trees there.
I see them.
Well, you think that's a UFO?
I know it is.
It looks as if it's landing.
Yes, that's just what it's doing. Watch for the lights to disappear behind the trees.
Yes, they're gone now. But I can still see the reflection.
It's landed. They're waiting for us.
I don't know if I want to go any nearer.
Why not?
I'm afraid. There's a tingling sensation running up and down my arm. I can't breathe. I feel I'm being smothered.
Rub your arms up and down. You'll be all right. Are you cold?
Oh, no. I don't know. How can I be cold in the middle of the summer?
Just rub your arms. They're waiting for you. We're going to them. Just keep your eyes on the flashing light and do not be afraid. You are coming home. They are waiting.
The last thing I remember, then, were the flashing lights and rubbing my arms to keep them from going to sleep. And the next thing I remembered was hours later, on another road far away. And I was driving the car back to town, and he was gone. I had this weird feeling that I was shrinking, and I was afraid, and I couldn't stop crying. So I just went home, and I somehow got to bed.
When you woke up this morning, the first thing you did was drive the car down here to the station and report to us.
Yes, it wasn't my car. I didn't know what had happened to Terry Jessup.
You haven't heard from him since last night?
No.
And you didn't know that the car you brought to us here was a stolen car?
No, I just thought it belonged to him.
To Terry Jessup?
Yes.
Mrs. Stallings, you still have no idea who Terry Jessup is?
No, just a man I met at a dance.
You have no idea what happened to him?
As of right now, no. And as of right now, I better be getting on home. I have lunch to prepare for 2 hungry kids.
Well, yeah, it isn't quite as easy as that, Mrs. Stallings. I got to decide what to do about you first.
What do you mean?
Well, we've apparently got a man missing under mysterious circumstances. We have a report of an illegal landing by some unidentified aircraft. And you drive in here with a stolen car.
But I didn't know it was stolen, Sergeant O'Banion.
Well, she would scarcely have driven it in here if she had, Dave.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Dunlap.
Oh, now, don't misunderstand me, Mrs. Stallings. I'm ready to give you the benefit of the doubt, but I am a cop, so I have to go by the book.
You weren't thinking of booking Mrs. Stallings, were you?
No, but I do have to detain her. I need a full description of the missing man so I can get out an APB. And I'll need Mrs. Stallings to take me to the spot where she thought she saw this thing land.
But then you'll have to give me a chance to make some arrangements. I have to see that my children are taken care of for this afternoon.
Oh, sure, of course. I'll send an officer with you.
Dave, since I serve in a semi-official capacity with the force, why don't you remand Mrs. Stallings in my custody? There are some questions I would like to ask her in any case.
Oh, I'd be glad to answer anything I can.
Well, as a matter of fact, I would be asking you to answer some for Dr. Dunlap anyway.
I'd welcome being questioned by a psychiatrist.
A psychologist, Mrs. Stallings? I'm not a medical doctor.
I wonder if before we leave, do you have a ladies' room in this building?
Even before women's lived, Mrs. Stallings. If you'll just go right across the squad room and out the door. Turn left. You'll find it down the hall, just past the elevator.
I won't be long. Thank you, Sergeant.
My pleasure.
I'm surprised you're suddenly so trusting.
I'm not. Detective Sims got the high sign, and we'll suddenly find the same need.
You run co-ed washrooms?
Detective Sims' first name is Mary. Well, what do you think of Mrs. Stallings?
I think she's a knockout.
But is she also a freak-out?
Well, I don't know. Oh, I believe her about the car. The guy who was possibly just on the make. The rest...
Well, don't leave it hanging.
You noticed when we spoke with her, this isn't the first experience she's had with a UFO.
Well, I didn't go into that area. It's out of my field. Well, last night was different. Something screwy went on.
First things first. Now, this lady is off bounds for both of us, Dave. She's a very special lady with a lot of mind-blowing info to reveal.
If she's ready to, or can find her memory.
I can find that for her, if she gives me a chance.
Yeah? How?
The most modern technique we have to unlock the mind. Hypnotic regression. Through it, I'm sure we can have Lisa Stallings recall exactly what happened last night.
Well, where do you stand so far? With Sergeant Dave O'Banion, who doubts the whole story? Or with Dr. Bryce Dunlap, the open mind, who wants to wait and see until all the evidence is in? No matter. Your opinion is your own. But the evidence has only begun. The mind-rocking story is still ahead of us when I return shortly with Act Two. Backing out of the parking lot at the precinct house, Dr. Bryce Dunlap has surreptitiously been assessing Mrs. Stallings. And he has to admit he likes what he sees. She is less beautiful than striking. Her upper lip perhaps a trifle short, but the mouth full and generous, and the gray eyes large and lustrous. The eyebrows dusted by the feather of ash-blonde hair that sweeps above them like bangs. And whatever his preoccupations, hers are deeper, as she frowns slightly to herself.
Hollis Drive, isn't it?
Hmm? Oh, yes, right off Suncliff West.
Oh, don't look so concerned. I don't think you're in any trouble.
For the police, you mean?
Well, who else?
Nora and Jimmy. Healthy young animals like to eat on time.
Oh, your children.
Ah, there speaks a man with none, or he wouldn't treat it so lightly.
Oh, I hope I haven't.
Not married?
Once. I'm not working at it any longer.
But it still gets your vote?
Marriage?
Yeah.
Well, why not? Well, some form of commitment anyway.
That's nice.
What happened to your husband?
He was a POW at Vietnam. His name was released finally on a casualty list. What happened to me last night is more to the point. Can you answer that?
Maybe.
With this hypnosis thing?
Yes.
How soon can we try it?
I'd have to ask a few questions first.
I've spent most of the day answering them. What's a few more? Shoot.
You've had some experiences with UFOs before.
That's not a question.
No.
How could you know?
Some things you said. The way you answered this Terry Jessup's questions. ESP.
ESP?
Extrasensory perception. Hobby of mine. More than that, actually. More than an avocation. More and more it's becoming my vocation. Ever hear of SEEP?
The Societies to Examine Extraterrestrial Phenomena.
You know about them?
Yes. Some years ago when I was living in Florida, through a friend of mine, I met a doctor in a local chapter there. Because of my background, he wanted to put me through hypnosis. I was nervous about it, so I prayed for some kind of sign that it would be all right. And the day they tried, I got hysterical. And I was screaming very loudly. And all of a sudden, a tree outside the window broke in half and fell. I was screaming so loudly they had to bring me out of it. And then we all went out to look at the tree. It was perfectly calm weather. No wind at all. And all the other trees on the hill were undisturbed. Just this one that fell. And what was strange about it was that it fell uphill.
Did you go ahead then?
No. I was ready to, but I thought the tree, which was a holly tree, they say that means holy in Latin. I thought that was a sign from above. Well, they didn't want me to that day. Then I had to move all the way across the country here, and somehow I just never went again.
But you would be willing to now.
Oh, yes, particularly now.
Well, while we're driving, could you tell me about your other experiences?
All right. The first time it happened, I was 9 years old. It was late afternoon, and I was walking on this country road with my brother and my sister. And there was a sort of blinding flash, and a man was standing in the road, wearing a black robe. He had no hair, a whitish face with big eyes, blazing red like fire, and his ears stuck out from his head. Well, we thought it was the devil. We took off running. And then suddenly it was night, even though it had been daylight just a second before. And my parents had heard the screaming, and they came racing down the road in a truck with the headlights on. And they took us home, and they got us under control.
You all saw this person?
Oh, yes.
The other kids were just as scared.
Well, they were littler. They soon forgot about it.
Mm-hmm. But you didn't.
Oh, no. I had to sleep with my mother for days afterwards. I used to climb trees for months then, as high as I could get, looking up in the sky, waiting for something that never came.
And you were still afraid?
No, not so much afraid, just waiting, expecting.
But nothing ever came?
Not till years later. Long after I was married and Jim was gone. The kids were getting older, and one day I was just sitting in my office.
Well, go ahead. Tell me about it.
Suddenly, everything faded away except there was a coin in front of my eyes. Round, with a man's silhouette. Face, head, and shoulders like a bust. I blinked my eyes, but it wouldn't go away, so I thought I'd been working too hard and should go home. It was dark as I was driving, and beyond the road in front of me, I could see a curve and a field, and sitting on the ground was a UFO. A force was trying to make me take that curve, but I resisted it. I kept on, going towards home. I remember thinking to myself, what's the matter with you, Lisa? You're going off the rails. I was in a kind of trance. I had power steering, but I had to slap my own face and fight to keep the car on the road. Well, at home, I was shaking so I just went straight to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I just tossed and I turned, and I looked at my watch, and it was 3 a.m. And I felt a presence in the room. There was this huge man there with red hair, and he reached out his hand to me. I thought he was going to shake hands, but instead he grabbed my left arm with his thumb on my wrist, and I writhed in pain as it burned.
I know you. Others know you. Remember.
You made a mark on my wrist.
So the rest will know you. Always know you.
And he was gone. In the morning when I woke up, I had a pain in my arm and an angry red mark like a burn there. I felt sick. I looked at my watch. It had stopped at 3 a.m. I tried to start it. It wouldn't go. I couldn't even wind the stem. I took it to my jeweler, and he opened it, and he couldn't believe what he saw. The whole inside of the watch was fused together, melted into one lump.
I guess we're home, Lisa.
Oh, yes, there, on the right.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll give you, say, an hour and a half to get the kids straightened away. Then I'll come back. Turn you over to Dave, Sergeant O'Banion. But when can we get together?
Us?
Well, you said you'd had your sign. You're ready for hypnosis. I think it's what you need. What we both need to find out what you're all about.
Well, if you put it that way, I'll take off tomorrow or as many days as you think you need. I need to know what I'm all about just as much as the rest of you.
Okay, Lisa. Seat Clinic. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. We've got a date. Dr. Dunlop.
It's Dave, Bryce.
Ooh, I've been waiting for this. What'd you find out?
About the guy, Terry Jessup, forget it. We got a composite that's just that. Guy looks like anyone. Medium everything.
What about the landing site?
What about it is right. There's a gland, a depression, whatever you want to call it. Like about 300 feet in diameter. Something burned off the undergrowth and some of the trees there. But was it just a plain fire? or super galaxy jet exhausts. Well, whatever it was, he's just another hole in the ground now. How are you doing?
Well, you've got to give me a chance, Dave. There's something very strange moving here. Are you comfortable, Lisa?
Yes. What am I hooked up to?
Oh, only supportive measures. No stimuli of any kind, no drugs. Now, you know that we're taping all you say, and that also my assistant, Gene Krebs, will make a typed transcript of it.
I understand.
Now, I want you to forget about me and concentrate on the spinning disc right in front of you.
All right, Doctor, I'm concentrating.
There's a star at the top, a circle at the bottom. Now, watch the symbols as they turn.
I can't. They go too fast. They're blurring together.
Just keep concentrating. Concentrating. Till they come together. Till the star is locked within the circle. Let them spin and meld together. Watch. Watch. Feel the spinning wheel space you out. Soothe you. Call you. Are you there? Are you there?
But did you get anything?
Did I get anything? Oh, it's going to knock you right off your blocks, David boy.
What do you mean?
With her written permission, I have it on tape. You think you're ready to take this?
Shall we stop hacking around and get on with it?
Okay, boy. Here it is.
Everything I report here or say is of my own free will and under no coercion of any kind.
Thank you, Lisa. Now, can you tell us just what happened last night?
Terry was driving the car, and we saw the light go down behind the trees. He drove a little more, and then he pulled to a stop beside the road. He flickered his lights once or twice, and in a moment, 2 people came from the ship.
Oh, how did you know they were from the ship?
Because they weren't human. They moved in a funny, jerky way, and they couldn't speak.
Were they robots?
Maybe. I suppose they were. We got out of the car and followed them, and there was the ship.
What did it look like?
It was round, very wide, sort of flat, but with a bubble top. It looked like metal. It appeared to be metal, a grayish type, sort of dull-looking.
Did you go inside?
Oh, yeah. When I first walked in, there didn't seem to be any light. It was like walking into a dark ring. But then all of a sudden, there was light. Like when I took the last step from the ramp to the hall. And it was very bright. But you couldn't see that from the outside. And inside, there didn't seem to be any light fixtures. Just lit up. All complete illumination. Bright. Blinding. And then I met him.
Who did you meet?
This person. He looked like a man in a sort of a jumpsuit under a robe, like he used that as a sort of a coat. He was bald, and he spoke to me.
He knew English?
No. He didn't speak to me like that. He wasn't speaking with his mouth. He was speaking by mental telepathy. He said his name was Cosmos.
He said that?
No, it was like he made the picture of his name in my mind. That's the way he explained he was happy to see me, except that I had a very stubborn mind. That he had been sending me signals over and over to come to him, but that I wouldn't. And so he explained he finally had to just send for me.
And now that he had you there, what were his plans for you?
Well, he didn't tell me that then. He just led me about the ship. This was just a scout ship, he said.
And where did it come from?
From the mothership, he said.
And where was that?
I don't know.
Or where it came from?
Oh, yes. It came from a star galaxy just beyond ours, to the right hand of the Milky Way. And then he led me around the ship to show me that there were windows around the side, only the reflector shields were up, and that's why you couldn't see out. And then we came to this one door that was open, and we stopped. And then we went in. And in the middle of the room was this huge apparatus, and all around it, people, or these robot things, working at the panel. And there was a rail around the panel. And strange grinding sounds. And on each side of the apparatus is an operating table. And Cosmos led me over to one of them.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
Well, I guess the tape broke.
Well, it didn't sound like this.
Oh, these mechanical marvels. Forget the tape. I'll tell you the rest myself.
Well, one way or another, you got me caught up with my tongue hanging out of my belt.
Dave is not the only one. Perhaps you're not as intrigued. Me, I wouldn't miss the end of this for anything. Oh, all right, skeptics. I'll listen to you first. The whole subject of UFO is just another conception Barnum's gullible public likes to subscribe to. The lure of the unknown, the lodestar for suckers. Except too many scientific minds believe in the strangers from outer space. So maybe we'd better hang around and listen to Act 3. Two men, Detective Sergeant O'Banion and Dr. Bryce Dunlap, have been sitting fascinated as the tape unreels an incredible story. Now, with the breakdown in the machine, they are realizing that fate has turned them into combatants, rivals for a woman they both desire. And if they could only be objective enough, a woman that both of them had probably better avoid like the plague.
Can you fix the tape?
I don't know.
Well, okay, you said you'd tell me the rest. This Cosmos was leading her to some kind of operating table when the tape broke.
That's right. Lisa said, and I'll try to keep it as close as I can to her own words, that on one of the operating tables, a young woman was lying. I asked her what she looked like, and she said she was young, I'd say, in her 20s. She had
long, dark hair and an olive complexion with huge brown eyes. It seemed like her eyes were much larger than normal. She had on a purple gown, and she was strapped to the table.
Lisa, I want you to meet Antron.
Antron. Hello, my other self.
Antron.
What did she say?
Pay no attention to her, Lisa. She's a very willful young lady who rebels against her destiny.
What is her destiny?
She has been chosen, as you have.
Chosen? That's what Terry said.
Just so. He is one of us. His mission was to bring you to us.
But what have I been chosen for?
At a later time, you will be given the 7 powers.
What 7 powers?
Those powers that will help mankind. You must go among them first and tell them that we are here at last.
We? Who is we?
Tell her, Andron.
In the beginning, we were those who inherited the earth. My mother and father brought me from the great planet in a fleet of hundreds of spaceships. And we colonized this wilderness and made it fertile and to grow. We conquered the dry earth, built dams and libraries. Our culture flourished, while you and your forebears ran on 4 feet, skulking from the sun in caves or locked in the trees by day, hunting, afraid of your shadows by night. And then came the great rain, flood, when Noah built the ark.
I know nothing of your pagan legends. We had supposed all of you in the lower order had been destroyed.
But what about you? I mean, your people and Antron's.
Tell her.
We took our ships, orbiting the earth till the flood subsided and the waters rolled back. Only a few of us decided to return to the earth. The rest decided to return home.
To the mother planet.
Why didn't you stay there?
Because you needed us. You cannot control what you have. You war among yourselves, build greater and greater weapons to destroy not only you, but the green earth itself. We cannot allow that.
Since we are peaceful, we must take over gradually. And to do that, some of us must sacrifice ourselves.
Antron is one chosen for the sacrifice.
What are you going to do to me?
Do not be afraid. It is useless to struggle. Tell her, Antron.
They are going to make us one, sister. How?
We are strapping you to the table, so you are head to head. When I turn on the machine, it is my hope that you will be fused together. Antron planted in your left side, so you carry her as the mother carries the child. Only in this case, the child will be the mother. Antron will control you so that she may guide you and bring our message to the world, so that you may be safe. Safe. Now, turn it on. Throw the switch. Let her be one of us.
It was terrifying, Dr. Dunlop. They'd placed us head to head, so the machine was between us. And slowly, the table started to spin. I could hear the motor cutting on as it started whining, and the sound got higher and higher and faster, and then I blacked out. And when I came to, the table was slowing down. I could feel it. I felt a warm sensation all about my head. It felt like something was going on inside of me, a surging of different energies. And then the machine stopped.
Well, Lisa, how do you feel?
I don't know. Warm, relaxed, satisfied.
Oh, that's wonderful. It worked, my dear. It worked.
What happened to Antron?
Don't you know? She is you. A part of you. Forever. Now you are ready to spread the word. Go forth and make the world ours.
Brother.
Pretty wild.
Well, you don't believe any of that bunk, do you?
I don't know. I've heard stranger.
Oh, come on. You gotta be kidding.
Well, what's the difference? It isn't anything you can use anyway.
Well, I told you she's clean for all of me. I got no axes to grind.
Uh-huh. Are you sure, old chum?
Well, what's that supposed to mean? Would I lie to you?
Well, you might, where personal feelings were concerned. She means a lot more to both of us than that. She's not for you, Dave.
Well, I'll decide that.
Not without some argument from me.
Look, she has a couple of screwy notions. Well, that could pass. Bryce, I don't need any help in my personal relations. You stay away, you understand? All she needs is someone to take care of her and the kids. Once she gets the responsibilities off her head, she'll be okay. She doesn't need any doctor messing around with her psyche.
Dave, don't be a fool. You'd never understand this girl in a million years.
I suppose you would.
Well, what's the difference? It'll be Lisa's choice, not ours. If it comes to that. Keep the change, driver.
Hiya, Bryce.
Dave, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you to get home. How was the speaking engagement?
Oh, all right. Say, how did you know I was out of town?
I've been calling your house for a couple of days. I got the maid today, and she told me.
You don't miss a trick, do you? I suppose you've been making time with Lisa while I was away.
Bryce, sling your bag in the back of the car, will you, and climb in a minute?
Hey, what is this, an arrest?
No, I just want to talk to you. I have something to tell you.
Okay, I'm listening. Yeah, I'm good at listening. Okay, what's on your mind?
A lot. Us. I value our friendship. I don't like to see it broken up.
No, neither do I.
She's gone, Bryce. Long gone. Must have been the night before last. She packed the kids and all her clothes and stuff in her car and took off.
For where?
Yeah. I went to the realty office where she worked. They didn't know. All they knew was she'd given notice, drawn her last pay, and cut out.
She didn't leave any address?
No. The only person saw her leave was a neighbor. She headed out toward Carmel.
Well, then we can trace her.
Well, I don't know. With that much head start.
Carmel? Dave, wait a minute. That's where she saw the UFO.
Yeah. Oh, I thought she did.
You think maybe she...
I went out to where she thought it landed. I looked it over again. Same answer. Maybe some camper started a little brush fire there. Well, maybe not.
Or a UFO took off.
Well, you can believe that if you want. If it did...
She went with them. The chosen one.
I figured that's the way you'd believe it.
And what about you?
I can't go down that route. I think she just didn't want any part of us and went off about her own business. More I thought about it, we're lucky.
Lucky?
Well, for one reason or another, she wasn't for either of us. Come on, I'll buy you a beer, and we'll toast the gal that might have been. Wherever she is.
Wherever she is. Pick your own answer. As I said in the beginning, there are really only two schools of thought about the UFO. It is or it isn't. It exists or it doesn't. You believe or you don't. So, make your choice. Let me just remind you again before you do that Lisa is an actual woman. That her report of her experiences is a documented account. I'll be back shortly. One final note on the elusive Lisa. You must realize that there are many questions unanswered about her. Did she leave this world for another on a UFO, or is she still among us? And if she is, does she carry that strange woman from outer space implanted in her body? Is Antron now the real Lisa? Is it she who controls all her actions? Ponder a moment, my friends, and then see if you don't have the strange feeling that invades me, that none of us has seen the last of Lisa.
Our cast included Marion Seldes, Court Benson, and Lloyd Batista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by X-Lax.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The moving finger writes, and having writ, moves on. Nor all your piety nor wit shall lure it back again to cancel half a line. Nor all your tears wash out a word of it. Or, put it this way, you can never erase nor rewrite what has been inscribed in the book of your life. Or can you?
What are you doing here, Walter?
I had to see you, Rita. I had to see you.
Don't you know it's dangerous?
Well, Rita, after all, we killed him.
Oh, you've got that all wrong. You killed him.
No, we both planned it. We both did it.
Your fingerprints are on the gun.
Rita, you were there. It was your idea.
What was my idea? Walter, I don't know what you're talking about.
Our mystery drama, The Gift, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We have laws against it, both man-made and divine. Practically all civilized and most uncivilized societies as well prohibit it. So then, how do you account for the fact that murder has flourished since the dim red dawn of history? Murder by individuals, murder by groups, murder at wholesale, murder at retail, but murder everywhere, and enough to spare. We're in a pretty little cafe lounge. A man and a woman are at a table holding hands. They seem to be very much in love. And yet, as we listen, the very first word we hear is murder.
Now, what brings this on?
We plan to do it, don't we?
Of course, darling. But we don't have to talk about it.
What do you mean we don't have to talk about it?
Well, what I mean is, we don't have to talk about it anymore.
Rita?
Everything we have to say has already been discussed. It only remains to be done.
Yeah. Well, maybe...
Walter, are you beginning to have second thoughts?
I don't know.
Well, for your information, you were the first to mention it 6 months ago. Didn't you say, if only Dennis weren't around?
Well, yes, but that didn't mean...
What did it mean?
You have a way of turning...
I have a way of cutting through the nonsense, of cracking the shell to get at the meat. Well, do you want to call it off?
Do you?
Walter, the time has come for you to take a stand and to stay there.
Suppose we get caught.
We're going through all that again.
Oh, it's something to think about.
It was something to think about. It was one of a great many problems and dangers, but we considered each one of them, arrived at a decision, and put them all behind us. Yes. Well, there's no guarantee we'll get away with it.
Does it have to be done today?
Will it be easier tomorrow?
Oh, I guess you're right.
No. We're right. This is being done by the two of us.
Yes.
It's 5 o'clock. Time to go.
I don't see the waitress around. We'll have to wait.
Just leave a $10 bill on the table. That'll more than cover it.
Rita.
I'm leaving now, Walter. With you or without you?
Ah, hello, dear. And Walter.
Dennis, darling?
Just in time for cocktails. Oh, I know how negative you feel about classical music, Walt.
Well, I don't exactly...
You've got a tin ear, that's your problem. Well, turn the thing off, Rita Angel, whilst I pour us each a little libation here. No, darling. You turn it the other way. That's louder. Oh, now, Rita, really, it's enough to blast your eardrums.
Now.
Walter, now what?
Walter!
Hey, where'd you get... What are you going to do with a gun?
You have to do it.
Oh, no. Walter, don't.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Holland.
I'm all right.
Now, in your own words, can you tell us what happened?
Well, Lieutenant Savage, I've already described...
I know, Mr. Powers, but another eyewitness report of the same event usually adds some details that we...
I don't mind, Lieutenant. I want to help as much as I can.
Thank you.
As Walter, Mr. Powers said, we came into the apartment at... Well, it must have been about, 5:15.
Mm-hmm.
Dennis was listening to his music in the study. I'd recently bought a painting, a Faraday landscape. Have you ever heard of him?
Yes, Mrs. Allen.
Then you know. I had it hung in the living room. Walter hadn't seen it yet, so he and I went inside and...
Yes, Mrs. Allen?
You know how you can get lost in a Faraday landscape. So, we must have been looking at it for all of 10 minutes. Then we went back to the study and
Would you care for a drink of water, Mrs. Holland?
No. We saw Dennis lying on the floor. He was very still, and you could see that dark stain of blood on his shirt over his heart. You knew, you could tell that he was...
And, what else did you see?
What else did I see? Oh, not very much. Nothing, I'm afraid.
Well, did you notice that the, what did you call it, Mr. Powers?
The Tacitor collection, Lieutenant.
That's it, the Tacitor collection. Did you notice that it was gone?
I'm afraid the only thing I really saw was my husband, lying dead. I tried to close my eyes against it, Lieutenant.
Now, as I understand it, your husband had these coins called the Tacitor collection.
Yes. They were 12 English gold sovereigns minted in 1662 by King Charles II to honor one of his friends, Lord Tacitus.
Uh-huh. And what was this collection worth?
Oh, it had been insured for $100,000.
And your husband wanted to sell it?
Yes.
Why?
Dennis was a mercurial person, filled with sudden whims, subject to unpredictable moods. He was always buying, selling, changing his mind. It was all part of his charm.
And where was the collection usually kept?
In a vault.
Then how was it he had these valuable coins in the house?
The word was out. No, among collectors and in the trade. People were coming to look.
Well, isn't it usual to sell these things at auction? To turn them over to a dealer?
Dennis did things his own way. He wanted to be sure that the buyer would be someone who could appreciate the meaning of the collection.
Then Dennis was home all day.
Oh, yes. He was expecting buyers. At about 3, I went out for a walk, and I ran into Mr. Powers here. We stopped for a drink and then decided to go home, pick up Dennis for dinner, the theater.
You came home. Now, you remember seeing the collection on his desk?
Yes, I'm sure I did. It would have to be there, because if he'd already sold it, he'd have said so.
Now, you went into the other room to look at the painting, and you were there for 10 minutes. Now, during these 10 minutes, someone came in. How would that person enter?
The only way is through the front door.
Well, he'd have to ring a bell. The door locks automatically, and there's no sign of forced entry. You didn't hear a bell?
No. Well, you see, he had his music going. It was very loud.
And this same someone then shoots your husband. You didn't hear a shot?
No.
And you didn't either, Mr. Powers?
No. As she said, the music was going full blast in the next room.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Holland.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Lieutenant Savage. Dennis Holland was my closest friend. He was also a fine human being. His murderer must not go unpunished.
We'll do what we can. Tom, Eddie, got your pictures? You ready? All right, let's leave. Oh, goodbye, Mrs. Holland, Mr. Powers. Oh, don't bother. We can let ourselves out.
Rita, we got away with this. This detective bought the story. I could tell he bought the story.
Because we made it easy for him. A simple story. No frills. He had the coins on the desk. We were in the next room. Someone comes in to buy, kills him. He's got the music going. We don't hear a thing. We come back. It's all over.
Beautiful.
Do you want to know why? It's a good story because it's built on a platform of facts. Each one can be readily verified. First, Dennis did own the Tacitus collection. Second, he did want to sell it. He'd taken out ads. Third, he did bring it home from the vault. The clerk would remember. Fourth, people were coming in and out all day. Fifth, I said we went into the living room to look at a new Faraday painting. Oh, there is a new Faraday painting. Sixth, we said we couldn't hear anything because the music was so loud. Oh, the neighbors will be glad to tell the police how constantly they complained about that loud music.
Wait a minute.
What?
Wait. Good Lord.
What is it?
Should we be talking like this?
Like what?
Should we be saying what we're saying? It just occurs to me. There were 2 or 3 detectives poking about the place while Lieutenant Savage was talking to us. What were they doing?
Well, they were taking pictures, looking for fingerprints and, well, anything that might serve as a clue.
That's what they'd like us to think they were doing. How do you know they weren't planting secret microphones?
Whatever for?
To record this very conversation.
Oh, well, if they did it, they did it.
Then you admit they did it.
Oh, come on, Walter. It's so far-fetched.
Is anything far-fetched today? Look, a man is murdered. The police automatically suspect his wife and his friend.
Oh, not when there's a $100,000 robbery.
The robbery story is our story.
Now, look, we have a lot to do. First, hide the gun and the coins up on the farm. Second, like a true and loyal friend, make the funeral arrangements, will you? But before you do that, take me home to my mother's, and then you can return to your place, and I'll call you.
What's this music? Where's this music coming from?
From a record player.
A record player? But I don't have a record player.
I bought you one.
You bought... Dennis.
Yes. Dennis.
But you're dead. You have to be dead, Dennis. You're dead, and yet you're standing here.
That's a pretty good declarative sentence, isn't it? You're dead, and you're standing here. It consists of 2 independent clauses, and you would think that one negates the other. Well, grammar is grammar, and murder is murder. But surely in this case, something has to give. Give me a few minutes of breathing space, and I shall return shortly with Act 2. The basic drawback of being dead is that it lasts forever. This bit of wisdom was uttered by an anonymous character in a forgotten novel by a completely undistinguished writer named T. Presley McClellan. However, it does seem to have captured what was always considered a fundamental human truth. Are we about to discover a new vision? At 5:15 p.m., Mr. Walter Powers shoots and kills his best friend, Mr. Dennis Holland. At 9 p.m. that same evening, Mr. Walter Powers returns to his apartment, and who is sitting there listening to a Beethoven symphony? Why, Mr. Dennis Holland.
Dennis, you...
I'm here. Start with that.
You're dead.
Well, who knows that better than you, Walter? You killed me.
But you're here.
Obviously.
But you can't be here. If I killed you...
Unless you're imagining it?
Yes. Yes, that's it. It's all in my imagination.
If it's your imagination, how do you account for the music?
I can't account for it. Turn the damn thing off.
If you say so, Walter. But still, you must account for it. You know you don't own a record player. Did you subconsciously go out and buy one?
Why would I buy one?
Because you're now in the hands of your conscience. Remorse.
What I did, I would do again. It's just that I have to expect a few bad moments. I think I see you.
But you do see me. I'm here. The record player proves it. If I'm just a creature of your guilty imagination, then how do you account for the player? And maybe you needed it to help the illusion, eh? But the fact is, it's here. How did it get here?
Well, I must have gone out and bought it myself.
When? You spent the afternoon with Rita. You killed me at exactly 14 minutes after 5. You were at the apartment with the police and one thing or another till 8. Then you had to take Rita to her mother's, and here you are at 9 o'clock, with every minute accounted for.
Yeah, but still,
No, Walter. The record player is here because I brought it. And I brought it as a gift.
A gift?
I owe you a present.
For what?
For killing me.
What are you saying?
If you hadn't done it, I'd have had to do it myself. And I just wouldn't be able to summon the courage. So, let me begin by thanking you.
Yeah, I don't understand.
I was very sick, Walter. The doctor said I'd be lucky to live a year.
Oh, I didn't know.
Well, I just found out. Lucky to have a year. And then he said in a few weeks there might be some very intense pain.
Then you would have
died. Yes, I would have died anyway. But in terrible agony. That's one reason I thank you.
One reason?
Well, the other is I'm broke.
You were broke?
Busted, cleaned out, washed up. Why do you think I was selling the Tacitus collection?
I don't know. I thought you were bored with it.
Oh, never. It had to go to meet my debts. In about 4 or 5 months, the truth about my financial juggling would come out. I'd be disgraced. And there I'd be, deathly ill, stone broke, and under indictment. You saved me from that, Walter. I thank you. That's what I came back to tell you.
But the dead cannot come back.
You know, I used to think that myself. But the dead do come back all the time. It's just that so many of the living are too blind, too insensitive to see them, to feel them, to hear them.
I hear you. I see you so clearly. But it has to be my imagination.
I'll turn this on. Listen. That's not your imagination. I want you to develop a taste for it, Walter. You'll thank me.
What's going to happen?
I'll go back where I belong.
Where you belong?
No, I don't belong here. I just have some unfinished business, that's all.
Unfinished business?
I have to take care of you.
Me?
You're my best friend. Look at what you did for me.
But I murdered you. I murdered you in cold blood. You had that look in your eyes just before I pulled the trigger. Do you think I'll ever forget that look?
Oh, you were always so melodramatic, Walter.
As I fired, there was a brilliant flash.
Oh, you're telling me. I thought I'd go blind.
For a second, your eyes became very bright, and then they started to become darker and darker as the light in them flickered and slowly faded. Then all the light went out of them.
I was dead, yes. That's exactly what it feels like. All the light goes out of you, and you're lost in a dark void.
I'm sorry, Dennis.
Oh, you're not to blame. She put you up to it. I know she did. She knows how to drive a man wild. Well, she'll grow tired of you. And after a while, you'll sense it in her eyes. Her restless eyes. Already, she's planning for your successor.
Now, wait a minute, Dennis.
Unconsciously. After all, she hasn't even met him yet. But she will. One day. And then she'll be prepared.
What are you driving at?
What did you do with the gun and the coins?
I hid them.
Why didn't you destroy them?
Because she said to hide them.
Hide them? Hide them where?
Up at the farm.
What for? So she can have that gun handy in case she'll need it?
Why would she need it?
Well, she needed a gun for me, didn't she?
Are you saying...
Oh, she may not use it to shoot you. She'll bring that gun to the police.
The police?
Do you know what she'll say?
Come on, Dennis. What can she say? She's in it up to her neck.
Which is why she wants to get out.
But what can she say?
She is such a resourceful, inventive, creative woman. Can't you imagine what she could say? Think, Walter. Think.
Listen to me, Lieutenant. He did it. Walter Powers did it.
Are you accusing Walter Powers, Mrs. Holland?
Protect me. Don't let him kill me. He's insane. Walter's insane. I'll tell you everything. We came back to the apartment. Walter hated Dennis. He shot Dennis. Shot him in cold blood.
Just a minute, please, Mrs. Holland.
Walter wanted those coins. That part of the collection. He shot Dennis, and he forced me to go along with the story, or else he'd kill me. You don't know what he's like.
Mrs. Holland, have you got any sort of proof?
Proof? I know where he hid the coins. And the gun.
Could she play a scene like that? Is Rita capable of it, Walter?
But she loves me.
Oh, she also loved me. It comes and goes with her. Why cling to a dying tree? Why treasure what can no longer blossom?
Those words. Those words.
How would I know those words? Oh, foolish Walter. Didn't she also speak them to me one day? She whispered them on a sailboat. We were running before a freshening breeze. Her long, honey-colored hair was flying straight back in the wind. A wind that also held her shirt taut against that beautiful curving line of her body. She didn't make you believe anything in a moment like that. Tell me, where and when did she whisper those words to you?
That can't be real. You can't be real.
Listen to the music again, Walter. Only I could have brought it here. It proves this is real. It proves I'm here to help you. Here to save you.
Save me from what? From her? Is that it?
Yes.
Because she'll want to get rid of me one day?
Right.
No, there's something you forget. Sure, there was another guy before you, and she ditched him for you, and she got rid of you for me. And you say my turn's coming up.
Exactly.
Well, maybe it isn't. Maybe there's something you can't face up to. Maybe you and how many other guys before you simply weren't man enough for her.
Ah, ha, ha, ha. Mr. Macho. All right, let's assume that's true.
Then your whole theory flies out the window.
Only to walk in again through the door. That little scene in the police station.
What little scene? You mean that imaginary little episode?
It will have to take place, you know.
Why? Because you say so?
Because logic demands it.
What logic?
The logic of reality. A man is shot to death. In the house at the time are his wife and his best friend. Now, what the investigating detective asks himself at the very beginning is, are these two having an affair? I would say he's convinced they are.
Why?
Because he's trained. His experience teaches him to look for those things.
But how can he tell?
People in love give themselves away in any one of an infinite number of little things, Walter. A glance, a gesture, a smile, a frown, who knows? And so we begin with your Lieutenant Savage. You think he's a dull, plodding policeman? Don't sell him short. Lieutenant Savage, what do you think he's doing right now?
Well, how would I know?
You can picture it. He's in his office, at his desk.
Lieutenant Savage. Oh, yes, Inspector. I'm doing the report right now. Well, Dennis Holland had these coins worth about $100,000. A crook could have come in, killed them, and grabbed them. So we have to run a net among dealers, collectors, and so forth. On the other hand, we got the wife and the best friend. Now, they're in the next room while a .38 caliber revolver goes off. And they claim they didn't hear a thing. Well, that's what they say. I think I get a little bit of a click there. Well, I want to give it a play. Yeah, I'll get right on it.
And he's on it this very minute. What'll he discover, Walter?
What'll he discover? Nothing.
Are you trying to tell me there was nothing?
We were very discreet.
Discreet?
Nobody knows about us.
Nobody? Let's check that out. We are now in the area of routine. Basic police routine. The police are experts when it comes to routine. And if it's a crime that can be solved by the use of routine, the police crack it every time.
I don't know what you're talking
or
about.
Or you wish you didn't know what I was talking about. Tomorrow morning, Lieutenant Savage is going to ring Rita's doorbell. And do you know what he's going to ask her?
How could I know?
Well, it's a question he couldn't ask her this afternoon. She was too upset. But it's a question both you and she can very well expect.
What is the question?
Well, you should know. It's the question that marks the beginning of the routine.
The beginning of the routine, the end of which leads to a lifetime in a cell or just a fleeting moment on a scaffold. Neither is a prospect which actually pleases. And what is this question that can give birth to all the woes and troubles that threaten to engulf Walter Powers? Not to mention Rita Holland. Well, we'll give birth to Act 3 shortly. Whoever it was that said, "We are a world of strangers, we see each other dimly as flickering shadows in a darkened room," may have had something. What do we really know about the next fellow? Walter Powers and Dennis Holland were lifelong friends. And yet, did Walter know he'd be doing Dennis a favor by killing him?
What question is Lieutenant Savage going to ask?
Can't you picture it? He will ring the bell. Rita will answer the door. He will apologize for disturbing her. He will say...
I just have a few questions, Mrs. Holland.
Yes?
Now, you said you were at home with your husband till 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
3 o'clock. Yes, that's about right.
And then you went out for a walk.
Yes.
And then you said, now I don't remember whether you said you met Mr. Powers or you ran into Mr. Powers.
Oh, well, it wasn't a set appointment or anything. It's just that's the way it would happen every day.
I see. Now, you said you went in for a drink.
Well, yes, we generally would.
Where?
Where do we go for a drink?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, that little place just off the square. Miletti's.
I see. Miletti's.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Lieutenant.
Yes, Mrs. Holland?
Is that important?
It's just routine.
Routine. That's the first routine question. Now, Walter, what do you suppose will be the second?
I don't know.
Or where do you suppose he's going to ask it? Miletti's, of course. Miletti's.
Miletti's?
You would sit at the piano bar, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And Jerry, the piano player, knew you, didn't he?
Yes.
What's he going to tell Lieutenant Savage?
How would I know?
Now you know. This is a murder case. Jerry is not about to lie to a cop. Jerry's going to tell Lieutenant Savage exactly what he saw. And you know what he saw.
Well, Lieutenant, they'd come in most every afternoon for a happy hour, you know.
What would they do?
What would they do?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they'd have a couple of drinks and listen to me play the piano. I mean, what were they supposed to do, huh?
Did they hold hands? Well, did you ever see them hold hands? Now, that's a direct question.
Yeah.
How often? Every time they were here alone?
Well, I don't know. I don't count.
But they did hold hands.
Oh, yeah. But that ought to mean anything. It could just be friendly.
Did he ever put his arm around her?
Yeah, he might have. Once or twice.
Uh-huh. They ever kiss?
Maybe. Once or twice.
All right, Jerry. That's good enough. I'll let you off the hook. Now.
Now, that's where the routine pauses, gathers momentum, and moves ahead. So, what do you suppose Lieutenant Savage is going to do now? He knows that you and Rita are having an affair.
He has no proof.
Oh, he knows it in his bones. Walter, he has the building blocks. All he has to do is put them in place. So, he's going to ask questions. Many questions of many people. Think of all the people who knew about or suspected that you and Rita were having an affair. Think in particular of Millicent Weber.
Millicent?
Ah, the name drains all the color from your face. And rightly so. Now, when in the course of his routine investigation, Lieutenant Savage talks to Millicent Weber, what do you suppose she's going to tell him? Would I love to be there to hear it? But you know perfectly well just exactly what she'll say.
I would rather not discuss Walter Powers, Lieutenant.
Mrs. Weber, this is a murder investigation.
And what you want to know from me is, was there anything between Walter and Rita Holland?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let me save us both some time. I read the story in the paper about poor Dennis's murder, how a robber shot him. I don't believe a word of it.
You don't?
No. And you don't either. Walter and Rita were having an affair.
And you would testify to this in court?
No. But only because my testimony would be prejudicial. You see, I have reason to detest Walter Powers.
May I ask the reason?
He was engaged to my youngest sister. He broke it off to run around with that married woman. Doris took it very hard. I tried to tell her she was better off out of it, but she was a very romantic child. She was at the beach last summer. There was an accident. She drowned. I think she did it deliberately. That's all I can tell you.
Do you know of any way we could prove Rita Holland and Walter Powers were having an affair?
No. Now, wait. Of course I do. The Riverview Motel. I wanted to expose him, so I had him shadowed. The detective reported that Walter and Rita had spent several nights there. I presented the evidence to Doris.
Yes?
That was the end of things between them. But it was also the beginning of the end of everything for Doris.
The Riverview Motel. Thank you, Mrs. Weber.
The Riverview Motel, Walter. That's what Millicent will tell him. And how many desk clerks, chambermaids, and cocktail waitresses will remember the two of you together there?
What are you trying to convince me of?
Well, that you are getting closer and closer to that little scene in the police station where she sells you down the river.
You don't know how much she really loves me. She would never do that.
Well, she may have no choice, Walter. The routine. It's become a juggernaut. It threatens to ride right over her. Now, Lieutenant Savage is going to go back to her. Now, Lieutenant Savage is armed. He's ready. And you can just picture what he's going to say to her.
You're crazy.
You mean you can't picture it, Walter? You mean he isn't going to ask her?
Mrs. Holland, are you having an affair with Walter Powers?
Am I? What?
Shall I repeat the question?
How dare you? But you have no right to ask such an insulting, slanderous question.
Mrs. Holland, if I were to go to the Riverview Motel...
Riverview Motel?
Would I find witnesses among the personnel who could testify that you and Mr. Powers engaged a room there quite often? Would I?
Lieutenant, listen to me. He did it. Walter Powers. He did it.
So you see, Walter, the scene. We are ready for the scene. You don't believe it?
I don't believe any of this. I can't. I'm going crazy. I have this hallucination that you're here, that a
dead man is talking to me, that the man I killed is here in this room talking to me.
Oh, if only it were an hallucination.
All of this is unreal. All of this is fear and phantom. All Rita and I must do is not lose our heads.
She has to sell you down the river, Walter.
No. You're not real. All I have to do is shut you out of my mind.
I'm real, Walter. It's a reality you can't understand. Yes. In this room, however, there is a reality that you can understand. It takes up room. You can stub your toe against it. You can touch it. Turn the switch on, you can hear it. The record player, Walter. I brought you the record player. You left the house at 3 this afternoon. It wasn't here, was it?
No.
Well, I keep telling you, I brought it as a gift so that you would believe me.
But
it's the finest you can buy, Walter, exactly like the one I have, or I had in my house. You see? Look at it. Listen to it. Only I could have brought it, yes? Yes. Place yourself in my hands. I'm the only one who can help you, really. She mustn't play that scene in the police station. She's capable of it, isn't she? Isn't she?
Yes.
One way or another, one day or another, you have to be killed. Just as I had to be killed. Kill her first.
Well, no.
You have to.
But that'll surely... I mean, the police... I'll be arrested for murder.
No, you won't.
What do you mean, I won't?
Walter, I'm dead. Which means I see things. Kill her. You won't be caught. Right now, she's asleep, all alone, at her mother's house. Go there, quietly. Kill her, quietly. No one will know. Kill her. You'll get away with it. Trust me. Believe me.
Believe you?
Isn't this music proof that you can believe me?
Yes. Yes.
What are you doing here? Oh, no. No, Walter. Not with a knife. Oh, my goodness.
I hope you got rid of the knife.
I threw it off the bridge.
Good. No one will ever find it.
What happens now?
Nothing. The police probe and pry and poke around. But proof? None at all. Sit tight.
Sit tight.
Sit tight and enjoy the music.
Who could that be?
Why don't you answer it?
Oh, hey, this is a break. I'm glad you're home.
Well, who are you?
Well, who do you think I am? I'm glad you're enjoying the set. Maybe you want to buy one, huh? Hey, maybe that's not such a bad way to advertise.
What are you talking about?
This dame wanted to give her husband a surprise birthday present in apartment 4E. She bought him this here record player.
What are you saying?
Only that stupid salesman at the store wrote down 3E on a ticket instead. The super let me in here earlier.
No, you're making a mistake.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I made a mistake.
This record player, it's a gift from Dennis.
Oh, look there. Leave me explain it again.
Dennis, tell him.
You see, this woman calls me up.
Dennis.
She's having a fit. Where's that record player? I paid for that record player.
Dennis.
I said, lady, I delivered that record player. I installed it in apartment 3E, like the ticket said.
Dennis, why don't you tell him?
3E, she yells. It's 4E.
Please, tell him, Dennis.
So, if you don't mind, I'll just have to unhook this.
Wait, what are you doing?
What am I doing?
That's mine.
Well, buddy, I just explained.
Dennis gave it to me.
Are you nuts?
Dennis told me it would be all right.
Look, do I have to get a cop?
Dennis said nothing could happen to me. Even after you kill her, he said nothing can happen to you. Dennis knows. No, You know how Dennis knows? Well, go ahead. Ask me.
How does Dennis know?
Because Dennis is dead.
Oh, yeah. I see. I see. Look, I must have made a mistake.
Yeah, of course you did, yes. It was Dennis who brought me this wonderful record player.
Oh, sure. Of course he did, pal. Yeah, sure. Why don't you just... excuse me. Excuse me.
The end of the story? It writes itself. That poor, frightened sound technician. Can't you see him hailing a police cruiser or making a frantic call from the nearest phone booth? Can't you see the police arrive and take our friend Walter into custody? And you know perfectly well that poor Walter has had it one way or another. It's probably a cell in an asylum for the rest of his life. If he ever recovers, it'll be a cell in a prison. Which would you choose? Choose neither. I'll be back shortly. Can the dead, do the dead ever come back? Of course they do. All the time. They come back in what we do, in what we say, and even in what we are. They are gone from our sight. Their voices are still. And we see them and hear them so clearly sometimes. Who was it that said, to be remembered is to live forever?
Our cast included Ralph Bell, Robert Dryden, Evie Juster, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Prima donna, Imperial Opera of Warsaw, contralto, retired from the stage, living now in London. And now Your Majesty, as I understand, became entangled with this young person, wrote her some compromising letters, and is now anxious to get these letters back.
Precisely so.
Mm-hmm.
But how did you...
Was there a secret marriage?
Oh, of course not.
Legal papers? Certificates?
None.
Well, then I fail to follow, Your Majesty. If this person should produce her letters for blackmail or other purposes, how is she to prove their authenticity?
There is the writing.
Proof. Forgery.
My private notepaper.
Stolen.
My own seal.
Imitated.
My photograph.
Bought.
We were both in the picture.
Oh, dear. That is very bad. Your Majesty has indeed committed an indiscretion.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by X-Lax.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. When you visit a museum to look at paintings, some very few of them are referred to as having been painted by old masters. Applying the criteria to detectives, there would be only one who could properly be called the old master. He is, of course, Sherlock Holmes. But how many of you know that Sherlock Holmes once failed? Yes, failed in an assignment that involved the fate and history of two European countries,
There is no other way, Boris. She must be kidnapped.
And then?
Forced to tell where she's hidden it.
You are speaking of torture?
I am speaking of overthrowing a government. Torture, murder, abduction. These are words for the weak. We must be strong, and we must not fail.
Our mystery drama, A Scandal in Bohemia, was adapted from the Sherlock Holmes classic, especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett, and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Sherlock Holmes looked upon love as a nuisance, an emotion that could only unbalance the beautiful analytic machinery of the mind, or, as his creator, A. Conan Doyle, put it, grit in a sensitive instrument. And yet, there was one woman Sherlock Holmes might have loved. She appears in this story, faithfully and fully depicted by the admirable Watson.
Immediately after my marriage, I'd seen little of Sherlock Holmes. All I knew about my former friend and companion was what I read of his exploits in the daily press. One night in 1888, I was returning from seeing a patient. My way led through Baker Street, and I was seized with a keen desire to see Holmes again. I rang the bell of the well-remembered door, and shortly thereafter was greeted by my friend in the sitting room.
Wedlock suits you, Watson. I think you've put on 7.5 pounds since I last saw you.
Hi, Joe. 7.
And you've resumed your medical practice. You didn't tell me you were going back into harness.
Well, then how did you know it?
I see it. I deduce it. How do I know that you've been getting yourself very wet lately, and that you've a most clumsy and careless servant girl?
My dear Holmes, this is too much. Had you lived a few centuries ago, you would certainly have been burned at the stake. Well, it's true that I had a country walk on Thursday and came home in a dreadful mess. But as I've changed my clothes, I can't imagine how you deduced it. As to our girl, Mary Jane, she's incorrigible, and my wife has given her notice. But there again, I fail to see how you work it out.
It's simplicity itself. My eyes tell me that on the inside of your left shoe, just where the firelight strikes it, the leather is scored by 6 parallel cuts. Now, obviously, they've been caused by someone who has very carelessly scraped around the edges of the sole to remove the crusted mud from it.
Oh, sure.
Hence my double deduction that you've been out in wet weather and that you have a particularly careless servant.
Dash it all. You always make it sound so simple. But how about my resuming my medical practice?
Oh, come, Watson. If a gentleman walks into my room smelling of iodoform with a black mark of nitrate of silver upon his right forefinger and a bulge on the right side of his top hat, showing where he secreted his stethoscope, I must be a dull dog indeed if I don't pronounce him an active member of the medical profession.
Each time you explain your process, it appears that anyone can do it. And I know my eyes are quite as good as yours.
Of course. You see, but you do not observe.
Huh?
By the way, you may be interested in this, which came by the last post. Read it.
Right. There will call upon you tonight at 7:45 a gentleman who desires to consult you upon a matter of the very deepest moment. Your recent services to one of the royal houses of Europe has shown that you are one who may safely be trusted with matters which are of an importance which can hardly be exaggerated. This account of you we have from all quarters received. Be in your chamber then at that hour, and do not take it amiss if your visitor wears a mask. This is indeed most mysterious, Holmes. What do you imagine it means?
Well, it's a capital mistake to theorize before you have data, but we do have the note itself. What do you deduce from it?
Well, the man who wrote it was presumably well-to-do. This paper can't be bought under ½ a crown a packet. It's peculiarly strong and stiff.
Peculiar? That's the very word. Hold it up to the light and tell me what you make of the initials woven into the texture of the paper.
I make out a large E, a small G, a capital P, and a large G, and a small T. No doubt the name of the maker, perhaps his monogram.
Not at all. The large G with the small T stands for Gesellschaft, which is German for company.
Oh.
It's a customary contraction. P, of course, stands for Papier. And now for the EG, let's take a look at our Continental Gazetteer. Eglau, Eglonitz, here we are. Igria. It's a German-speaking country in Bohemia, not far from Carlsbad. Remarkable as being the scene of the death of Wallenstein and for its numerous glass factories and paper mills. Now, Watson, what do you make of it?
The paper was made in Bohemia.
Precisely. And the man who wrote the note is a German.
That's only a possibility, Holmes. He could have purchased the paper.
No, Watson. Note the peculiar construction of the sentence. This account of you we have from all quarters received. A Frenchman or a Russian could never have written that. Only a German is so uncourteous to his verbs as to place them at the very end of a sentence. It remains, therefore, to discover what is wanted by this German who writes upon Bohemian paper and prefers wearing a mask to showing his face. And, if I'm not mistaken, he's arriving now.
Holmes pressed me to stay. I remained seated, and Holmes opened the door to admit a man who was at least 6'6", with the limbs and chest of a Hercules. He was dressed so richly as to be considered almost in bad taste. He topped off his rich costume with a black-visored mask, which he'd evidently just adjusted as he entered. He spoke with a German accent, looking from one of us to another as if uncertain which one to address.
You had my note. I told you that I would call.
Pray, take a seat. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson, who is occasionally kind enough to help me with my cases. Whom do I have the honor to address?
You may address me as the Count von Kram, a Bohemian nobleman. I understand that this gentleman, your friend, is a man of honor and discretion, whom I may trust with a matter of most extreme importance. If not, I must communicate with you alone.
It's both or none. You may say before this gentleman anything which you may say to me.
And I must begin by binding you both to absolute secrecy for 2 years. At the end of that time, the matter will be of no importance. At the moment, it is not too much to say that it is of such weight it may have an influence upon European history.
I promise.
And I.
You will excuse this mask. The august person who employs me wishes his agent to be unknown to you. And I confess at once that the title by which I call myself is not exactly my own.
I was aware of it.
Every precaution has to be taken to quench what might grow to be an immense scandal and seriously compromise one of the reigning families. To speak plainly, the matter involves the great house of Ormstein, hereditary kings of Bohemia.
I was also aware of that.
You surprise me.
If your Majesty would condescend to state your case, I should be better able to advise you.
You are right. I am the king. Why should I attempt to conceal it?
Why, indeed? Your Majesty had not spoken 4 words before I was aware that I was addressing Wilhelm Gottsreich von Ormstein, Grand Duke of Kassel-Felstein and hereditary King of Bohemia.
Then you can understand I am not accustomed to doing such business in my own person. Yet the matter is so delicate I cannot confide in an agent without putting myself in his power. I come incognito from Prague to consult you.
Then pray consult.
Briefly, these are the facts. Some years ago, during our lengthy visit to Warsaw, I made the acquaintance of a well-known adventuress, Irene Adler. The name is no doubt familiar to you.
Will you be so kind as to look her up in my index, Doctor?
Oh, yes, gladly, Holmes. Your index is complete, Holmes, but not in the best of order, so I'm glad that her name starts with an A. Here she is.
Thank you. Now, let me see. Born in New Jersey, 1858. Prima donna, Imperial Opera of Warsaw, contralto, retired from the stage, living now in London. Quite so. Thank you, Doctor. And now Your Majesty, as I understand, became entangled with this young person, wrote her some compromising letters, and is now anxious to get these letters back.
Precisely so.
Mm-hmm.
But how did you...
Was there a secret marriage?
Oh, of course not.
Legal papers? Certificates?
None.
Well, then I fail to follow, Your Majesty. If this person should produce her letters for blackmail or other purposes, how is she to prove their authenticity?
There is the writing.
Proof. Forgery.
My private notepaper.
Stolen.
My own seal.
Imitated.
My photograph.
Bought.
We were both in the picture.
Oh, dear. That is very bad. Your Majesty has indeed committed an indiscretion.
And so, as this story, A Scandal in Bohemia, shows, Holmes was not unknown to royalty, and royalty, despite masks, could not stay unknown to Holmes. We'll be back with the pressing problem of the King of Bohemia and meet Irene Adler, the woman, shortly. Sherlock Holmes in love? Perished the thought. And yet, of all the tales of Sherlock Holmes, as recorded by his friend Dr. Watson, there's no other adventure in which he expresses as much admiration for a woman as he does for Irene Adler. And keep in mind, she came to his attention not as a client, but as an adversary. But it's best we let Watson continue the story.
I was watching His Majesty's face. The moment Holmes said he'd committed a serious indiscretion, his face flashed. I was mad, insane. But remember, I was a young crown prince then. I didn't realize the consequences.
It must be recovered.
Don't you think we have tried and failed?
Then it must be bought.
She will not sell.
Stolen, then? 5
attempts at obtaining the photograph have been made. Twice I had burglars ransack her house. Once we diverted her luggage when she traveled. The luggage was searched thoroughly. Twice she has been waylaid and her purse taken. There has been no result.
And what does she propose to do with the photograph?
Ruin me.
How?
I am about to be married. My fiancée is the second daughter of the King of Scandinavia. A shadow of a doubt as to my youthful conduct would end the engagement and bring about some very serious side effects as well.
And Irene Adler?
Threatens to send the photograph.
Uh-huh.
And I know she will do as she says. Rather than I should wed another, there are no lengths to which she will not go. None.
You're sure she hasn't sent it yet?
I am certain.
On what do you base this certainty?
Because she has said that she would send it on the day when the betrothal was publicly proclaimed. That will be next Monday.
Then we still have 3 days. Your Majesty will, of course, stay in London for the present.
Oh, certainly. You will find me at the Langham under the name Count von Kram.
Watson, would you take down the lady's address when His Majesty gives it to you?
Sure. Bryony Lodge, Serpentine Avenue, St. John's Wood.
Very good. And now, good evening, Your Majesty. I trust that we shall soon have some good news for you.
Holmes asked me to come around the next day at 3. When I arrived, he wasn't there. He'd run into unexpected complications that I was to hear about when he returned shortly after 4. Well, accustomed as I was to my friend's amazing powers in the use of disguises, I had to look more than once to make certain that the drunken-looking, ill-kempt, side-whiskered groom was indeed he.
Watson, I'm sure you could never guess how I employed my morning or what I ended by doing.
Well, I suppose you've been watching the habits and perhaps the house of Miss Irene Adler.
Right so. I can tell you that we are not the only ones after that photograph.
Well, you mean the king has employed others in the same capacity as you?
I think not. But let me give you a picture of the day's happenings. I left the house a little after 8 this morning, disguised as a groom seeking work. Irene Adler has turned all the men's heads around Bryony Lane. After giving a few of the ostlers a hand in rubbing down their horses, I came upon a character who seemed equally interested in the topic of Miss Irene Adler as I. We fell into a conversation as he bought me a glass of half and half in a neighboring pub.
Here's to the ladies, God bless them. And to Miss Irene Adler in particular. May they all be as beautiful as she and as rich.
She's well off, then.
No, you seem like the kind of person a bloke can trust. Are you trustworthy, mate?
It all depends.
There might be a lot of reasons for you to be trustworthy if you don't mind taking a few risks.
It all depends on what kind of risks you're talking about.
Oh, nothing very big. Just helping out a little with the job we have in mind.
Who's we? I don't like working blind. I have to know what kind of job you're talking about.
Well, you might say it was a kind of a lark.
With the lady who lives at Bryony Lodge?
You're a sharp one, you are. That's the very one. Just a bit of a lark, that's all. The reason I picked you, mate, was because you have an honest face and showed a lot of interest in the lady yourself. You see, I was listening to you, mate.
I thought it might be a good berth for me.
What I have in mind might pay you a lot better.
How much are we talking about?
£50.
50? You didn't think I had an honest face? You thought I had a stupid face? Now, let me tell you, mate, I don't go for the rough stuff, so you can forget about me right now.
The 50 ain't all for you. I need 4 or 5 boys who don't mind creating a bit of a dust-up around Bryony Lodge. And I need them tomorrow.
Good luck. I ain't going to be one of them.
I was thinking you'd get them for me. You look like a fellow who might know some chaps who don't mind a bit of fun and...
You keep on about a bit of fun. Yes, you keep on and on about that. And your idea of fun and mine might not be the same, if you know what I mean.
Well, you heard what all the grooms were saying about Mademoiselle's boyfriend, the one who visits her so frequent.
Aye?
Well, his best friend wants to play a little joke, you see. Sort of stage a kidnapping. Not a real one, of course, but... Me and my partner will spirit her away, and then her boyfriend's pal sort of says, April Fool. And the joke's over.
Don't sound very funny to me.
A real gent's idea of fun is different than you and me. Well, mate, what do you say?
By Jove, Holmes. This fellow sounds a proper villain. What did you say?
Accepted his offer, of course. And got myself £25 in advance.
But, Holmes, you can't possibly be contemplating doing what this fellow asks. Surely you must see that he's not joking, that he means to abduct Miss Adler.
Of course, but you haven't allowed me to finish my day's adventures. The last part caps it all. After striking the bargain with this scoundrel, I set off on my own to take a closer look at Bryony Lodge and see how I could best turn these events to our advantage, when a handsome cab clattered up to the lady's door, and a dark, handsome gentleman jumped out.
Wait for me, driver. I won't be a moment.
He was as good as his word. A few minutes later, he came down the steps, ran down, jumped into the cab, and shouted,
Drive like the devil. First the Grouse and Hankey's in Regent Street, and then to the Church of St. Monica in Edgware Road. Half a guinea if you do it in 20 minutes.
He and his hansom were hardly out of sight before a neat little landau drew up before the house, and I had my first glimpse of Miss Irene Adler as she rushed from the house.
The Church of St. Monica, John, and half a sovereign if you can reach it in 20 minutes.
This was quite too good to lose, so while I was debating whether or not to make a run for it, and perched behind her landau, a cab came down the street. Before the driver could object to my shabby appearance, I jumped in, showed him a coin, and parrot-like said, the Church of St. Monica, and half a sovereign if you make it in 20 minutes.
But this is absurd, Jeff. You're naughty not to have thought of it.
Everything was being done in such a rush, darling. I never thought about a witness.
Well, here. This nice-looking gentleman, he'll do.
Oh, thank heaven. Thank the Lord. Come on, man.
What? What do you want?
A witness to our marriage. And we not only thank you, but we thank Saint Monica.
It was the most preposterous position I've ever found myself in my life. The bride gave me a sovereign, and I mean to wear it on my watch chain in memory of the occasion.
By Jove. But doesn't this sudden marriage threaten everything?
It certainly seemed to menace our plan seriously. However, when they separated at the church door, I heard her tell him that she would drive out in the park at 5 as usual. So then I went off and made my own arrangements for tonight.
Which are?
To be revealed to you after some cold beef and a glass of beer to fortify ourselves for this evening's work.
I don't like it, Ferenc. It's dangerous.
Boris, it's our only alternative.
To rely on this half-drunken groom you meet in a bar?
I've already explained to you he was interested in Bryony Lodge and Miss Adler.
Can we trust him?
Of course not. But we can rely on his greed. You didn't see the way he snatched the 25 pounds advance.
I still do not like it.
Oh, I grant it's not ideal, but there's very little risk. Once we have the lady and the carriage, we drive off. What can he tell the police? Everything. Which is little enough. He doesn't even know my name. He's never seen you. In half an hour, we'll be safely hidden. And I promise you'll have the location of the photograph out of her before the search has had time to get organized.
Now that the inner man's been satisfied, Watson, let's set our plans. I shall need your cooperation.
Oh, I shall be delighted.
Now, Miss Adler always returns from her drive in the park at 7. We must be on hand to meet her. I've already engaged the services of several stout lads who will create the uproar that I promised my companion in the pub.
What, you're not going to throw in with those villains after all?
Oh, only to the extent of creating a disturbance, which I intend to put to our advantage, of course. My lads are instructed to see that on no account will the lady be taken.
But won't the other people know that?
In the confusion, they'll only know that their plans have gone awry.
Have you any idea who they are or what they want with the photograph?
Only that they've definitely not been hired by His Majesty. As to the rest, I can hazard a guess or two. Either they want the photograph to extort a pretty penny from His Majesty, or from some political purpose. In either case, it doesn't matter. What is important is your role.
Oh, well, I'm impatient to hear it.
There will be some unpleasantness, but on no account are you to interfere. I promise you it will all end with my being conveyed into the lady's sitting room. 4 or 5 minutes afterwards, the sitting room window will open. You are to station yourself close to that window.
Is that all?
No, by no means. Now, I have here an ordinary plumber's smoke rocket, fitted with a self-igniting cap at either end. You will throw this through the open window into the room, at the same time raising a good, loud cry of fire. Understood?
Yes, but...
I haven't finished, sorry. Your cry will then be taken up by a considerable number of people in the street. Then your part is finished. Walk to the end of the street, where I will rejoin you in 10 minutes. Clear?
For the life of me, I can't see how you know you'll be taken into the room and then the window open.
The explanation will have to wait, because now I must change for my new role.
To my astonishment, when Holmes came out from his chamber, he was dressed as an elderly clergyman. And once again I thought, what a fine actor the stage had lost when he elected to become a consulting detective. We shortly afterwards were pacing up and down outside Irene Adler's house in St. John's Wood.
I see that my lads are all in position. And so are you, Watson, because here we are outside the sitting room window.
And you promised to explain to me how you're going to get yourself inside and have the window open.
All in good time. But the key question remains, where do we find the photograph?
Probably at her bank or her attorney's.
No, I think neither. It's much too precious for her to have it out of her possession. It's in the house.
But it's been burgled twice.
Sure, they didn't know how to look.
Well, how will you look?
I'll get her to show me.
Oh, ridiculous. She's bound to refuse.
She won't be able to.
Incredible.
It will all be clear to you, but we have no more time. It's almost the hour. I think I see her carriage in the distance. Now, carry out my order to the letter.
St. John's Wood has always been an exclusive, quiet, residential section of London. But in a very few minutes, that quiet is to be shattered by some shocking incidents, masterminded by Sherlock Holmes. We'll share with Watson an understanding of Holmes' scheme when I return with Act 3. At the very beginning of this story, I spoke of the possibility of Sherlock Holmes being in love. You may wonder how anyone could fall in love with a woman whom he's seen only once, and then at her hurried wedding. But there's more to come. And if I may borrow from the master, all in good time. Now let's rejoin Sherlock Holmes and Watson.
Holmes, artfully disguised as an elderly clergyman, and I strolled up and down in front of Irene Adler's house in St. John's Wood. Holmes called my hand to the unusually large amount of activity in the street. I reminded him that he'd told me they were mostly his men.
Not all, Watson. See that scissor?
Yes?
That's... I see. I am sure he already appears that some of my blood will be spilled. But rest assured what they seem. There.
They come to a stop before I saw the scissors grinder spring forward and snatch the handle to open the door. At the same time, the loungers went into action, and Irene Adler's carriage was surrounded by a score of yelling, cursing men.
Boris! Boris! Help me! These fools won't let me through! Stand back! I want to assist the lady!
I saw Holmes stride into the crowd, which seemed to make way for him, as he cried out,
You rogues! Villains!
How dare you assault a lady?
Then, suddenly, I saw him clap a hand on his nose, and he was down, with a blood stream coming from his nose. When he fell, I heard a policeman's whistle, and a number of the loafers took to their heels. Irene Adler had hurried up the steps, but then stood at the top. Looking back into the street, she called out,
That gentleman hurt? He needs help. Oh, he can't lie here in the street. Bring him in. There's a comfortable sofa in my sitting room. We'll get a doctor.
Slowly and solemnly, Holmes was carried into Briony Lodge and placed carefully on the sofa. The lamps had been lit, but the blinds hadn't been drawn, so I could see him as he lay on the couch. This truly wondrously beautiful woman bending tenderly over him. After a moment or two, I saw him raise himself with some difficulty, and they began talking. He later told me how the conversation went.
I don't think you should sit up.
I'm quite all right, dear lady. I'm more concerned about you.
Oh, thanks to your bravery, I just had an unpleasant moment.
Oh.
What is it? What is it?
Nothing to be alarmed about, I'm sure, but if I could have some air...
Oh, of course. Marie, open the windows.
As the maid opened the window, I saw Holmes raise his hand. The moment her back was turned, I tossed the rocket into the room and shouted, Fire! The cry was instantly taken up as thick clouds of smoke curled through the room and out the window. I slipped through the crowd and made my way to the end of the street and waited. In 10 minutes, I was rejoiced to find my friend's arm in mine, and we walked swiftly away from the scene.
You did it very nicely, Doctor. Everything's right as rain.
You have the photograph?
I know where it is.
Oh, how did you find out?
As I told you, she showed me.
Well, I'm still in the dark.
When a woman thinks her house is on fire, her instinct is at once to rush to the thing she values most. Our lady today had nothing more precious to her than the photograph that we seek. When the alarm of fire was raised, She rushed to secure it.
And she did?
The photograph is in a recess behind a sliding panel just above the right bell pull. She was there in an instant, and I caught just a glimpse of it as she half drew it out.
Yes. And now?
We've almost reached our goal, and yet there's something gnawing at the back of my mind. Let me repeat the conversation that took place between us after it was discovered that the fire was only a false alarm. It may perhaps suggest something to you.
My dear Reverend...
Forsyth, madam.
Madam? Oh. How very observant of you to notice my wedding ring. It's so new to me that Madam quite startled me.
I apologize. I should certainly be unable to bear the thought of bringing you any further excitement or trouble.
Oh, it has been a hectic 5 or 10 minutes, Reverend, and I must thank you for your courage in coming to my aid. At your age, it might have been dangerous.
It was only a Christian act, providential, that I happened to be passing.
Heaven does seem to be looking after me and my belongings lately.
Heaven looks after us all, dear lady.
Providence does seem to be taking a special interest in me. Only yesterday, when it appeared that my marriage might have to be put off because my future husband and I needed a witness there, quite providentially appeared a somewhat tipsy groom who served as a witness for us. And now, today, I'm almost set upon by a band of toughs, and the Lord sends me an elderly but foolhardy minister who risks his life and limb for a strange lady.
It does seem that you're blessed.
And now, when for a moment it appeared that my house, with all its lovely furnishings, would be ravaged by fire, I am again saved when it proves to be a false alarm.
You may indeed consider yourself fortunate. But if you don't mind, I feel quite recovered.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll have my coachman take you wherever you were going.
I wouldn't think of it, dear madam. You've done quite enough for me as it is. I felt that it was wise to leave as quickly and with as little fuss as possible. And so I met with you.
Well, then why this unease? From what you told me, you accomplished everything you set out to do.
I did. And yet... Oh, hang it, man. It's just that there was something in her eyes.
Oh, come now, Holmes. Don't tell me that you're mooning over a woman.
Not at all, not at all. You misunderstand. But here we are in crowded Baker Street. Do you have the key?
Well...
of course not. Dear me. I fear I'm getting somewhat absent-minded. Here's the key. It slipped a little during all my exertions.
Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
What was that?
Oh, search me. Some young lad in an ulster. He's just now hurrying off.
I swear I've heard that voice before. I wonder who the deuce it could have been.
Holmes took the puzzle of the voice to bed with him. He also invited me to spend the night because we were to be up so early the next morning. After sending a message off to my wife, I went to bed, and next morning around 7, we were engaged upon our toast and coffee when I inquired of Holmes the reason for our early rising.
We're up at this hour, Watson, because the king shall be here shortly.
His Majesty.
I thought it might give him some satisfaction to regain the photograph with his own hands.
Oh, well, that still doesn't answer.
The lady will probably not be up when we call. We shall be shown into the sitting room, and when she comes down, she may find neither us nor the photograph.
You have really got it.
Not yet.
But you have hopes.
I have hopes.
Then come. I am all impatience to be gone.
We must have a cab.
No, my brougham is waiting.
That simplifies matters. Come along, Watson. The game is truly afoot.
In no time at all, we found ourselves in the king's carriage, spinning along toward Bryony Lodge and Irene Adler.
Irene Adler is married, Your Majesty.
Married? When?
Yesterday.
But to whom?
To an English lawyer named Norton.
Impossible.
I was a witness to the wedding.
Oh, that is not what I meant. She could not love him.
I'm in hopes that she does.
And why in hopes?
Because it would spare Your Majesty all fear of future annoyance If the lady loves her husband, she does not love your majesty. If she does not love your majesty, there is no reason why she should interfere with your majesty's nuptial plans.
Well, what you say is true. And yet...
you still have doubts?
Oh, not about the truth of what you said. It is just that I wish she had been of my own station. What a queen she would have made. After that statement, the king relapsed into a somewhat moody silence. When we drew up in front of Bryony Lodge, the door was open, and Marie, the maid, stood upon the steps. She watched us with a curious expression as we stepped from the brougham and approached the door.
You are Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
I am Mr. Holmes.
My mistress said you would, come to call.
She did? Where is...
Well, she left this morning with her husband by the 5:15 train from Charing Cross. She goes to Paris and then for a continental tour.
You mean to tell me that she has left the country?
Oui, never to return.
The photograph. All is lost.
We shall see. Come, quickly.
The three of us rushed past the demure maid, and Holmes led us to the bell pull, tore back the small sliding panel, and pulled out a photograph and a letter. The photograph was of Irene Adler, herself, in the evening dress. The letter was inscribed to Sherlock Holmes, Esquire, to be left till called for. My friend tore it open. It was dated at midnight of the preceding night. We all three crowded around together to read it. I swear that as we started, we could hear her voice. Well, at least from the expression on Holmes's and His Majesty's faces, they could.
My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you really did it very well. You took me in completely. Until after the alarm of fire, I hadn't a suspicion. But then, thinking how I had betrayed myself, I began to reflect. I had been warned about you months ago. I had been told that if the king employed an agent, it would certainly be you. Your address had been given to me. Yet with all this, you made me reveal what you wanted to know. Even after I became suspicious, I found it hard to think evil of such a dear, kind, old clergyman. But, as you know, I have been trained as an actress myself. Male costume is nothing new to me. I often take advantage of the freedom it gives. I sent my coachman to watch you. I ran upstairs, got into what I call my walking clothes, and followed you. When I came to your door, I was convinced that I was really an object of interest to the celebrated Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Then I, rather imprudently, wished you good night and started for the temple to meet my husband. We agreed that our best resource was flight when pursued by so formidable an antagonist. So you will find the nest empty when you call. As to the photograph, your client may ease his mind. I love and am loved by a man better than he. The king may do what he will without hindrance from one whom he has cruelly wronged. I keep it only to safeguard myself. I leave a photograph which he might care to possess. And I remain, dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, very truly yours, Irene Norton, nay, Adler.
What a woman. Oh, what a woman. Did I not tell you how quick and resolute she was?
I'm sorry that I have been unable to bring this business to a successful conclusion.
On the contrary, I know that her word is inviolate. The photograph is now as safe as if it were in the fire. You will please tell me how I may reward you. Oh, this ring I take from my finger, I should be happy to.
Your Majesty has something which I should value even more highly.
Name it.
This photograph.
Irene's photograph?
Yes.
It is yours. Take it if you wish.
Then I thank your Majesty and wish you a very good morning.
is, of course, history that the photograph remained always on Holmes' mantel. As far as his actually having been in love with Irene Adler, that is something which is debatable. I'll be back to give you my reasons for thinking it highly likely in just a moment. My reasons for thinking that it was more than likely that Holmes did lose his heart to the lovely Irene Adler can be found in the future works of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Prior to his writing A Scandal in Bohemia, he always had Holmes make merry over the cleverness of women. But from that story on, Holmes never again mocked the abilities of the fair sex. Of course, we know that whenever he referred to Irene Adler, he always gave her the honored title of the woman. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Court Benson, Marion Seldes, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Do you know my wife?
Oh, yes.
How is she?
As ravishing as ever.
Oh, Master Derville. If I'd come through all this better looking, if I hadn't been so disfigured by my wounds, so aged by my suffering, my fate might have been different. I have the face of a requiem. I'm dressed in rags, and I've lost nearly every hair on my head. But there's one person who knows me intimately, whom I know equally well, who could never deny me, no matter how much I changed. I sent letters. I left addresses. I returned to post offices time and again, but no answers, no letters, no money. My wife showed no sign of life.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.